Eternal Heart Chapter 670 to Chapter 721. The arrogant and domineering Chinese person was now lying at the edge of the arena, screaming in pain. At this moment, the area around Xianyu's arena fell into a moment of silence, causing the short-haired girl's screams to sound particularly loud and frightening. Shi Wuwei clenched his fists in excitement and laughed at the sight. Just now, he was almost crippled. He was delighted to see his enemy in such a state. Many of the new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley were also trembling with excitement. The battle just now was too shocking and violent. Even someone as strong as the Chinese genius was unable to retaliate against Xianyu and was defeated in a few moves, becoming a cripple. That was not the end. After defeating the Chinese genius, Xianyu issued a challenge to the top Chinese genius of this generation, Hua Dufeng. Such savagery and boldness were exactly what demonic cultivators of the Black Demon Valley admired. Hua Dufeng stared at Xianyu, and a moment later, he suddenly laughed. His laughter was somewhat sinister. Everything he had done was indeed to infuriate Xianyu. However, the fact that Xianyu had crippled a Chinese prodigy right in front of him and even issued a challenge to him in such an arrogant manner had Hua Dufeng feeling extremely humiliated, causing him to be enraged. He laughed because he had the chance to fight with Xianyu. Next, he would vent all his anger on Xianyu. Xianyu, you injured a Chinese person and challenged me. I will not let you off easily. Hua Dufeng leaped up and landed on the arena as he declared righteously. I hope your strength is as good as your mouth. Xianyu was extremely disgusted by hypocritical people like Hua Dufeng and said rudely. Hua Dufeng acted as if he was fighting for his people, but after he stepped onto the arena, he did not even look at the crippled short-haired girl. When you are lying on the ground begging for mercy, you will know that I am the strongest in this generation. Hua Dufeng laughed proudly. Xianyu was the #1 disciple of the Silent Blood Valley's Valley Lord. As long as he could defeat Xianyu, Hua Dufeng would be able to use Xianyu as a stepping stone to reach even higher heights. He might even be accepted as a disciple by the Valley Master. Xianyu had become the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master, but there was no relationship between the master and disciple. Hua Dufeng had also inquired about the reason why Xianyu had become a disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. If he could defeat Xianyu, the Silent Blood Valley Master would definitely feel that Xianyu was incompetent. He might even expel Xianyu from the sect. Hua Dufeng, on the other hand, had made a name for himself in the Black Demon Valley by stepping on Xianyu. He might even be taken in as a disciple by the Silent Blood Valley Master, or be chosen by other Valley Masters. Whoosh! Xianyu didn't want to waste any more time with Hua Dufeng, so he made the first move. The area of the arena was not big. It was 500 feet in length and width, which was a little narrow for an empty sea realm. In this narrow arena, both sides' dodging ability was limited. Xianyu decided to defeat Hua Dufeng with close combat, which was his greatest advantage. Xianyu, as a body cultivator, you are good at close combat, but it doesn't mean that others are afraid of close combat. Hua Dufeng laughed when he saw that Xianyu had taken the initiative to approach him. Buzz! Hua Dufeng's body emitted a cold and ancient bloodline aura. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and a layer of ice crystal mist condensed. Everything in sight became hazy. The next moment, a layer of hard ice gradually appeared on Hua Dufeng's skin. There were strange and ancient scale patterns on it. This is the ice scale bloodline of the Chinese. It is a powerful bloodline that is both offensive and defensive. The Chinese bloodline in this kid's body is so pure. Some of the older disciples recognized the power of the bloodline and exclaimed. Hua Dufeng didn't underestimate Xianyu. Seeing that Xianyu was trying to fight in close combat, he immediately released the ice scale bloodline. A thick layer of ice condensed on Hua Dufeng's fist. He punched out and collided head-on with Xianyu's black iron fist. The ice scale bloodline had a strong defense. It wasn't afraid of enemies in close combat. At the same time, the cold energy emitted by the ice scale armor could freeze enemies that came into contact with it. Hua Dufeng decided to give Xianyu a big surprise. He wanted to freeze Xianyu's arm into a popsicle. However, Hua Dufeng still underestimated Xianyu. Bang! The moment the frost fist and the black veined steel fist collided, cracks appeared on the thick layer of ice on Hua Dufeng's fist and it fell to the ground. As Xianyu exerted force on his fist, the crack spread to Hua Dufeng's arm. The ice scale armor on his arm was mostly broken. Whoosh whoosh, Hua Dufeng took a few steps back. His arm was sore and numb. He stared at Qinyu with a bitter expression. What kind of strange strength does this kid have? The explosive power of Qinyu's punch was like that of a ferocious beast. If not for the protection of the ice scale armor, his arm would most likely be crippled. Hua Dufeng was at a disadvantage in their first exchange. However, when Hua Dufeng saw Qinyu's arm wrapped in ice, he smirked and said, "How is it? You're not feeling good after getting close to me. Make a guess." A playful smile appeared on Qinyu's face. Hua Dufeng's face darkened. He snorted in disdain. He knew that Qinyu must be feeling bad, but he pretended that he was fine. But at this moment, he suddenly saw Qinyu clenching his fist tightly. At the same time, the demonic inscriptions in his body surged. The ice on Hua Dufeng's arm shattered and fell to the ground. He's fine? That's impossible. Hua Dufeng was shocked. He thought that Qinyu had only shattered the ice, and that there must be other internal injuries. If it was an ordinary person, their flesh and meridians would be damaged by the ice, and it would be even more difficult to expel the cold energy from their body. However, Qinyu's body was too strong. The flesh and meridians in his arm were not damaged, or rather, they healed instantly. Whoosh, while Hua Dufeng was still in shock, Qinyu attacked again. Knowing that Hua Dufeng's bloodline was strong, Qinyu took out the Demon Jiao sword and slashed at Hua Dufeng's waist. Hua Dufeng did not dare to be careless. He took out a long sword, which was instantly covered with a layer of ice. Ding, the two swords clashed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Qinyu's Demon Jiao sword had an explosive property. The part of the sword that came into contact with the ice sword exploded with true yuan. Whoosh! Whoosh, Hua Dufeng continued to retreat. He decided to put some distance between him and Qinyu. Qinyu's strength was too great. Even with the protection of the ice scales, Hua Dufeng's body was not feeling well. "I think you're the one who is not feeling well." Qinyu sneered. He used the Demon Dragon Imperial Shadow and chased after him. Even if Hua Dufeng had the bloodline of ice scales, close combat was still Qinyu's advantage. Whoosh! Whoosh, on the arena, two figures, one black and one white, shuttled back and forth, one chasing and the other dodging. In terms of speed, Hua Dufeng was no match for Qinyu. However, the power of his bloodline had caused the stage to be filled with frost energy, affecting Qinyu's speed. As a result, the gap between the two of them was reduced to the same level. Boom, as Qinyu chased after him, he launched an attack, slashing out a dark sword wave. Hua Dufeng was not afraid at all. With a slash of the ice sword, the cold energy in the air gathered, and a huge ice sword shadow descended from the sky. Boom, black wind and ice drag swept out. Qinyu can actually fight Gongzi to a standstill. But the final winner will be our young master. The Chinese people said in unison, siding with Hua Dufeng. But some older disciples did not think so. The battle had just begun, and Hua Dufeng was already at a disadvantage, and now Qinyu had the upper hand. Hua Dufeng kept dodging, and in the end, it would either be a draw or Qinyu would win, unless Hua Dufeng had some trump card. On the arena, the battle continued, attracting more and more people. Because the battle between the two new disciples was between the first and second place of this Black Demon Valley assessment, and the battle was exciting and fierce. As expected of a genius from a 3-star clan, he is even stronger than you lie. It will be difficult to defeat him without using some tricks. Qinyu said in his heart. He did not know that Hua Dufeng was even more surprised. He had never been so embarrassed among the half-step empty sea realm. Moreover, Qinyu was not at the same level as him. No, I must win. Hua Dufeng roared in his heart. He had planned all this, and the most crucial part was to defeat Qinyu. Ice Scale Demonic Claw. Hua Dufeng further activated the power of his bloodline, and the power of frost on his arm became more intense. The ice scales on his arm expanded several times, like the claw of a giant beast. Boom, Hua Dufeng waved his arm, and the giant ice scale claw left his arm, exuding the power of frost and domineering demonic will as it charged forward. Has he used his killer move? Then let's end this. Qinyu thought in his heart, and the first demonic pattern on the surface of his body surged. Demonic Destruction Claw, Blood Glass Flame. On Qinyu's arm, the demonic pattern was surrounded by black light, and the blood-colored flame was surging. Boom! A hideous demonic claw, wreathed in blood-colored flames, charged forward in an incomparably ferocious manner, emitting scorching heat. Bang! The ice-scale Demonic Destruction Claw and the Demonic Destruction Claw collided, and the power of frost and blood-colored flames intertwined. In an instant, the mist in the air disappeared without a trace. This is Blood Glass Flame. Hua Dufeng could not help but exclaim. He did not expect Qinyu to have such a high-ranking connate spiritual flame. Oh my god, it's actually the top 100 true fire spiritual flame, the Blood Path Sacred Flame. There were many disciples of the Blood Demon Valley here, and when they saw the Blood Glass Flame, many of them stared at it greedily. Boom! The frost was gradually swallowed up, and a black flame claw slashed towards Hua Dufeng. In this exchange of blows, Qinyu still won. This was because the Blood Glass Flame was able to restrain the power of Hua Dufeng's bloodline. Hua Dufeng immediately swung his sword, and a huge, frosty sword shadow swept out. Boom! Qinyu waved the Demon Dragon Sword, and infused it with the Blood Glass Flame, and a black and red intertwined sword chief flame swept out. On the sparring stage, the icy mist was replaced by a blood-colored mist. Under such circumstances, Hua Dufeng's battle strength decreased sharply, and Qinyu was no longer affected by the power of frost. Damn it, you actually have such a connate spiritual flame. Hua Dufeng cursed through gritted teeth, flustered and exasperated. Bright Sun Sword Finger. Qinyu seized the opportunity. Blood flames gathered on his right index finger, and suddenly shot out. A bright red sword light of blood flames instantly reached the other side of the sparring stage. Pfft! Hua Dufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking down, he saw a round hole on his shoulder. Even his ice-scale armor couldn't block Qinyu's finger. From this, it could be seen how powerful Qinyu's finger was. Boom! With a burst of speed, Qinyu dragged a black dragon tail behind him, emitting a monstrous demonic aura as he approached Hua Dufeng. Boom! With a sweep of his sword, the demonic true essence fused with the Blood Glass Flame, shattering the ice-scale armor on Hua Dufeng's body and sending him flying to the ground, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Qinyu walked up to Hua Dufeng, and his calm words carried a hint of a cold smile. As the loser, can I leave you with one leg? As the loser, can I leave you with one leg? The moment these words entered Hua Dufeng's ears, he felt a bone-piercing chill and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. How dare you? Hua Dufeng bellowed as he stared at Qinyu with a hateful look on his face. He felt humiliated by the fear he had shown just now. As the most outstanding Chinese genius of his generation, Qinyu would never dare to do such a thing. He was only trying to scare him. Qinyu, even if you are the Valley Master's disciple, you can't do whatever you want in the Blood Demon Valley. I am a Chinese genius, the disciple of a core elder of the Demon King Valley. Hua Dufeng bellowed even more furiously. Oh? You think I won't dare to do so? Qinyu's eyes darkened. Conflicts between disciples were common in the Black Demon Valley, and injuries were inevitable. As long as one did not lose his life, the sect would not interfere. For example, the Chinese had mercilessly chopped off Shi Wuwei's leg, and Qinyu had broken the short-haired girl's hand. Neither had broken any rules. But chopping off Hua Dufeng's leg was not something that many people present would dare to do. This was all because of Hua Dufeng's identity. This was also the reason why Hua Dufeng was so bold and fearless. That's right. Hua Dufeng said with a face full of resentment. But suddenly, Qinyu lifted his foot and walked toward Hua Dufeng. What are you doing? Hua Dufeng was so scared that he was about to stand up and leave. But in the next moment, Qinyu appeared before him and stomped on Hua Dufeng's shoulder, sending him crashing into the ground. Brother Chen, Shi Wuwei could not help but reach out to stop Qinyu. Hua Dufeng was the most outstanding Chinese genius of his generation. Qinyu chopping off Hua Dufeng's leg was equivalent to completely offending the Chinese. Inside the Blood Demon Gorge, even more people came to watching this good show. Qinyu, let go of me, don't you dare, let me go. Hua Dufeng struggled and roared with all his might, but in the end, he and Ah Qi weakened and turned into fearful cries for mercy. at this moment. Impudent! A cold shout echoed out in the blood demon gorge, like a clap of thunder that echoed in Qianyu's mind. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black-robed figure flew over from the distance, heading straight for the stage. A powerful aura burst out from the figure, along with a terrifying demonic aura. Qianyu felt as if a ferocious demonic beast was charging at him. In the blink of an eye, a black-robed man arrived on the stage. With a wave of his hand, a blue-black demonic aura swept in Qianyu's direction. Empty Sea Realm. Sensing danger, Qianyu immediately activated his rune devil body and activated the second devil pattern on the surface of his body. Qianyu stretched out his arms and released a huge amount of devil pattern true essence. Then, a layer of devil scales gushed out from his body and turned into a devil scale shield. Boom! In the next moment, the black-robed man's casual attack hit the devil scale shield. The huge blue-black demonic aura swept over like ferocious demonic beasts. At some point, the devil scale shield cracked, but the power of the black-robed man's attack also gradually dissipated. Eh? The black-robed man was slightly surprised to see this result. His attack was actually blocked by Qianyu. Brother Huarong, avenge me and chop off his leg. Hua Dufeng immediately got up and stood behind the black-robed man, his face full of fear and resentment. Humph, the people of the Blood Demon Valley are too arrogant. How dare you chop off the leg of a Chinese? Today, I will cripple one of your legs first. The black-robed man immediately became infuriated and emitted a powerful aura. A huge amount of true essence surged out of his body. He is the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. Shi Wuwei immediately pointed out Qianyu's identity. In the Blood Demon Valley, under normal circumstances, no disciple would dare to chop off the leg of the Silent Blood Valley Master's disciple. Oh? So you are the new disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master? Huarong's attitude changed slightly. In fact, he knew of Qianyu's identity, but he had pretended not to know. No wonder you can block my attack. It seems like your strength is extremely close to the Empty Sea Realm. In the future, you will definitely be able to enter the Southern Region's prodigy role. However, even if you are the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master, you injured my brother. As his elder brother, how can I pretend that I did not see anything? Huarong first praised Qianyu, saying that Qianyu had unlimited potential in the future and that he could enter the prodigy role. He praised Qianyu to the heavens. Next, Huarong pointed out Qianyu's identity, mocking Qianyu for using his identity as the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master to bully others and provoking Qianyu. What do you want? Qianyu's face darkened. Huarong suddenly appeared and attacked him. Now, he was even distorting the truth and saying that he was bullying others. Hearing this, Huarong couldn't help but smile. How about this? As the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master, Junior Brother has extraordinary strength and has the ability to challenge those who are stronger than him. If you can take 3 moves from me, I will let this matter go. Kiki, how shameless. A Empty Sea Realm cultivator dares to challenge a peak late-stage returning Origin Realm cultivator. Are all the people from the Demon King Valley like this? Hua Dufeng's words had already challenged Qianyu to a duel. It was just a duel of 3 moves. Some of the older disciples couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Junior Brother, if you don't want to, I won't force you. However, the Chinese will remember what happened today. Huarong continued, showing that he didn't want to force Qianyu. At this moment. Kiki, Huarong, you are really shameless. A charming and pleasant voice echoed in the Blood Demon Gorge. Tu Zhixiang. Just by hearing the voice, many inner and outer valley disciples could guess who was speaking. Why did Tu Zhixiang have to come at this time? Huarong's body trembled as he frowned. He knew that this was not good. If Tu Zhixiang insisted on interfering, he could only return empty-handed. One had to know that Tu Zhixiang was ranked 63 on the prodigy ranking and was also the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. Oh, so it's junior sister Zhixiang. But don't you think you're going overboard with your words? Everyone here has witnessed your little junior brother's strength. Even the genius of our clan, Hua Dufeng, was no match for him. Just now, a casual attack from me was blocked by junior brother Chen as well. Huarong addressed Tu Zhixiang as junior sister because he was older and entered the valley earlier. Tu Zhixiang was a direct disciple and her status was higher than his. That is why I suggested a duel of 3 moves. I want to test Chen's limits. This is also a form of training for him. Huarong's glib tongue was much better than Hua Dufeng's. He actually said that he proposed a duel to train Qinyu. In reality, Huarong had already backed off. If Tu Zhixiang interfered, even if he was in the right, it would be difficult for him to deal with Qinyu. However, when Huarong looked at Tu Zhixiang, he noticed that there was a man beside her. Although the man had a gentle smile on his face, it made Huarong shudder. Blood demon, Feng Wuxue. Huarong said in a trembling voice. Feng Wuxue. He is here. The gazes of the people in the Blood Demon Valley shifted from Tu Zhixiang to the man beside her. Qinyu could not help but look over. He was very curious about the gentle man beside Tu Zhixiang. In the end, he discovered that the man was even more unfathomable than Tu Zhixiang. He gave Qinyu a sense of intimacy and danger. Senior brother Feng, I was too rash today. I will leave now. Huarong's expression immediately changed. He looked at the gentle man with deep fear in his eyes. Seeing this, the new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley all laughed. However, at this time, Qinyu suddenly said, Wait. What else does Qin want to say? Huarong turned around and smiled, but he was extremely anxious. He did not want to stay here a moment longer. He cursed Qinyu in his heart. I accept your challenge just now, Qinyu said with a smile. The Blood Demon Valley immediately quietened down. Tu Zhixiang and the gentle man beside her could not help but look at Qinyu with surprise in their eyes. As for Huarong, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted. However, he could not feel happy now. Instead, he was extremely depressed and angry. Because now he did not dare to compete, even if it was a martial arts competition, he did not dare to hurt Qinyu. If that was the case, he might as well not compete. It would only make him more embarrassed. But the key was that he was the one who proposed the challenge. How could he not accept it? That's not good. I'm afraid of hurting junior brother. Huarong tried to shirk the responsibility. Qinyu shook his head and smiled coldly. Huarong had just said that he was strong and close to the Void Sea realm. He wanted to train himself, but now he was saying that he was afraid of hurting Qinyu. Since my junior brother wants to compete with you, you compete with him. Before Qinyu could speak, Tu Zhixiang shouted. Seeing this, Huarong cursed Qinyu, Tu Zhixiang, and Feng Buhan hundreds of times in his heart. Were they ganging up on him? Huarong did not dare to hurt Qinyu now. This meant that Qinyu would definitely win this martial arts competition. He would use him as a stepping stone to become famous. This was a martial arts competition that he would definitely lose. However, a martial arts competition of 3 moves is too boring. Why don't we make a bet? If I can block 3 moves from you, you will owe me 1,000 contribution points. Qinyu said again. Huarong's previous actions had angered Qinyu. And Qinyu realized that Huarong seemed to be very afraid of Tu Zhixiang and the man beside her. Qinyu used this deterrence to deal with Huarong. Therefore, not only did Qinyu agree to the challenge, he even added a bet. Moreover, he only mentioned Huarong's wager and did not mention his own. This junior brother of ours is also a vengeful person. When others bully him, he will retaliate fiercely as soon as he has the chance. Tu Zhixiang looked at Qinyu, her smile becoming more and more beautiful. 1,000 contribution points. Huarong's heart trembled. He glared at Qinyu, incomparably furious. Not only did Qinyu want to use him as a stepping stone to become famous, but he also wanted to take 1,000 contribution points from him. Even for Huarong, it would take a lot of time and energy to earn 1,000 contribution points. You're going too far. Huarong clenched his fists tightly. His body trembled slightly as the anger in his heart burned. But when he saw Tu Zhixiang and Feng Wuxue, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Fine, come at me then. Huarong could only admit defeat. By the way, you attacked junior brother just now. That's your first move. Now, you only have 2 moves left. Tu Zhixiang's charming smile was a little mischievous. Huarong was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. What a bully, he had participated in a challenge that he could not win, and he had to hand over 1,000 contribution points. His 3 moves had also been reduced to 2 moves. Huarong couldn't help but admire himself for being able to endure such humiliation. However, the 4th and 3rd disciples of the Silent Blood Valley's Valley Master were here. The 4th disciple, Tu Zhixiang, was ranked 63rd on the prodigy ranking of the southern region. The 3rd disciple, Feng Wuxue, was ranked in the top 20 of the Heaven's Chosen list before he was 50 years old. Most importantly, Feng Wuxue was now the young valley master of the Blood Demon Valley. Among the 5 great valleys, each valley only had one young valley master. This identity could only be born from the valley master's disciple. Once he became the young valley master, his status would be above that of an ordinary elder. How could Huarong dare to offend someone of such status? The young valley master was the future pillar of the entire sect and would receive the full support of the sect. Only the young valley master could inherit the position of valley master and even become the chief valley master of Black Demon Valley. It was also because of this that the greatest goal of the Black Demon Valley disciples was to become the Valley Master's disciple and then fight for the position of young Valley Master. However, it was extremely difficult to catch the eye of the Valley Master and be taken in as a disciple. It was even more difficult to become the young Valley Master among the many disciples of the Valley Master. Haha, who would have thought that even young Valley Master Feng Wuxue would be here? Furthermore, he is Qinyu's senior brother. Huarong is reaping what he sowed. Huarong is doomed this time. Not only did they lose face, but they also lost 1,000 contribution points. Some of the new and old disciples of the Blood Demon Valley mocked him without the slightest scruple. Hurry up and attack. Qinyu had a relaxed look on his face. From Huarong's point of view, this was more like a form of provocation and ridicule. Next is the second move. Be careful, Chen. Huarong gnashed his teeth as he stared at Qinyu. He really wanted to go all out and kill Qinyu on the spot. However, Huarong couldn't do this. Instead, he was worried that he might injure Qinyu too much. Huarong stretched out his palm, and a greenish-black demonic light swirled around it. Boom! Boom! He brandished his claw, and 5 thick, dark green, devilish chi tornadoes lashed out at Qinyu. Qinyu circulated his true essence and activated the high-grade inner armor. Suddenly, a layer of dark green light appeared around his body. Boom! Boom! Huarong's attack landed on Qinyu's high-grade armor. After a period of time, Huarong's attack dissipated. The defensive barrier around Qinyu's body didn't break. It only dimmed a little. This second move was even weaker than the first. Seeing this scene, the new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley all laughed. A Void Sea Realm Supremacy was fighting against a peak stage origin returning Realm Cultivator. In a single move, he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. If word of this got out, Huarong would lose all face. Haha, serves you right. The Shi clan's disciples and Yang Fenghe laughed. At this moment, they could imagine how miserable and devastated Huarong was feeling right now. He must be incomparably furious, but he didn't dare to use his full strength. He could only humiliate himself. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle it. Senior apprentice brother Hua, there's no need to hold back. Or is this your true strength? Qinyu couldn't help but laugh. Chen. Don't get too cocky. Hearing this, Huarong was so angry that his eyeballs were about to pop out. In the end, he squeezed out a few words. In fact, Qinyu did hope that Huarong would be more serious. The experience of fighting against a Void Sea Realm cultivator was very valuable. Moreover, Qinyu had killed a Stone Clan supremacy in the Stone Cloud world. Even if Huarong was serious, Qinyu wasn't worried. Just as everyone was waiting for the third move to end. Within the Blood Demon Gorge, a wild laughter echoed, ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet young Valley Master Feng Wuxue in the Blood Demon Gorge. Everyone looked up and saw a man in black armor standing proudly above the Blood Demon Gorge. Junior apprentice brother Shen, why are you here? Feng Wuxue looked over and smiled. Demon King Valley Master's 5th disciple, Little Devil King Shenji. Shenji, the previous Demon King Valley disciple recruitment champion. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that today, not only the Blood Demon Valley's young Valley Master would appear, even Demon King Valley's Little Devil King Shenji would appear. But because of this, everyone felt that the situation wasn't good. The 5 great valleys of the Black Demon Valley weren't harmonious. Among them, the Demon King Valley and the Blood Demon Valley had a huge conflict. I had nothing to do, so I came here. Xianxia said in a clear voice, but everyone could tell that he was making it up. Huarong, why are you fighting a peak stage origin returning realm kid? Don't you feel embarrassed? Quickly cripple him and follow me back to the Demon King Valley. Xianxia grinned, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. Once the sentence was said, Xianxia's intention was revealed. Xianxia. Tu Zhixiang immediately let out a shout. Isn't this Lady Zhixiang? You actually took the initiative to call my name. How rare. Xianxia looked at Tu Zhixiang with a face full of smiles. The one on the stage is my junior apprentice brother. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off. Tu Zhixiang saw that Xianxia was playing dumb and said bluntly. Ha ha ha, you can't beat me. Xianxia laughed loudly and looked at Tu Zhixiang with an even more arrogant smile. On the stage, Huarong looked at Xianxia. The gloominess, anger, and humiliation on his face were swept away and replaced with an excited smile. Chen Yu, third move. Huarong stared at Chen Yu and laughed sinisterly. It was obvious that Xianxia was supporting him. If he continued to be timid, he would only disappoint Xianxia and offend both sides. Furthermore, Huarong had accumulated an endless amount of anger and he couldn't help but vent it on Chen Yu. Therefore, this time, Huarong was determined to go all out. Boom, within a radius of 100 zhang, demonic qi soared into the sky and wreaked havoc. Huarong had comprehended the demonic intent and formed 100 zhang demonic qi. Within this range, other cultivators would be suppressed by the demonic qi, while his own attacks would be amplified. The entire stage was enveloped by the rampaging demonic qi. Those below the Void Sea realm couldn't even see the center of the stage clearly. Damn it. A trace of worry appeared on Tu Zhixiang's face as she prepared to intervene. However, Feng Wuxue, who was standing to the side, extended his hand and stopped Tu Zhixiang. Their battle is reasonable. It's not good to interfere. Feng Wuxue said calmly. But, junior apprentice brother, Tu Zhixiang also knew that the battle between Chen Yu and Huarong had been agreed upon by both parties. If she interfered, then she would be taking advantage of her position to bully the weak. Moreover, it would affect the reputation of the Silent Blood Valley Lord. Demon King's Claw. Huarong let out a low roar and attacked with his claw. The Devil King's Claw was one of the more famous demonic battle techniques in the Demon King's Valley. Normally, disciples who had just joined the Demon King's Valley would choose this battle technique to condense their demonic intent. It could be said that it was the first battle technique that the new disciples of the Demon King's Valley learned. Even so, this battle technique's attacks were ferocious and domineering. The stronger the demonic intent, the more powerful the attack would be. A huge pitch-black claw swept up a shocking demonic chi gale as it descended. It was as if it wanted to crush Chen Yu into dust. It was just a single claw, but Chen Yu felt as if he saw a ferocious demon. A huge demonic intent pressed down on Chen Yu, causing him to feel a great pressure. This is getting a little interesting. A trace of a smile flashed across Chen Yu's face. Taking a deep breath, the fourth demonic pattern on Chen Yu's body surged and revolved around his left arm. Cloud-devouring demonic fist, Chen Yu mobilized a huge amount of demonic true essence, condensed it into his arm, and punched out. At the same time, Chen Yu also mobilized a large amount of blood-glazed flame and infused it into his fist. Boom, an incomparably huge demonic fist the size of the Devil King's claw blasted out. The fist and the claw collided violently. Chen Yu actually took the initiative to attack. He really doesn't know what's good for him. When facing an empty sea realm cultivator, there's still a chance of survival if he goes all out on defense. Taking the initiative to attack is completely courting death. Many of the nearby senior disciples sighed with emotion. Tu Zhixiang and Feng Wuxue also did not expect that Chen Yu would actually take such an action. Boom, on the martial stage, one could see the huge domineering demonic claw colliding with the solid, fiery red demonic fist. The two forces created a terrifying storm. Chen Yu's attack was not as weak as imagined. Demons were arrogant, domineering, and unbridled. Chen Yu discovered that when facing an expert, his demonic intent became even more condensed and powerful. The demonic intent fruit that he had consumed a few days ago was also completely squeezed out, causing the demonic intent in Qianyu's fist to be extremely powerful, which was why it could resist the Devil King's claw. This is impossible. Huarong revealed an expression of shock. The demonic intent in the demonic fist that Qianyu had executed was extremely strong. It had counteracted the demonic intent in his demonic claw and indirectly weakened his attack. However, Huarong was in the empty sea realm. How could his full-powered attack be simple? Boom, the fiery fist was torn apart, and the demonic wind and sea of fire surged to both sides. A pitch-black, domineering demonic claw rushed out and continued to attack Qianyu. On the other side, Huarong suddenly felt a strange sensation, and his body tilted slightly. Swoosh, a blood-colored sword light flashed. Huarong glanced at his chest. There was a 5-inch-long gash on his clothes. It turned out that before Qianyu went all out to defend, he had also launched an attack on Huarong. Huarong was determined to win, so he had been careless. Otherwise, he might have been able to dodge Qianyu's Yangming sword finger. On the other side, Qianyu focused on defense. After activating the defense of his superior grade armor, he also used the magic scale battle armor. Boom, Huarong's demonic claw descended, slicing through the dark green light film formed by the superior grade armor. Then, it landed on the magic scale battle armor. At this moment, only 30 to 40% of the attack's power remained. Although it destroyed the magic scale battle armor, it didn't hurt Qianyu at all. He actually blocked it. Huarong was stunned on the other side of the stage, his eyes wide open. He blocked it. Look, there's a gash on Huarong's clothes. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Not only had Qianyu blocked Huarong's attack, but he had also cut through Huarong's clothes. It seems that my worries were unnecessary. Perhaps Master really thinks highly of little junior brother. The surprise in Tu Zhixiang's eyes disappeared, and she revealed her usual smile. On the other hand, Feng Wuxue and Shenji looked at Qianyu a few more times before their expressions slowly returned to normal. Useless guy, you don't need to. Return to the Demon King's Valley. Little Devil King Shenji's cold voice echoed in the Blood Demon Gorge. Teacher Shen, Huarong hurriedly called out, but he discovered that Shenji had already disappeared. His heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He prepared to chase after Shenji and plead for mercy. Boom, suddenly, a huge blood-red light screen rushed over, splitting the entire Blood Demon Gorge into two. Huarong crashed into the blood screen and instantly let out a blood-curdling scream. After struggling for a while, he fell onto the stage, his face much paler. Where do you think you're going? Hand over your contribution points. Tu Zhixiang's smile was extremely charming, and there was a hint of danger. Where do you think you're going? Hand over your contribution points. Tu Zhixiang slowly approached, a hint of danger in her smile. Huarong's body stiffened involuntarily. Tu Zhixiang was ranked 63 on the Heaven's Chosen list. Given his strength, he would not be able to last more than 3 moves against her. If Huarong went back on his word, Tu Zhixiang would have a reason to attack him. Huarong panicked at the thought. Junior sister too, I'm willing to admit defeat. I will definitely hand over all my contribution points to Chen, but I don't have that many now. Huarong smiled apologetically. 1,000 contribution points was not a small number for an Inner Valley disciple. The competition in the Black Demon Valley was fierce. If one had a large number of contribution points, they would definitely use them to improve their strength. Who would save up so many contribution points for no reason? When I have collected 1,000 contribution points, I will personally hand them over to Chen. Huarong smiled at the people around him, bringing up his ideas and asking for advice. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Take out all your contribution points and make up for the rest next time. Tu Zhixiang said domineeringly. This. Huarong was hesitant and conflicted. In fact, he had proposed to collect 1,000 contribution points and hand it over to Qianyu to buy some time. Perhaps there would be a turn for the better. He did not expect Tu Zhixiang to propose such a proposal. And Huarong had no reason to refuse. Oh yes, there are many Chinese people here. You guys can share the burden and ask them to hand over their contribution points. Who knows, they might be able to help you collect 1,000 contribution points. That way, you won't be in debt. Tu Zhixiang grinned evilly. Qinyu felt that Tu Zhixiang seemed to have a lot of bad ideas at the moment. She was especially domineering. Perhaps Shinji's words had angered Tu Zhixiang, causing her to be enraged. Now, she was venting all her anger on the Chinese people. Faced with Tu Zhixiang's aggressiveness, Huarong looked at the blood-colored light screen above his head and the young valley master of the Blood Demon Valley, Feng Wuxue. In the end, he could only sigh and did not say anything. Huarong walked to Hua Dufeng and said, "This matter started because of you. Hand over your contribution points." Hua Dufeng was dumbfounded, as if he could not accept the current situation. Not only had he been defeated by Qinyu, even Huarong, the disciple of the Inner Valley sect, had lost his face in the duel. If he did not hand over his contribution points, he would not be allowed to leave. At this moment, Hua Dufeng felt the humiliation of being a prisoner. All he wanted now was to leave this place filled with pain and humiliation as soon as possible. A moment later, Huarong took out 896 contribution points and handed them to Qinyu. All the Chinese people present were new disciples who had just entered the valley, so they did not have many contribution points. In the end, they did not even have 1,000 contribution points. Qinyu didn't care about this at all. 896 contribution points was already a huge amount of resources for the current him. He believed that Huarong would not renege on their debt, and would make up for the remaining 104 contribution points. "Thank you, Senior Brother Hua, for your contribution points." After receiving the contribution points, Qinyu politely thanked him with a smile. But from Huarong's point of view, Qinyu was openly mocking him. "Qinyu, if there's a chance, I, Huarong, will make you pay for this humiliation 10 times over." Huarong clenched his fists and roared in his heart. "Alright, you guys can leave now." Tu Zhixiang waved her hand, and the giant blood veil above everyone's head surged, turning into a blood-colored ribbon and returning to Tu Zhixiang's hand. It was a spiritual weapon. The Chinese people and some other people left at once. "Qinyu, I, Hua Dufeng, will definitely surpass you and trample on you." Hua Dufeng's face was filled with hatred, but his eyes were filled with determination. Whoosh, a fragrance wafted over. Qinyu turned around and saw Tu Zhixiang standing beside him. "Little junior brother, I was really worried just now. If you were defeated by Huarong, then the Blood Demon Valley would lose face. Master would definitely be angry." Tu Zhixiang patted Qinyu's shoulder and praised him. "I know that too, so how could I dare to lose?" Qinyu joked with a smile on his face. This time, it was all thanks to fourth senior sister and Feng Wuxue that he could bully Huarong. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult for Qinyu to win, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the 1,000 contribution points. With Tu Zhixiang and Feng Wushue's appearance, Huarong's 3 moves were reduced to 2. For the second move, Huarong only used his full strength for the third move. If no one interfered, Huarong would have used his full strength for the first 2 moves to test Qinyu's true strength. For the third move, Huarong might have used his killer move to win. For example, just now, Huarong thought that he would definitely win, so he didn't even use his Chinese bloodline. "Little junior brother, this is third senior brother." Tu Zhixiang introduced Feng Wuxue to Qinyu. "Greetings, third senior brother." Qinyu was slightly shocked. So this gentleman was also Master's disciple. No wonder he would help him. "Oh yes, little junior brother, third senior brother is also the young valley master of the Blood Demon Valley." Tu Zhixiang said with a meaningful smile. "Young valley master." Qinyu looked at Feng Wuxue solemnly. As the young valley master, if there were no accidents, the next valley master of the Blood Demon Valley would be Feng Wuxue. No wonder Huarong was so afraid of Feng Wuxue. "I see that little junior brother is so outstanding. You might even be stronger than third senior brother in the future. You might even have some hope of becoming the young valley master." Tu Zhixiang said with a naughty smile. Hearing this, Qinyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that Tu Zhixiang was really afraid of chaos. "Zhixiang, don't joke around." Fortunately, third senior brother Feng Wuxue seemed to be used to Tu Zhixiang's behavior and didn't mind her words. If Feng Wuxue was a little narrow-minded and really treated Qinyu as a threat, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get rid of Qinyu with his current status. Junior brother, now that you have a lot of contribution points, you can go to the Blood Demon Valley's Martial Ground Pavilion and choose a cultivation technique or secret skill. Some of the core cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Blood Demon Valley are extremely powerful. If you can cultivate them as soon as possible, they will be of great help to you. Feng Wuxue smiled gently and gave some suggestions to Qinyu. Qinyu also knew that the Blood Demon Valley definitely had a cultivation technique that was more powerful and profound than the records of the Sky Demon's secret patterns. However, switching to a cultivation technique was time-consuming and he didn't plan to do so. Currently, the records of the Sky Demon's secret patterns was not a good cultivation technique for Qinyu, but it was definitely not bad either. As for cultivating the Blood Dao, that was even more impossible. Although he didn't cultivate cultivation techniques, he could still take a look at some secret skills and battle skills. Thank you for your guidance, third senior brother. After bidding farewell to his senior brothers and sisters, Qinyu headed to the Blood Demon Valley's Martial Ground Pavilion. There were a total of 3 floors, and the cultivation techniques, battle skills, and secret skills inside were divided according to the contribution points needed to exchange for them. The first floor required fewer contribution points, but each battle skill required 500 to 600 contribution points. The higher the cultivation techniques required around 1,000 contribution points. As for the second floor, the lowest level of cultivation techniques and secret skills required 1,000 contribution points. As for the third floor, there was no need to go up. Seeing this, Qinyu took a look at the first floor of the Martial Ground Pavilion. As expected of a 3.5-star power in the southern region of the Great Cosmos Realm, the cultivation techniques and battle skills here are more than a level higher than those in the Kunyan Sacred Ground. Qinyu casually flipped through and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In other words, for the same price, the cultivation techniques and battle skills obtained in the Blood Demon Valley would far surpass those obtained in the Kunyan Sacred Ground. Qinyu, who had originally planned to casually look around, now had his eyes on several battle skills and secret skills. He didn't know which one to choose. Blood-burning secret technique. Qinyu saw a secret skill and the description on it. Blood-burning secret technique, burning the bloodline, erupting the power of the bloodline far beyond the ordinary. If cultivated to perfection, it can even double the power of the bloodline. A secret technique that can double the power of the bloodline. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. The power of this secret technique was so tempting that Qinyu even suspected that this blood-burning secret technique should have been placed on the third floor of the Martial Ground Pavilion. As he continued to read, Qinyu found that the blood-burning secret technique had a very obvious drawback. Once the secret technique was used to increase the power of the bloodline, it would accelerate the consumption of the bloodline. If used for too long, it would even cause the concentration of the bloodline to decrease, or even cause the bloodline to dry up. Although it is powerful, it will damage the bloodline. After reading it, Qinyu calmed down. Because the side effects were too strong, the blood-burning secret technique was placed on the first floor of the Martial Ground Pavilion. This kind of secret technique would kill one's future potential and damage the bloodline. Probably not many people would cultivate it. However, for me, the drawback of this secret technique doesn't seem to be a big problem. Qinyu could not help but laugh. He did not have a bloodline himself, but the mysterious heart could extract the bloodline of others and make it his own. Even if using the blood-burning secret technique accelerated the consumption of the bloodline, causing the concentration of the bloodline to be affected, and even damaging the bloodline, it would not affect Qinyu. It's you. Qinyu took the secret technique, walked to the front desk of the Martial Ground Pavilion, and paid 700 contribution points. After returning to his residence, he began to cultivate. The blood-burning secret technique was a secret technique of the blood path. Qinyu was not a blood elementalist, and it was his first time cultivating this kind of technique, so his progress was relatively slow. About a month later, Qinyu had only cultivated to the first level. The first level can increase the power of the bloodline by 20%. That was what the blood-burning secret technique said, but Qinyu could not try it at the moment. Although he had the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix, such a powerful and precious bloodline could not be experimented on. Qinyu resisted the impulse and did not care about this. In the following days, Xianxia cultivated in the Blood Demon Valley. In addition to cultivating techniques and preparing to break through to the half-step empty sea realm, he cultivated the blood-burning secret technique and the mysterious sky palm. After spending 700 contribution points to exchange for the blood-burning secret technique, Xianxia still had 306 contribution points left, which allowed him to occasionally enter the cultivation cave abode to cultivate. Half a year passed in a flash. On this day, Xianxia walked out of the level 2 cultivation cave abode. According to my current progress, I will be able to break through to the half-step empty sea realm in 2 or 3 months. Xianxia said very confidently. With the help of the demonic wolf fruit, the moon spirit mineral, the blood star sacred pill, and other treasures, his mental state had long surpassed the half-step empty sea realm and was only 1 step away from the empty sea realm. However, Xianxia felt that this step was very difficult to take. Perhaps when his cultivation reached the half-step empty sea realm, he would be able to take this step in terms of mental state. Little junior brother, your cultivation has improved a lot again. Tu Zhixiang's voice floated over from not far away. This is all thanks to the 1,000 contribution points that senior sister helped me earn back then. Xianxia said with a smile. He felt that this 4th senior sister was not to be trifled with, so he would praise her when he was free. Haha, Tu Zhixiang smiled proudly and said seriously, Master is looking for you. Come with me. Master? Xianxia was slightly startled as he thought of his irresponsible master. After entering the valley for 7 months, he had only met the Silent Blood Valley Master once when he joined the sect. Xianxia only had one impression of the Silent Blood Valley Master, and that was that he had a bad temper. However, the Silent Blood Valley Master was a legend of the southern domain of the great cosmos world, so it was normal for him to have a strange temper. Now that the Silent Blood Valley Master suddenly wanted to meet Xianxia, he was somewhat surprised. Following Tu Zhixiang, he quickly arrived at his master's residence. The yuan qi here was rich, and there were demonic wolf fruits and blood energy flowers everywhere. Outside the hall, Xianxia saw the figure of his 3rd senior brother, Feng Wuxue. The Silent Blood Valley Master was the same as when Xianxia first met him. He was casually lying down on a bench, and his every movement exuded the aura of a formidable demonic Dao expert. Greetings, 3rd senior brother, Master. Xianxia slightly bowed. Your cultivation progress is not bad. The Silent Blood Valley Master sized up Xianxia and then calmly said. A proud person like the Silent Blood Valley Master rarely praised others. This made Xianxia somewhat happy. But since ancient times, experts have always been born from slaughter. The Silent Blood Valley Master spoke again. This simple sentence caused Xianxia to feel boundless killing intent and killing intent. It was as if the surroundings were a battlefield and he was about to step into it. His heart was burning with battle intent and killing intent. It seems that Master is going to give me a test. Xianxia thought to himself. The demonic Dao sect had never been a closed-door sect. Adventuring outside was a common occurrence. You becoming my disciple is both a good and a bad thing for you. The good thing is that you have obtained my protection, and everything in the sect will be smooth. The bad thing is that without the cruel competition of ordinary disciples, the sword in your hand will become more and more blunt. Now, you will leave the Blood Demon Valley and go out to gain experience. Master will give you another mission. The Silent Blood Valley's master spoke solemnly, causing Xianxia to be unable to help but feel deep veneration, and he guessed exactly what sort of test his master would arrange for him. Needless to say, Xianxia was actually a little worried. His master had an eccentric temper and would definitely not act according to common sense. Investigate the cause of death of your 5th senior brother. The Silent Blood Valley Lord finished speaking. At this moment, the Silent Blood Valley Lord's blood-red eyes were extremely frightening. Xianxia, who was looking at him, felt as if he had entered a blood-red world. Yes. Xianxia could only accept it. If he could refuse, Xianxia really didn't want to accept this mission. 5th senior apprentice brother was a favorite disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. He was talented and could compete with the little devil king of the Demon King Valley, Shenji. 5th senior brother had died for no reason and not even the Silent Blood Valley Lord was able to investigate the cause. From this, it could be seen that not only was this mission difficult, it was also extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, Xianxia had no right to refute the Valley Master. Alright, go and prepare. We'll set off as soon as possible. After the silent Blood Valley Lord finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Little junior brother, let's go. Third senior brother Feng Wuxue brought Qinyu and Tu Zhixiang and left. This is the information related to your mission. Feng Wuxue took out a stack of papers. Inside were the personal information of Qinyu's fifth senior brother, as well as the mission that fifth senior brother had carried out, as well as the location of his death. Master's main goal is to let you go out to train. This mission is just incidental. Even if you can't complete it, you don't have to worry too much about it. Feng Wuxue said in an extremely amiable manner. That's right. Even Master couldn't find anything, so it's normal that you couldn't. Tu Zhixiang bluntly attacked Qinyu. Zhixiang, when can you control that mouth of yours? Feng Wuxue shook his head and slightly reprimanded her. After he finished speaking, he took out a black scale armor from his storage space. There was a sinister snake pattern on it, and it emitted a terrifying demonic intent. This is my spoil of war. Since junior brother is out to train, I'll give it to you to protect yourself. Feng Wuxue said with a smile. Qinyu didn't stand on ceremony. After taking the scale armor, he began to size it up. It was a superior grade spiritual weapon, which was very suitable for the cultivation technique that Qinyu cultivated. Qinyu originally had a superior grade defensive inner armor, which was a spoil of war from Feng Yanyu. However, the attribute of the inner armor did not match the cultivation technique that Qinyu cultivated, so its defensive power was somewhat limited. Thank you, third senior brother. After thanking him, Qinyu looked at fourth senior sister Tu Zhixiang with a smile, as if saying, you know what I mean. You're getting bolder. You even dare to extort your senior sister? Tu Zhixiang threatened angrily, but she still took out an item from her storage bag. It was a long blood-colored needle that was as thick as a hair and as long as a finger. Sky silkworm blood needle. Zhixiang, you're really generous. You only have 4 of them left, right? Feng Wuxue glanced sideways. The sky silkworm blood needle is a treasure refined from the silk of a sacred beast, the sky silkworm, together with a special blood Dao secret technique. It has an extremely strong penetrative power and contains a lethal poison. Once it enters a person's body, it will fuse into the blood. If an early-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator is struck by it, they'll definitely die. Tu Zhixiang introduced in detail, occasionally gloating and occasionally reluctant. If an ordinary early-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator were to be struck by it, they would definitely die, even if they were facing an early-stage or mid-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator. The sky silkworm blood needle would be able to injure them. Thank you, senior sister. After hearing Tu Zhixiang's description, Qinyu's mouth opened slightly and he received the needle with a smile. Initially, Qinyu thought that fourth senior sister would be very stingy. He didn't expect that the item that she gave to Qinyu was almost the same value as third senior brother's scale armor. However, third senior brother's cultivation was much higher than fourth senior sister's. To third senior brother, that superior grade spirit artifact wasn't anything precious. But to Tu Zhixiang, the sky silkworm blood needle was a very important means of attack. Be careful, don't hurt yourself, Tu Zhixiang shouted. Qinyu's palms trembled slightly. After hearing what Tu Zhixiang had said, he was really a little nervous. The sky silkworm blood needle could almost instantly kill an early-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator. If he was careless and was scratched by this needle, would he still be alive? Alright, go and get ready, and then set off, Feng Wuxue said. After bidding farewell to his senior brothers and sisters, Qinyu returned to his residence. He had been in the Blood Demon Valley for more than half a year, and nothing major had happened. Qinyu was making steady progress in all aspects. Indeed, it was as his master had said. In the Blood Demon Valley, Qinyu was living a rather comfortable life. Although he had enemies, these enemies didn't dare to make a move on Qinyu. Originally, after cultivating in the Blood Demon Valley for another 2 or 3 months, Qinyu was confident that he could break through to the half-step Void Sea Realm. Now that he had to leave, Qinyu still had the Grade 8 Void Sea Holy Liquid, and he was still confident that he could break through to the half-step Void Sea Realm in a short time. It's been nearly 2 years since I came to the Great Cosmos Realm, but I've only been to a small part of the southern region. It's time to go out and see the wider world. Qinyu left the courtyard and was ready to set off. As he passed through the outer valley, Qinyu went to see the Yang family and Shi Wuwei, and told them about the matter. After all, Qinyu didn't know how long this trip would last. Because of Qinyu, Yang Fengho, and the other Yang family members who worked as odd job servants in the Black Demon Valley were living quite well. Among them, Yang Yuhuan had passed the test a month ago and entered the outer valley. The place where fifth senior brother died. Jade Bay. Qinyu went to the teleportation hall. Through the teleportation array, Qinyu could be teleported to any cultivation spiritual hall within the Black Demon Valley. Jade Bay was located in the southernmost part of the southern region, close to the Endless Sea. There, humans and demons lived together, and it was relatively chaotic. Therefore, after Qinyu teleported to the edge of the Black Demon Valley, he still had to travel for a while before he could reach Jade Bay. Buzz, Qinyu's figure gradually disappeared in a layer of dazzling silver light. Just then, a figure scurried over from not far away. "Master, may I ask where that person just now was teleported to?" With that, the ordinary Outer Valley disciple handed over a storage bag. In a courtyard on a cliff in the Demon King's Valley, several Chinese people gathered together. "Qinyu has left the Black Demon Valley," a short-haired woman said in a low voice that seemed to contain endless resentment and anger. She was the Chinese female genius whose leg had been crippled by Qinyu. He Qing's Cultivation Spiritual Hall is at the edge of the Black Demon Valley. Where is he going? Hua Dufeng rubbed his chin in thought. Who cares where he's going? Do you think he can reach his destination with me personally? Hua Rong suddenly stood up with a sinister smile. But suddenly, Hua Rong's expression changed slightly as he looked outside the house. Who's visiting? The breathing of the rest of the people in the house quickened. Did someone discover their plot? Why? Does Brother Hua not welcome me? A clear and leisurely voice could be heard. Then, a handsome man walked in with a man and a woman. If Qinyu was here, he would have recognized the man and woman behind the handsome man. He had seen them before, and the man was Yu Lai. "You Guanxiong? What are you doing here?" Hua Rong's expression returned to normal as he asked calmly. "I'm here to lend Brother Hua a hand." The handsome man, Yu Guanxiong, smiled. "No need," Hua Rong said confidently. He had heard that the Yu clan and Qinyu had quite a bit of conflict. But to deal with a junior at the peak of the returning Yuan realm, he did not need anyone's help. He wanted to chop off Qinyu's head with his own hands. "I think Brother Hua definitely doesn't know one thing." Yu Guanxiong smiled mysteriously. During the Stone Cloud World's trial, Qinyu had once killed a Void Sea Realm Shi clan's honor. Although that Shi clan's honor was injured, it wasn't that easy to kill. Yu Lai stood out and said. As someone who had participated in the trial with Qinyu, his words were even more convincing. "Killed a honor before?" Hua Rong glanced sideways. The rest of the Chinese, including Hua Dufeng and the short-haired woman, were all dumbfounded. Hua Dufeng was the most outstanding prodigy of this generation of the Chinese, but he could only exchange a few moves with a Void Sea Realm honor. He had never thought of killing an honor by himself. That's right. Does Brother Hua still need my help now? Yu Guanxiong revealed a charming smile. Ha ha ha, Brother Yu, it's a pleasure working with you. Hua Rong reached out his hand and shook Yu Guanxiong's. If Qinyu had really killed the injured Shi clan honor, then even if Hua Rong personally made a move, he might still fail. Therefore, Hua Rong naturally accepted the help of the Inner Valley disciple, Yu Guanxiong. A peak of the returning Yuan realm, to be able to make Brother Yu and I, who are both Void Sea Realm experts, take action. He died a worthy death. After arriving at the Clear River Cultivation Spiritual Hall in the south through the teleportation array of the Black Demon Valley, Qinyu embarked on his journey to the Blue Water Bay. The Blue Water Bay was the border between the Endless Sea Realm and the southern region, where a large number of humans and demons lived. It was said that if one flew south along the Blue Water Bay, they would reach the ruling force of the Endless Sea Realm, the Nine Dragons Sacred Hall. However, there were 9 sacred halls in the entire Endless Sea Realm, and that was only one of them. Swoosh, a month later, Qinyu flew across the sky on a black feathered eagle. This was a flying spiritual pet that he had bought before he went out. Its average speed was at the peak of the middle stage of the returning Yuan realm. Jinyu spread out the map and drew on it with his finger. My current position is in the Three Rivers area, less than 3 days away from the Blue Water Bay. After putting away the map, Jinyu took out the information given by his third senior brother and studied it again. Jinyu's fifth senior brother had been tracking down traders all the way to the distant Blue Water Bay, where he later died. Because the Blue Water Bay was far from the Black Demon Valley, and because it was the border between the Endless Sea Realm and the mainland, it was difficult to investigate because the human race and the demon race lived together. Jinyu checked the information several times and felt that the possibility of finding out the cause of his fifth senior brother's death was very slim. I hope it's his fourth senior sister said. Master's main purpose is to let me come out to gain experience, and finding out the cause of fifth senior brother's death is just along the way. Jinyu put the information into the storage space. Suddenly, a powerful and ferocious aura surged in front of him. Boom, a beam of intertwined black and blue water light shot into the sky in an extremely fierce manner. Jinyu's black-feathered eagle was so frightened that it immediately screeched and its feathers stood up. Jinyu did not expect that someone would suddenly attack him. It was too late to block, and the black-feathered eagle's cultivation was not high, so it could not dodge in time. Swoosh, Jinyu leaped into the air and dodged the incoming attack. But the black-feathered eagle was hit by the black and blue water light, and blood instantly blossomed. Kaka, little guy, how dare you ride a flying spirit pet and fly over the heads of us, the ghost Fong Three Evils? Are you blind? A strange laugh came from below. Jinyu looked down and saw 3 men. The man in the lead had glossy black skin and brown eyes. When he laughed, he revealed sharp teeth. This is the demon race? Jinyu stared at the dark-skinned man in surprise. After all, this was Jinyu's first time encountering a demon. The 2 people beside the dark-skinned man were both humans. Kid, hand over all the money you have on you. We, the Ghost T3 Evils, are not people who kill cleanly. We can spare your life. At this time, one of the bald men looked at Jinyu with a mischievous smile. In reality, the Ghost Fong Three Evils were famous for their ruthlessness in this area. However, the fact that they were able to run amok for 10 years and remain unscathed meant that they had a certain level of wisdom and judgment. The man in front of them looked way too young, and he didn't show any signs of fear when facing the Ghost Fong Three Evils. Therefore, the Ghost Fong Three Evils didn't kill him immediately, but probed him first. Hee, you killed my flying spirit pet. If you hand over all the money you have, I can spare your lives. Jinyu sneered as he looked down from his vantage point, assuming the posture of a powerhouse. Hearing this, the Ghost Fong Three Evils' expressions changed, and a strong evil aura shot into the sky. What did you say, little bastard? The bald man's eyes narrowed, and cold murderous intent flashed in them. Jinyu was obviously using her words to threaten them, and he was even more domineering. I want to see who will be lying on the ground like a dog. At this time, the leader of the Ghost Fong Three Evils, the dark-skinned man, spoke in a hoarse and blurry voice. Boom, the leader of the Ghost Fong Three Evils jumped out with a 9-ringed blade in his hand. Boss, don't be too ruthless. Take his life. We must make him lie on the ground and bark like a dog. The other man snickered. Evil Fong Ghost Slash. The leader of the Ghost Fong Three Evils snorted and used a killing move. His cultivation base was at the half-step empty sea realm. This slash was incomparably ferocious. A ball of dark blue watery light, like the sharp teeth of a fierce beast, pierced forward. Buzz, Jinyu's arm released a black luster, and a ball of demonic true yuan circled around it as he punched out. Jinyu's fist seemed extremely weak compared to the ferocious attack of the Ghost Fong Three Evils. But the moment the two collided, a powerful force burst out from Jinyu's fist. Bang, with a thunderous sound, the attack of the leader of the Ghost Fong Three Evils was shattered by Jinyu's fist. Jinyu floated in the air, and his pitch-black arm didn't have any injuries. The leader of the Ghost Fong Three Evils was stunned, and his face was full of shock. This peak late-stage returning Origin Realm human was actually able to go against him. It seemed like he was an elite genius from some major faction or clan. Although killing such a person would definitely cause a lot of trouble, it was not a big deal. But the Ghost Fong Three Evils were always walking on the edge of a knife. Why would they be afraid? And Jinyu was born in a major clan, so he must have a lot of treasures. So So, the two underlings of the leader were both peak late-stage returning origin realm. They seemed to have received orders from the leader and immediately leaped out, flanking Qinyu. The Ghost Feng three evils surrounded Qinyu in a triangular formation. Hee, young man, the outside world isn't like the pampered life in the clan. You are too arrogant. Today, we, the Ghost Feng three evils, will teach you a lesson. The leader of the Ghost Feng three evils laughed evilly and licked his lips with his slender tongue. However, the three evils noticed that Qinyu still had a calm expression on his face. He didn't seem nervous at all. Could it be that this kid had some powerful trump card? Otherwise, why would he be so fearless when facing the Ghost Feng three evils? Right at this moment, the Ghost Feng three evils felt an extremely powerful chi wave coming from not far away. The heaven and earth energy in the surroundings started to tremble. This is a Void Sea Realm supremacy. The leader of the Ghost Feng three evils shivered. His other two underlings were so scared that their faces turned pale. Could it be that Qinyu's trump card was this Void Sea Realm supremacy that was secretly protecting him? Once Qinyu was in danger, this supremacy would make a move. Qinyu was confused. He scanned with his spiritual sense and his face changed. Behind him, two men and a woman were rushing over. The leader was a handsome man. Qinyu didn't recognize him, but he had a powerful chi presence that was stirring the heaven and earth energy. He was undoubtedly at the Void Sea Realm. Qinyu had seen the man and woman at the back during the valley entrance exam. That man was Yu Lai. Qinyu already had conflicts with the Yu clan. Before entering the valley, there was an elder of the Yu clan who wanted to take him as a disciple. It was obvious that he wanted to harm Qinyu. It was definitely not a coincidence that the three from the Yu clan suddenly appeared here. Whoosh, the chi in Qinyu's body exploded, and he escaped from the Ghost Feng three evils. The Yu clan must have come prepared, so Qinyu didn't plan to fight them head-on. Escaped? The Ghost Feng three evils were stunned. Could it be that the three who suddenly appeared, including Supremacy Kong Hai, weren't Qinyu's companions? You don't know? The leader of the three is called Xianxia Zun. This person is licentious and obsessed with men. He likes male slaves, especially strong men of the Yao clan. I escaped from him. I didn't expect them to chase me. Qinyu rolled his eyes and said with a panicked expression. But he was smirking in his heart. Likes male slaves? The Ghost Feng three evils had goosebumps when they heard this. Especially strong men of the Yao clan. The eldest Ghost Feng shuddered, and he couldn't help but clamp his legs together. There were many strange things in the world. Some evil cultivators and demonic cultivators had strange hobbies. Some were born with them, and some were caused by cultivating evil techniques. The eldest Ghost Feng knew of 3 experts with such hobbies near the clear water bay. He didn't expect to meet another one today. Looking back, he saw that the 3 behind him did not look friendly, and they all had evil smiles on their faces. Run. No matter what, running was definitely the right thing to do. Once he was caught by the Xianxia Zun, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, the Ghost Feng 3 evils looked at Qinyu with pity. Brother, you've really suffered. The eldest Ghost Feng said hesitantly. Qinyu didn't understand what he meant at first, but he soon understood. He was a little embarrassed, but he didn't bother to explain. When Yu Lai saw Qinyu, he couldn't help but laugh. However, there were 3 more people beside Qinyu, and one of them was a half-step Void Sea Realm cultivator. Brother Guangxiong, Qinyu is with others, and one of them is a half-step Void Sea Realm cultivator. Yu Lai's face darkened. Humph, send a message to Huarong and the others. Yu Guangxiong snorted. Qinyu had killed an injured Void Sea Realm cultivator in the Stone Cloud Realm. Now that he had reinforcements, it would be difficult to kill Qinyu. Yu Guangxiong didn't do things that he wasn't confident in. Since he had started this operation, he definitely wouldn't let Qinyu live. Yu Lai immediately took out a message talisman from his storage bag, and after inputting the information, he activated it. In the next moment, the message talisman turned into a white streak of light, leaped to the right, and disappeared into the void. Chase after them. Let's test their relationship with Qinyu first. Yu Guangxiong said. Perhaps those 3 were just strangers who met Qinyu by chance. If that was the case, things would be easier. Swoosh, as a Void Sea Realm cultivator, Yu Guangxiong's speed was extremely fast. He flew at the front and quickly closed in on Qinyu and the Ghost Fong Three Evils. Their target is indeed me. Qinyu nodded. He took out the Golden Phoenix Wing, and his speed instantly increased by 60%, leaving the Ghost Fong Three Evils behind. When the eldest Ghost Fong saw that Qinyu's speed instantly surpassed him with this treasure, and the Flower Evil Sovereign was closing in on him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Brother, don't go. We only have a chance of survival if we work together. The eldest Ghost Fong immediately shouted. Don't leave us behind. The other two also cried out in panic and fear. Behind, Yu Guangxiong's heart sank when he heard the Ghost Fong Three Evils and Qinyu calling each other brothers. As for Qinyu, after thinking for a while, he made a decision. Okay, if we work together, we might be able to stop the Flower Evil Sovereign. Qinyu looked like he was filled with hatred and gritted his teeth. When the Ghost Fong Three Evils saw this, they felt their hair stand on end. They couldn't imagine what kind of humiliation Qinyu had suffered at the hands of the Flower Evil Sovereign. Flower Evil Sovereign? Yu Guangxiong's expression was cold. He didn't understand what these people were talking about. Qinyu, just give up. Yu Guangxiong's handsome face revealed a cold smile. The three evils sized up Yu Guangxiong. Although he was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, they couldn't bear to become a male slave for someone else to play with. That's impossible. Even if I die, I won't let you take me back. Qinyu said angrily. From Qinyu's expression and the decisiveness in his words, the three evils could imagine how terrifying Evil Sovereign Hua was. Evil Sovereign Hua, if you let us go, we'll forget about what happened today. Otherwise, we'll resist to the end. The three evils gritted their teeth. Evil Sovereign Hua? Yu Guangxiong's eyelids drooped as he pondered. Why did these people call him Evil Sovereign Hua? Qinyu felt that it wasn't appropriate to talk too much in such a situation. Otherwise, he would definitely be exposed. Therefore, he put on an angry look and yelled, "Don't talk to him. His desire is beyond your imagination. He won't let us go." Buzz, activating the mysterious pattern demonic body, Qinyu took out the Demon Dragon Sword and attacked Yu Guangxiong. The dark and violent sword wave was about to pierce Yu Guangxiong's body. Boom, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from Yu Guangxiong's body and connected with heaven and earth. Suddenly, 100 feet around Yu Guangxiong burned with black flames. The black flames gathered toward Qinyu's sword. The two intertwined. After a while, Qinyu's sword was dissolved by Yu Guangxiong. Then, Qinyu's second and third sword attacks descended, each more powerful than the last. As a Void Sea Venerable, Yu Guangxiong wasn't someone who wouldn't fight back. He waved his hand, and a black curved short sword appeared in the air like a small black snake. Swoosh, the black short sword carried a black flame and flew toward Qinyu. Help me, or we'll all be dead. Qinyu immediately yelled. In fact, with his strength, he could also block this sword. However, Qinyu's goal was to prevent Yu Guangxiong and the three evils from making a move as soon as possible. He didn't want them to communicate too much, lest Qinyu's lies be exposed. Boom, the eldest evil ghost raised his 9-ringed saber and slashed out a huge black-blue water-like saber energy. Boom, Yu Guangxiong's black dagger spun and created a layer of black flames, slowly disintegrating the black and blue water saber aura. At this moment, Qinyu's attack descended. If Qinyu and the evil ghost boss worked together, they would be able to compete with Yu Guangxiong at this stage. Next to Yu Guangxiong were Yu Lai and another woman, both of whom were half a step into the empty sea realm. The two underlings of the evil ghost boss were only at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. Those from the Yu clan who could enter the Black Demon Valley were all extremely powerful. Yu Lai and that woman had almost crushed the two subordinates of the boss. In reality, Yu Guangxiong did not use his full strength. In his heart, he had an extremely high evaluation of Qinyu's strength. However, the strength that Qinyu had shown now was far from what he had expected. Facing his pursuit, he actually did not use his full strength. What was Qinyu thinking? Retreat. Seeing this, the evil ghost boss immediately shouted. The enemy was too strong, and the four of them could not fight head-on. They could only fight and retreat. You guys, don't think of going anywhere. Yu Guangxiong shouted coldly. He did not care why Qinyu was hiding his strength and did not use his full strength. Yu Guangxiong only knew that he must not let Qinyu leave. Otherwise, when Qinyu returned to the Blood Demon Valley, Yu Guangxiong and the others would have a hard time. When doing things, one had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. These people who witnessed him pursuing Qinyu must also die. Go. Yu Guangxiong took out an item from his storage bag and threw it into the air. It was a black metal net. After Yu Guangxiong threw it, it rapidly expanded, covering a radius of more than 200 zhang. Under this net, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of panic and fear. High-grade king treasure, demon subduing net. Seeing this scene, Boss Guiye's body suddenly trembled. Once trapped by the demon subduing net, the true yuan released would immediately be absorbed by the spirit treasure, and one would lose the ability to resist. As expected, the Yu tribe was prepared. Qinyu stared at the huge black metal net in the sky. Once trapped by the demon subduing net, even if Qinyu used all his methods, it would be very difficult to escape from the high-grade king treasure. The Yu tribe would definitely not come unprepared when they came to kill him. If this matter were to spread to the Blood Demon Valley, the Silent Blood Valley Master would definitely not let them off. Therefore, once he attacked, he could not afford to fail. After knowing Yu Guangxiong's methods, Qinyu's speed increased again. The golden wings on his back flapped out a stream of golden flames. Using the demonic dragon Imperial Shadow, Qinyu's speed increased to its maximum. At this moment, Yu Lai and the other woman's attacks descended. Qinyu immediately activated his second demonic pattern and used his demonic scales to easily block the attack. Swish, Qinyu left a trail of golden flames in the sky as he flew out of the demon-subduing net's range. Cloud-devouring demonic fist, Qinyu activated his fourth demonic pattern. His left arm was wrapped by the black demonic pattern as he punched out fiercely. At the same time, Qinyu infused the power of the blood-glazed flame into his fist. In the sky, an incomparably huge black and red fist charged towards Yu Guangxiong. Blood-glazed flame? Yu Guangxiong could feel the special flame power in Qinyu's attack. At the same time, through this punch of Qinyu's, he could tell that Qinyu had finally used his true abilities. Swish, Yu Guangxiong controlled his black short sword and swept it up with a monstrous black flame. Boom, demonic light exploded, and black and red flames swept in all directions. In the sky, the demon-subduing net enveloped Qinyu and the others, controlling two high-quality spirit artifacts at the same time. Seeing this scene, the eldest ghost Feng was shocked. This evil sovereign Hua was much stronger than the ordinary Void Sea Realm sovereigns he had seen before. Seeing the demon-subduing net enveloping them, the ghost Feng three evils couldn't dodge. Damn it! Feeling the danger of death, the eldest ghost Feng cut his finger and used his blood to draw a strange pattern on his chest. In the next instant, the pattern ignited with black flames. The eldest ghost Feng endured the pain and screamed a few times. Powerful True Yuan burst forth from his body. His combat ability had increased by 50 to 60%, especially in terms of speed. Swish, the eldest ghost Feng turned into a black flame and instantly flew into the distance. Boss! Seeing their boss escape, the two subordinates screamed in fear. At this moment, the demon-subduing net descended. The moment they were enveloped by the net, the two subordinates were entangled by hundreds of black wires and bound to the demon-subduing net. On the other side, after using the cloud-swallowing demonic fist, Qinyu had already retreated. Facing the three experts of the Yu clan, it was difficult for him to win. Especially since Yu Guangxiong was strong and had a spirit artifact like the demon-subduing net. Qinyu's cultivation was about to break through to the half-step Void Sea Realm. After that, he would have a greater chance of winning. Swish, like a golden phoenix, Qinyu instantly disappeared from the world. With the golden phoenix wings and the increased speed of his heart, Qinyu's explosive speed was comparable to a Void Sea Realm. Boom, the blood flames and demonic wind dissipated. The two subordinates of the eldest ghost Feng three evils struggled on the demon-subduing net, but it was useless. Brother Guangxiong, Qinyu ran away. Yu Lai immediately said, a hint of panic in his expression. Humph, this kid actually has such speed. It seems like he relied on his speed to kill the Stone Race Sovereign. Yu Guangxiong thought. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the demon-subduing net brought the two men to Yu Guanxiong's side. Lord Xianxia, please let us go. The two of us are too ugly. We're not suitable to serve you. The two subordinates of the eldest ghost Feng Three Evils begged for mercy. Hearing their words, the three from the Yu clan had strange expressions. Yu Guanxiong asked, "Why do you call me Xianxia?" Next, the three from the Yu clan learned the reason from the two men. It turned out that Qin Yu had made up a story so that the three evils of Black Tooth would fight with him. In reality, the three evils of Black Tooth had been enemies with Qin Yu from the start. When they heard about Xianxia, Yu Lai and the other woman held back their laughter and didn't say anything. Yu Guanxiong floated quietly in the air, his face dark. The heaven-earth yuan qi around him trembled violently. Ah! Screams rang out as the two men in the demon-subduing net were ground into mincemeat by countless metal wires. Qin Yu, I will capture you and use the demon-subduing net to grind you into mincemeat. Yu Guanxiong's voice was filled with killing intent. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, three figures flew over. The leader was the Chinese Hua Rong. The other two were the Chinese genius, Hua Dufeng, and the short-haired woman whose leg had been broken by Qin Yu. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air, and the ground was a mess of flesh and blood. Brother Guanxiong, good move. Qin Yu died just like that. How pitiful. Hua Rong said with a smile. Yu Guanxiong frowned and let out a breath. Someone is causing trouble. That kid has escaped. Brother Yu, you're not here to cause trouble, are you? Do you know what will happen to us if Qin Yu returns to the sect alive? Hua Rong's face darkened as he said coldly. Let's move. We can't let him return to the sect. But where did Qin Yu go? If we can find out his destination, we can move together and kill him. Hua Dufeng and the short-haired woman said. Do you know where the fifth disciple of the Silent Blood Valley died? Yu Guanxiong's face was cold as he suddenly asked. On the other side, Qin Yu was advancing at full speed, changing directions many times along the way. At this moment, he was very close to Jade Water Bay. There were many rogue cultivators here, and many of them were experts. Along the way, Qin Yu sensed the auras of two empty Sea Realm venerables. In this chaotic environment, it was not easy for Yu Guanxiong and the others to quickly track him down. Yu clan, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Qin Yu snorted. He was determined to break through to the half-step empty sea realm as soon as possible, and then take revenge. 2 days later, Qin Yu arrived at Jade Water Bay. This was an incomparably large fjord, and there were many forces of various sizes. Humans and demons coexisted here, and he could occasionally see fights along the way. On one occasion, Qin Yu saw a demon kill a human girl, and no one questioned him. Looks like this place is not just a simple mess. Qin Yu sighed. Jade Water Bay was a perfect example of the law of the jungle, and the strong ruled. Right, there are many demons here. There must be form transformation elixirs. Qin Yu suddenly thought of something. The Scarlet Flame King had reminded Qin Yu that if he encountered form transformation elixirs, he should get them. It wasn't easy for demons to transform into human form. The form transformation pill was one of them. After consuming the pill, there was a chance of gaining the ability to transform into human form. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the chance. In other parts of the southern region, there were very few form transformation pills, and very few alchemists would refine form transformation pills when they had nothing better to do. However, in the coastal areas, form transformation pills were very popular, and every time they appeared, they would be snatched up. Just as Qin Yu was pondering where to get his hands on the form transformation pill. In a corner, a few ferocious-looking cultivators swept their gazes across the crowd and finally fixed their eyes on Qin Yu. An unfamiliar face. This kid doesn't look old, but his cultivation isn't bad. His aura is restrained. He should be a genius from some big family or sect. A man with a scar on his face glanced at Qin Yu and said cautiously. Why, are you afraid? The other fat man let out an evil laugh. Hee hee, these geniuses from big families or sect might be strong, but when it comes to a real fight, strength doesn't mean you can survive until the end. Who knows how many geniuses like him die in Clearwater Bay every year? Haven't you heard? A few days ago, a peerless genius from a 3-5-star sect died here. Even a star condensation realm monarch couldn't find anything after investigating it personally. The man with the scar licked his lips and his eyes were filled with excitement and greed. I've heard about it too. The other person said with a slightly proud expression. So what if he was a genius from a big sect? Since he was in Clearwater Bay, he had to follow the rules here. Otherwise, he might lose his life. Furthermore, even a star condensation realm monarch couldn't find anything. Every time this matter was mentioned, the cultivators of Clearwater Bay would feel proud and look down on the geniuses from big families. Apart from these few people, there were many people nearby who were sizing up Xianxia with different expressions. In Clearwater Bay, outsiders could easily be targeted by evil cultivators and demonic cultivators. An outsider like Xianxia who came alone was even rarer. In the eyes of the people around him, he was simply a stupid fat sheep that had walked right into the trap of a pack of wolves. Young man, I can tell that this is your first time coming to Clearwater Bay, right? Suddenly, 4 men with unfriendly expressions walked over. Among them, the knife-scarred man spoke in an old-fashioned manner. That's right, what can I do for you? Xianxia asked calmly. Hee, this Clearwater Bay is not the place you used to live. This place is very chaotic. Some evil cultivators and bullies specifically target outsiders like you. I saw quite a few evil cultivators staring at you just now. The other fatty pretended to be kind and reminded Xianxia. Xianxia stared at the fatty and said with a smile, like you guys? The faces of the 4 people immediately turned gloomy, revealing ferocious gazes. The fatty laughed evilly, ha ha ha, kid, it seems that you don't know the rules of Clearwater Bay. If you give us a generous gift and follow us for a few days, I guarantee that nothing will happen. Otherwise, it will be a problem if you can even see the sun tomorrow. Kid, you might not know this, but a few years ago, there was an outsider like you who was a genius venerable from a 3-5-star force. He had the same temper as you, but in the end, he still died mysteriously. The knife-scarred man sneered and threatened. Xianxia's eyes flickered imperceptibly, and he thought to himself, the genius venerable that these people are talking about is 5th senior brother. He felt that this matter seemed to be known by everyone in Clearwater Bay. Since that was the case, Xianxia could only investigate in secret. Otherwise, not to mention finding out the cause of 5th senior brother's death, he would probably lose his life before he could find any clues. When the knife-scarred man and the others saw that Xianxia was stunned and did not say a word, they were instantly enraged. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson and let you know that you have to keep a low profile since you're here at Clearwater Bay. The fatty's face turned cold, and he stretched out his thick arm to grab Xianxia. The others stood where they were and watched the show with a sneer. Outsiders usually had a temper at the start, and they would be fine after a beating. Seeing that the fatty was about to grab Xianxia, Xianxia suddenly stretched out his palm. Bang! The moment the 2 hands collided, a powerful quintessential origin aura swept out in all directions. What? The fatty was shocked. It was as if his arm had hit steel, and he could not move it at all. He was about to circulate his quintessential origin to send Xianxia flying with a palm strike. However, Xianxia's palm suddenly grabbed his hand like a steel clamp. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking and the fatty's miserable scream were heard, and blood splattered from his palm. What? Old pig! The knife-scarred man was shocked when he saw this scene, and he took out a large saber from his storage space. The other 2 also made their moves. Get lost! Xianxia coldly snorted. His other hand revolved the true origin of the devil patterns. With a fierce wave, an incomparably powerful black gale whizzed out. Boom! Boom! 2 of them were sent flying and fell on the ground, vomiting blood. A few of their bones were broken, and one of them fainted. The knife-scarred man was slightly stronger, and his cultivation was at the half-step empty sea realm. He was only sent flying by a single attack from Xianxia. His arms were numb, and the blood in his body was boiling. Seeing this scene, the knife-scarred man's eyes widened, and he took a deep breath. This kid in front of him was only at the peak of late-stage returning origin realm, but he was able to send him flying with a single attack, and sent 2 other cultivators of the same level flying. How powerful was this? Many cultivators who were watching the show or staring at Xianxia were shocked. They didn't expect an outsider like Qinyu to be so powerful and domineering. "Spare me, big brother, spare me senior." The fat fatty immediately cried out. Originally, he was going to resist, but seeing the knife-scarred man, who was at the half-step empty sea realm, being sent flying by Qinyu, he immediately put away the thought. "Let me ask you, where can I get form transformation elixir?" Qinyu said coldly. "Form transformation elixir? Oh right. Half a month later, the ancient Yan Trade Union will hold a small auction, and it is said that many form transformation elixir will be auctioned." The fatty immediately said as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Get lost." Qinyu waved his arm, and the fatty's huge body rolled out. Immediately, Qinyu swaggered away under the crowd's gaze. "Damn it, I actually met a tough opponent, my hand," the fat man wailed and screamed in agony. Let's go find the boss, we must ask him to avenge us, otherwise how are we going to survive in the future?" Another man clutched his chest, his face pale. Those who could survive in Blue Water Bay were basically in groups of 3 to 5, forming cliques. Only a few extremely powerful and eccentric people lived alone. "Look, it seems that there are more outsiders." The knife-scarred man narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. But in the next moment, he dispelled the idea. This time, there were a total of 6 outsiders who came to Blue Water Bay. Under such circumstances, few people would go looking for trouble. And as the 6 people approached, a terrifying pressure spread out, the heaven and earth yuan qi also danced. For a moment, the surrounding wind and clouds rose. "Venerable Kong Hai." The knife-scarred man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Many people nearby also avoided them. Although they were outsiders, there were many of them, including Venerable Kong Hai. Who would go looking for trouble with Venerable Kong Hai for no reason? "Brother Yu, are you sure that Qinyu is here?" Hua Rong looked around and found that it was extremely chaotic, there was no order, and there were not many good people. Yu Guanxiong's expression was calm, his eyes swept across and fell on a knife-scarred man. Yu Guanxiong stretched out his claw, and a strong whirlwind of black flame swept up. The knife-scarred man suddenly felt a great force of heaven and earth crushing over, causing his entire body to freeze, and it was extremely oppressive. At this moment, a strong suction force descended, and his body was uncontrollably pulled towards the outsider, Venerable Kong Hai. Although the knife-scarred man could resist, the consequences of angering Venerable Kong Hai was not something he could bear. Therefore, the knife-scarred man followed the suction force and came to Yu Guanxiong's side. "I have something to ask you, have you seen a young man wearing a black and red robe?" Yu Guanxiong asked coldly as he described Qinyu's appearance to him. The knife-scarred man was initially depressed, as his luck was extremely bad today. He was tricked by a kid pretending to be weak, and a venerable of the Void Sea realm came looking for him. However, when the knife-scarred man heard that the person they were looking for was the same as Qinyu, he immediately said, "That kid just came here." Yu Guanxiong looked at Hua Rong, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. "I was right, Qinyu is here." "What is he doing here? Tell me everything you know." Hua Rong immediately shouted. "That kid asked us about the form transformation pellet," the fatty took the initiative to confess. A while later. "What day is it today? Why is he so unlucky? From now on, I'll stay at home and not come out." The knife-scarred man, the fatty, and the rest left. "Let's go, we'll bury Qinyu in this Clearwater Bay. When he dies and sees Huan Qing, he might know the cause of his 5th senior brother's death, hee. Yu Guanxiong sneered and floated away. "What does Qinyu want the form transformation pellet for?" Yu Lai was very confused. "Who knows, in half a month, the Clearwater Bay's ancient Yang Chamber of Commerce will auction the form transformation pellet. That kid might not know that we've tracked him here. If we investigate in secret, we'll be like a turtle in a jar." The few of them slowly descended and discussed their strategy as they walked. In a medicine shop, the eldest Gueye was about to walk out when he suddenly saw 3 familiar figures. His legs immediately trembled, and his face was filled with fear and indignation. "Hua Xiazun. Gueye, what's wrong? Why are you so scared?" A man beside him asked curiously. This time only Gueye returned from the Gueye 3 Evils expedition. His other 2 brothers died tragically, and as a good friend, he was very curious about what happened to Gueye. It's him, Xianxia. He captured my two brothers. This person is licentious, obsessed with men, and likes male slaves. Guaya immediately transmitted his voice. What? The expression of the man beside him changed drastically. This kind of evil person, he must definitely inform his brothers, lest they accidentally offend Xianxia. A few days later, the name Xianxia spread throughout Clearwater Bay. There was still half a month before the auction of the ancient Yang Chamber of Commerce. Xinyu settled down in a restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with people, and it was easy to inquire about all kinds of news. Xinyu had originally hoped to find out about the death of his fifth senior brother, Huanqing. However, he did not expect that the people in the restaurant were all talking about a human called Evil Sovereign these days. The people present were all notorious evil people and demon cultivators, but when they talked about Evil Flower, their faces were full of panic and solemnity. It seems that the Yu clan has also chased me here. After confirming this, Xinyu often sat in the restaurant, ordered a pot of wine, and sat for a whole day. There were all kinds of people coming and going, and after eating and drinking, they would chat and exchange information. Xinyu also obtained a lot of useful information. Evil Flower. A total of 6 people. 2 Venerable Konghai. Back then, Xinyu encountered a total of 3 people, one of which was Venerable Konghai, and now it seemed that there were 3 enemies that he did not know. Should I go to the auction in 10 days? Xinyu asked himself. Yu Guanxiong and the others were searching for his traces, and once Xinyu appeared at the auction, it was highly likely that he would be targeted. At that time, 6 people, including 2 Venerable Konghai, would besiege him, and even Xinyu would find it extremely difficult to escape. If the movement is too big, my identity as a disciple of Black Demon Valley will be exposed, and it will be even more difficult to find out the cause of 5th senior brother's death. Xinyu thought of this, feeling a little annoyed. Suddenly, he raised his eyes, and his gaze was filled with unswerving determination, and a wisp of a cold and fierce light flashed through them. Although there are many difficulties and obstacles at present, as long as my cultivation base advances another level, everything can be easily solved. Xinyu had an answer in his mind. Then he got up and left the restaurant under the cover of the night. Whoosh, Xinyu flew all the way, and very quickly, he left the central area of Clearwater Bay and arrived at a deserted area nearby. After temporarily opening up a simple cave residence, Xinyu summoned the Scarlet Flame King to protect him. Inside the cave, Xinyu sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. His cultivation was already extremely close to the half-step empty sea realm. Although it was a bit hasty to suddenly enter seclusion and attack, Xinyu was still very confident. Whoosh, Xinyu took out a cup of Konghai holy liquid from his interspatial dimension. During his days of cultivation in the Blood Demon Valley, Xinyu often consumed grade 8 Konghai holy liquid. There was less than 2/3 of the holy liquid left in the jade cup. Gulp, after Xinyu swallowed a big mouthful, he suddenly felt a refreshing torrent in his body, surging and flowing in all directions. He immediately activated the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Secret Pattern Record and used the powerful effect of the 8th grade Konghai Holy Liquid to expand his true essence lake. 2 hours later, Xinyu felt that the effects of the holy liquid in his body had disappeared, so he took another mouthful. A day later, an essence chi vortex formed at the place where Xinyu cultivated, absorbing the essence chi within a radius of 50 to 60 feet and pouring it into his body. At this time, Xinyu had already consumed all the grade 8 Konghai holy liquid. In the True Essence Lake, the demonic True Essence Lake seemed to have turned into a huge vortex, constantly rushing in all directions and expanding the size of the True Essence Lake. This can't go on, Xinyu thought. The grade 8 Konghai holy liquid had been consumed, but the expansion of the True Essence Lake in his body was still not enough. If he wanted to successfully break through to the half-step empty sea realm, he would need a longer time, and there might be accidents along the way. However, Xinyu had used up all the high-quality cultivation materials in his hands. Right, Earth Essence Crystal. Xinyu suddenly thought of a treasure he had obtained in the Stone Cloud world, the Earth Essence Crystal. This crystal could help cultivators break through to the empty sea realm, but it did not mean that it was completely useless at other times. The essence of the Earth Essence Crystal was to communicate with heaven and earth, sense the power of intent, and mobilize the essence chi of heaven and earth. It was also useful for Xinyu to break through to the half-step empty sea realm. Therefore, he took out an orange-yellow crystal the size of a futon and sat down on it. Buzz, through the earth essence crystal, Qianyu's mind consciousness seemed to merge with the earth, feeling a sense of stability and intimacy. Under such circumstances, it was very easy for Qianyu to mobilize the essence qi in the earth and absorb it into his body. As time continued to pass, Qianyu's mind consciousness through the earth essence crystal expanded the range of heaven and earth. His mind consciousness even came into contact with a trace of a mysterious power that existed on a deeper level between heaven and earth. When Qianyu suddenly observed the true essence lake, he found that it had unknowingly expanded by 20%, and he was getting closer and closer to the half-step empty sea realm. At this moment, Qianyu was on the verge of breaking through to the half-step empty sea realm. Through the earth essence crystal, Qianyu's mind consciousness stirred the essence qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles. Above his head, an essence qi vortex that was hundreds of feet wide churned and absorbed along with a shocking demonic intent. Dozens of miles away, a squad of 5 people suddenly stopped. This phenomenon, could it be that someone is breaking through to the empty sea realm? A monster in animal skin looked up and felt the amazing phenomenon, exclaiming inwardly, "It must be so. Only someone who is about to break through to the empty sea realm and comprehend the power of heaven and earth can mobilize such a large range of essence qi of heaven and earth." The other bald man had a slightly envious look on his face. He had reached the half-step empty sea realm for more than 10 years, and now he was not confident that he could break through to the empty sea realm. "Let's retreat, lest we disturb that lord. Otherwise, after he successfully breaks through, he will definitely kill us all." A less courageous person in the squad said. There were no good people in Clearwater Bay. If they disturbed someone else's breakthrough, the other party would not treat them kindly. "Old Five, you're too cowardly." The monster in animal skin glanced at him and snorted coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Brother, could it be that you want to?" The bald burly man looked at the monster in animal skin's expression and understood what the other party was thinking. His heart trembled slightly. That's right, this person is breaking through to the empty sea realm. This is his weakest moment. And this person might have elixirs for breaking through to the empty sea realm. If we can get our hands on them, we might have a chance to become Kong High Supreme in the future. The monster in animal skin calmly analyzed and couldn't help but become excited. Hearing this, the bald burly man, who had not made up his mind, suddenly became determined. "Let's go." The monster in animal skin and the bald burly man, 2 half-step empty sea realm experts, led the other 3 peak late-stage returning origin realm cultivators and quietly approached the huge energy whirlpool. Soon, they saw a fiery red ancient beast lying at the entrance of a cave. It's actually the ancient beast fire scale beast. The monster in animal skin revealed a strange light in his eyes and immediately said, "Baldy, later you restrain the fire scale beast, I will sneak attack the person in seclusion." "No problem." The bald burly man patted his chest. As long as they got rid of the master of this spiritual pet, the fire scale beast would be free. With the monster in animal skin's persuasion, they might be able to get the other party to join their team. After discussing the strategy, the 5-man squad immediately moved. Whoosh, the bald burly man led the other 3 and suddenly rushed towards the Red Flame King. "Get lost, little dolls, don't seek death." The Crimson Flame King stood up and shouted. Immediately after, flames surged out of his mouth and turned into a surging sea of flames. In an instant, the surrounding forest was burned to ashes. When the Red Flame King was in the Black Demon Valley, he had already broken through to the half-step empty sea realm. Right now, seeing these small fries, he had no intention to fight. Such a strong attack. The bald burly man was shocked. He didn't expect this fire scale beast to be so strong. He struck out with both palms and turned into a cold blue water light, rushing over. But the moment the water and fire met, the cold blue water light was swallowed, and bursts of smoke rose. The bald burly man and the other 3 minions immediately retreated. Because of the huge attack range of the Red Flame King, the monster in animal skin on the other side couldn't do anything and was secretly anxious. At this moment, the energy whirlpool in the sky began to gradually shrink. Damn, how can he break through to the empty sea realm so quickly? Seeing this, the foreign monster in animal skin's expression changed drastically, and his heart trembled violently. In fact, Qingyu was only breaking through to the half-step empty sea realm, and breaking through a small realm was very fast. Let's quickly join forces to get rid of this spiritual pet. Otherwise, when that person breaks through to the empty sea realm, we will all die here. The monster in animal skin shouted. Okay. The bald man looked anxious, and his figure rushed into the sky. Surrounded by blue water light, he turned into a huge blue palm print, and slammed down. On the other side, the foreign monster in animal skin took out a black spear, swung his arm, and threw it out. Chi, the spear glowed with a sinister cold light, dragged a pitch-black wind current, and with an ear-piercing screech, it charged toward the Red Flame King. The other three also used all their means, hoping to kill this spiritual pet as soon as possible and stop Qingyu from breaking through to the empty sea realm. You disturbed my afternoon nap, go to hell. Seeing that these people still didn't give up, the Red Flame King also wanted to kill. But suddenly, a tall figure rushed out of the cave. It was Qingyu. Leave these people to me. There was a hint of excitement in Qinyu's bright eyes. He had just broken through to the half-step empty sea realm, and someone came to him. It was a good time to practice. He's out. Impossible, this is too fast. How can he break through to the empty sea realm so fast? When the bald man and the others saw Qingyu suddenly appear, they trembled with fear, and their hair stood on end. This person's speed of breaking through to the empty sea realm was too fast, wasn't it? Facing supremacy Kong Hai, even if the five of them joined forces, it would be difficult to contend. No, this person didn't break through to the empty sea realm, he is still half-step empty sea realm. The foreign monster in animal skin suddenly realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the attacks of the five all landed. Boom, a terrifying storm exploded, spreading in all directions. Half-step empty sea realm? Could it be that he failed to break through to the empty sea realm? The bald man was shocked. Now that he thought about it, the feeling that that person gave him just now was not supremacy Kong Hai. Phew, that's good. If he succeeds, we're finished. He failed to break through to the empty sea realm, this person must be very weak. I'm afraid he has already died under the attacks of the five of us. The others said one after another. But in the next instant, their faces all stiffened. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew, and their vision became clear. Qinyu's figure floated above a huge pit, surrounded by majestic demonic true essence, like a wriggling giant dragon, wrapped around his body. And Qingyu himself was unscathed. Your attacks are only at this level? Qingyu laughed mockingly. Cloud-swallowing demonic fist, the majestic true essence in Qinyu's body circulated crazily, gathering on his left arm. With a wave of his arm, a pitch-black giant fist light rushed out, madly devouring the primordial chi between heaven and earth, strengthening itself. The shocking giant fist, emitting a domineering demonic intent in all directions, rushed over. Is this the attack of a half-step empty sea realm? The bald man's legs trembled, and his scalp went numb. He turned around and ran. The others were also scared out of their wits, retreating one after another. However, their speed was naturally not as fast as Qinyu's fist. Boom, the demonic fist chased after it and suddenly exploded, turning into an incomparably huge pitch-black demonic cloud. The demonic chi within the cloud raged and churned, destroying everything in its path. Bang, the bald man's figure flew backward, and after smashing a dozen giant trees, he immediately got up. Looking back, his four companions, including the half-step empty sea realm monster in animal skin, were all killed by Qingyu with one punch. In the sky, black demonic clouds churned wildly, a berserk and destructive aura leaked out from within. The bald burly man had just gotten up when he saw the corpses of his five companions falling down. A chill rose from the soles of his feet, instantly spreading throughout his body. Although the person in front of him had not broken through to the void sea realm, the degree of terror was exactly the same as the void sea realm. Buzz, the bald man could not care so much. The true essence in his body ignited, a dark blue flame light rising around his body. The next moment, he erupted with a speed far beyond ordinary, fleeing into the distance. Qingyu was not in a hurry, mobilizing his true essence power, striking out a spatial palm technique. When breaking through to the half-step void sea realm just now, Qingyu suddenly felt that his comprehension of spatial power seemed to have deepened a bit. Whoosh, the gray and transparent palm light whizzed out, and wherever it passed, It seemed to stir up an imperceptible spatial ripple. This is the power of space? At this moment, Xianxia felt even more clearly a strange power existing around heaven and earth, which he could mobilize to some extent. Xianxia could not help striking out with another palm, which was precisely the second move of the mystic void palm. Boom, in the gray palm light, bright silver light flashed from time to time. The power of the second palm was much higher than the first palm, and the speed was extremely fast, as if it did not suffer any hindrance, rapidly shuttling over. The bald burly man who was fleeing desperately suddenly had a sense of impending danger, and could not escape no matter what. What's going on? The bald man could only watch helplessly as Xianxu's dark and translucent palm smashed towards him. His eyes grew wider and wider, and the veins in his eyes spread out. He was terrified to the extreme. Bang! The instant the first spatial palm technique hit the bald burly man, the second palm technique that Xianxia displayed suddenly descended. The two palm techniques actually hit the bald burly man at the same time. The bald burly man's entire body trembled violently, his entire body shattered, blood gushing out wildly, and his corpse fell down. The second spatial palm technique is actually so fast. When Xianxia saw that scene just now, he was slightly delighted in his heart. His second palm strike was obviously much later than the first, but both struck the bald man at the same time. If the first palm technique could be said to have the ability to seal space, then the second palm technique could penetrate space and hit the enemy instantly. He has just broken through to half-step empty sea realm, yet he has comprehended spatial energy to such a degree. Behind him, the Crimson Flame King stared at Xianxu's back with a deep gaze. At this rate, you might be able to grasp the concept of space without breaking through to the void sea realm. One had to know that the power of space was extremely difficult to control, and the power of the will of heaven and earth was mostly grasped by the void sea realm. As for Xianxia, it was possible for him to grasp the power of the concept of space before empty sea realm. You're right. Xianxia closed his eyes and a powerful mental energy was emitted from his body. Before the breakthrough, Xianxu's mental state was only one step away from the empty sea realm. After his cultivation broke through, Xianxu's spiritual realm also broke through the shackles and reached the empty sea realm. Bzzz, Xianxu's psychic power merged with heaven and earth. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong, his heart beat slowly as if in sync with the rhythm of the heaven and earth essence energy breathing. In this instant, Xianxu's senses underwent a change. He discovered that everything within 1,000 feet of heaven and earth appeared incomparably clearly in his sensory world. Within this range, he could clearly feel the power of space and could mobilize and utilize it at any time. This is, the Crimson Flame King's gaze swept the surroundings and discovered that the spatial power between heaven and earth was fluctuating slightly. An invisible suppressive force descended. The power of the concept of space, Xianxia already grasped it, the Crimson Flame King's mouth could not help opening slightly. Saying those words just now was already overestimating Xianxia. Who knew that the real situation far exceeded the Crimson Flame King's expectations? Xianxia broke through to half-step empty sea realm, but his mental state took a step ahead, stepping into the empty sea realm. Following that, he grasped the power of the concept of space. Of course, this was still thanks to the assistance of the Bloodstar Sacred Pill, letting Xianxu's mental state be able to walk in front. Ha ha ha, my strength seems to have improved considerably. Xianxia could not help but laugh loudly. His cultivation broke through to the half-step empty sea realm, the true essence lake in his body doubled, and the quality of his true essence also improved slightly. Following that, his mental state stepped into the empty sea realm level, and thus grasped the power of the concept of space. With Xianxu's current strength, if he were to face Hua Dufeng who activated the ice scale bloodline again, it would probably be easy to crush him. As for how to deal with Yu Guangxiong and the others, Xianxia had already thought of a countermeasure. Now, the enemy was in the open, and Xianxia was in the dark. It was the best time to take the initiative to attack. He would strive to severely injure or even completely annihilate the Yu clan and the others before the auction. This way, he would have no worries. However, even if Xianxu's cultivation broke through, his strength soared, and he was full of confidence, he would not take the initiative to challenge the 6 enemies. In this kind of situation, it's best to take them down one by one. Xianxia had a plan in his mind. He needed to be aware of the enemy's situation at all times and seize the right opportunity to take them down one by one. Return to Clearwater Bay first. Xianxia kept the Crimson Flame King in his storage bag and flew into the sky. After returning to Clearwater Bay, Xianxia was introduced to a hidden house by the owner of the restaurant. There were 6 people here, 5 men and 1 woman. It was a small team. "Sir, what do you need?" "Let's hear it." A one-eyed man indifferently sized up Xianxia with a ferocious gaze, his eyebrows slightly raised. "Help me monitor a group of people," Xianxia said calmly. "Let's hear it." Another woman dressed boldly said. If it was just monitoring, the task was relatively easy, but the reward was not high. If the reward was too low, they would not even bother to accept such a task. Hua Xiazun and the others. Xianxia smiled slightly. What? The expressions of the one-eyed man and the other men on the scene changed. Hua Xiazun was now a hot topic in Clearwater Bay. Everyone knew that he had a special hobby, and ordinary men did not dare to approach him. But this young man in front of them actually wanted them to monitor Hua Xiazun and the others. "Brother, this task of yours is too dangerous," the one-eyed man said with a slightly unnatural expression. Hua Xiazun and the others had a total of 6 people, including 2 Kong Haizun. Their team also had 6 people, but there were only 2 half-step empty sea realm. Adding on Hua Xiazun's special hobby, once Hua Xiazun and the others found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. 10,000 mid-grade primal stones. Xianxia said a number. Suddenly, the 6 people in the secret room breathed heavily, their expressions changed rapidly, and their eyes moved left and right, as if they were discussing in secret. "Big brother, 10,000 mid-grade primal stones, that's 1,000,000 low-grade primal stones. Just a surveillance task and the reward is so generous. I think this kid is worth a lot. Why don't we just kill him, and we will probably earn more, and we don't have to take the risk to monitor Hua Xiazun." The 6 of them communicated, and a few of them who wanted to attack Xianxia had murderous looks in their eyes. "Humph, are you done yet? My time is limited." Xianxia let out a cold snort. In Clearwater Bay, the weak would only be bullied, and the more overbearing they were, the more they would be respected. This was the principle that Xianxia had figured out in the past few days. And he could also see that these people seemed to be targeting him, the employer. Since that was the case, Xianxia needed to show his means appropriately. Xianxia stood up, looking like he was about to leave. "Brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave, let's sit down and talk." A chubby man squinted his eyes and said. He was extremely disdainful, and he asked, "Big brother, are you going to do it or not?" The one-eyed man wore a thoughtful look as he looked at Xianxia. At that moment, he saw Xianxia stretch out a hand and touch the formation of the secret room. What was he trying to do? "Your Excellency, please wait. Even if a half-step empty sea realm cultivator wants to break this formation, it will take at least 5 minutes. The chubby man immediately said with a smile. But the next moment, he saw that Xianxia's pitch-black, iron-like palm directly pierced 5 small holes in the formation. Suddenly, a layer of dark silver lightning surged out and fell on Xianxia. This was the backlash of the formation, however, Xianxia simply stood his ground and allowed the lightning to strike his body. His expression was still as calm as ever. He exerted strength in his arm and pulled hard, boom, the sound of explosions came from everywhere in the room, and the entire formation was torn apart by Xianxia with one hand. The one-eyed man and the other 5 stared straight at Xianxia, all dumbfounded. Why did the formation look so fragile, and it was broken with one tear? Could it be that they were cheated by the master who set up the formation? No, the backlash of the formation just now was extremely powerful, enough to injure a half-step empty sea realm. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who had endured all of the backlash, actually remained unscathed. "If you don't want to take this task, someone else will." Xianxia snorted coldly and was ready to leave. "Hold on, brother. We'll accept your mission." The one-eyed man immediately stood up and said with a slightly respectful expression. The others also nodded, and no one objected. The formation in this room was set up by an array master, and even a half-step empty sea realm could be trapped in it for half a cup of tea's time. In the end, it was torn apart by Xianxia. Although they were distressed that the formation was damaged, they were even more unwilling to offend a terrifying existence like Xianxia. Fortunately, we didn't make a move just now, or I'm afraid that kid would tear us apart alive. The chubby man wiped his cold sweat. Here are 3,000 mid-grade primordial stones. After the task is done, the rest will be given to you. Xianxia took out 3,000 mid-grade primordial stones from his storage space and threw them here. He was not afraid that these people would swallow the primordial stones and not do anything, unless they didn't want to stay in Clearwater Bay anymore. Next, Xianxia lived in the restaurant as usual, and every day, someone came to report about Hua Xiazun and the others. Hua Xiazun and the others were also preparing to use the rogue cultivators here to search for Xianxia, but Hua Xiazun was notorious, and almost no one dared to come in contact with them. Otherwise, they might have already found traces of Xianxia. Just one day before the ancient Yang Chamber of Commerce's auction, the chubby man came to Xianxia's residence. Hua Xiazun led two people and left the residence, seemingly to do something. Okay, your task is over, here's the reward. Xianxia suddenly got up, took out 7,000 mid-grade primordial stones from his storage bag, and threw them in the room. The chubby man's attention was immediately attracted by the 7,000 mid-grade primordial stones, and when he recovered, Xianxia had already disappeared. In the night, Xianxia was dressed in black, quietly moving forward. I'll get rid of 3 first, then the remaining 3 will be easy. Xianxia smiled. A moment later, he came to a courtyard. When Huarong, Yu Guangxiong, and the rest first came to the Clearwater Bay, they stayed in the inn and planned to secretly investigate Xianxia. However, Yu Guangxiong's reputation as the evil flower sovereign spread too quickly. Every time they entered the inn, countless people would look at them with weird looks. Later, Huarong, Yu Guangxiong, and the rest left the inn and killed a few evil people before occupying the courtyard. At this moment, there were only Huarong, Hua Dufeng, and the short-haired woman whose leg was crippled by Xianxia. What bad luck! Hua Dufeng paced back and forth in the hall with a frown. Over the past few days, Hua Dufeng had been stared at by many people in the Clearwater Bay with weird looks. Many people thought that Hua Dufeng was the male slave of Yu Guangxiong, or the evil flower sovereign. To think that he, a top Chinese genius, would be humiliated like this. Hua Dufeng wanted to dig out the eyeballs of those people. I hope that the Yu tribe will gain something this time. Tomorrow is the ancient Yang Trade Union's auction. If we can confirm that Xianxia will appear, it will be easier. The short-haired woman shook her head and sighed. Do you guys think that Yu Guangxiong, the evil flower sovereign, is him? I heard that he came to the Clearwater Bay before. Hua Dufeng suddenly said. He had heard too many rumors in the past few days. The short-haired woman had a weird look on her face. Even if Yu Guangxiong really had that kind of fetish, she was a woman. However, it was disgusting to have someone like that around her. Don't think too much. It's all Xianxia's fault, Huarong said solemnly. Suddenly, his face changed and True Yuan burst out of his body. The entire hall was filled with demonic qi. Swoosh, a bright red sword aura suddenly shot from outside, and its target was Hua Dufeng. The pitch-black demonic qi around Huarong gathered and tried to destroy the sword aura. Unexpectedly, the yang qi and flame qi emitted from the sword aura was extremely strong. Coupled with the penetrating power of Yang Ming's sword finger, it broke through Huarong's restraints and headed for Hua Dufeng. Ice-scale bloodline, Hua Dufeng's hair stood on end as he sensed the impending danger. Without a word, he activated his ice-scale bloodline. A chill spread in all directions. A layer of ice appeared on the surface of Hua Dufeng's body, and there was a layer of strange and ancient scale patterns on it. Puff, at the same time, Yang Ming's sword finger pierced through Hua Dufeng's ice armor and into his chest. Ah! Hua Dufeng screamed as blood gushed out from the hole in his chest. He immediately channeled the cold energy in his bloodline and gathered it to corrode the blood-glazed flame inside. After a while, the wound froze. The wound was only 2 inches away from his heart. He had almost lost his life. Xianxia! Huarong shouted coldly. The power of his state of mind was completely unleashed. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, pitch-black demon qi filled the air. He had seen Xianxia use this move before, so he knew that it was a sneak attack from Xianxia. The sneak attack failed. What a waste of a good opportunity! Xianxia lamented. His figure suddenly rushed out from afar. He realized that after his cultivation had broken through, the power of the Yangming sword finger was far greater than before. It seemed to have reached the realm of great success. It was also because of this that the movement of the Yangming sword finger was so loud that the other party noticed it in advance. "Qinyu, how dare you come to me on your own accord? Brother Huarong, kill him." Hua Dufeng gritted his teeth and said, "Kill." The moment the short-haired woman saw Qinyu, her face turned ferocious, and her eyes were bloodshot. Huarong's expression was solemn. He waved his arm, and a huge amount of true essence gathered in his hand. Boom! 5 dark blue demonic energy tornadoes, each 300 to 400 meters long, swept toward Qinyu. The surrounding walls were instantly destroyed by the shockwaves. Good timing. Qinyu had broken through to the half-step empty sea realm and wanted to fight against an empty sea realm. He was full of fighting spirit. Activating the first demon pattern, Qinyu's right claw gathered a huge amount of demon pattern true essence and released a huge, pitch-black demon claw. Boom! The demon destruction claw attacked, and the two clashed violently. A moment later, 2 of the greenish-black demon chi were torn in half by the demon destruction claw and rushed towards Huarong. This? Impossible. Your cultivation has broken through. Huarong's expression suddenly changed. Last time, he attacked Qinyu with all his strength, and the other party used both offense and defense at the same time to block it. But now, when he clashed head-on with Qinyu, he was actually the weaker one. In reality, Qinyu's attack just now was on par with Huarong's attack. But Qinyu used the power of the concept of space, and all the details were under his control. That demon destruction claw just now attacked the weak spot of the enemy's attack, and it even carried the power of the concept of space. Boom! The demon destruction claw descended instantly, and Huarong waved his arm. Although he destroyed it, there was still lingering fear in his heart. The power of the concept of space. The moment he came into contact with Qinyu's attack, Huarong could clearly feel this power. This can't be real. On the other side, Hua Dufeng and the short-haired woman were shocked. It had only been a while since they last met, but Qinyu could actually fight evenly with Honorable Kong Hai. Die. The short-haired woman's heart was filled with hatred, and at the same time, she was terrified. She stretched out her hand and attacked with an icy palm. Shush! Qinyu's figure moved slightly to the right, leisurely strolling through the air as he dodged the attack. In reality, when the attack entered 100 zhang radius around Qinyu, he had already sensed it, and used a wave of the concept of space to obstruct it, so it was easy for him to dodge it. I'll deal with you two first. Qinyu's eyes narrowed, and he glanced at the short-haired woman and Hua Dufeng. Boom! Boom! Qinyu quickly attacked with the first and second style of the Mystic Sky Palm. Within the range of the concept of space, the attributes and power of the spatial palm were enhanced. Peng, the second style was extremely fast, and almost at the same time, a dark gray spatial palm landed on the short-haired woman, and she was sent flying into the ruins behind her. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Then, the first palm hit Hua Dufeng. Crack! The ice-scale armor on Hua Dufeng's body turned into a pile of small ice cubes, and scattered in all directions. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying more than 10 zhang away, and he fell miserably. The injury on his chest was triggered again, and blood gushed out. Huarong was so scared that his face turned pale. Qinyu, don't think that you can look down on Honorable Kong Hai just because you've mastered the concept of space. I just didn't use my full strength. Hua. Rong's cold and hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and a chilling cold devil flame swept through the surroundings. In the next moment, a layer of black ice-scale armor formed on the surface of Huarong's body. Previously, Huarong had only treated Qinyu as a junior, but now, he treated Qinyu as a strong enemy. Boom! 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 Huarong's palm formed into a claw, and he continuously waved out 3 solidified greenish-black devil claws. The surface of the claws was covered in a layer of ice, and because of this, the devil claws looked like real claws. The 3 frosty greenish-black devil claws attacked. Everywhere they passed, the surroundings froze, and the devil chi in the air tumbled. Facing Huarong, who had activated his bloodline and was going all out, Qinyu no longer hid his strength. He took out the demon dragon sword, activated the blood-glazed flame and attacked. Ding, bang. Qin Yu's sword struck one of the devil claws, and the powerful force, combined with the blood-glazed flame, shattered it. A gust of frosty devil qi exploded, and attacked Qin Yu's body. However, at this moment, a black devil armor appeared on the surface of Qin Yu's body. Bang! Bang, bang! The frosty devil qi swept past, and dozens of cracks appeared on the demon scale armor. However, it was still not enough to hurt Qin Yu. Immediately afterward, Qin Yu faced the second and third ice claws head-on. With 2 explosions, Qin Yu rushed out from the ice storm, and approached Huarong. Seeing this, Huarong's expression changed slightly, and he was extremely moved. Facing his killing move, Qin Yu had actually broken through it. Bang! The black ice scales on Huarong's palm were thick, and with a terrifying green-black devil qi, it collided with Qin Yu's demon dragon sword. A terrifying force exploded, and the ice scales on Huarong's arm shattered. He temporarily lost feeling in his arm, and then felt a sharp pain. As for Huarong himself, he was forced back 5 steps before he stopped. On the other side, Qin Yu's entire body was frozen by a domineering frosty power. However, his heart gathered power, and the power exploded. The ice on his body instantly shattered, turning into countless black ice crystals that scattered on the ground. Swish! Qin Yu stretched out a finger, and the power of his physique, his demonic true essence, and the blood-glazed flame, fused together, turning into a bright red sword light that pierced out. This finger attack was aimed at Huarong's shoulder. The broken ice scales there were a weak point. Yang Ming's sword finger was extremely fast, and with the power of the concept of space, Huarong could not dodge. Puff! An inch-wide hole suddenly appeared on Huarong's shoulder, and blood gushed out. The bones inside were all shattered. Huarong's arm could not be used for the time being. Ah! Huarong screamed. He was incomparably furious, and madly attacked more than 10 times. Bang! Bang! The entire courtyard was turned into ruins. Not far away, the one-eyed man and the others stared at this scene in shock. They had originally wanted to see what Qin Yu was up to, but who knew that before Qin Yu had even entered the courtyard, he would launch an attack, and then an earth-shattering battle would ensue. At this moment, Qin Yu and Sage Kong Hai were fighting in the air. Although they were equally matched, Sage Kong Hai was already injured, while Qin Yu was not seriously injured. This guy is too crazy. The one-eyed man swallowed his saliva. He had never thought that Qin Yu would charge in alone, fight 1 against 3, defeat a sage, and seriously injure Kong Hai. His companions were also completely dumbfounded. Not good, this power. The sage is going to use his killing move, the fat man exclaimed. Green demon fangs. Huarong's face was dark and ferocious. The true yuan in his body surged out like waves, turning into 2 eerie fangs that were 200 feet long. Qi. Qi, 2 domineering, icy huge fangs flew out, piercing towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's expression changed. This was probably Huarong's strongest attack. However, Qin Yu also had a trump card that he had not used. I can't drag this out for too long. If the other Sage Kong Hai returns, it will be bad. Qin Yu immediately took out the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Boom! Qin Yu's speed exploded, and wherever he passed, demonic winds howled. He directly met the 2 black ice fangs. His physique strength exploded, and his true yuan surged into the spiritual weapon. Only now did this weapon in Qin Yu's hands explode with greater power. Qi, the demonic aura on the pitch-black bone sword was extremely condensed. It was like many black bones that sliced through the night sky. The bone sword slashed down, and a jagged black demonic crescent swept out. The demonic aura on it was monstrous, and one could almost hear the roar of the crescent. Boom! The 2 eerie fangs were instantly split into 2 by Qin Yu's sword. The demonic aura exploded and bombarded Qin Yu's body, causing him to take a few steps back. However, the remaining power of his sword swept towards Huarong. Pung! Pooh! The ice scales on Huarong's body all shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground, forming a huge pit. Huarong, give me your life. Qin Yu held the bone sword in his hand, and the demonic aura on his body was shocking. He was like a peerless demon as he charged forward. Huarong had never expected things to turn out this way. He had been defeated by Qin Yu. Huarong, give me your life. Qinyu, who was in the sky, roared fiercely and attacked wildly. The monstrous demonic intent caused Huarong's heart to tremble. No, how can I be killed by him? Huarong growled and thought to himself, I just need to hold on for a little longer and the Yu clan and the others will rush back. When Qinyu attacked, they had already informed Yu Guanxiong through the message talisman. When Yu Guanxiong returned and the two empty Sea Realm cultivators joined forces, would they still be unable to kill Qinyu? Of course, Qinyu also knew this, which was why he was prepared to end the battle quickly, flying heaven sword slash. Before Qinyu had even rushed down, the nine-bone demon spirit sword in his hand had already swept out an incomparably fierce sword wave, like a heavy and violent meteorite, smashing down. Damn it, a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Huarong's pupils constricted and he felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately activated his armor to protect himself. A black pattern bloomed and turned into several black shields that blocked his surroundings. Boom, Qinyu's attack landed on the black shields. In less than a breath's time, it broke through and attacked Huarong. At this moment, Huarong gritted his teeth and activated his ice scale bloodline again. The surface of his skin froze and turned into a thin layer of ice armor. Poof, the sword slashed down and the ice armor on Huarong's chest was completely shattered. There was also a cut on the armor and blood splattered everywhere. Pung, at this moment, Qinyu descended from the sky and landed in the huge pit. Huarong suddenly attacked. He struck out with his palm and a greenish-black icy light swept over. Qinyu was fearless. He activated his physical strength and swung his fist to meet the attack head-on. Pung! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. In close combat, Huarong was constantly affected by the shockwaves of the explosions and his injuries became more and more serious. Finally, Qinyu's nine-bone demon spirit sword slashed across Huarong's neck and his head rolled out. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. Standing on top of Huarong's corpse, Qinyu's heartbeat quickened. Absorb. Qinyu let out a low growl and allowed his heart to emit that desire and suction force. In the next moment, a faint red icy bloodline power in Huarong's body turned into a stream of blood and entered his body. Right at this moment, a spiritual sense swept over. Whoosh, Qinyu flew up and saw Hua Dufeng, who was not far away, fleeing with a horrified expression. Hua Dufeng had originally wanted to ascertain this situation in the pit, but with a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he saw that Huarong's head had been separated from his body. In the end, he saw Qinyu absorb Huarong's bloodline. Die. Qinyu sighed. He revolved his true essence, mobilizing the concept of space around him, and thrust out a palm. A huge gray palm radiance flashed with a bright silver light. The moment the palm radiance appeared, it sped through the air and arrived in front of Hua Dufeng in the next moment. The palm pressed down on him. Hua Dufeng, who was already seriously injured, was hit by the space palm technique again. His body flew back more than 10 feet and landed heavily on the ground, never to get up again. In the distance, the one-eyed man and the others stared at this scene in a daze. Qinyu had taken the initiative to attack, fighting 1 against 3 and killing all of them. What kind of technique was this? A half-step Konghai killing someone of the same cultivation level as if it was child's play, and he could even kill a revered Konghai. It was laughable that they had plotted against Qinyu and almost attacked Qinyu. If they had done so, they would not have lived until today. After killing Huarong and the other two, Qinyu took their storage space and quickly left the place. Compared to Huarong and the other two, the 3 from the Yu tribe were stronger. Although Qinyu was not afraid, it would be difficult to kill all of them. Huarong didn't know Qinyu's background, so he came out to deal with Qinyu. The Yu clan, on the other hand, knew that Qinyu had heavily injured the creature of the Stone clan, so they were prepared. Yu Guanxiong himself even brought the high-grade king-grade spirit artifact, Demon Subduing Net. Moreover, Qinyu had killed Huarong, so the Yu tribe would only be more cautious. Not long after Qinyu left, Yu Guanxiong, Yu Lai, and the others returned. Yu Guanxiong was shocked as he looked at everything in front of him. The yard was flattened, and the 3 Chinese were all dead. Huarong, who was at the Void Sea Realm, was beheaded. How is this possible? Did Qinyu do this? The other female from the Yu tribe turned pale with fright. It was hard to imagine that when they went out to gather information, Qinyu had attacked them and killed all three of them. Can we still kill Qinyu? The female from the Yu tribe could not help but ask. Their overall strength was almost the same as the three Chinese. If Qinyu could kill Huarong and the other two, he might be able to kill them. No, didn't Brother Guanxiong bring the demon-subduing net? We can definitely kill Qinyu. Yu Lai was a little out of control, and his face looked terrible. He could not accept that all of this was done by Qinyu. Even with the demon-subduing net, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to kill Qinyu. Yu Guanxiong said in a low voice, full of unwillingness. This time, Yu Guanxiong was absolutely confident. After all, they had 4 half-step Void Sea Realm and 2 Void Sea Realm. But now that things had come to this, they had already failed. Even if Qinyu did not come to deal with the Yu tribe, as long as he returned to the sect, Yu Guanxiong and the others would still not be able to escape death. Hearing Yu Guanxiong's words, Yu Lai seemed to have lost his soul, and his face was dull. Although it is difficult for us to kill Qinyu with our strength, this is Clear Water Bay. As long as we are willing to pay the price, we will be able to find help. Yu Guanxiong suddenly said. That's right. The entire Clear Water Bay is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. As long as we can find help, we will be able to kill Qinyu. Yu Lai and the other female instantly felt a sense of hope. Then, Yu Guanxiong and the other two left the place, ready to find another place to stay. Not long after, a figure approached the Yu tribe and the others. What can I do for you? Yu Guanxiong said coldly. In Clear Water Bay, there were not many who dared to take the initiative to approach the evil demon sovereign, and Yu Guanxiong was in a very bad mood, so his attitude was cold. Haha, a disciple of the Black Demon Valley died here again. It seems that it will not be long before the higher-ups come to investigate. You really know how to cause trouble. A cold, mocking voice sounded. Yu Guanxiong and the other two looked over. The other party knew that they were from the Black Demon Valley, but still dared to talk to them in such a tone. Who are you? Yu Lai glanced at the person. The other party was dressed in a black robe, had a hooked nose, a pointed chin, and small eyes that flickered with evil light. You are. Yu Guanxiong's eyes flickered as he blurted out. Yu Lai and the others did not know him, but he felt that this person was somewhat familiar. After carefully thinking, Yu Guanxiong suddenly looked shocked. Do Sanchue. The reason why he recognized this person and knew his name was because Do Sanchue was a traitor of the Black Demon Valley. If he remembered correctly, the true disciple of the Blood Demon Valley, Huan Qing, had chased Do Sanchue to this Clear Water Bay and finally died. He did not expect Do Sanchue to still be here and dare to come out so brazenly. How audacious. It seems that you are not here to investigate me? Do Sanchue revealed a puzzled look. Hua Diabolical and the others had attracted his attention when they first came here. At that time, he thought that these disciples of the Black Demon Valley were here to investigate him, so he hid and planned to wait until the matter was over. Unexpectedly, the disciple of the Black Demon Valley was killed in Clear Water Bay. Since it had come to this, Do Sanchue no longer hid and took the initiative to show himself. Yu Guanxiong's eyes darkened, and there was a kind of uneasiness in his heart. Do Sanchue was a traitor of the Black Demon Valley, and now that they knew his identity, the matter would not end so easily. They had originally gone to find helpers to deal with Qinyu, but they did not expect that trouble would come to them. What should they do now? No, this might be an opportunity. As long as I capture Do Sanchue, I will have made a great contribution. The Silent Blood Valley Master will owe me a favor. Even if he finds out about us plotting to kill Qinyu, there will still be a chance to turn things around. Yu Guanxiong suddenly thought of another way, but he was very unwilling to not be able to kill Qinyu. At this moment, Do Sanchue spoke again, causing Yu Guanxiong and the others to be shocked. In that case, you now have 2 choices. Either follow us or die. Do Sanchue laughed evilly. What? Yu Guanxiong stared at him. What gave Do Sanchue the confidence to kill the 3 of them? He had seen Do Sanchue's information on the wanted list back then, and he was just at the early empty sea realm like him. Haha. Do Sanchue turned around, looked behind him, and bowed with a smile. My lord, please forgive me for making a decision without authorization. Yu Guanxiong and the other 2 were shocked. they saw a figure suddenly appear on a hillside not far away. This person was also dressed in a black robe, and his long black hair covered most of his face, but one could still see that he was young. I will give you 3 breaths of time to make a choice. Either live or die. The black-robed man slowly walked out, an invisible power emanating from his body, and the surroundings suddenly became extremely solemn. His hair fluttered, revealing his fair and handsome face, and a pair of sharp and cold eyes with a bloodthirsty intent. As Yu Guangxiong stared at him, his heart trembled violently. He felt an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura from the other party's eyes, and his hair immediately stood on end. And he also felt that this person was somewhat familiar. This person is the young sect master of the Heavenly Jade sect, Shuabuhan. Yu Guangxiong's eyes widened. How could a traitor of the Black Demon Valley be with the young sect master of the Heavenly Jade sect? Could Do Sanxue be from the Heavenly Jade sect? Yu Guangxiong had a feeling that if he resisted, he would not even have the chance to escape. Yu Lai and the other person felt an even more terrifying pressure, and froze where they were, not even daring to say a word. 1. 2. Shuabuhan suddenly announced a number, and an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere filled the surroundings. I choose to follow you. Yu Guangxiong's body was drenched in cold sweat, and he immediately opened his mouth, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The few of you are smart people, unlike that Black Demon Valley disciple who rejected my good intentions and died a tragic death. After hearing Shuabuhan's words, Yu Guangxiong guessed that the person he was referring to was the 5th disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master, Huan Qing. Huan Qing was much stronger than him and had the qualifications to enter the top 100 of the Heaven's Chosen list, but he had died at Shuabuhan's hands. If it were him, he would not fare any better. Resistance meant certain death, therefore, Yu Guangxiong chose to submit and at least temporarily preserve his life. Once he had the chance, he would definitely escape. At that time, he would definitely inform the Black Demon Valley and even use the power of the Yu tribe to take revenge. Suddenly, Yu Guangxiong thought of something. A light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Do Sanxue, although the purpose of our trip is not to search for you, other Black Demon Valley disciples have tracked you here and are currently searching for you. Yu Guangxiong looked at Do Sanxue with a smile. Because of his reputation as the evil flower sovereign, he had been noticed and targeted by Do Sanxue. Qinyu did not make much of a fuss, and he had only recently become a disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master, so Do Sanxue did not recognize Qinyu. Oh? Who is it? Do Sanxue revealed a look of curiosity, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. If there really was such a person, he must be on guard. Once the other party discovered him, he must be eliminated. It's Huan Qing's junior brother, someone called Qinyu. Yu Guangxiong said with a smile. Previously, Yu Guangxiong and the others had planned to find helpers to deal with Qinyu. Now that they had followed Shuabuhan and the others, it was equivalent to having helpers. Moreover, Qinyu and Do Sanxue stood on opposite sides, so Do Sanxue had no reason not to deal with Qinyu. Yu Guangxiong did not mention that Qinyu had killed Hua Rong and the others, because Qinyu and Do Sanxue were both his enemies. In addition, the place they lived in was remote, and the process of Qinyu killing Hua Rong was very short. People only knew that a Void Sea Realm level battle had taken place here, and a Venerable had died. As for the killer, not many people knew. Besides, this place was chaotic, so it wasn't strange for something like this to happen. You seem to have a grudge with this Qinyu? Do Sanxue asked. He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't be used by others without knowing what was going on. We do indeed have a grudge. Our clan's geniuses were supposed to be in the top 3, but because of Qinyu, they didn't even manage to enter the inner valley. We're here to seek revenge. Yu Guangxiong said. There was some truth in his words. He didn't say much. Saying too much would cause others to be suspicious. Do Sanxue snorted disdainfully. He did not have a good impression of the Qing clan, so he was not surprised by this. That old man has accepted new disciples. I wonder how he would feel if 2 of his disciples died here. Do Sanxue licked his lips. In his opinion, the newly accepted disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master would definitely not be that strong. Yu Guangxiong, Yu Lai, and the others rejoiced inwardly. From these words, they could tell that Do Sanxue intended to deal with Qinyu. Don't be in a hurry to act. Can you bear the consequences if it affects the grand plan? Shuabuhan glanced at Do Sanxue and said coldly. Understood. Do Sanxue's eyes trembled as he lowered his head. Grand plan? Yu Guangxiong's eyes dimmed. He did not say anything else. On the other side, Qinyu had already returned to his residence. After killing Hua Rong and the other two, he was in a good mood. I hope the spoils of war won't disappoint me. Qinyu smiled and took out 3 storage items with anticipation in his eyes. First, he checked Hua Rong's storage item. As expected of a genius from a 3-star clan, Qinyu could not help but sigh as his smile widened. There were a total of 1.98 million low-grade primal stones in Hua Rong's storage item. Apart from that, there were all sorts of precious materials, ores, and spiritual weapons. Of course, Qinyu had already expected this. That was why he had paid 1 million low-grade primal stones for the one-eyed man and the others to monitor Hua Rong and the others. Just the spoils of war from Hua Rong alone was enough for Qinyu to make up for it. Hua Dufeng was a genius of this generation, so the resources in his storage item were not much worse than Hua Rong's. This surprised Qinyu yet again. As for the short-haired woman's storage item, it was a little shabby. I've made a profit. Qinyu made a final summary. There were a total of 4.5 million low-grade primal stones in their storage items, as well as various other items. In addition, there were more than 300 sect contribution points in their tokens. With these resources, I should be able to win an Inform Transformation pellet in tomorrow's auction. Qinyu was in high spirits. Right, since it's an auction, I should be able to entrust it to someone else. I also have a lot of miscellaneous items here. Qinyu thought for a moment and immediately left his residence, preparing to head to the ancient Yang Trade Union. After all, the auction would start tomorrow, and he might not make it in time. After coming to the great cosmos world, he had killed many strong enemies and accumulated a lot of resources, which he could take this opportunity to sell. As soon as he stepped out, Qinyu ran into the one-eyed man and the other 5. They were drinking in a restaurant. After all, they had just made a fortune and witnessed such a shocking scene, so they needed a bowl of good wine to calm themselves. Everyone seems to be in a good mood. After seeing these 6 people, Qinyu took the initiative to walk over. The chubby man was gulping down wine when he was suddenly interrupted, so he immediately stopped, wiped his mouth, and shouted impatiently, "Move aside, we're not talking business today." But the next moment, the chubby man saw the strange expressions on his companions' faces, and there was even a hint of fear. When the chubby man saw Qinyu, the fat on his body trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, "Sir, why are you here?" It was a slip of the tongue, it was just a slip of the tongue. The others also bowed respectfully. Looking at these people's expressions, Qinyu knew that they had seen the previous battle. "What happened tonight, did you all see it?" Qinyu asked with a beaming smile. We saw it. "Sir, you are valiant, unparalleled, and invincible." The chubby man immediately started to flatter, his mouth flowing like a river, spittle flying everywhere. But on the other side, the one-eyed man observed Qinyu's expression and felt that something was wrong. He immediately stood up and slapped the chubby man's head, interrupting him. "What did you see? We've been drinking here all night, so what did you see?" The one-eyed man berated and gave the chubby man a meaningful look. The chubby man immediately reacted and changed his words, "Big brother is right. We've been drinking here all night, so we don't know anything. It seems that we drank too much and became muddle-headed. Amen, work hard. Who knows, we might have a chance to cooperate in the future." Qinyu nodded and left. He had come here for a secret mission, to investigate the cause of 5th senior brother Huanqing's death. As for his identity, he couldn't let everyone know, so he came here to knock some sense into them. As for these people who could help him gather information, they might really come in handy in the future. After leaving the restaurant, Qinyu headed to the ancient Yang Trade Union. The ancient Yang Trade Union was one of the 3 major trade unions in Clearwater Bay. Because of the auction tomorrow, the place was bustling with people. After entering the trade union and entrusting several spiritual weapons, precious materials, and ores, Qinyu left. The next day, the auction was held as scheduled. The entire venue was crowded with people of all kinds. The scene was chaotic, and there was no one to maintain order. Not long after, the auction began. A white-haired old man with sharp eyes stepped onto the stage. The auction begins now. During the auction, please abide by the rules. The first auction item is heavenly fragrance powder. It is colorless and odorless, and can be infused with true yuan to attack the enemy. Once it comes into contact with the skin, the poison will invade, and after a certain amount, it can cause hallucinations. The starting price is 5,000 mid-grade primal stones, and each increment must be no less than 500. As soon as he finished speaking. 6,000. 6,500. 10,000. I, the three poisons cultivator, want this heaven fragrance powder. Anyone who tries to snatch it from me is my enemy. Xianxia sat in a corner, quietly watching the auction with mixed feelings in his heart. It seems like this stuff is more popular in Clearwater Bay. Xianxia could not help but smile. He still remembered that when he was entrusting items yesterday, some of them were rejected. At that moment, Xianxia felt a strong gaze staring at him. You tribe. When Xianxia looked over, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He was surprised because after he killed Hua Rong and the other two, these people still dared to show up in front of him, looking like they were asking for a beating. Xianxia did not care too much about it. If there was a chance, he would not mind getting rid of these people. If not, it did not matter. When he returned to Black Demon Valley, these people would be punished by the sect. A while later, the auction for the form transformation pellets began. Next up is the form transformation pellets, a total of 13 pellets. The starting price is 10,000 mid-grade primal stones, and each increment must be no less than 5,000. It's finally the form transformation pellets. Only 13? Isn't that too little? These 13 form transformation pellets were also collected by the Ancient Yang Trade Association. The first one will be auctioned now. The white-haired old man said apologetically. 12,000. 12,500. The bids were endless. There were a total of 13 form transformation pellets, and the price of the first one would be very high. Xianxia was not in a hurry to bid. In addition, the starting price here was relatively high, so the first round of bidding ended very quickly. The first form transformation pellet was sold at a high price of 20,000 mid-grade primal stones. Soon, it was the turn of the fourth form transformation pellet. 15,000. Xianxia suddenly shouted. On the other side of the auction, a man with a knife scar immediately became excited when he saw Xianxia. He patted the fatty beside him and said, "Old pig, look, it's that kid." If Xianxia saw them, he would definitely recognize them. Back when he first arrived at Clearwater Bay, he had encountered these people, but they were all humiliated by Xianxia. It's really him. The fatty glared angrily. His hand was crippled by Xianxia. Behind them sat a demon. His skin was smooth, and there were scales on many parts of his body. A faint smell of blood was exuding from his body. "Boss, it's that kid who humiliated us, crippled my hand, and asked us to apologize. He even said that even if you came in person, the result would be the same." The fatty turned around and said with a sorrowful face. The moment the scarred man and the other three saw Xianxia, they recalled the humiliation they suffered that day and immediately complained to their boss, Venerable Blacktail. "Oh? The four of you were humiliated by that brat?" The black-tailed venerable, who had scales all over his body and was giving off a faint smell of blood, said with a slightly disdainful expression after glancing at Xianxia a few times. The four of them were humiliated by one person. What a bunch of trash. As their boss, even he felt ashamed. However, one must look at the owner before beating a dog. That human kid was too arrogant. "Boss, don't you have a brother who is coming to Clearwater Bay? Why don't you prepare and form transformation pill for him? I believe he will not forget your kindness." The scarred man suggested with a smile. "Humph." Reverend Blacktail let out a cold snort as a powerful pressure spread out along with the smell of blood. The scarred man trembled and his pupils shrank. He realized that he had said too much. The intention of his words was too obvious. It might make Venerable Blacktail unhappy. Just as the scarred man was about to explain. Venerable Black Tail suddenly said, but what you said makes sense. Since that's the case, I will take this form transformation pill for myself. Boss is wise and mighty. The fat man was extremely excited and flattered with a smile. The scarred man also let out a sigh of relief. At the auction, the bidding for the form transformation pill was ongoing. 16,000. Qinyu made another bid, suppressing the others. Who is this kid? He actually dares to compete with the infamous evildoers and Venerable Kong Hai for the form transformation pill. One look and I can tell that he has just arrived. He doesn't know anything. At the auction, there were some discussions. There was actually an unspoken rule in Clearwater Bay's auction. The auction here did not depend on who had the most primordial stones. Basically, after every auction, there would be a massacre in Clearwater Bay and many people would disappear. 16,500. On the other side, Yu Guangxiong sneered and made a bid. It's Venerable Xianxia. Why is Venerable Xianxia bidding for the form transformation pill? Haven't you heard? Xianxia Zun has a special liking for demon males. Maybe he has captured some rare and strong ancient beasts, but he can only do it after he transforms. In the auction, discussion started again. Many people looked at Hua Evil Venerable and shuddered. Beside Yu Guangxiong, Do Sanchue was puzzled as to why Yu Guangxiong would bid for the form transformation pill, but he did not ask. 17,000. Qinyu bid again, and at the same time, he felt very strange. Logically speaking, after he had killed Hua Rong and the others, the 3 Yu tribe members should not be able to deal with him with their current strength. They should be panicking. But now, the Yu clan had openly appeared in front of him and provoked him in such a manner. It was really strange. Could it be that the Yu tribe still had a trump card? Or did he find a backer here? Since that was the case, they should have been secretly planning to deal with Qinyu. Why would they take the initiative to show up and do such a childish thing? 18,000. Right at this moment, a Xenoray Supremacy placed a bid. It was Blacktail Supremacy. I want this form transformation elixir. Blacktail Supremacy said in an overbearing manner. He had some fame here, and his background was not simple. Even Supremacy Kong Hai would give him some face. Qinyu glanced at Blacktail Supremacy and found a few of his lackeys. He suddenly remembered the scene where he was intercepted and extorted when he first came to Clearwater Bay. It seems that this Xenorace is also here to cause trouble. Qinyu made a judgment in his mind. However, he was determined to get the form transformation pill. Even if it would cause trouble, he believed that the Scarlet Flame King would settle it. After all, the form transformation pill was for him. Moreover, if Qinyu gave up on this pill and bid for the next one, Yu Guangxiong or Blacktail Supremacy might continue to obstruct him. These two were obviously provoking him, and they did not really need the form transformation pill. Competing with Hua Evil Venerable and Blacktail Supremacy for the form transformation pill would definitely attract attention. Qinyu activated his demonic pattern True Origin and released his mental energy, covering himself so that no one could see his true appearance. Many people at the auction would use various methods to conceal their identity. Therefore, no one found Qinyu's actions strange. On the other side, Yu Guangxiong and the others looked at Blacktail Supremacy and frowned. Why is this Xenoray Supremacy getting involved? Yu Guangxiong snorted in his heart. He originally wanted to use Do Sanchue to deal with Qinyu, but Shui Buhan seemed to have some other plans and did not want to cause trouble at this critical moment. However, this had nothing to do with Yu Guangxiong. Instead, it would help them escape. Therefore, Yu Guangxiong appeared at the auction and brazenly provoked Qinyu, hoping that Qinyu would take the initiative to fight with Do Sanchue and Shui Buhan. At that time, Qinyu would definitely die, and they would be able to take the opportunity to escape, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 19,000. Qinyu shouted confidently. 19,500. Yu Guangxiong shouted again. Boss Blacktail, these two are not taking you seriously at all. The scarred man added fuel to the fire. 21,000. Venerable Blacktail increased the price and he was very displeased. Qinyu did not give in. Even Hua Diabolical Supremacy dared to offend him. Then, Qinyu, Hua Diabolical Supremacy, and Blacktail Supremacy continued to bid. Qinyu had killed 3 Chinese people and made a fortune. He had plenty of primordial stones and did not care about it at all. After a while, Yu Guanxiong gave up. He was not satisfied with his provocation because of Blacktail supremacy. 22,200. 22,500. Only Qinyu and Blacktail supremacy were left in the auction. In the end, the price of the form transformation elixir was close to 25,000, reaching the highest record in history, and it fell into the hands of Qinyu. TSK, this kid is really rich. He offended Hua Diabolical Supremacy and Boss Blacktail for inform transformation elixir. What a fool. I guess he won't live for more than 3 days. Blacktail Supremacy's face was gloomy and he snorted angrily, damn bastard, I will get back this form transformation elixir from you sooner or later. In a dangerous place like Clearwater Bay, ordinary people would squander their wealth to improve their strength. Normally, they would not save up too many primordial stones. Maybe one day they would die and all their wealth would belong to someone else. The price of 25,000 had exceeded Blacktail Supremacy's limit. Moreover, he still had to bid for an item that he needed. On the other side, Qinyu, who had obtained the form transformation elixir, left the auction venue. The bidding between him and Hua Diabolical Supremacy and Blacktail Supremacy was just a small interlude. There would be many open and secret fights in the following auction. After the auction ended, a team of 6 people walked out. They were the one-eyed man who had helped Qinyu to spy on Hua Diabolical Supremacy. That lord is so powerful. He did not show any weakness when he confronted Hua Diabolical Supremacy and Blacktail Supremacy. Moreover, that lord has a lot of primordial stones. He just gave us 10,000 mid-grade primordial stones and bought the form transformation elixir at a high price of 25,000. The one-eyed man, the chubby man and the others discussed as they walked. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the minds of the 6 people. Help me do one thing. Continue to spy on Hua Diabolical Supremacy. Find out where he has been and who he has been in contact with recently. We can discuss the price. The person who sent the voice was Qinyu. He felt that the provocative behavior of Yu Guanxiong and the others was a little strange. That was why he sent these people to spy on Yu Guanxiong and the others. He wanted to see what Yu Guanxiong and the others were up to. Understood. I will definitely get it done for you. Lord, just wait for our good news. The one-eyed man and the others' expressions changed slightly. After hearing that the person who sent the voice was Qinyu, they did not even ask for the price and agreed to Qinyu's request. At this time, Qinyu leaped into the air and disappeared from the corner of the room. After returning to his residence, Qinyu activated the formation and released the Red Flame King from his storage bag. You got it? The Red Flame King smiled excitedly. Here. This thing cost me 25,000 mid-grade primordial stones. Qinyu threw the form transformation pill to the Red Flame King and said with a pained expression. You brat, you really have no ambition. This little bit of primordial stones makes you so distressed. Back then, all my assets were high-grade primordial stones. After so many years, I have forgotten what mid-grade primordial stones look like. How nostalgic. The Red Flame King had a look of disdain. He then started to boast. He did not let go of this opportunity to boast. Although he liked to boast, he did not say much. He had to get down to business. After swallowing the form transformation pill, the Red Flame King sat down. Qinyu observed for a long time. He did not see any changes in the Red Flame King's appearance. He was about to open his mouth to attack the Red Flame King. At this moment, the Holy Beast bloodline aura leaked out from the Red Flame King's body. The whole house was filled with an extremely hot ancient bloodline might. The surrounding formation was distorted as if it was about to break. Qinyu immediately made a move. He released his devil pattern true essence to suppress this holy bloodline might. If the Red Flame King's Holy Beast bloodline was exposed here, then Qinyu would suddenly become the target of public criticism. It was unknown how many people would be targeting him. Suddenly, the Red Flame King, whose whole body was burning with flames, stood up. His appearance began to change. His huge head, body, and limbs gradually shrunk. After a while, the giant beast disappeared, and a tall and mighty figure stood there. The Red Flame King, who had taken human form, had a majestic and tall figure. His pale red skin had a layer of faintly discernible scales. His fiery red hair danced wildly in the wind, giving off a threatening aura. His appearance was definitely considered handsome among the shape-shifting demon race. His scarlet eyes flickered with a wild and sharp light. There were 2 short horns on his head, and scales extended from his lower jaw to his neck. Seeing the Red Flame King in human form, Qinyu felt that the other party did not match the image in his heart. In Qinyu's opinion, the Red Flame King should be a bad-tempered old man with a face full of stubble. This was absolutely not because he was jealous of the Red Flame King's current appearance. The Red Flame King turned to look at Qinyu. At this moment, the two looked at each other, but Qinyu felt that something was wrong. Was it because the Red Flame King had suddenly taken human form and was not used to it? The Red Flame King's wild and arrogant expression also changed. It seemed a little unnatural. Obviously, he also felt that something was wrong. Give this king some clothes. The Red Flame King suddenly spoke. This time, Qinyu finally knew why he felt that something was wrong. This feeling is really good. The Crimson Flame King clenched his fists and stretched his arms to get used to his body. I feel that your current body is definitely much better than your previous appearance. Qinyu commented on the Crimson Flame King's new appearance. The Crimson Flame King looked at Qinyu arrogantly and disdainfully, and said, "You have never seen this king's previous appearance, that's why you say such words. Back then, when this king was in his prime, I was outstanding in both martial arts and appearance." Listening to the Crimson Flame King's bragging, Qinyu felt a little familiar. The person in front of him was indeed the Crimson Flame King who was always showing off. Qinyu interrupted the Crimson Flame King and said, "All right, shut up. I have a task for you." The Crimson Flame King was in a good mood and decided to forgive Qinyu's arrogant attitude. "What is it?" "Someone has his eyes on me. Go and get rid of him." Qinyu waved his hand and the fog in front of him floated, and the appearance of a foreign race's figure was drawn out. This person was Venerable Blacktail. When Qinyu left the auction house, Blacktail Venerable followed after him. The other party had not made a move yet and was definitely waiting for an opportunity. Qinyu simply took the initiative to deal with this trouble so that Venerable Blacktail would not appear at a critical moment in the future and ruin things. It's a small matter. From today onwards, this king's name will spread throughout the great cosmos world. The Crimson Flame King laughed and walked out of the house. Qinyu also followed to observe the situation. In the dark clouds, Venerable Blacktail and a few of his subordinates were hidden. Staying in a restaurant. It seems that this person is indeed a hothead who has just arrived at Clearwater Bay. Venerable Blacktail revealed a slight expression. As long as one had a reputation in Clearwater Bay, they all had their own private territory and rarely went to restaurants or inns. In addition, from the fact that Qinyu recklessly competed with 2 venerables for the form transformation pill, it could be seen that Qinyu did not understand the rules of Clearwater Bay. "The few of you stay and monitor this kid. If he leaves the restaurant, inform me," Venerable Blacktail ordered coldly. The restaurant that Qinyu lived in had many restaurants in Clearwater Bay. It was a restaurant owned by a venerable. Even he couldn't just barge in and kill someone. Understood. The scarred man and the others were in high spirits, as if they could already foresee the scene of Qinyu being killed by Venerable Blacktail. However, right at this moment, a powerful aura approached the clouds. "Stop right there." An overbearing and cold voice suddenly rang out. Venerable Blacktail was about to leave, but his body stiffened when he heard that. He suddenly turned, his sinister, hideous face looking at one of the outsiders. A deep, raspy voice rang out. "Are you looking to die?" The Crimson Flame King laughed evilly. Without saying any nonsense, he directly attacked. A powerful fire path Xinyuan power burst out of his body, and his whole body turned into a blazing fireball, illuminating the night sky. Venerable Blacktail didn't say much and immediately attacked. A powerful mental force burst out from his body. In an instant, a dark watery light surged in the sky. Within 100 feet, the atmosphere became extremely heavy and oppressive. The knife-scarred man and the others immediately became wet and sticky. "Retreat!" The scarred man shouted and immediately retreated to a certain range. The next moment, a loud explosion was heard. In the dark night, the two figures intertwined and pulled apart again. So strong, after exchanging one move, Venerable Blacktail stared at the Crimson Flame King and took this outsider seriously. The opponent was only a half-step empty sea realm, but he could fight with him. Venerable Blacktail didn't even get the upper hand. In addition, he released the power of the realm of heaven and earth. The opponent was within 100 feet of him, but he didn't seem to be affected at all. He seemed a bit mysterious. "I don't know you. Are you mistaken?" Venerable Blacktail asked in a deep voice. The Crimson Flame King's mouth curled up, and his smile was wild and unruly. "Yes, I'm here to take your head, fish head." He found that Venerable Blacktail was a fish ancient beast of the demon clan, so he immediately changed his words. "Ha ha ha, let's see whose head falls to the ground first." Venerable Blacktail's face was gloomy, and he was so angry that he laughed. Boom, he waved his hand, and a black spear flew out, rolling up a layer of dark water, and turned into a black shadow, sweeping toward the Crimson Flame King. The Crimson Flame King looked as usual, and his hands became as red as iron, forming two golden flame light swords. The light swords were infused with the power of the Kylan flame and the molten golden flame. Clang, the moment the black spear came, the Crimson Flame King swept it with his sword and sent it flying. What a strong physique and flame power! Venerable Blacktail's heart was stirred. His black spear was an upper-grade spiritual weapon, and the light swords in the Crimson Flame King's hands were condensed by a secret skill. In comparison, the opponent was actually better. The Crimson Flame King came quickly, and a golden flame light sword shot out from his palm. Swoosh, in the dark night, a golden aurora flashed, rushing toward Venerable Blacktail. What a powerful blow! Facing the blow of the Crimson Flame King, Venerable Blacktail discovered the real power of the flame light sword. Venerable Blacktail communicated with the spiritual weapon and quickly recalled it. Clang, the golden rune flaming light sword struck the black spear, producing an explosive sound of metal clashing. The next moment, the golden flame light sword dispersed, turned into a turbulent fire flow, and rushed toward Venerable Blacktail. Oh no! Venerable Blacktail's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect the Crimson Flame King's secret skill to have such a move. He immediately mobilized the power of the realm of heaven and earth, and a dark water flow gathered. At the same time, he activated the defensive power of the armor, and an arc-shaped black light wall condensed on the surface of his body. Boom, the fire flow rushed out, evaporating the dark water flow, and hit the black light wall. He blocked it. Venerable Blacktail felt lucky. He had never seen such a powerful half-step empty sea realm. But at this moment, swoosh, the golden flame light sword in the other hand of the Crimson Flame King flew over. The moment Venerable Blacktail noticed all this, his pupils shrank, and the true energy in his body surged out crazily, merging into the spiritual weapon. Swoosh! 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 He quickly waved the spear in his hand, and layers of violent black water waves blasted out, meeting the attack of the Crimson Flame King. Boom, the moment the two met, the black water and the golden red flame intertwined, spreading in all directions. Before Venerable Blacktail could recover, the next round of attack of the Crimson Flame King came again. Boss! So strong! That alien is too strong. Who is he? Why have we never seen him before? The one-eyed man and the others stood in the distance, watching the battle. Each and every one of them was shocked, and their fear gradually increased. From the beginning, the Crimson Flame King had taken the initiative, and his attacks were extremely fierce. His rich combat experience made Venerable Blacktail too busy to deal with it. Many people nearby were also watching the battle, and they were all extremely shocked and curious about the Crimson Flame King. This guy is too manic. Jinyu couldn't help but sigh. The Crimson Flame King's combat style was fierce and overbearing, but it also gave people a calm and strategic feeling, completely suppressing the enemy's momentum, methods, and mentality. It seemed that the Crimson Flame King had already predicted the outcome when the battle began. This battle is simply his stage. Jinyu pursed his lips, feeling that the Crimson Flame King had shown off to the surrounding people. The battle didn't last long. After the Crimson Flame King and Venerable Blacktail exchanged 30 moves, Venerable Blacktail was heavily injured and fled. As a venerable, if I want to escape, you can only watch on helplessly. Venerable Blacktail had just spoken when he realized that the Crimson Flame King's speed was comparable to his and was approaching rapidly. To hell with it. Venerable Blacktail's body trembled, and he immediately unleashed the power of heaven and earth intent realm. The surroundings became dark and moist, and black water light surged back and forth. A radius of 100 feet turned into a dark water body. Under such circumstances, he would receive a slight boost, and the Fire Dao cultivator would definitely be suppressed. Hee, you're really stupid to show off the power of intent realm in front of me. The Crimson Flame King snorted disdainfully. The next moment, with the Crimson Flame King as the center, a flame power like the heaven and earth intent realm burst out, sweeping in all directions, and illuminating the whole night. Boom, the dark water body of Venerable Blacktail was instantly evaporated. The Crimson Flame King quickly approached Venerable Blacktail, and a flame light sword pierced Venerable Blacktail's heart, while his other hand cut off Venerable Blacktail's head. It's over. Qinyu returned to his residence. After this battle, the Crimson Flame King became completely famous. In order to avoid being noticed, Qinyu and the Crimson Flame King temporarily separated. On the surface, the Crimson Flame King walked in Clearwater Bay to help Qinyu find clues. Wherever he went, he attracted the attention of many people. In less than 3 days, the major forces of Clearwater Bay extended olive branches, but were all rejected by the Crimson Flame King. Secretly, Qinyu would occasionally investigate some things in person, and at the same time, he also paid attention to Yu Guangxiong's side. 10 days later. My lord, Evil Venerable Hua has been living in the Blood Orchid Ancient Stronghold recently, and has very little contact with people. Only 2 people have met him 2 to 3 times. On this day, the knife-scarred man came to Qinyu's room and reported the results of the surveillance. The Blood Orchid Ancient Stronghold was one of the major mysterious forces of Clearwater Bay, and it was said that it was full of a group of extremely vicious people. Subsequently, the knife-scarred man operated his true yuan and drew out 2 figures. The first figure was wearing a black robe, and his face could not be seen, as if he was deliberately hiding his appearance. The second figure was also wearing a black robe, with a hooked nose, a pointed chin, and small eyes. The moment he saw the second figure, Qinyu was slightly surprised. This person is Do Sanxue. He once again checked the information in his hand, and found that the Black Demon Valley trader Do Sanxue was 90% similar to the man described by the knife-scarred man. In fact, the 2 figures described by the knife-scarred man were both Do Sanxue. Usually, Do Sanxue would cover up his appearance, but there was one time when he did not hide, and the knife-scarred man and others saw him. Why would someone from the Yu clan be with Do Sanxue? Qinyu was very puzzled. Could it be that Do Sanxue was from the Yu clan? Was the Yu clan secretly dealing with the Black Demon Valley? Continue to monitor Evil Venerable Hua, and this person. If there is any news, immediately report to me. Qinyu ordered. Although they had found out who Do Sanxue was, Qinyu had not thought of a plan, so he could not act rashly, lest he alert the enemy. Yes. The knife-scarred man nodded and was ready to leave. Suddenly, a message charm flew over and landed in the knife-scarred man's hand. Not good, Ghostface and the others have been discovered. Evil Venerable Hua is chasing after them. The knife-scarred man's expression changed. Ghostface was one of his brothers. Qinyu's expression suddenly changed. He had not thought of a good plan and did not want to alert the enemy. He did not expect Yu Guangxiong to take the initiative to kill him. What the hell is going on? Qinyu felt a little confused. Since Do Sanxue and Yu Guangxiong were together, they should have known everything about him and would definitely find a way to get rid of Qinyu. But the current situation did not seem to be the case. Could it be that Yu Guangxiong and Do Sanxue were not together? There must be something else. Qinyu did not think much and took the initiative to walk out of the restaurant. At this moment, Yu Guangxiong and the others were chasing the brothers of the one-eyed man. If he did not stop them, they would all be killed. In the night sky, the 3 of them desperately fled. Run! Mercy, Evil Master Hua, mercy! The 3 of them were the brothers of the one-eyed man. At this moment, they were all panicking and begging for mercy. Behind them, Yu Guangxiong stood straight, exuding a strong demonic pressure and crushing forward bit by bit. How dare you spy on me? Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Yu Guangxiong shouted coldly. With a wave of his palm, a black short sword that was curved like a small snake flew out. Black flames burned on the dagger, dragging a dark shadow behind it. It was like a venomous snake that had suddenly launched an attack. Puff, the black curved short sword suddenly pierced the chest of a fat man, splashing blood and internal organs. Are you going to tell me or not? Yu Guangxiong sneered. In fact, he knew who sent these people to spy on him. With his strength, if he attacked with all his strength, these people would have been dead. But Yu Guangxiong pretended not to know and deliberately chased after them. We are already 20 miles away from the ancient Blood Orchid village. Yu Guangxiong thought to himself. When they first followed Shuobuhan and the others, they were planted with a secret skill of the blood path. As long as they were not more than 30 miles away, Shuobuhan could sense them. Once they were more than 30 miles away, Shuobuhan would activate the secret skill and kill them. But Yu Guangxiong guessed that the secret skill of the blood path could not kill them at any time. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. This operation was Yu Guangxiong's test, as well as his search for an opportunity and possibility to escape. Have mercy! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. It was the one-eyed man. Boss! When the two survivors saw the one-eyed man, they were extremely excited. Who do you think you are? Yu Guangxiong coldly snorted and glanced at the one-eyed man. With a wave of his hand, the snake-like dagger let out a hissing sound and shot toward the one-eyed man like a pitch-black viper. Not good, the one-eyed man's expression changed drastically. He took out his broadsword and slashed out a dark gray whirlwind. However, under Yu Guangxiong's control, the black sword dodged the attack with great intelligence. It arrived behind the one-eyed man and stabbed at him. Right at this moment, a black figure appeared beside the one-eyed man and threw a punch. Pung, a muffled metallic sound came from the sky. Qin Yu's punch sent the black dagger flying more than 10 meters away. Hua Xiazun, how have you been? The corners of Qin Yu's mouth curled up as he spoke in a provocative tone. Bastard, Yu Guangxiong clenched his teeth in anger. The name Hua Xiazun came from Qin Yu's mouth. In the end, it became famous in Clearwater Bay. Along the way, Yu Guangxiong had suffered many humiliations, but he could not defend himself. At this moment, he was used to people calling him Hua Xiazun. However, Qin Yu was the only exception. Hua Xiazun, since you want to die, I will take your head. Qin Yu smiled faintly. From Yu Guangxiong's repeated provocations, he knew that he could not hide anymore. He might as well fight with Yu Guangxiong to see what he was up to. The Flame Emperor was nearby. If anything happened, there was no need to worry. Humph, you talk big. Yu Guangxiong coldly snorted and said, You must be the one who ordered these people to spy on me. If that's the case, I will capture you and use the soul-searching art to see what you are up to. Rumble, a power of intent realm connected heaven and earth. Within a radius of 100 zhang around Yu Guangxiong, black demonic flames rose. With a wave of his hand, he regained control of the black curved dagger. After gathering enough power, he launched an attack at Qin Yu. Qin Yu also released the power of space intent. Everything within a radius of 100 zhang was under his control. Qin Yu could even judge the attack trajectory of the black sword in an instant. It was much easier for him to deal with it. Ding, Qin Yu waved the demon dragon sword, which collided with the black sword and sent it flying. Space power. Yu Guangxiong's eyes widened. At that moment, he felt that his attack was suppressed by space, and its power was weakened. At this moment, Qin Yu launched an attack at Yu Guangxiong. A huge black sword wave slashed out so fast that Yu Guangxiong felt it was difficult to dodge. How is this possible? He has comprehended space intent when he is only half a step in the empty sea realm. Yu Guangxiong was shocked. The power of space intent was extremely powerful. If one comprehended it, he would be almost invincible in the same realm. Among 100 Konghai venerables, only 2 or 3 people could comprehend this kind of power. But Qin Yu had comprehended it before advancing to the empty sea realm. This was simply cheating. Yu Guangxiong could not think of a suitable adjective to express his inner dissatisfaction. After 5 moves, Qin Yu took the initiative and kept attacking Yu Guangxiong. After 10 moves, Yu Guanxiong was at a disadvantage. The battle situation was completely under Qinyu's control. After 15 moves, Yu Guanxiong felt a strain, his heart was in turmoil, as if he could not accept all this. Although Yu Guanxiong had originally planned to pretend to be defeated and lure out Dou Sanxue and even Shui Buhan. But he was very unwilling to be defeated by Qinyu just like that. Around them, some of the spectators in the Blue Water Bay were also completely shocked by the battle between Qinyu and Hua Diabolical Lord. Who is this person? Half-step empty sea realm cultivation, and he is actually suppressing Hua Diabolical Lord. A few days ago, a half-step empty sea realm foreign race expert appeared out of nowhere. Today, there is such a powerful genius. When did geniuses become so worthless? More and more gazes were gradually placed on Qinyu. At this moment, Hua Diabolical Lord angrily counterattacked. Devil Snake Strike. Hua Diabolical Lord blasted out with both palms, releasing a huge amount of black flame True Yuan, which surged into the black snake short sword. Since Qinyu was so strong, he would use his full strength to act more realistically. Boom, there was a loud explosion around the black short sword. The burning black devil flame turned into a sinister poisonous snake. Just a glance at it would make one's heart jump. Swoosh, the black poisonous snake suddenly moved, like a black bolt of lightning, madly attacking, letting out a shocking demonic hissing sound. Qinyu was not frightened. He mobilized the blood-glazed flame in his body and condensed it on his right index finger. As his cultivation increased, the power of the Yangming sword finger became stronger. After condensing it for a while, Qinyu suddenly pointed out with his finger. Boom, the bright blood-red sword light turned into a beam of light more than 2 inches in diameter and blasted out. The speed of the Yangming sword finger, coupled with the power of the space conception, accurately hit Yu Guanxiong's killing move. Bang, in the void, there seemed to be 2 lightning bolts, one red and one black, violently colliding, creating a terrible explosion of black and red flames. Black Sky Palm. Qinyu took this opportunity to display the space palm technique. The 2 palm techniques struck out at the same time. 2 gray palm lights rapidly shuttled in the dark night. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to notice. Yu Guanxiong waved his hand, and a black barrier appeared in front of him. Bang! Bang! The 2 space palm techniques bombarded one after another, creating a spatial vibration force that shattered Yu Guanxiong's defense. This was out of Yu Guanxiong's expectation. Bang! Yu Guanxiong was sent flying more than 10 feet away, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. 2 figures suddenly appeared on a hill in the distance. It was Shui Buhan and Dou Sanxue. What the hell is Yu Guanxiong doing? Dou Sanxue's face darkened. He must be thinking of a way to escape from us. Shui Buhan's cold and bloodthirsty eyes swept across the 2 figures in the sky. In fact, as Yu Guanxiong had expected, the secret skill he planted was not powerful. Once Yu Guanxiong left the range of 30 miles, the secret skill's effect would weaken, and it would be difficult to kill Yu Guanxiong directly. Shui Buhan said again, but this kid doesn't look like he's in cahoots with Yu Guanxiong. Who is he? Dou Sanxue licked his lips and said, My lord, recently, I've had a feeling that I'm being watched. Whether this is Yu Guanxiong's doing or not, everything will be clear once I capture that kid. Go. This person's talent and strength are amazing. He's definitely not a nobody. It's best if we can use him. Shui Buhan's face was as calm as still water. On the other side, the Crimson Flame King was hiding in the dark, leaning against a wall, quietly observing everything. There's a disgusting aura here. The Crimson Flame King frowned slightly, having a bad feeling. In the sky, the battle continued. Ever since Yu Guanxiong was injured by Qinyu, the battle had become one-sided. Qinyu, who possessed the power of space, was even more powerful. Yu Guanxiong had been afraid that his acting was too fake, but now he felt that he was not acting at all. He had really been defeated by Qinyu. Of course, he still had trump cards he had not used, such as the demon subduing net. Bang! Qinyu swept his sword and sent Yu Guanxiong flying more than 60 feet away. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale. Just as Qinyu was about to follow up and take his life, a sense of danger suddenly approached. A blood-red, ferocious claw that seemed to tear the sky apart rushed toward Qinyu. buzz, Qinyu activated his inner armor. And a black snake-shaped light shield enveloped him. This inner armor was a gift from senior brother Feng Wuxue. It was compatible with Qinyu's cultivation technique, and its defensive ability was outstanding. Bang, the blood claw struck, forcing Qinyu back. However, the attack was completely blocked by the inner armor, and Qinyu was not injured. He looked over, and suddenly, a person wearing a black robe appeared. His face was covered, and he could not see his appearance. However, Qinyu used the power of space and his spiritual sense to slowly penetrate the obstruction, and he saw the other party's blurry appearance. Do Sanxue. Qinyu's expression changed slightly. You know me? Do Sanxue was also surprised. The next moment, Do Sanxue reacted. He had been tricked by the evil sovereign. The person before him must be Qinyu, the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. Guessing Qinyu's identity, Do Sanxue was about to interrogate Yu Guanxiong. But Yu Guanxiong beat him to it. Do Sanxue, why did you come out? He is Qinyu, the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. Your identity cannot be exposed. Yu Guanxiong pushed all the blame away, causing Do Sanxue to gnash his teeth in anger. He cursed Yu Guanxiong dozens of times in his heart. Since I've been exposed, I can only capture this lad. Do Sanxue had a plan. If this affected their plan, the higher-ups would definitely make Do Sanxue wish he was dead. Thinking of this, Do Sanxue immediately attacked. Boom, his robes fluttered, and the area within a radius of 100 zhang was filled with blood qi. A bloody and bloodthirsty killing intent filled the air. Suddenly, two huge bloody palms appeared in his field of vision, sweeping up a layer of blood-colored mist and grabbing at Qinyu. Do Sanxue's strength was a notch higher than Yu Guanxiong's. The power of the blood Dao supremacy was extremely shocking. But after Qinyu broke through to the half-step empty sea realm and grasped the power of space, his overall strength had increased greatly. An ordinary early-stage empty sea realm expert was no longer a threat to him. Since Do Sanxue had taken the initiative to come to him, he might as well capture him and bring him back, completing the task that the Silent Blood Valley Master had given him. Slash! 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 Qinyu brandished the demon flood dragon sword. The true yuan in his body surged as he launched a frenzied attack. He was prepared to finish off Do Sanxue as soon as possible and capture him or bring his head back. At this moment, Yu Guanxiong, who was at the side, communicated with Qinyu via voice transmission. Qinyu, you came here to investigate the cause of your fifth senior brother's death, right? I took the initiative to lure Do Sanxue out, so shouldn't you properly thank me? Let's write off our previous grievances. Yu Guanxiong's tone was very sincere. At the same time, he looked around for Shuobuhen's figure. There was still a chance for him to escape. Soon, he found Shuobuhen. If Shuobuhen was not here, Yu Guanxiong would even be willing to work with Qinyu to kill Do Sanxue. After returning to the sect, his contributions could also offset the crime of murdering Qinyu. It was better than his life being controlled by Shuobuhen. Boom! Bang! A series of explosions shook heaven and earth. The first confrontation between Qinyu and Do Sanxue was equally matched. Blood King's life-exterminating claw. Do Sanxue executed a secret skill, causing an even larger blood-colored claw to condense above his head. It was an entire 60 m long, and it was blood-colored, savage, and horrifying. His thoughts were the same as Qinyu's. He was prepared to end the battle as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary complications. Qinyu had just experienced a battle, so he had a greater advantage. Boom! The gigantic blood-colored claw emitted a shocking bloody aura as it came crashing down. What a shocking blood qi! Qinyu exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes glowed. He waved his hand, and a ball of blood-colored glazed flame burst forth. It was the spirit flame of the blood path, blood-glazed flame. These flames were extremely corrosive to fleshly beings. This kind of pure blood qi was extremely easy to ignite, and could even be used as a supplement for the blood glass flame. Cloud-swallowing demonic fist, the fourth demonic matrix on the surface of Qinyu's body surged, wrapping around his left arm. The demonic matrix True Yuan and the blood glass flame intertwined. Boom! He punched out, and the pitch-black giant demonic fist surged with bloody flames as it attacked. Damn it, this kid actually has the blood glass flame. Do Sanchui's face was filled with excitement and wariness. The blood glass flame could increase the strength of blood path cultivators, and was something they desired. It could also restrain blood path cultivators. Rumble, the fist and the claw collided. To outsiders, the blood claw was enormous, and its bloody aura seemed to be able to easily crush the black demonic fist. In reality, that was not the case. Rumble, the instant the demonic fist exploded, it transformed into a demonic cloud that exploded in all directions. The power of the blood glass flame contained within was completely released at this moment. At the start, the giant blood-colored claw had the advantage, but the enormous bloody aura quickly weakened bit by bit. The bright glazed flame burned brighter and brighter, lighting up the entire night sky. It's the blood glass flame. This is a treasure. It can definitely be sold for a sky-high price. Some of the spectators nearby would occasionally exclaim. The clear water bay was already very chaotic, and fights could break out at any time. Therefore, the spectators were not surprised that there was an empty sea-level battle going on here. From their point of view, perhaps one side had taken a fancy to Xianxia's blood glass flame, and that was why they tried to snatch it. This sort of thing was too common. Rumble, the giant blood-colored claw disappeared, and under the control of Xianxia and the flame spirit, the vast sea of bloody flames pounced toward Do Sanxia. The bloody aura domain around Do Sanxia was instantly attacked, and bit by bit, it was devoured. Seizing this opportunity, Xianxia launched an attack. Bright Sun Sword Finger. The more Xianxia used this secret technique, the more he got used to it. Moreover, the Six Flame Sword Finger used the blood glass flame as its main power, so it was able to restrain Do Sanxia to a certain extent. Swoosh, a resplendent blood-red beam of sword chi shot out like a red bolt of lightning, piercing through everything as it struck toward Do Sanxia. The concept energy around Do Sanxia was completely unable to block this attack. In the end, he could only take out an ancient bronze mirror. Pa! Buzz, he slapped his palm on the back of the ancient bronze mirror, and a distorted yellow light wave burst out from the front of the mirror. Swoosh, after the bright sun sword finger pierced into the mirror, it seemed to be greatly obstructed, and its power was greatly weakened. In the end, Do Sanxia destroyed the weakened bright sun sword finger with a single claw strike. Do Sanxia actually has a defensive spirit artifact like the light riding mirror. Yu Guanxiong, who was not far away, sighed. There were many types of defensive spirit artifacts, and the light riding mirror was one of the more outstanding ones. It contained the power of the light Dao and the space Dao. However, in terms of defense, that kid is still more powerful. Yu Guanxiong looked at Xianxia with a fearful expression. At this moment, he somewhat regretted making an enemy out of Xianxia. Do Sanxia also knew that although he had the light riding mirror, he still had to rely on his offensive methods to defeat Xianxia. However, his blood Dao attacks were greatly restrained by Xianxia, and their effects were greatly reduced. Blood Soul Eye. A violent mental energy burst out of Do Sanxui's body and continuously gathered in the air, quickly forming a huge blood-colored eye that emitted a soul-stirring light. At this moment, those who looked at the blood-colored eye seemed to be affected by an invisible impact, and their bodies trembled violently. Those with lower cultivation levels could not shift their gazes away, and they were constantly affected by the impact as they slowly walked towards death. Xianxia was closer to Do Sanxia, and he was also affected by the blood soul eye. However, his mental energy was extremely condensed, and he possessed a powerful demonic will. Since he had reached the empty sea realm, the impact was not too great. Your mental energy has actually reached the empty sea realm. Do Sanxia looked surprised, and he was even a little jealous. Perhaps even Huan Qing back then was not as monstrous as Xianxia. Boom, Do Sanxia made a hand seal, and the blood-red eye turned into a deep blood-red beam of light that blasted toward Xianxia. Xianxia was already on guard, and he activated the 4 Jade Soul Pearl, a soul defense spirit artifact. 2 colored flowing light burst out of it and turned into a light membrane that enveloped Xianxia. At this moment, the blood-red beam of light bombarded him. The 4 Jade Soul Pearl was an extremely outstanding soul defense spirit artifact, and its status was equivalent to the light riding mirror among soul defense spirit artifacts. However, the 4-jade soul pearl was only at the peak of the middle grade. Bang, the two-colored light membrane was broken, and a dark red beam of light shot into Qianyu's soul. Qianyu felt a stabbing pain in his soul, and his consciousness blurred. The world in front of him replaced by the blood-colored world, but everything quickly returned to normal. After all, the 4-jade soul pearl had already blocked the majority of Do Sanchue's soul attack. The moment Qianyu opened his eyes, Do Sanchue had already arrived in front of him, and he formed a blood-colored withered claw that attacked Qianyu's chest. He did not panic, and he used his heart to block Do Sanchue's attack. Bang, the claw descended, and the clothes in front of Qianyu's chest were torn apart, revealing the black snake scale armor underneath. Part of the power of this claw penetrated the scale armor, and attacked Qianyu's heart. Hehe, even if your talent is outstanding, your combat experience is still not as good as mine. Do Sanchue revealed a victorious smile. But at this moment, Qianyu launched an attack, and his fist rumbled over. This is impossible. Do Sanchue was extremely shocked. Just now, his attack had struck Qianyu's heart. Even with the protection of the high-grade scale armor, it could only reduce the power of the attack by 40 to 50%. The remaining power could not kill Qianyu, but it could still seriously injure him. But Qianyu seemed to be completely fine, and suddenly launched an incomparably powerful counterattack. Bang, as the fist landed, Do Sanchue felt that all the ribs in front of his chest had been destroyed, and his internal organs had been affected. Intense pain spread throughout his body. Puff, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying, almost smashing into the ground. Do Sanchue stabilized his body in time, and his face was pale with fright as he stared at Qianyu. He finally felt fear in his heart. Once such a person grew up, he would definitely be able to stand at the peak of the great cosmos realm in the future. You Guangxiong, attack together with me, and capture this kid. Do Sanchue used a commanding tone. Two venerables joining hands to deal with a half-step Void Sea Realm expert was something an ordinary person could not say. It was simply too shameful. But Do Sanchue could not care so much. Yu Guangxiong had a conflicted expression. Although he wanted to kill Qianyu, he wanted to escape even more. However, he was not confident that he could escape from Shui Buhan's clutches. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice rang out. All of you, step back. Let me do it. Countless people in a radius of 300 meters immediately felt a biting cold intent. Swish, in the night, a black-robed figure flew out. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but his whole body emitted a dangerous and terrifying aura. Lord Shui has made a move. Do Sanchue heaved a sigh of relief, but his emotions had yet to calm down. Shui Buhan had made a move, and this matter had already come to an end. However, whether or not he would be punished was still uncertain. Peak early stage Void Sea Realm. No, mid-stage Void Sea Realm. Qianyu's mind trembled, and he felt a strong sense of danger. Shui Buhan's speed was extremely fast. Like an illusory shadow, he closed in on Qianyu. He grabbed out with one hand, and the absolute pressure of heaven and earth descended on the surroundings. His opponent's cultivation was profound, and it would be too late for him to escape directly. Qianyu instantly took out a hair-like blood-colored needle from the pale silver crystal space and threw it out. Shui Buhan did not expect Qianyu to dare to counterattack. Moreover, the distance was close, and the speed of the blood-colored needle was so fast that it was almost undetectable. Swish, the heavenly silkworm blood needle pierced Shui Buhan's body. The heavenly silkworm blood needle is a treasure refined from the silk of the holy beast, the heavenly silkworm. Once it enters the human body, it will merge into the blood. If an expert in the early stage of the Void Sea Realm is hit by this needle, he will definitely die. Even an expert in the peak or middle stage of the Void Sea Realm will be injured. This must be a life-saving treasure that Tu Zhixiang or Feng Wushui gave to Qianyu. Yu Guangxiong was overjoyed when he saw this. Qianyu, this person is the Heavenly Jade Sect's young Valley Master, Shui Buhan. Your fifth senior brother, Huan Qing, was killed by him. This person's cultivation is profound. You and I are not his match, but if we join forces, we can trap him for a while with the heavenly silkworm blood needle and the demon subduing net. As long as we return to the sect and report this matter to our superiors, it will be a great merit. Yu Guangxiong immediately transmitted his voice to Qianyu, appearing extremely sincere. The Black Demon Valley must have attached great importance to something that could deal a blow to the Tianyu sect, so they must have done a great service. Not only had Yu Guanxiong escaped from Shui Buhan's clutches, but he had also made up for his mistake. This was already a very good result. Young master of the Heavenly Jade sect? Qinyu didn't expect this mysterious black-cloaked man to have such an identity. With his strength, even with Yu Guanxiong, it would be difficult for him to kill an expert like Shui Buhan. Therefore, Qinyu was in favor of Yu Guanxiong's suggestion. Without waiting for Qinyu's reply, Yu Guanxiong immediately took out the demon-subduing net. Against a terrifying person like Shui Buhan, they absolutely could not give him any chance to catch his breath, the massive black iron net exuded a power that could suppress everything, covering an area of more than 2,000 feet. Yu Guanxiong immediately controlled the demon-subduing net to shrink. This way, the spiritual artifact's power would be more concentrated and its binding power would be stronger. The black iron net enveloped Shui Buhan, wrapping him 3 times and binding him tightly. The demon-subduing net could absorb true essence, and once trapped, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Yu Guanxiong, what are you doing? You traitor! Dou Sanshui's expression turned grim when he saw this scene, and he shouted out in a grim voice. Just now, Yu Guanxiong had tricked him, and now, he suddenly attacked Shui Buhan. At this moment, Dou Sanshui felt that all of this seemed to be planned by Yu Guanxiong, and he hated him to the bone. Boom! Boom! Dou Sanshui immediately charged at Yu Guanxiong. A ferocious blood claw condensed on each side of him, bringing with it a torrential blood mist that blasted out. Scram! Yu Guanxiong's palm struck the black dagger. Pung! The black serpent dagger was surrounded by a whirlwind of black flames. It pierced through the first blood claw and then went for the second one. Dou Sanshui's injuries were more severe than Yu Guanxiong's, so Yu Guanxiong actually had a slight advantage at this moment. However, he didn't intend to have a decisive battle with Dou Sanshui. The instant he destroyed Dou Sanshui's attack, he turned around and fled. Down below, Yu Lai and the other woman immediately fled after receiving Yu Guanxiong's message. Before Shui Buhan could break free, he had to run as far as he could. However, at this moment, the demon-subduing net emitted a terrifying power of the blood Dao. Shui Buhan's eyes suddenly turned blood-red, and his entire head emitted a strange red light. How is this possible? Yu Guanxiong sensed this change and scanned with his spiritual awareness. His expression changed drastically and he shuddered. The sky silkworm blood needle was highly toxic. Even a middle-stage returning origin realm expert would have to divert a portion of his energy to suppress it. Coupled with the demon-subduing net's ability to absorb qi, Shui Buhan wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. Wing boom, the power of the demon-subduing net became even more intense. The entire black metal net actually started to expand. In less than 2 breaths. Pung, the demon-subduing net was broken. Shui Buhan floated in midair. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in wounds. A pair of blood-red bloodthirsty eyes swept across Qinyu and the Yu clan's group. It made one's heart tremble and felt a strong sense of danger. Even the sky silkworm blood needle and the demon-subduing net were useless? Qinyu was equally shocked. Kiki, your sky silkworm blood needle might be useful against other middle-stage returning origin realm experts. However, it is rather foolish to use it against me. Shui Buhan seemed to have seen through Qinyu and Yu Guanxiong's doubts and explained. However, they still didn't understand why the sky silkworm blood needle was ineffective against Shui Buhan. At this moment, Shui Buhan formed a hand seal. His hands emitted a blood-red radiance. A faintly discernible blood-red thread connected Yu Guanxiong, Yu Lai, and the rest. Not good, Yu Guanxiong's expression changed abruptly. He was scared out of his wits and his face was pale. At the next moment, the blood in his body seemed to have turned into a living creature. It flew up and crashed, biting, and destroying Yu Guanxiong's internal organs. No, spare me, Yu Guanxiong's expression was hideous. He half knelt in midair and struggled in pain. At this moment, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Fear filled his entire body and he couldn't even speak clearly. Yu Lai and the other lady below were the same. In less than 2 breaths, both of them had died. Yu Guangxiong was slightly better off than them, but he seemed to be on the brink of death as well. Suddenly, the blood-red radiance on Shui Buhan's palm dimmed. He said coldly, "I will spare your life this time. If there is a next time, I will definitely let you experience pain that will far exceed today's." "Yes." Yu Guangxiong lowered his head and panted rapidly. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat. "It's your turn now." Shui Buhan's eyes suddenly stared at Qinyu. Just that gaze alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. This person is unfathomable. Qinyu came to a conclusion. The fact that the heavenly silkworm blood needles were ineffective against Shui Buhan could only mean that he had some special means. From the scene just now, he could tell that he was also proficient in the blood path. Everything made sense. However, there was another question. How could the young master of the Heavenly Jade sect be proficient in the blood path? Boom, Shui Buhan waved his palm. A layer of sticky, scarlet blood rushed out and enveloped Qinyu from all directions. The strong smell of blood and danger stimulated Qinyu's pores. Who is this person? What a powerful force. Even the heavenly silkworm blood needles and the demon subduing net can't do anything to him. He also has this powerful blood path power. His strength is truly unfathomable. Looks like that half-step empty sea realm genius is going to die here. What a pity. A few venerables nearby who were watching the battle sighed with emotion. I can only use my trump card. Qinyu sighed inwardly. He estimated that if he activated the golden-winged phoenix bloodline and the blood star sacred elixir, he should be able to contend with Shui Buhan. However, once the blood star sacred elixir was exposed, he would be in another kind of danger. Apart from that, Qinyu had another trump card. His identity token contained a trace of Yuan Qi from his master, the Silent Blood Valley Master. That was the power of a star condensation realm monarch. Once Qinyu activated it, he would be able to escape in an instant. Shui Buhan could only watch. However, Qinyu was reluctant to use it. After all, this trump card could only be used once. Kid, don't use the Blood Star Sacred Elixir. There are others of his kind nearby. Just then, the Crimson Flame King's voice sounded in Qinyu's mind. Does Shui Buhan still have helpers? Qinyu murmured. In this way, even if he used the Blood Star Sacred Elixir, he would not be able to escape. He could only use the trump card that his master had given him. Gurgle. Gurgle, the viscous scarlet blood seemed to be alive. It spread in all directions and blocked all of Qinyu's escape routes, as if to devour him. Hold on, I surrender. Qinyu suddenly spoke. Not far away, Shui Buhan's blood-red eyes suddenly froze. He did not intend to kill Qinyu, as that might attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Black Demon Valley. Therefore, he planned to seal Qinyu. It was naturally good that Qinyu was willing to follow them, but before he could mention it, Qinyu had voluntarily surrendered. This made Shui Buhan feel that the current Qinyu did not match his previous image. He was somewhat cowardly and afraid of death. If Yu Guangxiong can join you, I can too. After all, my strength and talent exceed his. Qinyu said confidently. In fact, he had already planned to use the trump card that his master had given him to save his life. But on second thought, Qinyu realized that since he had this trump card and his life was not in danger, he could go to the enemy's camp and see what Shui Buhan, Do Sanxue, and the others were up to. Anyway, he had the trump card that the Star Condensation Realm King had given him. As long as he wanted to escape, Shui Buhan would definitely not be able to stop him. To one side, the corners of Yu Guangxiong's mouth twitched. He did not say much. In his opinion, Qinyu's surrender was a matter of course. After all, the enemy was too strong. You are very perceptive. I will naturally not reject a talent like you. But before that, you have to swallow this blood pill. Shui Buhan took out a blood bead covered with mysterious patterns. After swallowing this blood pill, I will be able to sense your situation. Once you leave within 30 kilometers of me, I will activate a secret technique. As for the consequences, I believe you have seen it just now. Shui Buhan laughed dryly and waited for Qinyu to make his choice. Unexpectedly, Qinyu pondered for a moment, then directly took the blood pill and swallowed it. Master's trump card can instantly send me thousands of kilometers away. This thing does not seem to be a threat to me. Xianxia thought for a moment and then swallowed the blood bead. Once he returned to the Black Demon Valley, with the Silent Blood Valley Master's extraordinary abilities, it would be a piece of cake for him to dissolve a blood pill. Seeing Xianxia so decisive, Shui Buhan and Dou Sanshui felt a little strange, but they were a little relieved. Xianxia was too cooperative. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. "Let me check your storage space," Shui Buhan suddenly shouted. He suspected that Xianxia had some kind of trump card, so he was not afraid of anything. Xianxia was also very generous and polite. The truly precious things were all stuffed into the light silver crystal space. In the end, Shui Buhan found nothing and felt a sense of emptiness. But at this point, he could not think of any other possibilities. "Let's go." Shui Buhan snorted and returned to the Blood Orchid stronghold with Dou Sanshui, Yu Guangxiong, and Qianyu. The battle ended just like that, shocking the entire Clear Water Bay. After all, this battle involved several Konghai supremacies, as well as terrifying experts at the mid-stage of the Void Sea realm. The Blood Orchid stronghold. In the dimly lit main hall, the layout was slightly ancient and gloomy. "My lord, I feel that there's something wrong with this Qianxia," Dou Sanshui said in a low voice. "I also suspect that he has the Silent Blood Valley Master's trump card, but I didn't find anything in the storage space." Shui Buhan's voice was low. His eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying scarlet light. Then, the skin on his head squirmed, and his entire head emitted a faint red light. It looked strange and creepy. But the next scene was even more terrifying. Shui Buhan's entire head swelled up, and a crack appeared between his eyebrows. It gradually expanded, and a blood-red head suddenly flew out from it. The head was covered in blood, but it was alive and kicking, flying around in the air. Tui, Bloodhead opened his mouth and spat out a thin needle, which he stabbed into the ground. "Hee, these fools. My lord is a descendant of the Blood Skull clan. How can a mere heavenly silkworm blood needle hurt you?" Dou Sanshui lowered his head and bowed, flattering him. The Blood Clan was the nemesis of all flesh races. In ancient times, they were glorious for a time, intimidating all races. The vast cosmos realm was almost invaded by the Blood Clan. The Blood Skull clan was a major branch of the Blood Clan. This Bloodhead was a legendary descendant of the Blood Skull clan. If his true appearance was revealed, the entire Clear Water Bay would be shaken. In 5 days, the young ancestor will descend on this realm. Before that, don't cause trouble for me. Bloodhead opened his mouth and shouted coldly. "Yes." Dou Sanshui trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. Inside the hall, Shui Buhan's body lay motionless on the ground. His head was shriveled, as if there was only a layer of skin left on it. Just then, the blood-colored head floating in the air darted back into the scalp. The next moment, Shui Buhan stood up again. The cracks on his face quickly healed, and he looked no different from a normal human being. This was the means of the descendants of the Blood Skull clan. They could occupy the body of other living beings, swallow their blood, and imitate their aura. It was extremely difficult to see through them. Most of the clans in the Blood Clan had such means, which was also one of the reasons why the Blood Clan was feared. No one knew if the people around them had been replaced by the Blood Clan. Suddenly, a ray of blood-colored light appeared in the hall. Shui Buhan opened his mouth and swallowed it. "Keep an eye on those humans. Don't allow anyone to leave the ancient Blood Orchid village in the near future." Shui Buhan left in a hurry after giving the order. The night was as dark as ink and as cold as water. In a spacious and gloomy hall, more than a dozen figures in black robes with their faces covered gathered. "There are 5 days left before the young ancestor arrives." A hoarse voice came from a black-robed man directly above. He was obviously an old man. "Everything is ready. We're just waiting for the young ancestor to arrive." A tall figure stood up and said solemnly. "Is the vessel for the young ancestor ready?" The old voice asked. "A total of 32 have been prepared. All of them are talented people, including the elites of the big sect and families. I believe there will be a vessel that the young ancestor will be satisfied with." Shui Buhan replied. "Well, among these humans, there should be some who we can't completely trust. After the young ancestor chooses the vessel, we'll kill all of them." The Blood Clan only wants obedient slaves. The old voice was very decisive. After Qinyu came to the ancient Blood Orchid village, he was restricted to a certain area. There were simply too many restrictive formations in this place. Almost any random house or hall required a special method to open the formation and enter it. Qinyu had swallowed Shuobuhan's blood pill. Within a short distance, Shuobuhan could sense everything he said and did. In short, Qinyu felt that the entire Blood Orchid ancient village was extremely weird. There were too many forbidden areas here that could not be touched. They were monitored all day long. However, since he was already here, he had to at least obtain some valuable items or information before leaving. Otherwise, Qinyu's trip would be in vain. In addition to Qinyu and Yu Guangxiong, there seemed to be many people like them who had swallowed the blood pills and were under the control of the Blood Orchid ancient village. These people rarely communicated with each other and did not trust each other. After all, everyone wanted to escape from here, but no one could be sure that the person talking to them would not tell the Blood Orchid ancient village. On this day, Qinyu found Yu Guangxiong. Since the other party had arrived here earlier, he must have done his best to understand the situation. Qinyu, I don't believe that you are sincerely following Shuobuhan. You must have a way to escape. Yu Guangxiong said in a low voice as a dim light flickered in his eyes. You guessed wrong this time. Qinyu shook his head and said, the other party's strength is unfathomable. I can't resist, so I can only surrender. If there is a chance to leave, I will seize it. If there is no chance, I can only resign myself to fate. Qinyu did not reveal his trump card. First, he did not trust Yu Guangxiong. Second, he felt that after the last incident, Yu Guangxiong's temperament had changed. He had fear in his heart and seemed to have accepted the Blood Orchid ancient village. At least, he would not take risks without full confidence. In this case, if Qinyu revealed his real trump card, the other party would definitely tell on him. In this way, Yu Guangxiong gained Shuobuhan's trust, and he also got rid of Qinyu, the person he hated. Humph. Yu Guangxiong snorted and did not speak. I'm just curious about what Shuobuhan wants to do. The strength of the Blood Orchid ancient village should be very strong. Otherwise, I would not have a future if I followed them. Qinyu showed a curious look. The Blood Orchid ancient village is an extremely powerful and mysterious force in the entire Clearwater Bay. Even the Snake Dragon Gang, the #1 force in the Clearwater Bay, is not willing to provoke the Blood Orchid ancient village. Of course, Shuobuhan and Do Sanshui are not the only two people here, but we have not been fully trusted by them. There is no need for other high-level people to contact us. I met other people in black robes several times. Although I could not see their faces, their aura was extremely strong. Yu Guangxiong said very coldly. He did inquire about the entire Blood Orchid ancient village before, so he had some understanding. On the third day, Qinyu found that the atmosphere in the Blood Orchid ancient village was getting more and more strange. From time to time, there would be a powerful soul sense sweeping through. On this day, he was ready to go out to find the Red Flame King. However, the gate of the Blood Orchid ancient village was closed, and the formation was activated to block everything. The master has ordered that no one is allowed to go out in the next few days. At this time, the 4 guards stopped Qinyu with cold expressions. Something big must have happened next. Qinyu had a feeling that a storm was coming. After returning to the ancient village, he looked at a circular castle in the center of the entire village. This circular castle seemed to be the core of the Blood Orchid ancient village. It was surrounded by layers of restrictions. Once he got close, he would be noticed. If I don't find anything else, I'll try to break into this ancient castle before I leave. After glancing at the circular castle, Qinyu withdrew his gaze. Outside the Blood Orchid ancient village, the figure of the Red Flame King occasionally appeared. This kid won't die in there, will he? The Red Flame King opened his mouth but could not say anything good. But isn't that kid a descendant of the Blood Devouring clan? If he enters the Blood Orchid ancient village, he should be treated well. The Red Flame King muttered a few words and then left. On the 5th day, the outside world was as usual, but the entire Blood Orchid ancient village was shocked. A mysterious expert in a black robe appeared, which made everyone realize that the Blood Orchid ancient village was unfathomable and had a deep foundation. Qianyu, come with me. Do Xianxia came to the outside of Qianyu's residence and shouted. When Qianyu came out, he saw a lot of people there, including Yu Guanxiong. This? Are they going to do something big? After seeing the situation, Qianyu tentatively asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You'll know later. Do Xianxia coldly glanced at Qianyu. He always felt that there was something wrong with Qianyu and that he did not sincerely follow them. Perhaps it was because Qianyu's task this time was to track him, so Do Xianxia was biased against Qianyu. Under the leadership of Do Xianxia, a group of people went to the castle in the center of the Blood Orchid Ancient Village. After a while, it seemed that everyone in the Blood Orchid Ancient Village had gathered here. In addition to Shuibuhan and Do Xianxia, there were nearly 20 people in black robes. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but each of them exuded a very powerful aura. Only a few of them were weaker than Shuibuhan, and most of them were stronger than him. Whoosh, a black-robed figure flew into the sky and said in a loud voice, "Open the formation." Below him, there was a huge ancient formation platform. The two of them walked to the side of the ancient formation and inlaid a few crystal stones. The formation was suddenly activated, and wisps of silver light rose up intermittently, sending out bursts of spatial fluctuations. What are they going to do? A transmission formation? Are the core figures of the Blood Orchid Ancient Village coming here? Except for the black-robed man, the rest of the people were surprised and puzzled. Boom, above the formation, the fluctuations suddenly became intense, and the silver light seemed to turn into a beam of light, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, everyone felt that there was a strange aura within the dazzling silver light pillar. As the light dimmed, the figure inside was revealed. At this moment, the entire castle was silent. The black-robed man looked pious and awestruck, while the rest of the people's expressions changed drastically, and they turned pale with fear. Above the ancient transmission formation, there was a crimson stream of blood, shaped like a snake or a dragon, with scales on its body and two small blood claws. This blood-colored creature slowly wriggled, and there was a blood-colored crystal bead on its head, emitting a frightening red light. It slightly rotated, like an eyeball. Below the blood bead was a big mouth, sucking in and spitting out blood mist. At this moment, everyone present felt as if the blood in their bodies had frozen, and they felt uncomfortable. Their hearts were filled with instinctive fear. A descendant of the devouring blood clan. Yu Guanxiong's eyes widened, and he gasped, his body involuntarily trembling. It's the devouring blood clan, my god, how could there be a descendant of the devouring blood clan? What the hell is going on? The rest of the people's reactions were almost the same as Yu Guanxiong's, and some of them were even more exaggerated. But there was one thing in common, they were all afraid from the bottom of their hearts. But there was always an exception, and this time, Qianyu was an exception. Is this the legendary descendant of the devouring blood clan? Qianyu carefully looked at the creature that had suddenly been transmitted. At this moment, the mysterious heart in his body beat faster, and he even felt a sense of urgency, desire, intimacy, and familiarity. I can't believe I feel intimacy from this thing, a shudder ran through Qianyu, and he felt nauseous and cold. Welcome, Junior Patriarch. The black-robed men in the castle said in unison. They knelt on one knee, showing great respect for the descendant of the devouring blood clan. Is this the vessel you've prepared for me? The blood-colored creature used the blood-red crystal bead to examine the 32 people in front of it. His voice was cold and aloof, and he gave off an air of superiority. Junior Patriarch, please choose. The black-robed old man said. What? A vessel? Not good. Run. The 32 people in the castle understood the meaning of these words, no matter how stupid they were. They were actually the new bodies of this descendant of the devouring blood clan, and were under his control. As soon as someone resisted and neared the castle gate, the black-robed figures around him suddenly attacked. Incomparably powerful and oppressive auras rumbled down like a mountain. The black-robed man floating in the sky waved his hand, and a huge blood-colored light curtain came down, its aura overwhelming in all directions. It's your life's fortune to be chosen by me. The junior patriarch sneered and continued to observe. His eyes quickly swept over one person after another, and he seemed dissatisfied with them all. Suddenly, the junior patriarch's eyes fell on Qianyu. Eh? This person makes me feel a sense of familiarity. The junior patriarch found this strange. At that moment, Xianyu also felt the junior patriarch's gaze. When their eyes met, both felt an urge to approach and obtain each other. Xianyu felt nauseous and cold again. He felt that his aesthetic sense and sexual orientation were absolutely normal. Swoosh, the junior patriarch sprang into action, leaving only a faint red shadow in the air. His cultivation base was extremely profound, and he arrived at Xianyu's side almost instantly, opening his mouth to bite Xianyu's arm. Given Xianyu's physical defense, it would be difficult for an ordinary Sky Sea expert to hurt him. However, the junior patriarch's bite instantly tore through Xianyu's skin. In the next moment, the junior patriarch's entire body rapidly flowed through the wound and into Xianyu's body. The castle fell silent once more, not a single sound could be heard. The junior patriarch wasn't sure why he felt such a sense of familiarity and closeness from a human. In his eyes, humans were a lowly race that he could kill at will, and the taste of their blood was mediocre. However, at this moment, he felt a sense of longing. He felt that Xianyu's body was extremely delicious. Although Xianyu's skin was hard, the junior patriarch had a profound cultivation base. As soon as he bit through the skin, his body turned into a tiny stream of blood that rapidly entered Xianyu's body. The desire in the junior patriarch's body grew even stronger, along with another emotion, reverence. He was a descendant of the devouring blood tribe, so why would he have such an emotion in the body of a lowly human? Blub, blub, the junior patriarch's body turned into countless tiny streams of blood that flowed through Xianyu's meridians, devouring Xianyu's blood. Although it didn't taste very good, it was very pure. He could sense Xianyu's struggle, but once a descendant of the devouring blood tribe entered a human body, victory was sealed. The junior patriarch also devoured Xianyu's true essence. As long as he could devour all of Xianyu's blood, he would be able to take over the body and replace it. You're very lucky, human, to have caught my eye. I'll make your life even more exciting. I'll make sure the great cosmos realm remembers your name. The junior patriarch laughed inwardly. He could sense that Xianyu's resistance was growing weaker and weaker, until it suddenly vanished. Have you given up? That's more like it. Be a good boy and let me take your place. Realizing that he was so happy to take over a human's body, the junior patriarch started to talk a bit more. All of a sudden, thump thump. Thump thump thump, a soul-shaking beating sound suddenly rang out, causing the young ancestor of the devouring blood clan, who had turned into countless streams of blood, to tremble. His mind also produced a sound like a beating drum. This vibration. What's going on? The reverence and fear in the junior patriarch's heart instantly increased, and he could even feel a sense of impending danger. But he had already entered the human's body and was about to devour all of his blood. Why would he feel danger? All of a sudden, an incomparably powerful and irresistible attractive force erupted from Xianyu's chest. Gurgle, the junior patriarch's body flowed uncontrollably toward it. There seemed to be a black hole there, a black hole that only attracted and devoured him. What's going on? The junior patriarch roared in his heart, which eventually turned into a scream. The blood in his body gathered towards his heart from all the meridians in his body. The closer he got to his heart, the stronger the sense of danger became, as if he was walking towards death. This was the first time in his life that he had felt so close to death. This is? The young patriarch saw a heart that was transparent like crystal. It was deep and boundless, with gold and silver intertwining on its surface and a myriad of colors at times. It was a dazzling sight, and he couldn't help but be drawn into it. As of this moment, the junior patriarch was certain that the thing he felt so familiar with was not Xianyu, but rather, the heart. But he didn't know what it was. The gravitational force of the mysterious heart continued to grow stronger and stronger, until the junior patriarch was slowly being sucked into it. No, he circulated all of his strength to resist, but it was useless. He couldn't even cause a ripple. In the end, the junior patriarch's entire body was sucked into the mysterious heart. At this moment, the fear of death in his heart suddenly faded, and he felt a sense of belonging. Inside the castle, everyone's eyes were focused on Xianyu. The blood race was the nemesis of all flesh and blood races. In ancient times, they had been glorious for a time, intimidating all races, and even the great cosmos realm had almost been invaded by them. There were many branches among the enormous blood race, and at the same time, there was a ruling race, the devouring blood race. If the blood race was the nemesis of all flesh and blood races, not only that, but the devouring blood race was also the nemesis of all blood races, the royal race of all blood races. The ancestor of all blood races. In the sky above the castle, the black-robed old man carefully sized up Xianxia with a pair of deep and wise eyes. He really wanted to know why the junior patriarch had chosen this body. There were 32 people present, and 20 of them were supremacy Kong Hai, but the junior patriarch had chosen a body that was only half a step into the void sea realm. It's that kid? Xue Buhan and Do Sansui's pupils shrank. That kid is really unlucky. Do Sansui swallowed. However, when they thought that they would have to obey Xianxia, the junior patriarch's orders in the future, Do Sansui and Xue Buhan felt a sense of resistance. Haha, this guy is really unlucky. There are more than 30 people here, but the descendant of the devouring blood race chose him. Yu Guanxiong sneered inwardly, a mocking look on his face. Qianyu's death made him feel excited and happy. The others also heaved a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't have to die and become vessels for the descendant of the devouring blood race. Suddenly, whoosh. Whoosh, Qianxia took 2 deep breaths. Just his breath alone was enough to attract everyone's attention. This guy can also be absorbed by the mysterious heart. Qianxia heaved a sigh of relief, but he was inwardly shocked. The moment the descendant of the devouring blood race entered his body, he had indeed been terrified. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. However, Qianxia thought that the mysterious heart could extract bloodline power. Even if the body of the descendant of the devouring blood race was just a mass of blood, it should still be able to absorb him. Therefore, Qianxia decided to give it a try, and in the end, the young patriarch was absorbed. From start to finish, everything went smoothly. The moment the young patriarch was absorbed by the mysterious heart, there was no bloodline power appearing in the gray, silent space as Qianxia had expected. Instead, a wisp of crimson aura suddenly appeared and blended into the silent, cold, and desolate black space. Boom, the entire space trembled, as if some kind of change had occurred. Qianxu's heart suddenly beat vigorously, and a vigorous life force surged through his body. The feeling of weakness just now was swept away in an instant. At this moment, Qianxia felt as if his whole body had undergone a tremendous change. His meridians, flesh, bones, and hair were all transforming, and power kept surging into him. Qianxia felt that his level of existence had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was heading toward the sky-sea realm. An indescribable feeling of comfort constantly rose in his heart. What's going on? After absorbing the descendant of the devouring blood race, there was no bloodline power. Instead, it directly affected the mysterious heart and my body. Qianxia was bewildered. There was one more question about the mysterious heart. He slowly opened his eyes and found that everyone around him was staring at him. Greetings, young patriarch. All the black-robed men knelt down respectfully. Although Qianxia felt a little proud of himself for being worshipped by so many powerhouses, he was even more flustered. If these people were to find out that he had absorbed their young ancestor, the consequences were terrifying to think about. Since that was the case, it was better not to tell them this cruel reality. At this moment, Qianxia found that the other humans nearby all had expressions of pity and relief on their faces. Yu Guanxiong even had a smile at the corner of his mouth. This guy can't wait for me to die. Qianxia shook his head and said to himself. He stopped breathing, his expression arrogant, his eyes emitting a sharp light, and he shouted coldly, "Why don't you worship me?" At this moment, everyone around him seemed to be struggling. After all, Qianxia was only a half-step void sea realm expert. But when they thought of Qianxu's real identity and the current situation, they had to worship him. Greetings, young patriarch. 31 people, including Yu Guanxiong, half-knelt. Young patriarch, since you're here, we should also leave this place. The black-robed old man in the sky floated down and walked toward Qianxia. He stared at him with a pair of dark red eyes. For some reason, he had a strange feeling in his heart. He had seen the young patriarch enter Qianxu's body with his own eyes. Nothing should have happened to him, but he still felt a little uneasy. Not good, this old guy seems to be observing me. Qianxu's heart tightened. If I stay here, I'll show my flaws sooner or later. It's time to leave. Qinyu had a plan. This time, when he went deep into the enemy's camp, he found out that the Blood Orchid ancient village was controlled by a group of vampires. At the same time, he also killed a legendary descendant of the Devouring Blood clan. Thinking of leaving, Qinyu became bolder again. He had a trump card, so he was naturally fearless. This body's cultivation is too weak. I need to break through to the Void Sea realm as soon as possible. Do you have any treasures that can help me reach the Void Sea realm faster? Qinyu asked with a cold and proud attitude. This body of yours cultivates the demonic path cultivation method. I don't have any suitable treasures here. I only have a 5,000-year-old demonic wolf fruit and a sea transformation pill that can increase the probability of breaking through to the Void Sea realm. The black-robed old man said. Qinyu was very excited, but he still pretended to be cold and calm on the surface. He said, "That's all? Forget it, give it all to me." The 5,000-year-old demonic wolf fruit was of great help to Qinyu's cultivation of the demonic path. It was estimated that when he broke through to the Void Sea realm, he could directly comprehend the demonic intent realm. And the sea transformation pill was a legendary treasure pill that could increase the probability of breaking through to the Void Sea realm. The black-robed old man took the demonic wolf fruit and the sea transformation pill and handed them over. Just as Qinyu took these two things, the black-robed old man's wrinkled hand touched Qinyu's hand. Not good. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly felt a sense of fear. He snatched the demonic wolf fruit and the blood transformation pill from the black-robed old man's hand and took out the identity token in the pale silver crystal space. On the other side, the black-robed old man did not feel the same bloodline chi the moment he touched Qinyu. His mind was in turmoil. His eyes gradually widened, and his face was full of disbelief. "What did you do to the young ancestor?" The black-robed old man roared, and a terrifying blood Dao aura suddenly burst forth. Everyone in the surroundings was sent flying. The blood in the bodies of several half-step Void Sea realm humans exploded, and they died on the spot. At the same time, Qinyu activated the Silent Blood Valley Master's Yuan Qi in the identity token. Buzz, a dark red light bloomed, forcibly suppressing the powerful blood Dao aura emitted by the black-robed old man. Everyone present was trembling under this dark red starlight. This is Star Condensing Yuan Qi. The black-robed old man's body trembled, and his eyes flashed with shock. In the next moment, the dark red starlight wrapped around Qinyu's body, and he turned into a shooting star that shot into the sky. He instantly tore apart the array formation, pierced through the top of the ancient castle, and disappeared into the horizon. Everyone in the ancient castle was stunned, and they had a blank look on their faces. But in an instant, everyone reacted. The castle in the center of the Blood Orchid ancient village was in chaos. That kid wasn't possessed by a descendant of the Blood Devouring clan. How is that possible? It's incredible that he still has a trump card of the Star Condensation realm. He escaped. Yu Guanxiong and the rest of the 31 cultivators were dumbfounded. More than 90% of them were still thinking about how to escape from the control of the Blood Orchid ancient village. But Qinyu had made a demonstration in front of them and escaped from the Blood Orchid ancient village. Not only that, Qinyu seemed to have defeated a descendant of the Blood Devouring clan and obtained a 5,000-year-old demonic wolf fruit and a sea transformation pill to break through to the empty sea realm from the experts of the Blood clan. Even if they prostrated themselves in worship, it would not be enough to express their admiration in their hearts. On the side of the Blood clan, in addition to shock and panic, there was also hatred. It's over. What happened to the young ancestor? How could he fail? That kid escaped. Our secret has been exposed. Damn it, what did that bastard do? Many experts of the Blood clan expressed their feelings. This sudden change was too sudden, causing them to be at a loss as to what to do. Bastard, he has a life-saving trump card left by the master of the Silent Blood Valley. Shuabuhan's face was cold and he gnashed his teeth. He had searched Qinyu's storage bag and found nothing. How could this happen? He was the one who found Qinyu. Now that this had happened, he was responsible. Whoosh, Shuabuhan was the first to rush out, as if he wanted to fly out of the castle and catch up with Qinyu. A few other Blood Tribe experts also leaped into the air with the same thought in mind. Don't chase him. I'm afraid he has already escaped thousands of miles away. The black-robed elder's cold voice came out. Suddenly, the cold wind howled in the castle, as if it was winter. All of a sudden, the castle fell silent. Everyone froze in place, not daring to move. Elder, let me capture him. He swallowed the blood pill I made. As long as he is within 30 miles of me, I can sense his specific location. Shuobuhan stood out and said. Only by capturing Chen Yu could he make up for his mistake. Lu Ling, what's the identity of this kid? The black-robed elder asked coldly. Shuobuhan looked at the black-robed elder. Shuobuhan was only the name of this body. The blood skull race member who had occupied this body was called Lu Ling. Lu Ling was just about to answer, but he swallowed his words. Chen Yu was the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. As long as he returned to the Black Demon Valley, he would definitely have a way to solve this problem. Humph. The black-robed old man snorted coldly, and Lu Ling immediately stood up. Immediately after, the black-robed old man suddenly made a hand seal, and the array formation in the castle activated, causing the ground to rumble. Young Patriarch is in danger. Blood Spirit King, please help. The black-robed old man knelt down, his voice filled with incomparable sincerity. At the same time, the rest of the black-robed cultivators trembled and dropped to their knees. Lu Ling's face was deathly pale. He had never thought that this matter would alarm the king of the blood tribe. The rest of the people present were also frightened to the point of panic. There was actually a star condensation realm blood race king here. Rumble. A small hole suddenly appeared in the ground at the center of the ancient castle, and gradually expanded, turning into a round hole with a diameter of 10 feet, leading to the abyss below. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement below, as if everything that had just happened was just a bluff of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was also very nervous at this moment, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. The Blood Spirit King was a king that had once descended to the great cosmos realm, and had been chased by the kings of the human race and demon race, almost dying. But the blood tribe was powerful and had remarkable abilities. The Blood Spirit King had survived, and had been sleeping here all this time without anyone knowing. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to disturb the Blood Spirit King. But something had happened to the young patriarch, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead, so he could only ask the Blood Spirit King for help. Suddenly, a transcendent and terrifying pressure that could suppress everything erupted from the ground without warning. Everyone in the ancient castle felt as if they had instantly arrived at a land of destruction, and their consciousness was in chaos. Soon, this feeling disappeared, and there was only a heavy feeling left in the ancient castle. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their backs, their legs trembling, and it was difficult to breathe. No one dared to raise their heads. Below the ancient castle, a bloody mist spread, and nothing could be seen. A bunch of trash. A low and hoarse voice sounded out, and it turned into thunder that exploded in everyone's minds. A few people below the Sky-Sea realm directly fainted. Lord King, please calm your anger, the black-robed old man immediately said, and then he seemed to communicate with the king below the ancient castle. Boom, the bloody mist rumbled, and a dark red pillar of blood suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was not a pillar of blood, but an elongated arm. Whoosh, this giant arm of blood exuded a shocking aura as it charged straight at Lu Ling. Lu Ling's face was filled with fear, but he did not dare to go against the will of a king. He did not even dare to dodge. Paw, the giant blood-colored palm landed on Lu Ling's head, and a blood-colored ripple spread out in all directions. It seemed to pierce through space and extend to an unknown place. Lu Ling's entire head emitted a scarlet light that shot into the sky and illuminated the surroundings. Arg! Lu Ling's expression was twisted as he roared. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture he was currently enduring. At the same time, Chen Yu, who was thousands of miles away, suddenly felt a strange sensation in his body. It was as if something that did not belong to him had suddenly gone berserk, as if it had felt an intense calling and wanted to rush out. This is the thing that Lu Ling made me swallow. Chen Yu's head shook. It was a good thing that this thing had left on its own, but things were definitely not as simple and perfect as Chen Yu thought. He had devoured a descendant of the devouring blood race, a royal family of the blood race. The blood race would definitely think of a way to deal with Chen Yu. This was the beginning. He immediately circulated his physical power and True Yuan to suppress it. The two forces clashed against each other. At first, the two sides were evenly matched, but Qin Yu had enough stamina and eventually gained the upper hand. Lu Ling's blood Dao power slowly calmed down, as if it had accepted its fate. Ha ha ha, what can a mere blood race do to me? Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh loudly. But at this moment, that power erupted again, becoming extremely violent as if it had gone berserk, and broke through Qin Yu's restraints. That Lu Ling's blood Dao power surged through Qin Yu's body, permeating and merging with it. It even affected the soul dimension, causing Qin Yu's mind consciousness to suddenly have the illusion that he had sensed something far away. Oh no, what did they do? Qin Yu's expression darkened. At this moment, he felt like disgusting things were crawling all over his body. He tried to use the power of his heart, but there was no reaction. The mysterious heart could suppress a foreign power, but the prerequisite was that that power was harming Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu only felt that something unclean had merged with him. It didn't harm him in any way, and it was even nourishing his body. After all, that blood bead contained Lu Ling's essence blood. As a descendant of the blood skull race, Lu Ling's cultivation was profound, and he was about to break through to the peak of the middle stage of the Void Sea realm. I'd better go back as soon as possible. Master must have a way to solve this. Qin Yu thought to himself. He flew at full speed toward the Black Demon Valley. In the ancient castle at the center of the Blood Orchid ancient stronghold, Lu Ling's miserable screams reverberated in all directions. There were even echoes that lingered in people's ears, causing their hair to stand on end and making them shudder. Suddenly, the blood-colored palm lifted slightly. Lu Ling's screams stopped abruptly. His entire body went limp on the ground, and the skin on his head seemed somewhat shriveled. Lord King, what's the situation? The black-robed elder asked in a low voice. The Blood Spirit King pondered for a moment, then transmitted his voice. I was going to use the Blood Race's secret technique to forcefully absorb Lu Ling's essence blood, and then use my strength to strengthen it. After that, as long as he appears within 100 miles, I will be able to sense him, but unfortunately, Qin Yu's physical strength was too strong, and the Blood Spirit King's injuries had not yet healed, so he ultimately failed. However, the Blood Spirit King then used another Blood Race's forbidden technique. This forbidden technique consumed a portion of my Yuan Qi, and at the same time, lowered Shuobuhan's cultivation as a price, but it was successfully used. From now on, Lu Ling will be able to sense his location within 100 miles. The Blood Spirit King's voice contained infinite power, but one could still sense his weakness. Only Lu Ling can sense him. Could this be the Blood Race's forbidden technique, the Blood-Soul Connection technique? The black-robed elder was slightly shocked. It was rumored that after this technique was used, there would be a blood-soul connection between two saint spirits. When one was injured, the other would also suffer the same injury. Of course, distance would affect the effect. If it was too far away, the two would not be able to affect each other. This forbidden technique was known as one of the most dangerous forbidden techniques of the blood race. After it was used, the body would self-destruct, and the enemy would also suffer great damage. It was a technique used by the blood race to perish together with the enemy. At least we have a way to determine his location. Next, you guys handle it yourselves. Don't disturb me. After saying this, the Blood Spirit King's aura completely disappeared, and he seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep again. Everyone in the hall immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as though they had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Lu Ling, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistake. The black-robed elder looked at Lu Ling. He told him all the information he had learned from the Blood Spirit King through voice transmission. What? Blood-soul connection technique? Lu Ling's face was pale. He did not expect the Blood Spirit King to be able to use his body to forcefully use this forbidden technique. As long as you can determine Qin Yu's location and have the confidence to capture him, you can undo the blood-soul connection technique. This way, his injuries won't be synchronized with yours, but at the same time, you will lose the ability to sense his location. The black-robed elder entrusted everything to Lu Ling, and at the same time, he told him the method to undo the blood-soul connection technique. After all, apart from Lu Ling, no one else would be able to find traces of Qin Yu. Don't worry, elder. I'll definitely capture Qinyu and save the young patriarch. Lu Ling's face was gloomy and determined. If you're sure that the young patriarch is no longer around, you'll perish together with him. The black-robed elder's voice was incomparably heavy. The last few words were like a sentence that could not be questioned, and they could only be executed. On the way back to Black Demon Valley, Qinyu checked his body several times. He found that the blood pill that he had swallowed back then had completely fused with his body. After all, this thing did not harm Qinyu, but instead nourished him. Thus, his body automatically accepted it and completely absorbed it into his body. Although this was a good thing, why would the Blood Clan help Qinyu of their own accord? There must be something fishy going on, but Qinyu did not know. Worried that the Blood Clan would chase after him, Qinyu was eager to return home. He did not care about anything else and went straight back to Black Demon Valley. In less than a month, he successfully arrived. Once he returned, Qinyu went straight to the residence of the Silent Blood Valley Master. Tu Zhixiang was also there, seemingly asking the Silent Blood Valley Master some questions about cultivation. Junior brother? Tu Zhixiang was slightly surprised to see Qinyu, but her expression soon became interesting. In her opinion, Qinyu must have encountered some danger and difficulty that he could not deal with, so he could only return to Black Demon Valley. Her master would definitely lose his temper and punish Qinyu. In the main hall, the Silent Blood Valley Master's expression slightly changed when he saw Qinyu, and he sat up. In his memory, he had asked Qinyu to investigate the cause of Huan Qing's death. Now that Qinyu had returned, he did not know if he brought any good news. But the next moment, the Silent Blood Valley Master immediately sensed that something was wrong. How long had it been? Qinyu had at most gone to Clearwater Bay for a stroll before running back. This was definitely not because he had found some clues, but more like he had offended some powerful enemy at Clearwater Bay and could not survive, so he ran back. Thinking of this, the Silent Blood Valley Master's expression slightly darkened. The entire mountain forest immediately darkened, and cold winds blew. You're back? The Silent Blood Valley Master's voice was indifferent, with an invisible pressure and questioning tone. Qinyu half knelt down. Disciple has something to report. Speak. The Silent Blood Valley Master was expressionless. He wanted to hear what Qinyu had to say. No matter what the reason was, coming back after only a few months was a sign of incompetence. Qinyu was puzzled. He had made a great contribution and returned to the sect. Why didn't his master look happy? Fourth senior sister's expression was also very strange. She seemed to be gloating and waiting to watch a good show. Qinyu cleared his throat and said, I have investigated the cause of fifth senior brother's death. In the next moment, the surroundings fell silent, and only the sound of the waterfall could be heard. Tu Zhixiang and the Silent Blood Valley Master's expressions froze for a moment before they immediately changed. Tu Zhixiang was shocked. She even suspected that Qinyu was lying. Speak. After the Silent Blood Valley Master recovered from his shock, his expression became solemn. The person who killed fifth senior brother is the young master of the Heavenly Jade sect, Shuabuhan. Qinyu's voice was clear, and his tone was resolute and decisive. For a moment, Tu Zhixiang and the Silent Blood Valley Master did not doubt the veracity of his words. As one of the young masters of the Heavenly Jade sect, Shuabuhan was indeed capable of killing Huan Qing. In addition, the two of them were from the Heavenly Jade sect and Black Demon Valley. It was very normal for a fight to occur. Have you found any evidence? The Silent Blood Valley Master asked. Qinyu scratched his head and said, no. The Silent Blood Valley Master was not angry because such things were very common. If it was anyone else who killed Huan Qing, they would check carefully to not leave behind any clues. The Silent Blood Valley Master had personally gone to Clearwater Bay but did not find anything. Now, he only wanted to know what Qinyu had experienced so that he could judge the veracity of the matter. The Silent Blood Valley Master was about to ask, but Qinyu spoke first. However, although Shuabuhan killed Huan Qing, it can also be said that he did not kill him. What are you saying? The Silent Blood Valley Master's eyebrows twitched slightly as he said with a straight face. What did he mean by Shuabuhan killed Huan Qing and not Shuabuhan? The real Shuabuhan died a long time ago. His body was taken over by a Blood Clan expert. Qin Yu's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the expressions of the three people present to change. The Silent Blood Valley Master's body exuded the powerful aura of a star condensation king, causing all the demonic will fruit trees in the entire forest to rustle. "Junior brother, you met the Blood Clan?" Tu Zhixiang asked curiously in shock. The Blood Clan was an extremely powerful race filled with greed and desire. In ancient times, the Blood Clan had once launched an attack on the great cosmos realm and almost invaded it. Next, Qin Yu slowly recounted his encounter, including the assassination attempt by the Chinese and the Yu clan. "Humph, those two families are really bold. They knew that Junior brother is the Valley Master's disciple, but they still dared to do such a thing," Tu Zhixiang said angrily. However, when she heard that everyone except Yu Guanxiong had died, she was very surprised. How could Qin Yu be so capable? Qin Yu did not tell her about the descendants of the Devouring Blood Clan because he did not want to expose the mysterious heart. "I didn't expect there to be a Blood Clan stronghold hidden in Clearwater Bay." The Silent Blood Valley Master's voice was cold and filled with anger. Now that he thought about it, it was this Blood Clan stronghold that erased everything. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would not have come back empty-handed. "Master, this disciple seems to have a secret technique left behind by the Blood Clan on me. The person who used it has a high cultivation, and this disciple cannot get rid of it," Qin Yu said again. The Silent Blood Valley Master stared at him and a powerful spiritual consciousness surged into Qin Yu's body. A moment later, the Silent Blood Valley Master frowned. Whoosh, he suddenly waved his hand and a blood-colored whirlwind swept over, instantly pulling Qin Yu into the hall. A huge blood chi enveloped Qin Yu's body. "This is?" Suddenly, the Silent Blood Valley Master exclaimed. Qin Yu cursed inwardly. From the looks of it, there seemed to be a huge problem with his body. "Master, how is this disciple's situation? How long can I live?" Qin Yu pretended to be pitiful. He had gone to Jade Water Bay because of the Silent Blood Valley Master's mission. He did not want to die young. Therefore, he deliberately asked this question. He believed that the Silent Blood Valley Master would not stand aside and do nothing. An expert from the Blood Clan actually used the Blood Soul Union technique on you. The person who used it is a star condensation king, the Silent Blood Valley Master said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Qin Yu and Tu Zhixiang were shocked. Qin Yu did not expect that the person who used this technique was a star condensation king. As for Tu Zhixiang, because of the Blood Soul Union technique, she asked, "Master, this Blood Soul Union technique, could it be?" "That's right. The Blood Soul Union technique is a forbidden technique of the Blood Clan," the Silent Blood Valley Master answered Tu Zhixiang's doubts. Following this, he briefly explained the ancient forbidden art of the blood path to the disciples, as a way to disseminate knowledge to them. The Blood Soul Union technique allowed two living beings to establish a strange connection. Within a certain range, if one was injured, the other would also suffer the same injury. According to the ancient records, when the Blood Clan attacked the great cosmos realm in ancient times, they used this technique to perish together with many powerful beings of the great cosmos realm. Hearing his master's explanation, Qin Yu's face turned pale. Shuabuhan. He immediately knew that the person who had established the Blood Soul Union with him was a star condensation king. Didn't this mean that if Shuabuhan came within a certain range of him and committed suicide, he would also be finished? No, they are not sure if the young ancestor is dead or alive. They should not dare to kill me. Qin Yu suddenly thought of this and felt slightly relieved. However, he still could not feel at ease. The best way was to remove the Blood Soul Union technique. Qin Yu revealed a pitiful expression again and looked at the Silent Blood Valley Master expectantly. "Sigh, this technique is a forbidden technique of the Blood Clan. Even an ordinary Blood Clan member might not be able to use it. I only know a little about it. The person who used this technique is a star condensation monarch. If you were by my side when the other party used this technique, I was confident that I could immediately help you remove it. However, it has already been a month," the Silent Blood Valley Master said very patiently. "Master, how could this be?" Tu Zhixiang could not help but ask. Qin Yu had made a great contribution this time. How could he let the Blood Clan kill him? Qin Yu's expression turned calm. His situation was not that bad. The Blood Clan valued the descendants of the devouring Blood Clan so much that they used a forbidden technique on Qinyu at all costs. Without confirming whether the young ancestor was dead or alive, they would not dare to rashly kill Qinyu. However, as time dragged on, it would not be certain. Although I cannot help you remove this technique, I can use other methods to remove it indirectly. The Silent Blood Valley Master was also thinking of ways to help Qinyu. This time, Qinyu had gone deep into the tiger's den to investigate Huan Qing's death. He had even discovered a stronghold of the Blood Clan and made a certain contribution to the sect and even the entire Great Cosmos realm. The Silent Blood Valley Master would not let his disciple fall at the hands of the Blood Clan again. The first method is to kill the person who has formed a blood-soul connection with you. If you are far enough, you will not be affected at all. The second method is to quickly increase your cultivation until it reaches a level where the other person cannot kill you even if they self-destruct. The third method, the Silent Blood Valley Master suddenly stopped talking. The first two methods that the Silent Blood Valley Master had mentioned were very reasonable, but they were not very feasible. It would not be easy to find Shuobuhan and kill him in the vast sea of people. As for the second method, unless Jinyu's cultivation reached the late-stage Void Sea realm or even the Star Condensation realm, Shuobuhan would not be able to harm Jinyu no matter how he died. This was too far away and somewhat unrealistic. What is the third method? Jinyu asked urgently. Mysterious Dark Realm experts attack. The Emperor Lord of the Mysterious Dark Realm was a supreme existence of the Great Cosmos realm. Even if his master, the Silent Blood Valley Master, asked for help, he might not succeed, let alone Qinyu. Don't be discouraged. If you stay in the Blood Demon Valley, you will definitely be safe. After I break through to the Mysterious Dark Realm, I will help you remove the blood-soul connection art. The Silent Blood Valley Master comforted Qinyu, but the effect was minimal. Qinyu suddenly realized that this master of his was indeed very unreliable. He did not even blush when boasting. How could the Mysterious Dark Realm be so easy to reach? Even the strongest Demon King Valley Master did not have the confidence to step into the Mysterious Dark Realm. This scene made Qinyu think of the Scarlet Flame Sovereign. Damn, I lost the Scarlet Flame Sovereign. Qinyu suddenly remembered. Junior brother, what exactly did you do to incur the wrath of the heavens? You actually let a Blood Clan king use the blood-soul connection art on you. Tu Zhixiang looked deeply at Qinyu. The Silent Blood Valley Master also looked over curiously. I killed a member of the Blood Clan and escaped from their hands, exposing the location of the entire stronghold. Perhaps they had some grand plan that was disrupted by me, so they hate me to the core. Qinyu said after some thought. There was not a single lie in his words, but he was hiding something. He had indeed killed a member of the Blood Clan, but he was a descendant of the Devouring Blood Clan, the royal family of the Blood Clan. Tu Zhixiang and the Silent Blood Valley Master did not ask further. This reason was similar. At this stage, it was more important to find a way to deal with the blood-soul union technique. Disciple, you should stay in the Blood Demon Valley. You will definitely be safe here. I will personally make a trip to Jade Water Bay. If I find any members of the Blood Clan, I will kill them all. Finally, the Silent Blood Valley Master had a plan. I will listen to you, Master. Qinyu nodded. Now that he had discovered traces of the Blood Clan, he had to act quickly. Otherwise, they would definitely move elsewhere. The one who attacked Qinyu was a Star Condensation monarch, so sending ordinary people would be useless. He could only let the Valley Master do it. At the same time, the Silent Blood Valley Master could also find someone who had a blood-soul connection with Qinyu and kill them. The blood-soul union technique would automatically dissipate. I will take a drop of your blood essence. This way, I will be able to sense another person who has a blood-soul connection with you within a certain range. The Silent Blood Valley Master's expression turned solemn. He waved his hand, and a crimson blood light flashed. Before Qinyu could react, he discovered that a bloody hole had appeared on his arm. A drop of blood essence floated out and turned into a stream of light, darting into the Silent Blood Valley Master's hand. Next, Qinyu and Tu Zhixiang left the place. Don't worry. With Master's ability, he will definitely be able to kill Shuobuhan. Tu Zhixiang comforted. Qinyu also felt that the possibility was higher. Although Qinyu was facing danger, so was Shubuhan. As a member of the blood clan, once his identity was exposed, he would most likely die. He might even die in an accident before he could reach Qinyu. On the other hand, although Qinyu had gotten into trouble, he had also obtained many benefits. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. If he had left at that time, he wouldn't have gotten anything and wouldn't have been in any danger. Compared to the huge gains he had made this time, the consequences he had to bear were not considered serious. On the second day, Qinyu learned that the Silent Blood Valley Master had led a few elders to the Jade Water Bay. Qinyu also began to cultivate in seclusion. No matter what, as long as he was strong enough, all dangers and obstacles could be easily resolved. If Qinyu was stronger than Shubuhan, he would not be afraid even if he had a forbidden technique like the Blood-Soul Union art. At this moment, the Qinyu realm was extremely quiet and focused on cultivation. First, Qinyu tested his physical fitness. Back when he had swallowed the young patriarch, the mysterious heart had undergone some sort of transformation, and his body had also undergone a complete transformation. From his storage bag, Qinyu took out a black, iron-like ore and gripped it hard. 5 deep fingerprints appeared on it. Black caltrop ore was an ore used to forge superior-grade spirit weapons, but Qinyu could easily leave a mark on it. This meant that the strength of Qinyu's current body had reached the empty sea realm. Immediately after, he grabbed the ore and stabbed it into his arm. Pissed, sparks flew, and a gash appeared on Qinyu's arm. However, the wound healed almost instantly. After a series of tests, Qinyu discovered that his strength, defense, recovery, endurance, and other aspects had all improved. His physical fitness had improved greatly. His physique had already reached an extremely strong level, and it was very difficult for it to improve. Therefore, this opportunity was of great significance to Qinyu. His potential and talent had been enhanced and expanded once again. Next, Qinyu began to consolidate his cultivation in seclusion. His seclusion lasted for 3 months. His cultivation had been completely consolidated at the half-step empty sea realm, and he could strive forward without worry. Therefore, Qinyu walked out of the courtyard and prepared to cultivate in the cave abode. His contribution points had originally been used up, but when Qinyu killed the 3 Chinese at Clearwater Bay, he had accumulated more than 300 contribution points. 300 contribution points are not a lot. I can only cultivate in the level 2 cultivation cave abode for 10 days. Qinyu sighed. At this moment, 3 people came up to him with a smile. Are you junior brother Qinyu? The man in the lead had a handsome face and an extraordinary temperament. He walked over with a smile like a gentle spring breeze. Beside him were 2 stunning beauties in blue and red dresses. They also had a smile on their faces as they walked over leisurely. That's me. Qinyu's expression was calm. He sized up the 3 people and realized that he did not know them. He did not know why they were looking for him. The handsome man with the extraordinary temperament said, "Junior brother, you are extraordinary. You are already at the half-step empty sea realm at such a young age. In the future, you will definitely lead the southern region's geniuses." Qinyu was slightly taken aback. Things seemed to be completely different from what he had imagined. The 2 stunning beauties beside him also spoke, full of praise and admiration. Qinyu nodded in response. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them seemed to be talking more and more enthusiastically, constantly flattering Qinyu. "If the 3 of you have nothing urgent, please make way." Qinyu did not want to waste time and said bluntly. He did not know these 3 people, and with Qinyu's noble status in the Blood Demon Valley, even if he was disrespectful to these so-called senior brothers and sisters, they would not dare to mind. "Junior brother, are you going to cultivate in the cave abode?" The handsome man's eyes rolled as he guessed. After all, this place was very close to the cultivation cave abode. "That's right." Qinyu nodded, too lazy to say more. But the handsome man's next move greatly surprised him. The cultivation cave abode is a place to burn contribution points. A day of cultivation in a level 2 cultivation cave abode costs 30 contribution points. Junior brother has not been in the Black Demon Valley for long, so you must not have many contribution points on hand. How about this? I have 1,000 contribution points here. Junior brother, take it and spend it first. The handsome man took out an identity token from his storage space and prepared to transfer the contribution points to Qinyu. But at this moment, Qinyu was completely stunned, not understanding what was going on. Was this handsome man an idiot? At this moment, the other two stunning women also spoke. Senior sister also has some contribution points here. If junior brother doesn't mind, you can use them at any time. Qinyu's eyes widened as he carefully looked at the three people. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was beautiful and lovely. Unfortunately, there was something wrong with his brain. Junior brother, don't refuse, this is a small thing. A few days ago, my clan brother did some outrageous things. I hope junior brother won't take it to heart. The handsome man spoke again. Oh? Qinyu did not say much, but he had a guess in his heart. These people were not really out of their minds, but they had something to ask of him. As for those who had offended Qinyu during this period of time and were worried about Qinyu's revenge, they were the Chinese and the Yu tribes. My brother Yu Guangxiong is really stupid. He dared to lay his hands on the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. My family is currently searching for his whereabouts. Once we find him, we will personally deliver him to you. The handsome man continued. The matter regarding the blood race had not been publicized, so the fact that Yu Guangxiong had joined the blood race was also concealed. Ordinary people did not know about it. Qinyu's face darkened. He was about to ignore these people, but on second thought, he changed his mind. He snorted angrily, looking like his hair was standing on end. Humph, don't mention Yu Guangxiong to me. When I went out to train, he intercepted me. He even used the demon subduing net, a high-grade king-level treasure, and I almost died at his hands. Junior brother, calm down. I still have a mysterious ice fruit here. It can cleanse the body of fire, remove poison, and strengthen the foundation of one's cultivation. The handsome man had a helpless expression. He gritted his teeth and took out a crystalline, jade-green fruit from his storage space. The skin of this fruit was like ice. When it was taken out, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and cold mist condensed. It was obviously not an ordinary treasure. Qinyu moved, but he did not reach out to take it. The anger on his face subsided, but he still said angrily, the three of you might not know, but Yu Guangxiong was not the only one who intercepted me. Yu Lai and the other person were even more despicable. They killed a few of my good friends. Qinyu was not lying. 2 of the ghost-toothed 3 evils had indeed died. However, their relationship with Qinyu had been slightly exaggerated by him. Seeing this, the man and the 3 women took out some natural treasures and spiritual weapons from their storage space to comfort Qinyu. So easy? Qinyu inwardly rejoiced. These natural treasures and contribution points were extremely difficult to obtain. But now, as long as he opened his mouth, people would come to him. Therefore, Qinyu continued shamelessly. However, he had said what he needed to say, so he could only make up stories. Junior brother, cultivation is more important. Hurry up and go. I'll come to visit you in a few days. In the end, the handsome man could not do anything to Qinyu. His storage bag was almost empty, so he could only say with a wry smile. The other 2 senior sisters also began to look at Qinyu with shifty eyes and fear. In the future, junior brother will prepare good tea and wine for senior brother and senior sister to come. Qinyu sent the 3 off with a smile. Just as the Yu clan left, the Chinese arrived. Is this junior brother Qinyu? With his previous experience, Qinyu's performance was even more smooth this time. His voice and emotions were both vivid and lifelike. Let's go. Soon, the 4 Chinese suppressed their anger and left with pained expressions. In fact, on the day Qinyu returned, he had caused quite a commotion. However, the Chinese and the Yu clan had not received news of Yu Guangxiong and Huarong, so they did not act rashly. However, they soon learned that the Silent Blood Valley Master already knew that Qinyu had been ambushed. However, he had more important matters to attend to and left the Blood Demon Valley the next day. Therefore, the Chinese and the Yu clan thought of ways to curry favor with Qinyu. As long as Qinyu put in a good word and did not pursue the matter would be resolved. Although one was a king clan and the other was a 3-star clan, no one was willing to offend a star condensation king. Unexpectedly, Qinyu went into seclusion for 3 months, causing the 2 clans to be worried sick. Now that he had just come out of seclusion, the two clans immediately sent him gifts. In fact, regarding this matter, Xianxia could not do anything to the two clans. As long as they denied any involvement and refused to admit it, there would not be much of a problem in the end. Therefore, there was no need for Xianxia to fight to the death with the two clans. He wanted to get some benefits first. Things in this world are really unpredictable. Xianxia could not help but sigh. Just a moment ago, he was still worried about not having enough contribution points. Now, he had an additional 5,000 contribution points in his token. It was enough for him to stay in a grade 2 cultivation cave for half a year. Xianxia was initially worried that he would not be able to stay in the Blood Demon Valley for long due to the lack of contribution points. Furthermore, he was affected by the Blood-Soul Union art and was worried about encountering Zhuobuhan when he went out on missions. Unexpectedly, the two clans sent him 5,000 contribution points at once. Xianxia could use them for 3 years even if he used them sparingly. However, seeing that the two clans wanted to make friends with him, Xianxia decided to give them more opportunities to send gifts. There was no need to be too frugal with the 5,000 contribution points. Xianxia took a deep breath and walked into a grade 3 cultivation cave abode. A grade 3 cultivation cave abode required 150 contribution points to cultivate for a day. If it was the previous Xianxia, he would not even dare to think about it. However, it was because he had suddenly become rich and obtained 5,000 contribution points. Coupled with his curiosity, he decided to go in and take a look. Dong. Dong. After Xianxia opened the cultivation cave abode, he walked in and the door closed. Did someone just open a grade 3 cultivation cave abode? Could it be that you're seeing things? A few people discussed under the Blood Demon Gorge. The cultivation caves here were divided into 5 grades. Ordinary people would go to grade 1 or grade 2 cultivation caves. There were a total of 20 grade 3 cultivation caves, and they were rarely opened. There were 10 grade 4 cultivation caves, and the number of times they were opened was even fewer. As for grade 5 cultivation caves, there were only 2 in each valley. Even so, they were left there all year round, as if they had been abandoned, with no one paying any attention to them. The grade 3 cultivation caves were much more spacious than the grade 2 cultivation caves, and they were controlled by an array formation. Buzz, the moment the array formation was activated, the surging heaven and earth yuan qi surged in from all directions and blew on Xianxu's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Not only that, but the grade 3 cultivation caves could also open the intent power of the blood Dao and demonic Dao through the array formation. It could also produce the pressure of a star condensation king to hone one's will. In short, this place was not only suitable for secluded cultivation, but it was also suitable for comprehending intent and sharpening one's will. Time was limited, so Xianxia did not have the time to care about other things. He immediately sat down and entered a state of cultivation. Circulating the Sky Demon's secret pattern record, Xianxia frantically absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi around him. The true origin lake in his body started to spin, and the demonic rune's true origin lake surged in all directions, expanding the size of the true origin lake. Inside the level 3 cultivation abode, cultivation was extremely smooth, causing Xianxia to lose track of time. If it weren't for the fact that the contribution points in his identity token had decreased by 450, he wouldn't even know that he had been here for 3 days. Although his heart ached at the loss of contribution points, the effect of cultivation was extremely significant. Cultivating in a grade 3 cultivation cave for 3 days was at least equivalent to cultivating in seclusion for 3 months for Xianxia. If it was a critical period of breaking through to the next level, the success rate would be greatly increased in the cultivation abode. Therefore, it was understandable that the cultivation abode required such a huge amount of contribution points. Sigh, it's too expensive. As an heir disciple, it would be great if I could get a discount. Xianxia walked out of the rank 3 cultivation abode. Then, he went to the rank 2 cultivation abode and cultivated for 10 days before returning to his residence to consolidate his cultivation that had increased too quickly. During the cultivation period, Xianxia occasionally took out the Blood Star Saint pill and used it to increase his spiritual realm comprehension. In short, at this stage, he had nothing to do and could not leave the Black Demon Valley, so he focused on cultivating here. A month later, the Silent Blood Valley Master returned to the Black Demon Valley. Qinyu did not see his master that day, and he heard that his master was discussing matters with the higher-ups of the other 4 valleys. The next day, Qinyu came to visit again and saw the Silent Blood Valley master. "Master, what was the result of this trip?" Qinyu asked. However, seeing the Silent Blood Valley master's expression, the result was probably not too good. "The Black Demon Valley is too far from the Clear Water Bay. When I rushed there, they had already evacuated." The Silent Blood Valley Lord let out a sigh before continuing. "However, I discovered several Blood Tribe experts while tracking them. I eliminated all of them. I wonder if Master met Shuobuhen?" Qinyu was more concerned about this. It would be even better if Shuobuhen was among the blood race experts that his master had killed. "I found Shuobuhen's corpse." The Silent Blood Valley master's eyes were somewhat gloomy. As everyone knew, most of the blood race could reside in the bodies of other living beings and disguise themselves perfectly. Finding Shuobuhen's corpse meant that the blood race expert in Shuobuhen's body had changed to a different vessel. As Qinyu had expected, the situation was indeed as such. As the young master of the Tianyu sect, Shuobuhen was a genius that everyone admired. After the matter of the blood race was exposed, Lu Ling did not dare to move around in Shuobuhen's body. That was completely suicidal, so he had changed bodies. This was bad news for Qinyu. He hoped that Lu Ling was still in Shuobuhen's body. At least he would be able to recognize him the next time he saw him. "Tomorrow, I will head to the Tianyu sect. This matter is also related to the Tianyu sect. As an orthodox sect, they will definitely try their best to find the blood race expert who killed Shuobuhen. With the 2 sects working together, there is a high chance that we will be able to capture that blood race expert." The Silent Blood Valley master continued. This was true, but whether or not they could capture Lu Ling still depended on luck. A few days later, in the Tianyu sect, in a white jade palace on the peak of a mountain. The upper echelons, including the sect master, were gathered here. "What do you think after hearing about this?" The person in the upper position was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was shrouded in white mist, and his face was blurry. He seemed ethereal and extraordinary. "Nonsense. How could the young master of our Sky Feather Peak be possessed by a blood race expert? It must be the Silent Blood King's slander." A middle-aged man in a black robe, with a wide and fat body and a dignified appearance, snorted angrily. The entire hall was filled with rolling winds and clouds. It was majestic and oppressive. Shuobuhen was this middle-aged man's disciple. He was also the most outstanding person in Sky Feather Peak and had the identity of the young master. That's right. This must be the Silent Blood King's slander. Perhaps he killed Shuobuhen and slandered and extorted the Tianyu sect. How despicable. And Sky Feather Peak elder echoed. After my investigation, Shuobuhen's corpse indeed showed signs of being possessed by the blood skull race of the blood race. The Tianyu sect master spoke slowly at this moment. This matter involved the blood race, Black Demon Valley, and the Tianyu sect's young master. Thus, even the Tianyu sect master had personally come forward. Since the sect master has already investigated and found out that this was the doing of the blood race, why would the Silent Blood King blame the Tianyu sect for Huanqing's death? A blue-clothed beauty from the Chui clan said unhappily. When the Silent Blood King had come to negotiate with the Tianyu sect, he had claimed that Shuobuhen had killed Huanqing before being possessed by the blood race. Thus, the responsibility was on the Tianyu sect and they had demanded compensation. The Tianyu sect could only find out that Shuobuhen had been possessed by the blood race. How could they find out if Huanqing had been killed before being possessed, or if he had been killed after being possessed? However, the Tianyu sect's reputation would be greatly affected if news of the young master being controlled by the blood race spread. Thus, the Tianyu sect could only agree to the Silent Blood King's unreasonable demands and compensate accordingly. The compensation this time would be shared among the 7 branches of the Tianyu sect. Among them, the Sky Feather Peak would bear more than 40%. After all, Shuobuhen was from the Sky Feather Peak lineage. The blue-clothed beauty from the Chui clan was a Sky Feather Peak elder, which was why she was so dissatisfied. "Sigh, we were defeated in the Battle of the Stone Cloud Realm, and now we've been tricked by that old fellow, the Silent Blood King." A short, skinny old man sighed. Although he was short, skinny, and inconspicuous, this old man was one of the star condensation kings of the Tianyu sect. I heard that the matter of Shuobuhan and the blood race was discovered by the Silent Blood King's new disciple, Qinyu. The Silent Blood King is really lucky to have taken in such a good disciple. Another person sighed. Qinyu, it's you again. The blue-clothed beauty bit her jade-like lips, her eyes cold and threatening. During the new disciple assessment, Qinyu had defeated all the Chui clan geniuses in the first test, causing the Chui clan to lose face. The blue-clothed beauty was also ridiculed by the other elders. Later on, during the second test, the Chui clan geniuses were used as shields by Qinyu, resulting in heavy losses and low kill points. And now, Qinyu had found out about Shuobuhan and the blood race, causing the Tianyu sect to be tricked by the Black Demon Valley again. This kid is the bane of the Chui clan and the Tianyu sect. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he grows up, he'll cause people to die. The blue-clothed beauty snorted coldly, her expression turning even colder. In the Black Demon Valley, Qinyu had nothing else to do and was focused on cultivation. Coupled with the hidden danger of the blood-soul combination technique, Qinyu was even more focused on it. He spent almost all his time on cultivation, including the improvement of his cultivation and mental state. Apart from that, he also cultivated the heavenly demon secret patterns, the mysterious sky palm, and the six-flame sword finger. In less than 2 years, he had used up all 5,000 contribution points. Fortunately, the Silent Blood Valley Master rewarded Qinyu with another 3,000 contribution points, claiming that it was a reward for Qinyu for finding out about Huanqing's death and the blood race. Completing ordinary missions in the Black Demon Valley would earn about 300 to 400 contribution points, and even dangerous missions would earn 1,000 contribution points at most. However, the Silent Blood Valley Master directly rewarded Qinyu with 3,000 contribution points. Given Qinyu's cultivation level, it was almost impossible for him to accumulate so many contribution points among those of the same level. With the contribution points, Qinyu continued to cultivate in the Blood Demon Valley. Time flowed like water, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qinyu opened his eyes in the level 2 cultivation cave abode. My spiritual essence lake is already big enough. It won't be easy to increase it next. Now, his cultivation level was very close to the Void Sea realm. And his mental state, including his physical strength, had long reached the Void Sea realm. Qinyu planned to stabilize for a period of time before breaking through to the Void Sea realm. In addition, during these 3 years of cultivation, Qinyu also consumed the 5,000-year-old demonic will fruit and comprehended the demonic will concept. In the future, the power of the demonic cultivation techniques would increase. The second style of the mysterious sky palm has also been cultivated to the Xiaoqing realm. Qinyu examined all aspects of himself, and the results of these 3 years could be said to be great. However, only the six-flame sword finger remained at the greater mastery realm, and there was no improvement. This secret skill was passed down by the Scarlet Flame King, and it was said to be very impressive. As for the specific effects, Qinyu had personally experienced it, and it was indeed extraordinary, especially after the first finger broke through to the greater mastery realm. Its power was extraordinary. Because Qinyu's cultivation level was low, he had only mastered the first finger so far. However, he felt that he already had the qualifications to cultivate the second level, but there seemed to be some kind of obstacle in the first level, and he was unable to break through. Qinyu flipped through the information about the first level of the Yangming sword finger in his mind, and finally found the key. The Yangming sword finger is a Yang attribute secret skill. It needs to be cultivated in a place rich in Yang qi, and absorb the Yang qi of heaven and earth to enhance the power of the sword finger. The Black Demon Valley was a cultivation holy land for evil, ghost, and demon paths. It had nothing to do with the Yang path, and there was no suitable place to cultivate the Yangming sword finger. It seems that completely closed-door cultivation is not a solution at all. Qinyu pondered over the lack of progress in the six-flamed finger sword and finally decided to go to the forbidden area to look for his master. He had been afflicted by the blood-soul union technique for 3 years. During these 3 years, the Black Demon Valley, the Sky Jade sect, and the nearby sect forces had been searching for traces of the blood race and would kill anyone they found. Qinyu was prepared to inquire about the situation in case he accidentally obtained some good news. However, he found it strange that he did not see any trace of his master in the forbidden area. On his way back, Qinyu ran into senior sister Tu Zhixiang. She was wearing a red dress and had beautiful makeup. She was as beautiful as a flower. Master isn't at his residence. Qinyu reminded her, thinking that Tu Zhixiang had also gone to look for his master. Little junior brother has been cultivating in seclusion for the past 3 years. It's rare to see you today. Tu Zhixiang teased Qinyu as if she had seen a rare guest. Qinyu recalled that he had indeed rarely seen his 4th senior sister and 3rd senior brother in the past 3 years. He had spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion. I wonder how you've done in the past 3 years. Tu Zhixiang changed the topic slightly. Junior brother, do you still remember the 7-year goal that master gave you back then? When Qinyu had been apprenticed to his master, the Silent Blood Valley master had set a goal for him to enter the Southern Region Prodigy ranking within 7 years. Of course I remember. That's why I've been so diligent so that I won't let master down. Qinyu found a reasonable reason for himself. In reality, he was still concerned about the Heaven's favorite ranking. However, given Qinyu's strength, entering the Southern Region Prodigy ranking within 7 years was not a problem, so he did not pay much attention to it. It seems that little junior brother has succeeded in cultivating in seclusion? Do you want to show master the results? Tu Zhixiang continued to tease, making Qinyu feel a little embarrassed. In the end, she finally revealed her fox tail. Since master isn't here, why don't I, your senior sister, come and see the results of your cultivation? In fact, 3 years ago, when Qinyu described his trip to Clearwater Bay and claimed that he had killed a Void Sea Realm venerable like Hua Rong, Tu Zhixiang had been very interested in Qinyu's strength. Qinyu was slightly stunned. Ever since he entered the sect, he had never fought with his senior brothers and senior sisters. The main reason was that he was too weak. But now, he was no longer the Qinyu of the past. Then, please enlighten me, senior sister. Qinyu did not reject Tu Zhixiang's suggestion. He was also looking forward to it. After all, Tu Zhixiang was a famous person on the prodigy ranking of the southern region. Sparring with her would definitely be beneficial. After that, the two of them moved into the forbidden area. His master was not at his residence, so sparring here would not disturb anyone. Be careful, junior brother. Tu Zhixiang smiled sweetly. She was so charming that it made people slightly dazed. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light emerged and went straight for Qinyu. Tu Zhixiang's attack was extremely quick. Qinyu was fully focused on dealing with it. 4th senior sister was a figure on the prodigy ranking, and her ranking was not low. Her strength should not be underestimated. Boom, a wave of demonic will burst out of Qinyu's body, and the area within 100 feet was filled with demonic chi. Activating the mysterious pattern demonic body, Qinyu took out the demon flood dragon sword and swung it with all his strength. A huge pitch-black sword wave whizzed out. Boom, the black sword wave instantly collided with the huge mass of crimson light, as if 2 ferocious beasts were biting each other. In the end, the mass of crimson light was more powerful. It shattered the black sword wave and charged at Qinyu. I didn't expect you to comprehend the demonic realm before breaking through to the Void Sea realm, and the power of this move has completely reached the level of the Void Sea realm. Tu Zhixiang's eyes flickered, and she didn't hesitate to praise Qinyu. With Qinyu's current performance, he might really be able to kill an early-stage Void Sea realm. However, 3 years ago, Qinyu must have been a little weaker. Tu Zhixiang continued to attack, wanting to see what else Qinyu had up his sleeve. As expected of a genius on the prodigy ranking. Even a casual attack is so powerful. Qinyu activated the second demonic pattern on the surface of his body and formed a layer of demonic scales around his body, blocking the remaining power of Tu Zhixiang's attack. From this exchange, he was sure that Tu Zhixiang's cultivation was at the peak of the early-stage Void Sea realm. At this moment, Tu Zhixiang's second attack came. She threw out a dozen palm shadows in a row, and a dozen crimson palm shadows gathered together like a spinning crimson flower, exuding a huge amount of blood chi and pressure that made people's hearts palpitate. Tu Zhixiang's previous move was only a test, and this move was a normal attack from her. Sensing danger, Qinyu waved the demon flood dragon sword with all his strength, slashing crazily. Every sword strike was enough to make an ordinary early-stage Void Sea realm tremble. However, Tu Zhixiang's attack was of a higher realm. The crimson palm flowers contained some mysterious power, and they burst out with power that exceeded Qinyu's expectations. Boom! 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 The crimson palm flowers pushed forward, crushing Qinyu's sword strikes one by one, and pressing toward Qinyu. However, Qinyu was best at defense. Even though his attack was weaker than Tu Zhixiang's, he didn't panic. Boom! Bang! The crimson palm flowers, which had used up 50 to 60% of its power, arrived in front of Qinyu and landed on the demonic scales light shield Qinyu had activated. Suddenly, the crimson palm flowers bloomed, turning into 999 crimson palm shadows, covering everything within a radius of more than a dozen feet. Crack! The demonic scales light shield on the surface of Qinyu's body was smashed by the storm of attacks and finally shattered. He hurriedly activated the defense power of the black serpent scale armor, and a layer of black serpent scale armor surged out, but it was too late. The power of the crimson palm flowers was weakened layer by layer, and only a small part of their power fell on the rest of Qinyu's body. At this moment, Qinyu's physical defense power had reached the Void Sea realm, which was terrifying. The crimson palm light that slapped on Qinyu's body exploded like fireworks and disappeared. Little junior brother, your defensive ability is too powerful. Even senior sister's attack can't hurt you. Tu Zhixiang said coquettishly. Qinyu was a little proud. He was good at defense, and after absorbing the blood of the devouring blood clan's descendant, his body had improved further. There were some strong enemies that he might not be able to defeat, but he wouldn't lose casually either. Just as Qinyu was feeling proud, Tu Zhixiang suddenly put away her anger, her eyes became sharp, and she launched another attack. Swish! 5 extremely thin streams of blood tore through the void, penetrating Qinyu's domain of demonic qi and rapidly approaching. Qinyu knew at a glance that this kind of attack had extremely strong penetrative power and was specialized in breaking defenses. Yangming Sword Finger. Qinyu remembered that he also had a similar secret skill. He condensed the blood-glazed flame in his body, and the power of his physique and true essence suddenly erupted. Boom! A ray of sword Dao finger light, radiating yang qi, shot out with extraordinary momentum. This secret skill doesn't seem to be from the Blood Demon Valley's martial arts pavilion. Tu Zhixiang's eyes flashed. She felt that the finger technique that Qinyu used at this moment was extraordinary, but there didn't seem to be such a finger technique in the Blood Demon Valley's martial arts pavilion. Bang! The two attacks met in an instant, and Yangming Sword Finger bombarded 3 thin streams of blood. Of the 3 streams of blood that were hit by Yangming Sword Finger, the middle one was completely destroyed, and the power of the 2 at the edge was reduced by 60%. The 2 thin streams of blood at the edge were unimpeded and rushed towards Qinyu. It's a pity that my cultivation and foundation are not enough, Tu Zhixiang sighed. If they were at the same level, her secret skill might be at a disadvantage. Qinyu clenched his teeth and once again displayed his impregnable defense. The second and third demonic patterns were all activated, and together with the protection of the black snake scale armor, they formed 3 layers of defense. Xiao, Tu Zhixiang's attack was even stronger than Qinyu's Yangming Sword Finger, and its penetrative power was obvious. Qinyu's first 2 layers of defense were quickly broken through. The black snake scale armor was an excellent high-grade treasure weapon, and it blocked 2 streams of blood. Pooh! Pooh! The remaining 2 pierced into Qinyu's body, leaving a small hole the size of a pinky finger. Blood path cultivation techniques had a special characteristic. Once someone was injured, the wound would bleed non-stop, and sealing the acupoints was useless. But with Qinyu's self-healing ability, this wasn't a problem. After 5 or 6 breaths, the wound stopped bleeding. This scene caused Tu Zhixiang to be dumbfounded, and she was extremely envious. Again. Tu Zhixiang had a coquettish expression again. She waved her palm, and a blood-colored ribbon surged out. At this moment, Tu Zhixiang's aura doubled, and it gave Qinyu a great pressure. It was as if she was going to use the ability of being ranked 63 on the prodigy ranking to compete with Qinyu. Wait, senior sister, it's just a spar, there's no need to take out a spirit weapon. Qinyu immediately shouted. At this moment, he thought of a saying, it was better to offend a villain than to offend a woman. If he didn't let Tu Zhixiang take advantage of him today, she wouldn't give up. One had to know that Tu Xiang was ranked 63 on the Prodigy ranking 4 years ago, and no one knew what her current ranking was. They could only wait for the Prodigy ranking battle to know. Demon King Valley. The interior of a quiet valley was carved like a palace, and it was solemn and serene. This was the residence of the Demon King Valley Master. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter. At this moment, there were a total of 5 people here. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. What kind of major event had happened for the 5 Valley Masters of the Black Demon Valley to gather here? Even the incident with the blood race had not happened before. Old Wang, why did you call all of us here? The Silent Blood Valley Master yelled. Around him, the others glanced at the Silent Blood Valley Master and shook their heads helplessly. On a demonic horned throne in the palace of the Inner Valley sat a tall figure in a black robe. His entire body was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was as if wherever he was, the surroundings would involuntarily sink into darkness, causing people to feel intimidated and not dare to approach. Call me Chief Valley Master. The black-robed figure paused for a moment, and said with a slightly helpless tone. All right, Old Wang. The Silent Blood Valley Master found a seat and sat down. Humph. The black-robed figure coldly snorted, and the surrounding darkness instantly expanded outwards, as if to swallow the entire palace into darkness. But very quickly, the darkness instantly converged and returned to the surroundings of the black-robed figure. The expressions of the other Valley Masters did not change much, and they were not surprised by this scene. It was rumored that when the Silent Blood Valley Master and the Demon King Valley Master were young, they were both enemies and friends. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. The Demon King Valley Master's gaze shifted away from the Silent Blood Valley Master, and his expression returned to normal. I have recently received news that a legendary person from that world has appeared in the southern region of the Great Cosmos Realm. That world? The Chilly Wind Valley Master was a thin old man. His gaze suddenly changed, and he seemed very surprised. Legendary person? Who is it? The Fantasy Spirit Valley Master, who was wearing a silver moon robe and shrouded in dense mist, could not help but speak out. The Solitary Blood King and the other Valley Master also looked over and held their breaths. I think you should have heard of the Feast of the God of Food. As these words were spoken, 3 of the other 4 Valley Masters stood up. In the Forbidden Area, the battle between Qinyu and Tu Xiang had already ended. Tu Xiang had taken out her spirit weapon and looked like she was going all out. Qinyu was no match for her. The cultivation gap between the two sides was huge, and Tu Xiang was also an extremely strong existence at the peak of the early stage Void Sea state. Her combat power could rival ordinary mid-stage Void Sea state cultivators. In the end, Qinyu left some wounds on Tu Xiang and ended the battle hastily. Senior sister, you won. Qinyu spread his hands and said helplessly. Tu Xiang put away her spirit tool and smiled proudly, like a little girl cheering and jumping for joy. Qinyu secretly despised Tu Xiang. She was at the peak of the early stage Void Sea state and ranked 63rd on the Prodigy list, but she still felt a sense of accomplishment after defeating him, a half-step Void Sea state cultivator. Little junior brother, Master was right about you. Entering the Prodigy list in 7 years is a piece of cake for you. When you break through to the Void Sea state, it won't be easy for me to hurt you. Tu Xiang sighed. Qinyu's growth speed was beyond her expectations, and she was even a little jealous. My physical strength and mental state have already reached the Void Sea state. When I break through to the Void Sea state, the quality and quantity of my quintessential essence will at most be improved. Besides, senior sister didn't use her full strength just now, and there are still many tricks that she hasn't used. Qinyu didn't dare to be too proud in front of Tu Xiang now, lest she wouldn't let him go again. However, what he said was indeed true. Tu Xiang had never used the Sky Silkworm Blood Needle on him. In addition, she was the disciple of the Blood Demon Valley Master and cultivated the Blood Dao, so she must have blood corpses. Junior brother is right. I only used 60% of my strength just now. Tu Xiang said with a little pride, 60%? Qinyu thought for a moment. He didn't know if it was accurate, but he felt that Tu Xiang did not use her full strength. However, Qinyu had not broken through to the Void Sea state, but he could force Tu Zhixiang on the prodigy list to use 60% of her strength, which was already very impressive. On the other hand, did Qinyu use his full strength just now? You really are a monster. The wounds on your body have healed. Tu Zhixiang's eyes widened as she stared at Qinyu's body. She seemed to be extremely envious of Qinyu's astonishing regenerative abilities. Haha, Qinyu laughed. He could only say that he had a special physique, and he wasn't too sure himself. Junior brother, you came to find Master this time because you want to go out, right? Tu Zhixiang's sudden change of topic caught Qinyu off guard. Don't think that Tu Zhixiang was a brainless person. In fact, she was meticulous and observant. She must have seen something. I'm going to ask Master about the results of the blood race hunting operation. After that, I'm indeed going out for a while. Qinyu said honestly. You've stayed in the Black Demon Valley for 3 years and feel like you've changed a lot. Go if you want to. Tu Zhixiang, who was worried about Qinyu at first, actually agreed with Qinyu's idea this time. What's changed? Qinyu asked. You've become too apprehensive. If it was you in the past, you would have thought of a way to fight back even if you weren't my match. Tu Zhixiang said with a smile. Qinyu had a look of realization. He indeed felt that way after hearing fourth senior sister's words. Just like in the 3-move wager with Hua Rong at the Blood Demon Gorge, Qinyu only needed to withstand 3 moves to win. However, he wasn't the kind of person who would take a beating without retaliating. He launched a counterattack against Hua Rong at the 3rd move. Qinyu didn't notice the formless changes in his body, but fourth senior sister did. As for the reason, it was most likely due to the blood-soul combination technique. It had imperceptibly changed Qinyu, causing him to feel apprehensive and fearful. The sharpness of his body that he had been holed up in the Black Demon Valley for 3 years had been obliterated. A mere blood-soul combination technique wasn't a sure-death situation. Why should he be so apprehensive? Senior sister is right. I'll be leaving first. Help me inform Master. Qinyu stood up, looking as if he had been enlightened. He had been somewhat worried before, but now his heart was filled with fearless fighting spirit. It didn't matter if he saw Master or not. With that, Qinyu leaped up. Hey, don't be so anxious. Where are you going? Tu Zhixiang didn't expect that her casual opinion would cause such a huge change in Qinyu. If her junior brother were to encounter the Blood Clan and die tragically in their hands, she would be responsible as his senior sister. I'm currently looking for a place with abundant yang qi to practice the secret finger technique. Qinyu said frankly. If there was a chance, he also wanted to find an outstanding master to awaken the sword spirit of the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Previously, the Scarlet Flame King had told Qinyu that the 9-bone demon spirit sword was damaged and its weapon spirit was in deep slumber. This caused the spiritual weapon to have power but not enough spirituality. Tu Zhixiang knew the finger technique that Qinyu was talking about. She had seen it in the battle just now. A place with abundant yang qi. You can go to the Blazing Sun Plains. There are some sect forces that are on good terms with the Black Demon Valley that have similar sacred cultivation grounds. If you state your identity, they will definitely let you in to practice. Tu Zhixiang advised Qinyu. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. I've recently heard that a lot of valuable treasures of heaven and earth have appeared in the Blazing Sun Mountain of the southern region's hidden fog ancient forest. If you need them, you can try your luck there. Tu Zhixiang said again. Thank you, senior sister. After saying those words from afar, Qinyu quickly left. Just then, Tu Zhixiang's countenance changed. I forgot to tell that junior brother, there's still 1 year before the Heaven's Pride ranking battle. This kid didn't even participate in the triennial competition of the Black Demon Valley, and he doesn't expect to participate in the 5-year competition. Don't tell me he won't even participate in the Heaven's Pride ranking battle. But it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Junior brother is still young, and in the next Heaven's Pride ranking battle, he might be able to make it to the top 10 or even higher. Master must have given him a 7-year goal in the hope that he can shine in the next Heaven's Pride ranking battle. Qinyu did not have a clear itinerary before, and only felt a little rash after leaving the Black Demon Valley. In that case, let's go to the Blazing Sun Mountain. Qinyu made up his mind. The hidden fog ancient forest where the blazing sun mountain was located was a certain distance from the Black Demon Valley. Qinyu used the sex transmission formation to teleport to the Cultivation spiritual hall within the sex range, and then hurried on his way. In less than half a month, he arrived at the hidden fog ancient forest. The hidden fog ancient forest was a vast ancient land, and it could be considered a forbidden land. Most of the areas were safe, but there were a few forbidden areas in the forest that were extremely dangerous. Even if a Void Sea Realm cultivator entered, they would most likely die. As for the Blazing Sun Mountain, it was a medium forbidden area in the hidden fog ancient forest. After traversing a distance in the ancient forest and killing a few beasts with low intelligence that tried to attack him, Qinyu successfully arrived at the Blazing Sun Mountain. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the Blazing Sun Mountain, Qinyu felt warm and comfortable all over, and after staying for a long time, he felt a little hot. When he looked up slightly, the entire Blazing Sun Mountain seemed to be on fire, and it was slightly red. The fiery red clouds above the clouds were like a sea of fire. Qinyu walked into the Blazing Sun Mountain and tried to use the bright sun sword finger. Buzz, his right index finger became as red as a soldering iron, and there was a flickering flame on its surface. The nearby fiery Xianxia gathered, making Qinyu's finger look even redder. Swoosh, after Qinyu condensed it to a certain extent, he suddenly used it, and a blood-red flaming sword light flew out. The diameter of this bright sun sword finger reached more than 2 inches, and it could no longer be called a sword finger. Boom, a very smooth hole appeared on a rock not far away, and it extended all the way to the inside. In this place with abundant Xianxia, the power of the bright sun sword finger seems to have increased. Qinyu had a look of joy, and it proved that his train of thought was correct. The bright sun sword finger's power was not bad, and it was not suitable for sneak attacks. However, it was extremely difficult for the opponent to block a head-on attack. I'll practice this finger technique here. After Qinyu leaped up a few steps, he circulated the finger technique's key points again, and used the bright sun sword finger. After a few times, Qinyu's comprehension deepened, and he felt like he was about to reach perfection. Hence, his mood became even better, and he repeatedly practiced this finger technique. The six-flame finger sword had a high requirement for finger strength. If it was an ordinary person who cultivated the secret technique, they would not be able to continuously use it like Qinyu. And if they practiced it too little, they would definitely not be familiar with the finger technique. If they practiced it too much, they might even cripple their fingers. On the other side, 3 people walked together and set foot on Burning Sun Mountain. The person in the lead was at the Void Sea Realm. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a handsome face. However, his eyes were cold and gloomy, and he emitted a powerful sword Dao pressure, giving off a feeling that he was 1,000 miles away. Is there really an essence fire stone on this Burning Sun Mountain? The person asked coldly. Senior Brother Yan, this is absolutely true. Previously, Senior Brother Lu found an essence fire stone on Burning Sun Mountain. In less than 3 months, he comprehended the concept of fire, and his strength increased greatly. That's right, I've heard of this a few times. The other man and woman immediately laughed. Their cultivation was at the half-step Void Sea Realm. At this moment, a dark red flame gushed out from a cave in the upper mountain wall. Then, a 5-meter-long patterned fire snake turned into a fire arrow and shot straight out, with a scorching and fierce aura. Swoosh, Senior Brother Yan, who was in the lead, suddenly attacked. With a flash of sword light, an astonishing white jade sword chi fell from the sky, directly slashing through the patterned fire snake's vital point. The patterned fire snake was broken in 2 and fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, it died. One of the women in white walked up and dug out the demon core. After harvesting the materials, she jogged back and said with a face full of praise, as expected of Senior Brother Yan, the first in the outer sect competition. In less than 5 years after entering the inner sect, he broke through to the Void Sea Realm and killed a half-step Void Sea Realm beast, taking its vital point with 1 strike. In her eyes, other than being a little fierce and cold, Senior Brother Yan was very good. At this moment, a scorching wave of wind blew past, lifting Senior Brother Yan's hair. The woman in white looked at the side of his face and was shocked to find that he was missing an ear. She was instantly shocked and couldn't help but cover her mouth. She thought to herself, could that rumor be true? Rumor had it that before Yan Hanshan entered the inner sect, he had colluded with bandits to harm a family. In the end, his plan was disrupted by a nameless person, and he even had one of his ears chopped off. Then, he escaped back to the Heavenly Jade sect. Since then, Yan Hanshan had worked hard to achieve what he had today. Seeing his junior sister's expression, Yan Hanshan didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. This is the greatest shame of my life. If I meet that person again, I'll make him wish he was dead. At this moment, a sword light surrounded by crimson flames quickly swept past, leaving a smooth hole in the rock wall not far away from the three of them. Yan Hanshan narrowed his eyes and looked over. Yan Hanshan discovered that the attack that had suddenly descended was quite powerful, and he wanted to see who had executed it. He looked over and found that it was too far away for him to see the figure clearly, so he used his spiritual consciousness to check. In an instant, Yan Hanshan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He saw the figure clearly. It was Qinyu. The heavens are helping me. The heavens have given me a golden opportunity to kill you with my own hands. Yan Hanshan was so emotional that he almost roared at the sky, but he managed to control himself. He had heard that Qinyu had been staying in the Black Demon Valley for the past few years. It must be because he had too many enemies and did not dare to come out. Yan Hanshan often lamented that he did not know how long he would have to wait to take revenge. He did not expect that he would meet Qinyu on the Blazing Sun Mountain after being dragged by his junior brother and sister. You too, come with me to kill that Black Demon Valley disciple. Yan Hanshan immediately transmitted his voice to his junior brother and sister. He was already Venerable Kong Hai, and with the help of 2 half-step MTC experts, how could he not kill Qinyu? Yes. The other 2 nodded. It was not a big deal to kill a Black Demon Valley disciple. However, Yan Hanshan seemed to have a great grudge against this Black Demon Valley disciple. He looked very agitated, and a cold light surged in his eyes, making him look somewhat terrifying. Whoosh, Yan Hanshan and the other 2 quickly approached Qinyu, while the other 2 flanked him from both sides. Boom, with a wave of his sword, a sword light as smooth as a mirror and as white as jade slashed down from the sky with awe-inspiring power. Qinyu did not pay much attention to his surroundings, but he suddenly felt a murderous aura and became cautious. Then, an attack suddenly came. In the face of Yan Hanshan's attack, Qinyu habitually operated the blood-glazed flame and displayed the Yangming sword finger. Swoosh, a blood-red flaming sword chi suddenly shot out from Qinyu's fingertip. Compared to Yan Hanshan's enormous sword light, Qinyu's Yangming sword finger seemed very small. But the moment the 2 came into contact, the blood-red flaming sword chi passed through the center of the white jade sword light unimpeded. Boom, the white jade sword light broke into 2 and landed around Qinyu. The aftermath of the sword attack blasted over. At the same time, the attacks of the 2 Heavenly Jade sect disciples descended upon him. The red sword chi and the blue saber light intersected and fell on Qinyu's head. Boom, there was an explosion, and a storm of saber and sword chi spread out in all directions. Success! Seeing this, the 2 disciples were extremely excited. However, after the smoke and dust dispersed, Qinyu stood in the same place, unharmed. Yan Hanshan's junior brother and junior sister stared with their mouths agape. There was actually such a tyrannical existence among those of the same cultivation level. Their combined attacks were actually unable to injure him in the slightest. Yan Hanshan, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Qinyu snorted coldly. Back in the Stone Cloud world, it was precisely because of Yan Hanshan that he had been intercepted and assassinated by many families and forces. Although no one succeeded in the end, Qinyu still earned a lot of contribution points. But no one would be happy to be schemed against like this, not to mention that Qinyu had a grudge against Yan Hanshan before. Haha, we still don't know who will deliver himself to my doorstep. Yan Hanshan sneered, but his mind had already calmed down, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. He had originally thought that there was a huge gap between a venerable and a half-step MTC realm, and that he would definitely be able to defeat Qinyu, not to mention that he had the help of 2 half-step MTC realm cultivators. But the scene just now had shocked him. Let's go together. Yan Hanshan shouted coldly. As a venerable Kong Hai, Even if Qingyu was strong and could challenge those of a higher cultivation level, it would be too shameful for him to retreat without even fighting. A powerful mental energy burst out from Yan Hanshan's body, communicating with the qi of heaven and earth. Within a radius of 100 zhang, a dazzling white light suddenly shone. Anyone below the empty sea realm would probably not be able to open their eyes within 100 steps of Yan Hanshan. Swish, he slashed down with his sword. The dazzling sword slash was like a long white river, descending from the sky with astonishing power. This time, Yan Hanshan attacked with all his might, using a killer move. Is this senior brother Yan's Milky Way sword technique? What a beautiful sword technique! The other two exclaimed, and they both pulled away from Yan Hanshan to avoid being hurt by the power of the will of heaven and earth. They also realized how strong Qingyu was, but when they remembered that Yan Hanshan was here, they were more at ease, believing that he would definitely win. Suddenly, a wild laugh was heard. What kind of *T Milky Way sword technique is this? Boom, Qingyu performed the demonic dragon shadow and dashed out. His body was surrounded by black wind, dragging a long dragon tail behind him. His whole body suddenly became pitch black and glowing, and mysterious ancient characters and patterns appeared. His whole body seemed to have turned into the shadow of a black dragon, emitting a domineering demonic will in all directions. Facing Yan Hanshan's dazzling and sharp sword, Qingyu swung his pitch-black fist and smashed it. This scene was so shocking that Yan Hanshan and the other two were stunned, finding it hard to believe. How arrogant! How dare he block senior brother Yan's sword technique with his body? The male disciple said disdainfully. However, the next moment, the male disciple's face completely stiffened, and his mouth opened so wide that an apple could be stuffed in. Boom, bang, Qingyu's fist collided with the dazzling and sharp sword light, causing a loud sound. The intertwining black and white light scattered in all directions. Qingyu released the power of the demonic will, and it collided with Yan Hanshan's power of the light will. Boom. Boom, after the two black and white powers intertwined for a moment, the black light suddenly moved forward, gradually devouring the surrounding white sword light. Bang, the dazzling white sword light in the sky was completely shattered, and it was replaced by a pitch-black figure. The demonic chi around him surged, and the whole sky darkened. Ever since he devoured the young ancestor of the kindred, Qingyu's physique had improved in all aspects. His defense and strength had reached the level of the Void Sea Realm. With the strength of his physique alone, he could exchange blows with a Void Sea Realm venerable. If he used the demonic true essence, he could destroy a Void Sea Realm venerable's killing move. This is the demonic will. The two disciples following Yan Hanshan were at a loss for words, and they were panic-stricken. The scene just now was too shocking. Qingyu, who was only half a step into the Void Sea Realm, had destroyed Yan Hanshan's killing move with the power of his body. Was he really a half a step into the Void Sea Realm? If Qingyu stood there without moving, the two of them would not be able to hurt Qingyu. Moreover, the power of the will appeared on Qingyu's body. Wasn't that a power that only Void Sea Realm venerables could master? At this moment, they had lost all their fighting spirit, and only fear was left in their hearts. Not only the two of them, but Yan Hanshan also seemed to have fallen to the bottom of the valley. A strong sense of loss and fear filled his heart. He had thought that when he broke through to the Void Sea Realm, the gap between him and Qingyu would widen. Unexpectedly, the gap had shrunk. Yan Hanshan, you were lucky last time and only lost an ear. But today, you're unlucky, and you'll lose your life. Qingyu stood proudly in the air, arms crossed in front of his chest, and looked down at Yan Hanshan with a mocking expression. What? Senior brother Yan's ear was cut off by this person? The man and the woman were shocked. No wonder Yan Hanshan had that kind of expression when he saw him. Yan Hanshan stared at Qingyu with a gloomy gaze. He touched the side of his face that was missing an ear, and the anger and hatred in his heart grew, like a volcano that had suddenly erupted. But he knew that he was no match for Qingyu. Even with the help of the two half a step into the Void Sea Realm, they could not defeat Qingyu. Retreat, ask senior brother Fan and senior sister Lu for help. Yan Hanshan immediately retreated, and then said this. Seeing that Yan Hanshan had run, the other two disciples immediately followed. But as half a step into the Void Sea Realm, they were far slower than Yan Hanshan, and so they fell behind. This person is still so sinister and cunning. Qinyu sighed in his heart. Yan Hanzhan had obviously fled on purpose, so that his junior brother and junior sister could delay Qinyu. Although the man and the woman were pitiful targets that Yan Hanzhan had used, they were also people who wanted to kill Qinyu. Boom, Qinyu's speed exploded, and he quickly chased after the female disciple, dragging a pitch-black dragon tail behind him. Before his fist landed, a powerful demonic will blasted out, causing the other party to tremble all over. "No, don't kill me," the female disciple sobbed. She activated the soft armor on her body to defend herself, and a red halo formed around her. Boom, Qinyu's fist instantly smashed it, and his fist landed on the female disciple's chest. A terrifying force and demonic true essence surged into her body, shattering all the bones and internal organs in her torso. Her body flew out like a sandbag, and she fell at the foot of the burning sun mountain. Then, Qinyu did the same and killed the second person. Even though the other party used all their strength, they could not resist Qinyu's mountain-like fist. Qinyu did not waste too much time killing the two people. Whoosh, he took out the golden phoenix wings, and the golden flame wings flapped continuously, creating a layer of fire mist. Qinyu seemed to have turned into a phoenix, and he chased after them. Not long after, Qinyu saw Yan Hanzhan's silhouette. Damn it! How can he be so fast? Yan Hanzhan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was an empty sea realm cultivator, and he had used 2 half-step empty sea realm cultivators to stop Qinyu. In the end, Qinyu, a half-step empty sea realm cultivator, still caught up to him. How humiliating was that! Seeing Qinyu approaching, Yan Hanzhan felt his body stiffen and cold, as if he was about to step into the hell of death. Die! Yan Hanzhan gritted his teeth, shivering. His eyes suddenly flashed with black light, and his skin darkened a little. He performed a spell, and a huge cloud of black spiritual mist surged out of his body, turning into a pitch-black skull. The skull's mouth kept biting, and its teeth bumped up and down, making a clattering sound. Roar, with a roar, an evil sound wave spread out. The black skull carried an ancient evil qi, and it charged toward Qinyu. This was an ancient evil art that Yan Hanzhan had accidentally obtained. Although it was incomplete, it was extremely powerful, and it would only affect the mind of the cultivator. In the outer sect competition a few years ago, he had used this art to assassinate a strong competitor, and that was how he won first place. This art affects the soul. With your half-step empty sea realm cultivation, you will die without a doubt. Yan Hanzhan's voice was a little hoarse, and a faint black evil light flashed in his eyes. Is that so? Qinyu did not panic, and he smiled faintly. What Yan Hanzhan said just now was a bit exaggerated. He wanted to scare Qinyu and make him want to retreat. Unexpectedly, Qinyu was calm and composed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. This time, it was Yan Hanzhan who lost confidence. The 2 traumas that Qinyu had left on him overlapped, leaving an indelible fear in his heart. Boom, the huge black skeleton had a crazed look on its face as it bit at Qinyu, as if it wanted to devour Qinyu's body and soul. Qinyu's spiritual energy had reached the void sea state long ago, but Yan Hanzhan's evil art was powerful. He was not good at spiritual energy, so he did not plan to take it head-on. Buzz, he activated the 4 jade soul pearl, and a stream of light burst out from it, turning into a light membrane that enveloped Qinyu. With Qinyu's spiritual energy at the void sea state, it was difficult to destroy this defensive spiritual artifact, no matter how powerful Yan Hanzhan's secret offensive art was. Your spiritual energy has reached the void sea state. Yan Hanzhan's eyes widened, and he was dumbfounded. Qinyu's spiritual energy had reached the void sea state. Wasn't spiritual energy always the weakness of body cultivators? Why did it feel like Qinyu's spiritual energy had become his strength? Yan Hanzhan felt like he had been tricked by common sense. Boom! Whoosh, whoosh! The black skeleton descended and bit crazily, but in the end, it did not break the defensive membrane of the 4 jade soul pearl. The physical attack landed on Qinyu, but it did not hurt him at all. The spiritual energy of the void sea state, plus the 4 jade soul pearl, Yan Hanzhan's eyes were a little dull. Run, his mind trembled, and he turned around to escape. Yan Hanzhan was extremely regretful at this moment. He had made a big mistake. He had thought that he had widened the gap between him and Qinyu. In the end, the gap had indeed widened, but it was Qinyu who had widened the gap. Even if Yan Hanzhan broke through to the void sea state, he could only run away from Qinyu. I won't let you go this time. Qinyu's eyes were cold and calm. He used the Yangming sword finger again. Xiao. A blood-red beam of sword qi shot out with an imposing manner. Yan Hanzhan had been on guard against Qinyu's secret skill. When he heard the piercing sound behind him, he immediately dodged. Puff, a beam of blood-red light shot out and left a hole in Yan Hanzhan's right sleeve. That was close. Yan Hanzhan's forehead was drenched in sweat. He burnt his quintessential essence and fled at top speed. Hoo-hoo, the golden wings on Qinyu's back flapped continuously. Waves of golden flame surged as he chased after them. During this period, Qinyu continuously performed several Yangming sword fingers. However, due to the large distance between them, Yan Hanzhan had to be extremely vigilant. Thus, he either dodged Qinyu's Yangming sword finger or only suffered some minor injuries. This made Qinyu a little angry, and he focused even more. After condensing his sword finger for a long time, he suddenly shot it out. Xiao, a 3-inch wide beam of scarlet flame shot out and rapidly shot forward, leaving a trail of scarlet flame in its wake. This finger, Qinyu pondered for a moment, and a look of joy appeared on his face. This finger had obviously surpassed the greater success realm. The first level of the 6-flame finger sword had been perfected. Yan Hanzhan, who was fleeing in front of him, dodged a few Yangming sword fingers consecutively. He felt a little proud of himself. At this moment, he felt danger again and immediately dodged. Oh no, so fast. Suddenly, Yan Hanzhan's expression changed. This Yangming sword finger was different from the previous ones. Xiao, the blood-red beam of light hit Yan Hanzhan's shoulder, leaving a huge round hole. The flesh and bones inside were completely destroyed. Ah, Yan Hanzhan screamed in pain and bared his teeth. His entire right arm was hanging down vertically. He had completely lost his senses and was only connected to his body with a bit of flesh. This arm could be said to be completely crippled. Yan Hanzhan was completely in despair. With his heavily injured body, it was impossible for him to escape from Qinyu. However, at this moment, a purple-robed figure flashed by not far away. The other party was extremely fast, and it was obvious that it was Supremacy Kong Hai. Previously, Yan Hanzhan had also encountered some people exploring the Blazing Sun Mountain, but they were all below the Void Sea Realm. When they saw him, a Void Sea Realm cultivator, being chased, they immediately hid far away. "Brother, please wait. Save my life!" Yan Hanzhan immediately shouted. The passing Void Sea Realm cultivator was his only hope. The purple-robed man stopped and glanced at Yan Hanzhan with his dark, cold eyes. He immediately looked away and prepared to continue on his way. Seeing this, Yan Hanzhan gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, the person chasing me is trying to silence me." He found a large number of essence fire stones and sun rune fruits on the Blazing Sun Mountain. The purple-robed man's gaze immediately looked over. Yan Hanzhan was overjoyed. He had lied casually just now, but at least he had a chance of survival. Even if the purple-robed man eventually realized that he had lied to the other party, the other disciples of the sect might have already rushed over by then. In short, as long as he could live a little longer, he would have a chance of escaping. Oh? Essence fire stones, sun rune fruits? If you give me some, I won't interfere in this matter. The purple-robed man looked at Qinyu, who was behind him. His smile was slightly cold as he spoke in a negotiating tone. What? Yan Hanzhan's expression changed slightly. This purple-robed man was obviously not a good person. In the blink of an eye, he had betrayed Yan Hanzhan. You are too gullible. I don't have the essence fire stones and sun rune fruits. Just now, this person was just desperate for survival and spoke nonsense. Qinyu said methodically. Qinyu, don't talk nonsense. I was the one who found the essence fire stones and sun rune fruits first. In the end, you secretly attacked me, severely injured me, and took away all the treasures. Yan Hanzhan began to fabricate lies, trying to stall for as long as he could. Since you don't want to admit it, I'll just deal with you first. Let's see if you have those two things. The purple-robed man had a mischievous smile on his lips. At this moment, he looked at Qinyu, and his smile became even wider. Hearing this, Yan Hansan was instantly delighted. This purple-robed man was obviously a demonic cultivator. These types of people were extremely greedy. Qinyu's expression darkened. He wasn't afraid of the purple-robed man if he wanted to fight, but he didn't want Yan Hansan to escape. But don't worry. If I kill you and find that you don't have those two treasures, I will kill this person to avenge you. The purple-robed man smiled evilly. He pointed at Yan Hansan and said, "You are not allowed to leave. Otherwise, I will kill you first." Qinyu and Yan Hansan were both stunned. Their gazes toward the purple-robed man became a little more serious. The person in front of them wasn't just an ordinary arrogant person. Could this person be the purple-robed devil, He Yinwang, who is ranked 94 on the prodigy roll? Suddenly, Yan Hansan thought of something and exclaimed. He Yinwang might only be at the early stage of the origin returning realm, but to be able to enter the prodigy roll, no one was simple. He Yinwang defeated the person who was originally ranked 94 and replaced him. This person had the combat strength to challenge those who were stronger than him. His strength was comparable to a peak early stage empty sea realm. Oh? You are quite knowledgeable. But if you are lying to me, you will still die. The purple-robed man, He Yinwang, laughed evilly. Ranked 94 on the prodigy roll? Qinyu was instantly interested in He Yinwang. Until now, he had only fought with Tu Zhixiang, who was on the prodigy roll. Furthermore, it seemed like as long as he defeated He Yinwang, he would be able to replace his position on the prodigy roll. It would also be considered as completing the goal set by his master. He Yinwang took in Qinyu's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, interesting. So, after He Yinwang said interesting twice, his eyes suddenly darkened. Without any warning, he made a move. Within 100 feet radius, a violent purple wind surged, as if there were countless knives scraping back and forth. The opponent was indeed a figure on the prodigy roll. He had comprehended the concept of devil and the concept of wind. He Yinwang waved his hand. A purple claw of light swept up a layer of purple wind and attacked towards Qinyu. Boom, Qinyu released the concept of space and the concept of devil. The demonic qi around him surged. He punched out, and the demonic qi around him rose up, turning into a huge black demonic fist. Boom, bang, the fist and the claw collided. An explosion sounded, and a storm swept through the surroundings. With a single exchange, the two of them determined each other's strength. This person's strength is much stronger than people like Hua Rong and Do Sanxue. He does have the strength of a peak early stage void sea realm. Qinyu made a judgment in his heart and also had expectations. During the 3 years of seclusion, he had almost reached a limit in all aspects. Unless he broke through to the void sea realm, it would be hard for him to improve. Now, he wanted to measure who was stronger between him and the genius ranked 94 on the prodigy roll before he broke through to the void sea realm. On the other side, He Yinwang was secretly shocked. It was hard to imagine that Qinyu was only a half-step void sea realm. The strength that Qinyu displayed had already far surpassed the average early-stage void sea realm. This person will definitely be on the prodigy roll in the future. Since that is the case, I will eradicate you now. He Yinwang's gaze turned cold, and he made a decision in his heart. Swish, in the explosion, a figure of purple light shuttled over like a phantom. So fast. Qinyu's eyes narrowed. The speed that He Yinwang displayed at this moment was even faster than Qinyu when he used the golden-winged phoenix. On a closer look, He Yinwang wore a purple cloak. Not only did it increase his speed, but it also had a defensive effect. It was precisely because of this that the other party could casually shuttle through the explosion without any worries. Wind Cloud Demon Claw. He Yinwang attacked with his claw. After changing his position, he struck out with his claw again. In a breath's time, huge purple demonic claws bombarded over from all directions. The wings behind Qinyu's back fluttered, and he activated the demonic scale protective light barrier. He defended while dodging, looking like he was at a disadvantage. Die. He Yinwang sighed softly. The true essence in his body gathered in his hand, and he struck out with a huge purple demonic claw that was nearly 400 feet long. It descended from the sky as if it was going to flatten everything. In the distance, Yan Hanshan's heart tightened. He didn't expect the purple-robed demonic He Yunwang to be so strong. He was indeed worthy of being on the prodigy roll. Since that was the case, he had to prepare to run, lest He Yunwang really came to kill him after killing Qinyu. But at this moment, facing He Yunwang's ferocious attack, Qinyu suddenly turned to look at Yan Hanshan, and he struck out with a dark gray mysterious palm light. Yan Hanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. In the face of such danger, Qinyu actually attacked him without any regard for his own life. This was completely out of his expectations. But what was even more unexpected was yet to come. Yan Hanshan suddenly felt an invisible pressure, and his movements were obstructed. The dark gray mysterious palm light behind him struck him with unimaginable speed of quick thunder. Concept of space palm technique. Yan Hanshan had an epiphany, and his body was involuntarily thrown into the air. At this moment, a bright red beam of light flashed in the void, and pierced through Yan Hanshan's chest. Thump, Yan Hanshan fell to the ground, and blood gushed out from the wound on his chest. Before he died, he finally realized that Qinyu had pretended to be in a weak position to lower his guard, and then approached him to launch a fatal attack. It's finally over. Qinyu sighed. He was only worried that Yan Hanshan would take the opportunity to escape while he and He Yunwang were locked in a fight. The longer it dragged on, the more unforeseen events might occur. Therefore, from the beginning, Qinyu had planned to get rid of Yan Hanshan as soon as possible. However, after getting rid of Yan Hanshan, Qinyu was a little unprepared to face He Yunwang's attack. How dare you? Not only are you fighting me, but you're also distracted by killing someone. I'll send you down to hell with that person. He Yunwang was shocked and annoyed when he saw this. A half-step empty sea realm cultivator actually dared to kill people while fighting him. Yan Hanshan did not take him seriously at all. He Yunwang had never been ignored like this before. Seeing that the purple wind demon claw in the sky was about to descend, He Yunwang moved again. His figure flew out and displayed a series of purple claw shadows. They were not powerful, but there were many of them. The combination of these two moves was enough to take Qinyu's life. Qinyu did not have much time. He activated the second and third demonic patterns at once. Black armor formed on the surface of his body, and a demonic scale shield instantly formed around his body. Boom, the purple wind demon claw in the sky descended in an instant. It could even attack the demonic scale shield, causing it to tremble violently. Streaks of purple whirlwinds surrounded the demonic scale shield and slashed at it. Then, a series of purple claw shadows flew over from all directions, like hungry ghosts pouncing on their prey. Crack, the demonic scale shield was instantly broken, and all the attacks continued to blast at Qinyu. Qinyu used his physique strength and punched up, blocking the purple wind demon claw and weakening its attack. This way, even if all the attacks broke through the demonic scale armor, the damage to him would be limited, and there would not be any particularly serious injuries. Boom, with Qinyu at the center, a purple storm erupted from his body. Not far away, He Yunwang was originally full of confidence, but after observing the scene, he lost his confidence. Qinyu's defense was much stronger than he had imagined. At the same time, 15 kilometers away, an old monk with a kind face and a cold smile was flying rapidly. Qinyu, this exalt has finally caught up to you. The old monk's eyes shone with excitement. However, right at this moment, his body stopped moving. His face turned pale and his chest heaved up and down. A moment later, his expression returned to normal, and he took a deep breath. Is he injured? The old monk murmured. The reason he was able to predict Qinyu's situation so accurately was because the old monk was the Blood Skull clan powerhouse who had a blood-soul connection with Qinyu, Lu Ling. When Lu Ling learned of Qinyu's whereabouts, he immediately thought of a strategy. If he changed his identity, Qinyu would definitely not be able to recognize him. He could then use this opportunity to get close to Qinyu and win Qinyu's favor. When the time was right, he could control Qinyu, or force Qinyu to swallow the blood pill that he had refined. After that, he could remove the blood-soul binding art and force Qinyu to tell him about the young patriarch's situation. Finally, he could take Qinyu's head. However, if the situation was special, Qinyu would definitely die. He could only remove the blood-soul binding art. His own life was more important. At this moment, Lu Ling sensed that Qinyu was injured, but he was not sure if Qinyu was in a life-threatening situation. If that was the case, he might as well remove the blood-soul binding art now to avoid being implicated by Qinyu. However, when he thought about Qinyu's thick skin, strong defense, and many tricks up his sleeves, he should not die so easily. Lu Ling was not in a hurry to remove the blood-soul binding art. Instead, he sensed Qinyu's location and rushed over. On the other side, because Qinyu had killed Yan Hanshan, he did not have time to deal with purple-robed demon with his full strength, which was why he was slightly injured. At this moment, his clothes were torn, and there were countless knife cuts on his mystic-patterned demonic body. Blood seeped out. He Yinhuang was indeed a peak early-stage Void Sea Realm expert on the Heaven's Chosen list. If it was an ordinary early-stage Void Sea Realm expert, it would be very difficult for him to injure Qinyu. However, Qinyu did not care too much about these superficial wounds. He believed that they would heal on their own in a short while. "You brat, your defense is actually so shocking." He Yinhuang was even more shocked than before. Previously, he only thought that his two moves might not be able to kill Qinyu. But now, Qinyu actually only suffered some light injuries. This caused him to be overwhelmed with shock. Combined with the battle just now, he speculated that Qinyu was a body cultivator, so it was reasonable that his defense was strong. He Yinhuang decided to follow up with another attack, not giving Qinyu a chance to catch his breath. After Qinyu killed Yan Hanshan, he focused all his attention on the battle. Facing He Yinhuang, who attacked again, Qinyu condensed the blood-glazed flame on his right index finger. He immediately used the Yangming sword finger and struck out a blood-red sword light with an imposing aura, launching a counterattack. Swoosh! He Yinhuang had just seen Qinyu use this move to kill Yan Hanshan, so he was prepared. Coupled with his speed, which was enhanced by the purple-patterned cloak, his speed was not inferior to Qinyu's, so he successfully dodged. Whoosh, whoosh, the golden wings on Qinyu's back flapped, and scorching golden flames spread in all directions. He turned into a black-golden stream of light and attacked He Yinhuang. Boom, he punched out, and demonic patterns quickly surged up, covering his arm. A huge black demonic fist, exuding a fierce and domineering demonic pressure, smashed out. Facing the huge demonic fist, He Yinhuang felt a demonic intent straight into his heart. Fortunately, he had also comprehended the demonic intent, so he immediately dispelled the influence. He Yinhuang's eyes narrowed. His palm formed into a claw, and he tore at the huge demonic fist. 5 tyrannical purple wind scars gradually expanded, meeting the huge demonic fist. Boom, a destructive demonic chi storm spread in all directions. He Yinhuang waved his cloak, blocking in front of him. The purple-patterned cloak was obviously not an ordinary item. When the shockwaves landed on it, they seemed to be weakened, and only the surface of the cloak was blown away. Is this his true strength? He Yinhuang's heart trembled, and he became more serious. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly erupted, not showing any weakness, and his combat strength was astonishing. The two clashed, and they were evenly matched. Didn't this mean that this kid, who had not broken through to the Void Sea Realm, had the strength to enter the prodigy list? In history, only when the Great Cosmos Realm had declined would there be half-step Void Sea Realm cultivators entering the prodigy list. But now, the Great Cosmos Realm was flourishing, and it was in a prosperous period of development. At this moment, He Yinhuang noticed Qinyu's condition. The place where he had injured himself had actually recovered at some point in time. Such self-healing ability stunned He Yinhuang for a moment, and he thought that he was seeing things. No matter what, this person cannot be left alive. He Yinhuang had already become enemies with Qinyu, and he was even more unwilling to see Qinyu grow. Boom, within a radius of 300 meters, purple demonic chi danced wildly. Above his body, the demonic wind was dense, and it was as if he had turned into a ferocious demon that slowly soared into the sky. Behind He Yinhuang, a huge purple demonic shadow rapidly condensed, and its might shook the surroundings. On the other side, Qinyu felt that He Yinhuang seemed to be going all out to fight with him. He was also overflowing with fighting spirit, and he was prepared to fight with all his might. He might even be able to seize the 94th place on the prodigy list. However, just as the two ferocious demonic intents were clashing, a Buddhist voice suddenly rang out, attracting their attention. Benefactors, please listen to this poor monk's words. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The old monk's deep and old voice sounded. After saying that, Lu Ling felt extremely strange and uncomfortable. He didn't expect that as a member of the Blood Skull clan, he would say such words one day. Thinking that all of this was to save the young ancestor and get rid of Qinyu, he endured it. When Lu Ling arrived, he observed the battle for a moment and felt that the possibility of He Yunhuang killing Qinyu was not high. Since that was the case, he was prepared to act according to his original plan. He would get close to Qinyu, gain his favor, and then secretly attack. Now that Qinyu was facing an enemy, it was a good opportunity. Master, do you know this person? He Yunhuang's gaze sank. No, I don't. Lu Ling immediately distanced himself. He Yunhuang was instantly speechless. He looked at the old monk and wondered if there was something wrong with his head. Since you don't know him, why did you come here? Benefactor, as Supremacy Kong Hai, why do you want to kill this young benefactor? The old monk Lu Ling persuaded, leaning more towards Qinyu. Master, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please don't be a busybody. He Yunhuang frowned fiercely, feeling extremely depressed. He didn't want to reason with the old monk. That's not right. This poor monk travels the world to deliver all living beings from suffering. How can I ignore injustice when I encounter it? Lu Ling thought for a moment before coming up with a few words that sounded like what a monk would say. He Yunhuang only felt his head buzzing, wishing he could tear this old monk apart. Unfortunately, this old monk's cultivation was also extraordinary, reaching the peak of the early stage Void Sea realm. Benefactor, I see that we are fated. Follow this poor monk. This person won't be able to hurt you. The old monk Lu Ling then looked at Qinyu and revealed a kind smile. Qinyu also felt that this old monk was a little strange, but when he saw that he was protecting a weakling like him, the depression in his heart gradually dissipated. Perhaps the other party really had an eminent monk and wanted to deliver all living beings from suffering. When He Yunhuang saw this scene, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. This monk who suddenly appeared was actually so protective of Qinyu. However, this old monk's cultivation was extraordinary, reaching the peak of the early stage Void Sea realm. He couldn't be underestimated. If the old monk and Qinyu joined forces, he could only escape. At this moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, 3 figures appeared in the distance, all with the Tianyu sect's logo on their robes. Junior brother Yin. The leader was an ordinary-looking woman. When she saw Yan Hanshan's corpse on the ground not far away, her eyes turned cold as she looked at the people in front of her. Purple-robed demon He Yunhuang, Qinyu. A man with a wide face next to the ordinary-looking woman immediately recognized the two people. One was a figure on the Heaven's Chosen list, and the other was a famous disciple of the Black Demon Valley, an enemy sect of the Tianyu sect. The 3 of you must be from the dead person's sect. He was killed by Qinyu. He Yunhuang's lips curled into a smile again. Just now, he was already prepared to retreat. But now that the situation had changed and helpers had appeared, the situation was different. Qinyu, how dare you kill a disciple of the Tianyu sect? Today, I will take your head. The ordinary-looking woman saw the current situation and shouted coldly. Senior sister Lu, count me in. I want to avenge senior brother Yin. The man with a wide face followed. Among the 3 people of the Tianyu sect, the ordinary-looking woman, senior sister Lu, was at the early stage Void Sea realm, while the man with a wide face and the other person were both half-step Void Sea realm. On the other side, the old monk Lu Ling's face darkened, and he cursed in his heart, this kid is still so good at causing trouble. He actually has so many enemies. Lu Ling calculated in his heart. Even if these people joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill Qinyu. Master, I advise you to leave quickly. Don't be a busybody. He Yunhuang sneered. Ba, this old monk has already promised to protect the young benefactor's life. How can I retreat so easily? Lu Ling had the appearance of an enlightened monk, but he was somewhat depressed and angry. He was a dignified Blood Skull clan member who had killed countless living beings and drunk countless amounts of blood. He did not expect to say such words. When He Yunhuang heard this, he gnashed his teeth in anger. This was the first time he had encountered such a stinky monk. Qinyu could not help but feel deep veneration. This monk did not know him, but he was still unwilling to retreat at such a time. It seemed like he was really an enlightened monk. "Master, you leave first. This is my own matter." Xianxia could not help but persuade him. Although there were 3 more enemies now, 2 of them were half-step Void Sea Realm and were not a concern. The only ones who could truly threaten Xianxia were the purple-robed demon, Xianxia, and the ordinary-looking Heavenly Jade sect disciple, Senior Sister Lu. If Xianxia used all his means, these 2 people would probably not be able to do anything to him. If this poor monk leaves, Benefactor will definitely die in the hands of these people. Lu Ling had a compassionate expression and lied. Finally, he added a Buddhist mantra, "Please put down the butcher's knife and repent." "This old bald donkey, do you really have nothing better to do? Why do you like to meddle in other people's business?" Xianxuang's eyes bulged, and the veins on his forehead bulged. A terrifying demonic aura erupted and shocked the surroundings. He was indeed angered by this old monk and wished he could tear him into pieces. Lu Ling glanced at Xianxuang and suppressed the anger in his heart. He cursed in his heart, "I'll remember you. The next time I change my vessel, I'll use yours." Although his cultivation was damaged, it was still at the mid-stage Void Sea Realm. With his Blood Skull clan's means, it was not difficult to kill Xianxuang. "Attack together!" Xianxuang shouted, not wanting to talk nonsense with the old monk. Regardless of whether he could kill the old monk and Xianxia today, he needed to vent the displeasure and depression in his heart at this moment. The 3 disciples of the Heavenly Jade sect purely wanted to kill Xianxia. This time, Xianxia killed Yan Hanshan first, so it was reasonable for them to kill him in retaliation to avenge their fellow disciples. Not long ago, the Heavenly Jade sect's Heavenly Feather Peak had secretly announced a reward. Anyone who killed Xianxia would receive a generous reward and be accepted as an elder's disciple. "Benefactor, leave this person to me. You don't have to worry." Lu Ling immediately stood up. He also wanted to beat Xianxuang up. If this kid knew what was good for him, he would have scrammed just now. That way, Lu Ling could get close to Xianxia and then find an opportunity to control Xianxia or force him to swallow the blood pills he had refined. Unexpectedly, things did not go as he wished. Lu Ling placed all the blame on Xianxuang. Buzz, a powerful physical strength suddenly erupted from the old monk's body. His entire body shone with a golden light that illuminated the surroundings. A series of golden Buddhist runes floated out, making him look like a Buddha, solemn and dignified. Lu Ling could only use some of the abilities of this body. It was best not to expose the methods of the blood race, lest others see through him. Boom, the old monk Lu Ling turned into a golden Buddha and sent out a massive golden palm that seemed like it could dispel evil and suppress ghosts. Xianxuang did not show any weakness. He hated the old monk Lu Ling for being a busybody to the bone. His palm turned into a claw and tore. 10 tyrannical purple wind scars rapidly expanded and rushed out. Although the old monk's cultivation technique gave him an advantage, Lu Ling used his full strength and had the strength to challenge someone of a higher realm. When the 2 clashed, they were actually evenly matched. When this fellow fought with Xianxia, he was still hiding his strength. Lu Ling cursed inwardly. Xianxuang had indeed hidden some of his strength. When he was preparing to fight Xianxia with all his strength, the old monk suddenly jumped out and messed up the situation. He did not have any enmity with Xianxia in the first place. At this moment, his hatred for the old monk deepened, so he attacked with all his strength. This shattered Lu Ling's beautiful dream of killing Xianxuang. If he did not expose the strength of the Blood Skull race, he really could not do anything to Xianxuang. As for the other side, it was much easier for Xianxia to deal with Senior Sister Lu and the 2 half-step Empty Sea Realm cultivators. In fact, Xianxia was more looking forward to fighting with a genius of the Heaven's Chosen list like Xianxuang. Perhaps he could even replace the other party's ranking. However, he was embarrassed to refuse the benevolent help of the senior monk. Pung, Xianxia threw out a punch, shattering the yellow sword ray that was coming at him. As for the attacks of the other 2 half-step Empty Sea Realm cultivators, when they landed on Xianxia's body, they all created a bunch of bright sparks. Occasionally, they would leave behind a shallow mark that instantly disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Our attacks can't injure this person at all. The 2 half-step Empty Sea Realm disciples were dumbfounded. They felt as if their hearts had been struck by a giant hammer, receiving a huge blow. They had never encountered such a situation among those of the same realm. Qinyu basically ignored their attacks. Even so, they were unable to injure Qinyu in the slightest. This made them unable to show their faces and feel extremely ashamed. Boom, the demonic chi around Qinyu's sword, expanding to a radius of 100 feet. Then he punched out. A huge pitch-black demonic fist, carrying the pressure of the demonic path of heaven and earth, came crashing down. So strong. Senior Sister Lu's heart was attacked by the demonic will. She was in a trance for a moment, but she immediately sobered up and hurriedly responded. The power of the conception connected heaven and earth. Within a radius of 100 feet, golden light flashed, and everything seemed to be plated with a layer of golden paint. Senior Sister Lu raised her treasure sword, which burst out with a golden brilliance. It was more than 100 feet long, extremely sharp, and suddenly swung out. Swoosh, a golden sword light, dragging a layer of golden light, streaked across the sky, cutting everything in the void in half. Rumble, the golden sword light cut into Qinyu's demonic fist, but the power of the demonic fist did not diminish. It was completely released, turning into an exploding demonic cloud, shattering the golden sword light. The power of the conception around Senior Sister Lu was destroyed, more than half destroyed. She immediately retreated a distance. She already knew that there was a gap between her and Qinyu, and she could not kill him. At the same time, she was shocked. How could Qinyu's strength be so terrifying? He was simply a monster. At this moment, in the world of golden light in front of her, a blood-red light flashed, and it was expanding at an astonishing speed. Oh no! Senior Sister Lu sensed danger and immediately dodged. At the same time, she activated the quintessential essence shield on the surface of her body. Poof, a huge beam of blood-red flame instantly penetrated the quintessential essence shield and bombarded Senior Sister Lu's abdomen. Bang, because Senior Sister Lu was wearing a superior grade inner armor, Yang Ming's sword finger did not penetrate it, but she was blasted back more than 100 feet. Part of the sword finger's power penetrated the inner armor and affected Senior Sister Lu's body, injuring her. Damn it, such a powerful attack. Senior Sister Lu was still frightened. If the attack had hit other places, it would not have been an ordinary injury. At this moment, she already had the intention to retreat. Qinyu followed up, not planning to let these Tianyu sect disciples go. However, at this moment, swoosh, another figure flew over from afar. It was a tall man. He was not young, and he had a small beard. Senior Brother Fan. After seeing the newcomer, Senior Sister Lu was overjoyed. Senior Brother Fan, save us. Qinyu wants to kill us. The other two half-step Empty Sea Realm disciples also cried for help. Qinyu's face darkened, and he knew that it was not good. When Yan Hanshan escaped, he sent a message to the nearby Tianyu sect disciples. Senior Sister Lu came first, and this Senior Brother Fan came later. Fortunately, Qinyu killed Yan Hanshan first. Otherwise, it would be much more troublesome to kill him later. However, the current situation was not good. This Senior Brother Fan's strength was not ordinary. He had reached the peak of the early stage Empty Sea Realm, the same as the old monk. Qinyu, how dare you attack the people of my Tianyu sect? Senior Brother Fan snorted, and a powerful sword intent broke out and rushed into the sky. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword, and he attacked Qinyu. In the face of such a situation, Qinyu was not flustered. He decided to launch a round of rapid and fatal attacks on the three people of the Tianyu sect before Senior Brother Fan came to help. His body swayed, and the space around him shimmered, twisting and overlapping. That was the power of the space will. Qinyu instantly performed the first and second moves of the mysterious sky palm, targeting the two half-step Empty Sea Realm disciples. Having comprehended the space will, Qinyu was invincible among his peers. It was impossible for a half-step Empty Sea Realm disciple to resist it. Therefore, Qinyu did not pay much attention to it. He took out the magic flood dragon sword, exerted all his physical strength, and threw it out. Boom, the magic flood dragon sword broke through the air, setting off a black turbulence. Like a ferocious black dragon, it let out a shrill roar and rushed towards Senior Sister Lu. Enhanced by the power of the space will, the magic flood dragon sword was extremely fast. Bang, the magic flood dragon sword descended. Senior Sister Lu held the sword horizontally and released a huge amount of genuine essence to resist Qinyu's attack. Qinyu's powerful force pressed down through the magic flood dragon sword, forcing Senior Sister Lu to retreat quickly. Then, the explosive characteristic of the magic flood dragon sword manifested, and a series of explosions enveloped Senior Sister Lu. Bang, then, Senior Sister Lu fell from the sky in a straight line, bombarding somewhere in the burning Sun Mountain. Just a moment ago, 2 half-step empty sea realm disciples of the Tianyu sect were hit by the space palm technique and fell down the burning Sun Mountain. No one knew if they were dead or alive. On the other side, He Yunwang, the purple-robed demon, saw another disciple of the Tianyu sect and immediately grinned. Ha ha ha, here comes another helper. Old bald ass, are you going to get lost or not? He Yunwang asked with a laugh. At the moment, there were 5 people on their side, 3 in the empty sea realm, and 2 in the half-step empty sea realm. He did not believe that the old monk would not leave. Lu Ling was also very conflicted, cursing Qianyu more than a dozen times in his heart. You jinx, you make enemies wherever you go. Why do you have so many enemies? I just wanted to get close to you, and it turned out to be like this. However, the mission was more important. If he could not save the young patriarch, the blood clan would not let him go. I'm not leaving. Almsgiver, put down the butcher's knife and turn back to the shore. Lu Ling could only use his monk's face and pretend to be firm and resolute. You, damn bald ass, I'll *CK your whole family. He Yunwang was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He lost his mind and cursed loudly. Is this old bald ass out of his mind? To save a stranger, he will pay with his life. As soon as he finished cursing, He Yunwang noticed a huge movement on the other side. Looking carefully, Qianyu instantly sent 2 half-step empty sea realm disciples flying and launched a fatal attack on Senior Sister Lu. Halfway up the mountain, Senior Sister Lu climbed up with difficulty. She had many wounds on her body, and there was a huge black sword embedded in her shoulder. Blood soaked her robe and splashed all over the ground. Plop, she had just climbed up, and her face turned red and white. She spat out a mouthful of blood and lay down again. He Yunwang's heart trembled. He looked over and found that in the deep pit where Senior Sister Lu was lying, a corner of a sparkling and translucent red jade was exposed, reflecting a fiery red light. The Heavenly Jade Sect's senior apprentice brother Fan was about to rush over and kill Qianyu, making a great contribution to the sect. However, the sudden scene before him caused his eyes to widen, and he was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that when he rushed over, Qianyu would be scared out of his wits and immediately flee. Unexpectedly, Qianyu was so ruthless and tyrannical. Before he could rush over, Qianyu had attacked the 3 from the Heavenly Jade sect at lightning speed. The 2 half-step Void Sea Realm cultivators were killed by Qianyu, and Senior Apprentice Sister Lu was severely injured by Qianyu. Senior Apprentice Brother Fan was ashamed and angry. He felt that Qianyu not only ignored his words, but also looked down on him. However, the combat strength that Qianyu displayed just now was truly terrifying. He seemed to have comprehended the concept of space. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress Senior Apprentice Sister Lu so firmly. Qianyu had killed the Heavenly Jade Sect's people in front of him. How could Senior Apprentice Brother Fan let it go? Qianyu, hand over your life. Senior Apprentice Brother Fan raised his sword. Starlight flickered around the sword, turning into streaks of sword chi and starlight that surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon, supporting him like a sword immortal. On the other side, He Yunwang, who was fighting with the old monk, suddenly abandoned the old monk and rushed to where Senior Apprentice Sister Lu had fallen. When Senior Apprentice Sister Lu saw He Yunwang suddenly rushing over, her expression tensed, and she bit her lip. She knew that He Yunwang had discovered the essence fire stone behind her. In reality, Senior Apprentice Sister Lu had fallen here with severe injuries. She was about to get up and heal her injuries before fighting with Senior Apprentice Brother Fan against Qianyu. However, she suddenly discovered a crystal that seemed to be an essence fire stone in the soil behind her. She pretended to be heavily injured and fell again, preparing to silently take the essence fire stone for herself. Unexpectedly, He Yunwang's eyes were too sharp, and he also discovered the essence fire stone. He Yunwang, I discovered this essence fire stone first. What are you trying to do? Senior apprentice Sister Lu immediately shouted. Haha, how thick-skinned. You lost to a half-step Void Sea Realm cultivator and fell here, causing the treasure to appear. You actually dare to say that you discovered the treasure first? He Yunwang smirked, his face full of mockery. He originally had no enmity with Qinyu and the old monk. Now that he had discovered the treasure, he naturally placed the most importance on it. As long as he could get his hands on it, he would escape this place and seek revenge in the future. Senior apprentice Sister Lu's body trembled. She was heavily injured and could only use 30 to 40% of her strength. She was definitely not He Yunwang's match. It was just that she did not expect He Yunwang to be so ruthless and decisive, turning hostile just like that. Senior Sister Lu could only place her hopes on Senior Brother Fan and took the initiative to send a voice transmission to ask for help. Origin Firestone. Little thief, stop. Don't even think of stealing the treasure discovered by my Heavenly Jade Sect's disciple. Senior Brother Fan was just about to attack Qinyu when he heard Senior Sister Lu's voice transmission. He immediately turned around and claimed that the treasure belonged to the Heavenly Jade Sect. Immediately after, Senior Brother Fan immediately flew out and slashed at He Yunwang. The resplendent starlight gathered to form a cold moon of starlight. With an incomparably sharp sword intent, it streaked across the sky and slashed down. This extremely powerful and gorgeous sword Dao attack locked onto He Yunwang, leaving him with nowhere to hide. How troublesome, He Yunwang cursed and immediately attacked. He unleashed the power of the intent realm and executed a sharp claw technique. Boom, two dark purple violent claw lights, one in front and one behind, bombarded the gorgeous sword light. Eventually, it turned into an explosion and collapsed in all directions. As expected of someone on the prodigy list. His strength is actually comparable to mine. Senior Brother Fan thought to himself, feeling a little jealous. He was already over 50 years old and could not enter the prodigy list. Suddenly, whoosh, a black golden shadow suddenly rushed down, sweeping up a black wind and golden flames. Like a dragon's tail and phoenix's feathers, it brushed past Senior Brother Fan. Qinyu! Senior Brother Fan shouted as he watched Qinyu rush down at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Qinyu's organs were accumulating power to increase his speed. Coupled with the speed increase from the golden phoenix wings and the integration of the intent realm, Qinyu's speed was pushed to the peak. He was even faster than Senior Brother Fan and Purple Robe Demon. How dare you! You dare to snatch something from under my Purple Robe Demon's eyes! He Yunwang shouted and swooped down. This is a treasure found by a disciple of my Heavenly Jade Sect, Senior Brother Fan shouted and immediately flew down. The three flew in a straight line toward where Senior Sister Lu was, but Qinyu arrived first. Boom, Qinyu fell to the ground, causing a loud sound. He Yunwang and Senior Brother Fan were furious and immediately launched an attack. Layers of the intent realm of heaven and earth fluctuated. At this moment, two peak early-stage Void Sea cultivators launched an attack at Qinyu. The wind and clouds changed. Two dark purple demonic claws swept up a violent whirlwind and attacked Qinyu. On the other side, two starlight cold moons formed a dazzling cross and slashed down. Facing the attacks of He Yunwang and Senior Brother Fan, two Void Sea experts, Qinyu felt a strong sense of danger. Even if he activated the demonic scale protection or demonic scale battle armor, he would not be able to block the attacks of these two experts. In addition to the golden-winged phoenix bloodline, Qinyu had also absorbed Hua Rong's ice scale bloodline back at Clearwater Bay. This bloodline had outstanding defensive abilities, but he could not reveal it at this moment. Otherwise, he would arouse suspicion. On the other side, the old monk Lu Ling was also extremely nervous when he saw this scene. He could not expose his blood race strength, nor could he block the attacks for Qinyu. Otherwise, if he was injured, Qinyu would also suffer the same injuries, and his true identity might also be exposed. At this moment, demonic chi surged on Qinyu's body, and a strange and ancient demonic pattern surged on his pitch-black back. This huge demonic pattern was condensed by the 6th level of the Sky Demon secret pattern record that Qinyu cultivated. Buzz, on the demonic pattern, one could see dense demonic scale patterns, but there seemed to be a dragon's shadow bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, shocking one's soul. Demon Dragon Wall. Qinyu waved his palms forward, and the demonic pattern carried a large amount of demonic true essence. It came in front of Qinyu and turned into a thick pitch-black scale wall. This was the corresponding combat skill of the 6th demonic pattern of the Sky Demon secret pattern record. As the #1 defensive cultivation technique in the Kunyan realm, the 6th demonic pattern combat skill was also a defensive combat skill. Boom, the furious attacks of the two overlords descended, creating a dull sound. The terrifying power kept crashing down, trying to break the demon-dragon wall. Qinyu's arms trembled slightly, and the rocks under his feet cracked. The true essence in his body kept flowing into it. The demon-dragon wall was an extremely powerful defensive combat skill, but it also consumed a lot of true essence. In theory, as long as Qinyu had enough true essence, he could continue to support it. For example, the demon-dragon wall was originally about to be broken, but Qinyu kept pouring in true essence to continue to block the enemy's attacks. After 3 breaths, the extremely heavy pressure above dissipated, and Qinyu's arms relaxed. He felt that the true essence in his body had been consumed by more than 20%. Usually, the higher the grade of combat skills and secret skills, the greater the consumption. Coupled with the demon-dragon wall's characteristic of consuming true essence, this was the result. Behind him, senior sister Lu was lying on the ground, looking scared out of her wits. She was just thinking that if Qinyu hadn't blocked the attacks of He Yunwang and senior brother Fan, she would have been buried with Qinyu. But now, she felt that the scene just now was too unreal. On the opposite side, He Yunwang and senior brother Fan looked as if they had seen a ghost when they saw Qinyu block their joint attack. Was he still a half-step Konghai? Could he not be so scary? It must be a secret skill. It consumes a lot of energy and can't be used repeatedly. There are also side effects. Senior brother Fan comforted himself. On the other side, the old monk Lu Ling narrowed his eyes and stared at Qinyu carefully. He was also shocked. This kid is much stronger than before. Originally, Lu Ling was 100% confident in killing Qinyu, but now he had to adjust his mentality to prevent any accidents from happening. Bang! Qinyu stomped hard with his feet, and the ground cracked. A red crystal was completely exposed. The red crystal was crystal clear, and there seemed to be flames burning inside, reflecting a dazzling red glow. Such a large essence firestone. Senior brother Fan was slightly surprised. This essence firestone was 3 feet long. Is this the essence firestone? Qinyu sized it up and immediately put it in his storage space. The fire essence stone could allow Konghai supremacies to comprehend the power of fire and the concept of fire, increasing their strength. The concept of fire was relatively easy to comprehend among the various concepts of heaven and earth. Therefore, this kind of treasure was very popular. At this moment, Qinyu sensed a shattering sound coming from the side. Boom! Without saying a word, he punched out. A black demonic fist with a terrifying wind struck out and landed on senior sister Lu, who was preparing to escape. Bang! 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 Senior sister Lu's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away by Qinyu. She rolled a few times, leaving a pool of blood on the ground, and finally hit a rock, motionless. Qinyu, you killed my Tianyu sect's disciple again. Don't think about leaving Burning Sun Mountain alive today. Senior brother Fan saw that Qinyu swallowed the essence firestone and killed another Tianyu sect's Konghai realm. He was immediately filled with anger and flew into a rage. Let's do it together. He Yunwang curled his lips. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Senior brother Fan nodded and did not refuse. The two people who had just fought each other because of a dispute of interests now joined forces again. At this moment, a voice that did not fit the atmosphere was heard. Ba. Benefactors, put down the butcher's knife and repent. The old monk walked slowly to Qinyu's side. He Yunwang saw the old monk and was so angry that he could not speak. You damn bald donkey, didn't you see that this person killed 2 half-step Konghai realm cultivators and a Konghai realm woman just now? He is the evil person who kills people like flies. And has committed the most heinous crimes. Why are you always going against me? He Yunwang was angry, annoyed, and helpless. There was even a hint of pleading in his tone. Qinyu was also stunned and looked at the old monk in confusion. If the other party was really an eminent monk who was compassionate and delivered all living beings from suffering, he did not care when he killed so many people just now and even protected Qinyu. Could there be some hidden reason behind this? Benefactor, what you said is wrong. Just now, it was clearly those few who were against the young benefactor. He killed the enemy in self-defense. He is not at fault. Lu Ling thought for a while before coming up with this reason. However, he also felt that this was too nonsensical. In order to prevent Qinyu from suspecting, he said again, this time, this poor monk only hopes that the few benefactors can put down their grudges, put down the butcher's knife, and become Buddhas immediately. Ba. This penniless monk only hopes that the few of you can put down your grudges and hatred and become Buddhas immediately. After Lu Ling finished speaking, he felt that what he said made sense. He then looked at He Yunwang and senior brother Fan. However, the two of them looked as though they did not believe it even if they were beaten to death. He Yunwang himself understood that this old bald donkey must have some relationship with Qinyu. Otherwise, why would he stand on Qinyu's side and protect Qinyu so obviously? He even felt that the two of them were teammates and this old bald donkey was deliberately angering him. Where did this stinky monk pop out from? Senior brother Fan's understanding of Lu Ling was shallow and he could only curse in his heart. Qinyu was powerful to begin with, especially with his defensive means. He had actually blocked his and He Yunwang's combined attack just now. Coupled with the old monk's help, senior brother Fan and He Yunwang's combined attack would indeed not be able to do anything to Qinyu. At the very least, they would not be able to snatch back the essence fire stone. This made him incomparably furious. Suddenly, senior brother Fan struck out with quick thunder and slashed out with his sword. Even if he could not do anything to Qinyu and the chances of snatching back the essence fire stone was slim, he could not give up just like that. At the very least, he needed to vent the anger in his heart. The resplendent starlight transformed into a crescent moon and streaked down. The ice-cold starlight spread out, illuminating the surroundings into a silver world under the starlight. As for senior brother Fan's attack to vent his anger, Qinyu did not intend to take it head-on. Puff puff, the wings on his back flapped continuously and a golden flame mist sprayed out. Qinyu's body rose rapidly and dodged this attack. Boom, when the cold and resplendent moonlight landed on the ground where Qinyu had just stood, it didn't cause much of a tremor. Instead, it sank several meters into the ground before exploding. Eh? Hearing this, Qinyu couldn't help but look at the source of the voice. Senior brother Fan also looked over. When the smoke and dust dispersed, a huge pit was revealed where he had been. The bottom was buried by many rocks. In fact, when Qinyu took out the essence fire stone just now, there was a small hole left on the spot, but he didn't pay attention to it. At this moment, senior brother Fan's sword had widened the small hole, revealing the deep pit below. The few powerhouses scanned the area with their spiritual senses. They passed through the rocks and found that there was nothing underneath. This was a passageway in the mountains. There are primal fire stones here. Could there be other treasures like this in the passageway? Senior brother Fan suddenly had this thought. He Yunwang thought so as well. Hence, the two of them landed, while Qinyu stood to the side and watched. Boom, He Yunxiang waved his hand, and the pile of rubble in front of him was blasted to the side, revealing a crack in the rock that led downwards. It looked like a passageway. Senior martial brother Fan hacked into the interior with his sword and seemed to have broken a few pieces of rock, breaking through the blockage at the bottom of the passageway. Boom, a fiery mist spewed out from within, turning into a fiery light that spread in all directions. That aura just now was similar to the aura of the fire bloodline, and it was very extraordinary. Qinyu sensed it. After all, he had used the power of the golden-winged phoenix's bloodline a few times. At this moment, he felt a sense of familiarity. This is the smell of the blood of a fire saint beast. The old monk, Lu Ling's nose twitched slightly as he took a deep breath and thought to himself. Swoosh, He Yunwang and senior brother Fan darted in, as though they wanted to see if there were any treasures. However, they did not return after a while. Swoosh, Qinyu darted in to take a look. The temperature in the passageway was extremely high, but it did not affect Qinyu at all. After entering for a moment, he felt that the aura of the fire bloodline was getting clearer. At the same time, he saw senior brother Fan and He Yunwang in front of him. The two of them immediately turned back and glanced coldly at Qinyu. When they realized that the old monk had come down as well, they did not attack. "Old monk, we have not attacked yet and have already put aside our grudges. Why are you following us?" He Yunwang said indignantly, wanting to refute the old monk's words. Ba, this poor monk is afraid that the two of you will fight again after I leave." The old monk, Lu Ling, disliked He Yunwang as well and deliberately angered the other party. He Yunwang was already used to it and quickly tolerated it, no longer arguing with the old monk. Bang! He Yunwang struck out with his claw, shattering the rocks in front of him with ease, and the passageway extended downwards once more. At the same time, there was a sparkling jade that reflected the light of fire embedded on the stone wall not far away. It was an essence fire stone. He Yunwang was quick to react. He immediately took action and snatched it away. "Brother Fan, there must be more essence fire stones down there. I'll let you have the next one," He Yunwang said immediately. Senior brother Fan also knew that the situation was complicated and if they were to fight, it would benefit Qinyu and the old monk instead. "All right." Senior brother Fan nodded and temporarily joined forces with He Yunwang. Right then, Qinyu realized that the stone wall beside him was a little strange. He punched it and the rock scattered, revealing another passageway. Qinyu did not say anything and walked in. If he followed He Yunwang and the others, all the good stuff would be taken away by them. Furthermore, it would be easy for disputes to arise. Therefore, Qinyu decided to act alone. "Young patron, this penniless monk will follow you," the old monk, Lu Ling, said. As for He Yunwang and senior brother Fan, after a moment of hesitation, they could only let Qinyu leave. The further they walked, the higher the surrounding temperature. It was as though it could melt iron and refine gold. Qinyu felt hot as well. In reality, given his physique, he shouldn't be feeling that way at the moment. That was because Lu Ling was also being roasted by the surrounding flames and the damage was shared with Qinyu. Therefore, the two of them were suffering from double heat. The old monk's head turned slightly red. In order to prevent Qinyu from seeing through him, Lu Ling activated the old monk's golden body to resist the surrounding temperature. After walking for a moment, Qinyu discovered a fire essence stone on the stone wall ahead as well as another fire element ore. He walked over immediately. "Master, you shouldn't need these things, right?" Smiling, Qinyu took action and stored the ores in his storage space. Before long, they reached the end of the tunnel. Qinyu punched out and a narrow underground space appeared before him. In a certain place, there was a gigantic blood-red stone that emitted a strong blood qi. A gentle breath would cause the blood in one's body to flow faster. Blood essence crystal. After approaching, Qinyu sensed it and found that it was indeed a crystal formed from blood. However, it wasn't the fire bloodline power that Qinyu was familiar with. "Patron, how about giving this to this penniless monk?" Lu Ling asked. The blood essence crystal was a treasure condensed from the powerful bloodline of dead beings and was a great supplement for the blood race. Lu Ling's cultivation was damaged previously and he needed such a treasure to raise his cultivation. If his cultivation and strength increased, he would be more confident in dealing with Qinyu. "Master, weren't you always protecting me in the past? Why are you snatching something from me now?" The corners of Qinyu's mouth curled up as he teased. "The reason why this penniless monk is protecting you is that this penniless monk owes the Black Demon Valley a favor. Patron, you have already obtained so many treasures, so how about giving this penniless monk the blood essence crystal?" Lu Ling smiled and said the excuse he had long thought of. Qinyu came from the Black Demon Valley, and he said that he owed the Black Demon Valley a favor, so there was a reasonable explanation for his excessive protection of Qinyu just now. "Is that so?" Qinyu smiled and then said, "How come I don't know what kind of favor the blood race owes the Black Demon Valley? I only know that the Black Demon Valley owes the blood race a lot of blood." The old monk's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a bloodthirsty light flashed. "Patron, what are you talking about? This penniless monk doesn't understand at all." The old monk asked with a smile. But all of a sudden, his figure exploded, and his golden body bloomed with infinite Buddhist light as he crushed toward Qinyu in an incomparably powerful manner. At the same time, the old monk spat out a mouthful of scarlet sticky blood, which turned into a giant blood-colored hand that grabbed at Qinyu. Since he had already been exposed, he could only take action to quickly control Qinyu and make him swallow the blood pill he had refined. It really is the blood race. Qinyu tensed up slightly. When the old monk deliberately approached Qinyu previously, he had been wary, but he did not show it. Later, when he entered the mountain passage, the intense burning feeling made Qinyu feel that something was wrong, and he thought of the blood-soul combination technique. At this moment, the old monk took the initiative to ask for the blood essence crystal, which confirmed Qinyu's guess. Boom, a powerful Buddhist physical strength and the pressure of the blood Tao came crashing down. The body that Lu Ling occupied was at the peak of the initial stage Void Sea realm, and it was also a Buddhist expert with a tough physical body. Lu Ling himself was a blood race expert, and the blood palm that extended from his mouth emitted a terrifying bloody aura. When Qinyu glanced over, it was as though he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His heart was extremely heavy, and he had a feeling that it was hard to resist. With Qinyu's current strength, it was indeed difficult to face a middle-stage Origin Realm expert, and he could only escape. What's more, Lu Ling was a blood race expert, and his methods were unpredictable. Since that is the case, Qinyu revealed a murderous gaze as he gritted his teeth. Pung, Qinyu extended his palm and sent out a palm strike, but it wasn't aimed at Lu Ling, but at himself. Qinyu's palm strike landed on his chest, and the force affected his internal organs. His body couldn't help but fly backward and crash into the wall. Because Qinyu didn't take the initiative to defend, it wasn't an all-out attack, but it still caused severe damage to his body. At the same time, Lu Ling, who was preparing to attack Qinyu, suddenly opened his eyes wide and became bloodshot. His face changed between green and red, and his body stopped in midair as a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, because of the blood-soul connection, when Qinyu was injured, Lu Ling would also suffer the same injury. At this moment, Lu Ling's main body, which was that blood-red head, was suffering an unknown injury. Not only did Qinyu dodge Lu Ling's attack range, he even injured Lu Ling, and he got closer to the blood essence crystal. Swish! He got up and darted towards the blood essence crystal, wanting to snatch it. Damn it, let's not care about this kid first, and think about it after I get the blood essence crystal. Lu Ling had a sinister expression as he cursed and immediately rushed out. He burst out with his cultivation, and his speed was extremely fast as he approached the blood essence crystal. Don't even think about it. Qinyu's eyes flashed with ferocity as he reached out again and slammed his hand on his chest, leaving a palm print. This time, Qinyu's attack was even more ruthless. He felt that many of his internal organs had been shattered, and a few of his ribs were broken. He spat out a large mouthful of blood as his body flew towards the blood essence crystal. Lu Ling's main body also suffered an unknown injury, and he stopped in midair for a moment before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Got it. Qinyu landed on the blood essence crystal, picked it up with one hand, and stuffed it into his interspatial storage. Bastard. Lu Ling cursed in exasperation after failing. He was a blood race expert at the mid-stage of the Void Sea realm, yet he had failed to snatch the treasure from Qinyu, a half-step Void Sea realm expert. If news of this were to reach the ears of the blood race, he would lose all face for the rest of his life. However, Qinyu had taken the risk to obtain the blood essence crystal, which was a good thing for him. When Qinyu had fought for the crystal, he had injured himself to get close to the treasure, causing Lu Ling to be injured and stop. At this moment, Qinyu must have been seriously injured. Although the two had suffered the same injury due to the blood-soul bond art, Lu Ling was at the mid-stage of the Void Sea realm and a blood race expert. His life level was higher, and his self-healing ability was astonishing. The blood race was a collective name for a large group of races. At the peak of the blood race, they had another collective name, the undead blood race. The tenacious vitality of the blood race and their super-strong self-healing ability were troublesome. Coupled with their ability to host living beings, they were extremely difficult to kill. Sometimes, a careless mistake might allow the enemy of the blood race to linger on and rise again in the future. It won't take long for me to recover from the same injury. You're digging your own grave. Lu Ling sneered, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. He looked like an evil monk who had killed countless people. At this moment, Qinyu is probably seriously injured and can only exert 50 to 60% of his strength. This is my chance. Lu Ling thought. He planned to take advantage of this moment to capture Qinyu and control him. This way, he could remove the blood-soul bond art without worry. Boom, Lu Ling's inner yuan burst out, and a thick blood qi spread in all directions. The entire underground space seemed to have turned into a blood prison, full of blood and slaughter. Is that so? Qinyu asked with a smile. After returning to Black Demon Valley, he had investigated the blood race and learned that they were indeed tenacious and had amazing self-healing ability. However, self-healing ability was also an ability that he was proud of. He wanted to see how his self-healing ability compared to Lu Ling's. As they conversed, Qinyu's internal organs and bones healed rapidly. His injuries were caused by pure force, and there were no other kinds of true essence mixed in, so his recovery was even faster. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, facing a powerful vampire like Lu Ling, Qinyu didn't say a word. His heart entered an explosive state. At this moment, not only did his speed and strength multiply, but his self-healing ability also increased sharply. The injuries in his body healed at an astonishing speed. Rumble, thick, bloody blood surged over from all directions, as if it was going to envelop and devour Qinyu. Qinyu was fearless, erupting with his full strength to fight Lu Ling, who was in the middle stage of the Void Sea realm. He mobilized all the strength in his body, gathered it on his right arm, and condensed it in his fist. A simple and direct punch was thrown out. Bang! That pitch-black fist erupted with a powerful demonic aura and simple physical strength. Then, a bloody flame erupted. The void seemed to be shaken by this punch, producing a deep reverberating sound. After absorbing the devouring Blood Clan's descendant, Qinyu could rely on his physical strength to fight an early-stage Void Sea realm. At this moment, the body path and demonic path fused. His heart erupted, fusing with the blood-glazed flame, and adding the power of concepts. This punch was incomparably fierce, tyrannical, and indomitable, that momentum broke through Lu Ling's powerful pressure and blood aura, causing his opponent's eyes to flicker, and he was secretly shocked. An ordinary half-step Void Sea realm expert, under his deterrence, couldn't even raise the will to resist. But the momentum of Qinyu's punch broke through his invisible deterrence. The power of this punch also moved Lu Ling. No, wasn't Qinyu seriously injured? How could he still erupt with such power? He must be holding on. After this move, Qinyu would fall into an unprecedented weakness, Lu Ling thought. Rumble, the blood-flame demonic fist smashed into the sea of blood. The two forces mixed together, tumbling endlessly, eroding each other. Destroy! Lu Ling shouted, and the concept of blood spread out. As a mid-stage Void Sea realm expert, his concept power was more profound and powerful. Bang! Bang, bang! The black and red ball of blood in front of him suddenly exploded, the power of the explosion sweeping through the entire underground. Qinyu's figure flew backward, and Lu Ling also retreated. Huge rocks fell from the sky. However, this space didn't completely collapse. Perhaps the burning sun mountain itself wasn't simple. The two were deeper, and it was difficult to shake the entire giant peak. Qinyu, you want to fight against the Blood Clan with this little ability? Lu Ling's light laughter and disdainful voice rang out in the dark space. Underground, Qinyu couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He was already in the bag. Haha, I never thought of fighting against the Blood Clan, but playing with you isn't a problem. On the other side, Qinyu stood up from the pile of rocks. In the clash earlier on, he was at a disadvantage. That was to be expected. After all, his opponent was a powerful mid-stage Void Sea realm and a Blood Clan being. However, Qinyu's injuries would be synchronized with Lu Ling's, so he didn't lose much. His previous injuries had already recovered by 60 to 70% with the burst of his heart. Right now, Qinyu was in a good state. Lu Ling glanced at Qinyu with a slight frown. The other party didn't seem weak, shameless boasting. Lu Ling harumphed coldly with a dark expression. At this time, Qinyu suddenly raised his palm and smacked it against his chest. Poof, Qinyu spat out a mouthful of blood and his chest caved in once more, his bones fractured. On the other side, a few streaks of blood seeped out from the corner of Lu Ling's mouth and his expression turned to disbelief. Under normal circumstances, Qinyu should have long been unable to get up after suffering repeated injuries. Because of his race's special nature, Lu Ling's injuries weren't serious. However, Qin Yu was still alive and kicking and mutilating himself. "There's some hope if you kill me. But if you want to capture me, there's no way." Qin Yu smiled. With his astonishing self-healing ability, the blood-soul union technique didn't seem to be that dangerous or scary to him. From the situation earlier on, he deduced that his regeneration was comparable to a blood clan being. Now that he was in a burst of his heart, it was far superior. Furthermore, he also knew that Lu Ling wouldn't dare to kill him easily because of his young ancestor. Otherwise, the other party would have done so long ago. "Is that so?" Lu Ling's expression was dark and menacing as he suddenly attacked once more. He didn't understand how Qin Yu could recover so quickly. It was even better than the regeneration of a blood clan being. But what about the soul? Buzz, his entire head shone with a blood light and a dark red mental energy surged out, converging into a blood-colored beam that shone with a sinister blood light. Swoosh, the blood-colored beam pierced out instantly. At his level, his mental energy attack was enough to kill Qin Yu. But he didn't dare kill Qin Yu, so he controlled the power of his attack. This attack would at most heavily injure Qin Yu and knock him out. Soul attack. Qin Yu immediately reacted and activated the 4 jade soul bead. A layer of mental energy light appeared around him. Pfft, under Lu Ling's attack, the mental energy light film was instantly pierced. The defense of the 4 jade soul bead was broken 3 times, and the spirit artifact was completely destroyed. The remaining mental energy attack stabbed into Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu felt a stabbing pain in his mind. His vision turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Suddenly, a moon spirit crystal in his hand emitted a wisp of mysterious and refreshing aura. It was as pure as spring water and seeped into his soul, cleansing and healing his injured mind. It turned out that when Lu Ling was using his mental energy attack, Qin Yu had taken out the moon spirit crystal as a precaution. On the other side, Lu Ling suffered the same mental injury. His eyes blinked, and then suddenly widened. He blurted out, "The moon spirit crystal." Qin Yu had such a magical treasure that could heal the soul. Humph. Qin Yu glared at Lu Ling and raised his palm again. Just now, his injuries had healed by 50 to 60%. Bang, a dull metallic sound and the sound of bones cracking came out. Qin Yu's palm fell on his body again, leaving a palm-shaped dent. "You dare to hurt me, so I'll hurt myself." Qin Yu didn't show any weakness. Pfft. On the other side, Lu Ling immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries hadn't completely healed. At this moment, he couldn't help but spit out precious blood. Your self-healing ability." Lu Ling didn't hide the shock in his heart and expressed his doubts. "I told you, you can't catch me. If you want to kill me, you have to give up knowing the whereabouts of your young ancestor." Qin Yu said arrogantly. "What did you do to our young ancestor?" Lu Ling immediately roared angrily. He was so agitated that his hands formed claws and trembled slightly. If not for his young ancestor, he would have attacked with his full strength and killed Qin Yu long ago. "You can guess." "Who knows, you might be right." Qin Yu didn't care. He definitely wouldn't tell Lu Ling the truth. Lu Ling didn't go all out in his previous attacks because he was afraid of accidentally killing Qin Yu. Even so, Qin Yu wasn't a match for him. If Lu Ling attacked with his full strength, the consequences would be dire. "When I break through to the Void Sea realm, as long as he doesn't self-destruct, I'll be fine." Qin Yu made up his mind. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to get Lu Ling to undo the blood-soul union art himself. Taking out a healing pill, Qin Yu swallowed it. With the mysterious heart's ability, he rapidly absorbed the medicinal effects. With the combination of the two, Qin Yu's injuries healed at an astonishing speed. Lu Ling had sharp observation skills. When he saw the injuries on Qin Yu's body healing at an extremely fast speed, he was shocked. This isn't something a human body can do. Pung. Seeing that his body was 70 to 80% healed, Qin Yu sent another palm strike, shattering his internal organs and cracking his bones. "I'll just treat it as tempering my physique," Qin Yu thought. On the other side, Lu Ling couldn't help but vomit another mouthful of blood. He was shocked and furious. "Wait, stop. Let's talk." Qin Yu ignored Lu Ling and pulled away from him. Lu Ling also took the opportunity to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, if Qingyu self-mutilated a few more times, he wouldn't be able to take it. Qingyu looked around the underground space. The aura of the fire bloodline in his heart was extremely strong. Pung, he walked to a certain place and punched out. Immediately, a cloud of fire rushed over along with a red flame. At this moment, Qingyu felt a burning pain in his body. The smell of a fire-type holy beast, Lu Ling thought. Could there be a fire-type holy beast in this mountain? If he could devour its blood, he wouldn't have to worry about his injuries. The two of them walked out of the narrow space and arrived at a fiery red world. The ground was boiling hot. The metal ores in the surroundings were crimson red. Occasionally, a drop of molten metal would drip down. Soon, the two of them arrived at a cave entrance. However, the cave entrance was sealed by a metal door. This is the Tao of mechanisms, Lu Ling said solemnly. There was actually a mechanism in this underground space. Did someone enter first and seal the cave entrance? At this moment, the two of them felt an energy fluctuation. 3 figures appeared behind them. Qingyu and Lu Ling turned to look at the 3 people who had suddenly appeared. One of them was a burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man. His cultivation was the strongest, at the peak early stage Void Sea realm. Closer to him was a black-clothed woman with a beautiful figure. Her cultivation was at the early stage Void Sea realm. 6 or 7 steps away from them was a fair-skinned man with a protruding belly. His aura was restrained, and his expression was calm. I didn't expect there to be others who went deep into the mountain. The dark-skinned middle-aged man wore a loose robe. He glanced at Qingyu and Lu Ling. He saw that Qingyu and Lu Ling were both injured. Qingyu was only a half-step Void Sea realm, and Lu Ling was an old monk, so he didn't take them seriously. The black-clothed woman's body was close to the dark-skinned middle-aged man's chest. There was a faint smile in her eyes. The temperature in the mountain was extremely high. Qingyu and Lu Ling had a blood-soul connection. The two of them suffered double the damage. Even though Qingyu had the mystic pattern demonic body, he felt a burning pain all over his body. The dark-skinned middle-aged man and the black-clothed woman had a quintessential essence barrier around them to resist the surrounding high-temperature flames. On the other hand, the early-stage Void Sea realm man had a relaxed expression. His calm eyes constantly looked around. This mountain is so hot. Is there some secret? Qingyu asked, pretending not to know anything. In fact, he felt a strong fire-type holy beast aura in front of him. The closer he got, the stronger it was. It was as if there was a fire-type holy beast behind the metal door. Who knows? The dark-skinned middle-aged man said casually with slight disdain. There was a very strong fire-type holy beast aura in this mountain. There was either a holy beast living here or a place where a holy beast had once stayed. Lu Ling walked forward and came to the sealed cave entrance. He reached out and touched the nearby crimson and turbid rock wall. He used his golden body to touch it. His palm was also scorched black. He immediately retracted it. The smell of a fire-type holy beast. Lu Ling murmured in his heart, but his expression didn't change. According to his conjecture, this place did not seem to be the residence of a fire-type holy beast. If the holy beast was no longer around, it would not have left behind such a strong smell. Furthermore, he could smell the scent of blood. If there really was a holy beast here, it would probably be very powerful. Suddenly, the plump man with a calm expression said, "Mountainback fire ape?" The crowd was startled. They subconsciously glanced toward the direction of the voice. Normally, when the plump man suddenly said these words, everyone would only feel baffled. But combining the current situation, the rest of them suddenly felt a wave of shock. Was the plump man saying that the aura of the fire-type sacred beast came from the mountainback fire ape? Impossible! Lu Ling shouted in his heart. As a member of the blood race, even he couldn't come up with a definite answer. How could this chubby man know? He must be just guessing. Mountainback fire ape? Qingyu murmured. The mountainback fire ape was one of the most powerful sacred beasts. It was rumored that this ape was extremely tall and powerful. It carried a giant mountain on its back. That wasn't an ordinary mountain, but a mountain formed by the mountainback fire ape through special means. Once it was angered, the mountainback fire ape would raise the mountain and smash it with terrifying destructive power. If there really was a mountain-back fire ape sleeping in this mountain, the consequences would be unthinkable if it was accidentally awakened. However, the cave ahead was sealed by a metal door. The mountain-back fire ape would never do such a thing. This could only mean that someone had entered before them and blocked the cave entrance. "Hey Lien, go take a look at that door," the dark-skinned middle-aged man ordered. Then, the black-cloaked woman who was sticking to him slowly walked out. She approached the extremely hot stone wall and arrived at the metal door. Her jade-like fingers traced the structure of the metal door. She seemed to know a bit about the art of mechanisms. "Everyone, if He Lian manages to decipher the mechanism door, will take 60% of the benefits inside. The remaining 40% will be split among you." The dark-skinned middle-aged man puffed out his chest and negotiated. Qinyu and Lu Ling glanced at each other. As enemies, they couldn't be bothered to communicate. Fortunately, Qinyu had figured out that the fat man and the man and woman were not on the same side. The dark-skinned middle-aged man frowned slightly. The other three actually didn't respond to his suggestion. He glanced at the fat man and retracted his gaze, seeming to be slightly fearful. Then, he looked at the old monk, Lu Ling, and found that the latter's cultivation was the same as his. Then, he looked at Qinyu and immediately snorted. "You don't agree with my distribution plan?" The dark-skinned middle-aged man walked over slowly and asked coldly. He had also noticed that Qinyu and Lu Ling did not seem to be on the same side. "It's up to our own abilities." Qinyu expressed his opinion. He, Lu Ling, and the fat man were all on their own. If the three of them worked together, they would definitely not be afraid of the dark-skinned middle-aged man. As a sinister and cunning blood clan member, Lu Ling naturally would not abide by the agreement and did not give an answer. He couldn't figure out the fat man's situation. But the dark-skinned middle-aged man's behavior was obviously to bully Qinyu. "Humph, it's up to our own abilities." "Do you have that ability?" The dark-skinned middle-aged man didn't expect Qinyu to be so arrogant even though he was alone. He looked displeased, and the aura of a peak early-stage void sea state pressed down. However, Qinyu stood where he was, his body glowing with a dark light, and a domineering demonic intent spread in all directions. The other party's aura was a bit weaker than He Yunwang's, and it was far from Lu Ling's. Therefore, for Qinyu, it was only a small breeze. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he looked at Qinyu solemnly in surprise. "Brother Chang, we can't break it." At this moment, the black-clothed woman's voice came. Suddenly, the dark-skinned middle-aged man's aura deflated. His suggestion was based on the premise that the black-clothed woman could break the metal door. Now that the black-clothed woman was powerless, he had no reason to continue pressuring Qinyu. "Since we can't break it, then we can only attack." The dark-skinned middle-aged man's gaze shifted from Qinyu to the metal door. Lu Ling maintained a faint smile and shook his head slightly. He also didn't agree with attacking. Otherwise, he didn't know what would happen. However, no one present could break the metal door, so they couldn't do anything to him. Suddenly, the fat man's voice came, "Let me see." The dark-skinned middle-aged man and the black-clothed woman looked over in surprise, as if they were asking, "You know about mechanisms?" Then, the fat man walked forward and touched the surface of the door with his white and wide palm, looking like he was touching randomly. "Can you do it or not? Don't waste time." The dark-skinned middle-aged man took the opportunity to shout. Obviously, he wasn't on the same side as the fat man, and there was a small conflict between them. However, at this moment, the entire metal door flickered with a faint light, and then there was a strange sound. The metal door rapidly shrank, and finally, it shrank into a square iron block and fell to the ground. This scene made the dark-skinned middle-aged man's face even darker. The black-clothed woman's mouth opened slightly. She knew a little about mechanisms, but she couldn't understand how the fat man solved this problem. The moment the metal door disappeared. Rumble, it was as if an ancient roar came from inside, mixed with a scorching and violent aura, and it spread out, shocking everyone present. At that instant, Qinyu even suspected that there was a powerful fire elemental sacred beast inside. The fat man stepped in, and everyone immediately followed, afraid that the treasure would be taken by the fat man. After passing through the cave, the temperature inside was even higher. It was as if they were in a world of fire, and the surroundings were filled with dazzling crimson flames. The moment everyone arrived at this place, they all looked ahead. There was a huge crimson mountain, and the fire elemental sacred beast's aura was emitted from this dark crimson mountain. From the shape of the mountain, they could see that it was a half-squatting giant ape. Mountainback fire ape. Lu Ling, Chen Yu, the dark-skinned middle-aged man, and the others were shocked. They didn't expect it to be the mountainback fire ape. The place where the mountainback fire ape died? Lu Ling's heart trembled. This mountainback fire ape had died many years ago, and its body had turned into a part of the mountain. It stood there, emitting a powerful fire elemental sacred beast's aura. It was hard to imagine how powerful the mountainback fire ape was when it was alive, and how it only had such an aura after its death. It caused the underground to be extremely hot, and even ordinary Void Sea Realm cultivators had to use their quintessential essence to protect themselves. Looking at it from a close distance, everyone seemed to be able to see the magnificent scene of the ape smashing the ground. However, they didn't come here to worship the dead mountainback fire ape, but to search for treasures. But looking around, there were no treasures at all. Look, there's a metal door there. The black-clothed lady pointed. The mountainback fire ape had turned into a crimson mountain, and there was a small cave at the foot of the mountain, which was blocked by a metal door. It seems like someone got here before us. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's voice was deep, and he seemed to be a little angry. He had come all the way here, but all the treasures had been taken by someone else. How could he not be angry? Right now, everyone was looking at the fat man, hoping that he could decipher the mechanism. The person who got here before them was definitely still inside the mountain that the mountainback fire ape had turned into. The fat man was very tactful. He walked over and touched it with his hands. Thud, the metal door turned into a piece of metal and fell to the ground. The fat man walked in. Chen Yu and the others quickly followed and dashed in. Inside the mountain that the mountainback fire ape had turned into, it was dark and desolate. Such a huge change to the environment made everyone feel strange. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard in this dark place. Many strange-looking puppets and machines were moving over rapidly. There were ordinary square-shaped puppets, spider puppets with many legs that shone with a cold light, and extremely ugly puppets that looked like dirty puppets that had been thrown away. There were a lot of puppets, a total of 8. In addition to their strange shapes, they gave off a very strange and absurd feeling. You actually managed to decipher the mechanism set up by Brother Dong and come here. But your journey ends here. A voice that was neither fast nor slow sounded. A sinister-looking clown was sitting on the shoulder of a tall but somewhat tattered mechanical puppet. Brother Dong? Chen Yu found the name very familiar. But your path ends here. The clown's evil voice echoed in the dark space. In this dark and desolate space, the ugly clown and the many ugly and grotesque mechanical puppets were eerie and chilling. Chen Yu took a closer look. The person wearing clown makeup sitting on the mechanical puppet was the clown blacksmith who helped Chen Yu forge the golden phoenix wing in the Cultivation spiritual temple. However, he seemed to be a mechanism master and puppet master. Other than Chen Yu, no one else knew who the clown was. Looking at the situation in front of them and the sinister clown, especially the clown's confident words, everyone felt pressured and threatened. Lu Ling also felt that the clown was not simple and difficult to see through. The dark-skinned middle-aged man, Lu Ling, and the others subconsciously stood on the same side. They had not gained much by coming here, but the clown was the first to arrive, so he might have gained a lot. Chen Yu stood on the spot. If this clown had not helped Chen Yu forge the treasures, he would have stood on the opposite side without hesitation. Suddenly, the clown spoke again. Can you take back what you said? You have the advantage in numbers. Brother Dong is no match for you. Let's explore the treasures peacefully. Brother Dong's attitude suddenly changed. He had an easygoing smile. However, with that makeup, he did not look easygoing. This sudden change stunned Chen Yu and the others. The dark-skinned middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was slightly disdainful. This clown looked strange and had many puppets, but controlling so many puppets at the same time would not be able to take care of all of them. How strong could he be? They were frightened by the sudden appearance of the strange clown, which was why they were at a disadvantage. Playing tricks. The dark-skinned middle-aged man snorted. Brother Dong has just arrived. This place is full of danger, but there are also many opportunities. The clown smiled and said casually. Then, everyone started moving. The dark-skinned middle-aged man and the black-clothed woman were inseparable. After answering Lu Ling's question, the clown jumped down and came in front of Chenyu. You're so lucky to meet Brother Dong again. The clown smiled brightly. Hee hee, Chenyu chuckled, not knowing how to reply. However, after thinking about it, he decided to look for a master blacksmith to awaken the weapon spirit in the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Perhaps he could ask the clown for help. However, the clown gave Chenyu a very uneasy feeling. It was better to observe the clown first in case he took out the supreme-grade spirit artifact and the clown thought of killing him and robbing him. To avoid awkwardness, Chenyu asked, why would the land where the mountain-back fire ape died be like this? He could not sense the aura of a fire-sacred beast within the mountain that the mountain-back fire ape had turned into. Hee hee, that's because this is the place where another holy beast had fallen. The clown smiled mysteriously. Another sacred beast? Chenyu was bewildered. However, it also made sense. The mountain-back fire ape might have fallen in a battle with another saint beast. Not far away, Lu Ling heard this as well, but his expression remained the same. When he entered this place, he had sensed the aura of another sacred beast, which was completely different from the mountain-back fire apes. It seemed to be alive. Chenyu did not waste time talking to the clown and began to explore the dark and desolate space. The clown had come here first, so he must have taken away all the good stuff that could be easily obtained. The group gradually went deeper. Suddenly, a few black shadows flashed in the darkness, which seemed to be an illusion. Chenyu scanned with his spiritual senses and sensed nothing. Not far away, there was a wave of true essence and the sound of fighting, but the environment was too dark to know what was going on. At this moment, Chenyu suddenly felt a sense of danger. He threw a punch based on his intuition, but it missed. Then, he felt a cold wind blowing over his body. Swoosh! Swoosh, sparks flew. 3 sharp claws landed on Chenyu's arm, leaving a claw mark. The next moment, Chenyu's spiritual force surged out and released the power of space. In a radius of 1,000 feet, every detail was under his control. He vaguely sensed a shadow about 3 meters long. It was completely black, and its aura was restrained, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Shadow Wolf. Chenyu determined this creature. The ancient beast, Shadow Wolf, was a creature of the darkness. It was known as the Hunter of the Night. In this dark space, the Shadow Wolf was like a fish in water, coming and going without a trace. Once it set its eyes on something, it would not let go and attack continuously until it won. Suddenly, the Shadow Wolf moved, turning into a series of black shadows and attacking Chenyu. Mobilizing the power of space, Chenyu was ready. When the Shadow Wolf got close, he punched out. Boom, the sound of flesh and bones shattering could be heard. The Shadow Wolf was sent flying, killed by Chenyu with a single punch. This Shadow Wolf's cultivation was half-step empty sea realm, and its bloodline was excellent. In this environment, it was so difficult to deal with. But the Shadow Wolf's body was weak, and it died after being punched by Chenyu. Next, Chenyu was used to fighting with the Shadow Wolf, and with the power of space, he killed one after another. The others also gradually got used to it, and they were no longer as flustered as before. But at this moment, an extremely dangerous aura spread out, and the surrounding pitch-black space seemed to become even darker. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Boom, Lu Ling used the power of his golden body and attacked. Buddhist light flashed, but it was dim. He was instantly sent flying, and there was a bloody claw mark on his chest. Night Shadow Wolf! Lu Ling exclaimed. As a kindred, he could feel the blood of a sacred beast in that creature's body. What? Holy beast, nocturnal Shadow Wolf? The dark-skinned middle-aged man exclaimed. He leaned close to the woman in black with a solemn expression. The Night Shadow Wolf was an extremely rare sacred beast that lived in extreme darkness. It was the king of assassins in the darkness. Most people had only heard of this sacred beast, but they didn't know what it looked like. There were too few people who had seen it, and then they all died. Chenyu was also surprised. He didn't expect there to be a sacred beast here. If this sacred beast wasn't too strong, and he was lucky, could he obtain its bloodline? However, he had also heard of the night shadow wolf. In this environment, this idea might not be realistic. At this moment, Lu Ling sneered, haha. He made a hand seal, and a dark red light flickered in his palm, turning into strange dark red characters that floated out. As a member of the blood race, he was no less terrifying than the silent night shadow wolf. Suddenly, a red light flashed in the darkness, and it kept moving. The night-wing wolf is terrifying because of its powerful talent. In the darkness, no one can do anything to it. It was stained with my blood just now. Now that I've used a secret technique, it can no longer hide in the darkness. Please attack together and kill this wolf. Lu Ling smiled. This was a sacred beast, the night-wing wolf. He could sense that the quality of its bloodline was extremely good. If he could devour its blood, his cultivation would directly break through a level. If he could capture this wolf alive and bring it back to the clan, it would be a great contribution. At this moment, everyone present could capture the night-wing wolf's position, and they could vaguely determine its cultivation. It was roughly at the peak of the mid-stage empty sea realm. What a powerful secret technique of the blood path. The woman in black said. Ordinary glowing objects would be blinded by the night-wing wolf's dark intent even if they approached it. This kind of technique was generally useless, or the night-wing wolf wouldn't be so terrifying. Recently, there were many rumors about the kindred. The woman in black sized up Lu Ling with a suspicious gaze. Okay, let's work together. The dark-skinned man was relieved. Once the night-wing wolf's position was confirmed, it would be much easier to deal with it. Moreover, the night shadow wolf was guarding this place, and who knew if there were more valuable treasures inside. I fought with this secluded night shadow wolf earlier, and both of us suffered some injuries. If you can kill it, you must give me more benefits. Brother Dong will go and seal this place to prevent others from entering. You can focus on killing the enemy. The clown chuckled and floated away, leaving behind 3 puppets to assist in the battle. Humph. The dark-skinned man snorted coldly and did not speak. The clown's actions made him suspect of being the fisherman. However, when they entered, they did not seal the exit. In order to prevent others from entering, they needed the clown's mechanism technique to seal this place. Moreover, the night-wing wolf did not seem to be in its peak state. This was good news. You want to kill me? Wishful thinking human. The night-wing wolf's hoarse and sinister voice came out from the darkness. Boom, its body erupted with a terrifying aura that caused all things to tremble in fear. A pitch-black storm surged in all directions. Qin Yu, through the power of the space intent, sensed a pair of bat-like wings on the back of the night-wing wolf. Swoosh, the night-wing wolf flew into the sky at an incredible speed. Although everyone could see the secluded night-winged wolf with Lu Ling's secret technique, its speed was still shocking. Swish, the woman in black swung her palm, and 5 icy silver needles shot out. Ding ding ding, the silver needles fell into the rocks, but the night-wing wolf had dodged them all. At this moment, the fat man slashed out with his saber. Ordinary people could not see it clearly, but Qin Yu could feel that this saber was powerful and gave off a mysterious and extraordinary feeling. The saber light passed through the night-wing wolf's skin at a strange angle, cutting off a thin layer of skin. What a powerful saber technique. Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. I'm not performing well. The fat man smiled, not in a hurry to attack again. Boom, on the other side, 2 holes appeared on the chest of a square-shaped puppet. 2 blue beams of light shot out. At the same time, 2 ugly and hideous spider puppets attacked. The 3 of them cooperated very well. Attack together! The dark-skinned middle-aged man shouted. The night-wing wolf was fast and had strong dodging abilities. But there were many people here, and they were all empty sea realm powerhouses with a large attack range. It was impossible for the wolf to dodge everyone's attacks. He stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black palm surrounded by black fog, exuding an aura of death. If I can capture the night-wing wolf and kill Qin Yu, I might be able to make up for my mistake and spare my life. Lu Ling calculated in his heart. Qin Yu was too difficult to deal with. It was impossible to get the whereabouts of the young ancestor from him. Moreover, after such a long time, the young ancestor was most likely dead. In order to prevent Qinyu from destroying his plan when he captured the Saint Beast, he had to cancel the blood-soul union technique. Only then could he attack with all his strength and kill Qinyu. Hehe, I'll let you all exhaust yourselves first. I'll capture the Saint Beast, kill Qinyu, and suck your blood dry. Lu Ling had a plan in his heart. Hehe, I'll let you all exhaust yourselves first. I'll kill Qinyu, capture the beast, and suck your blood dry. Apart from the night-winged wolf, Lu Ling, who was a blood clan member, had the highest cultivation. He was confident that he could kill Qinyu after dispelling the blood-soul union art. It would be even better if he could capture him alive. However, all sorts of plans needed time. He needed to exhaust others and wait for the beast to be weak. Lu Ling's body gave off a golden Buddhist light, but in the night-winged wolf's territory, it could only illuminate a radius of 10 feet. The old monk put his palms together and chanted, Ba. He suddenly struck out with his palm. On the golden Buddhist palm, Buddhist runes spread out in all directions, as if it could suppress the space. Swoosh, the night-winged wolf turned into a black shadow and flew quickly, trying to dodge. The 3 mechanical puppets left by the clown attacked together. Each mechanical puppet's attack far exceeded an early-stage Void Sea realm. However, mechanical puppets could not compare to cultivators of the same cultivation level. The dark-skinned man was surrounded by dense death energy. He had grasped the intent of death, and his palm technique was extremely lethal. Facing the heavy attacks, the night-winged wolf opened its mouth. Black light condensed into a black ball, and a ball of black light shot out. Wherever the black light passed, everything turned into darkness. Who? In the pitch-black space, there was suddenly a palm wind. The night-winged wolf was just about to dodge when it realized that something was wrong. Pong, the dark translucent palm light hit it, and its body was sent flying dozens of feet away. Spatial palm technique and intent, the dark-skinned middle-aged man glanced at Qinyu. He did not expect Qinyu to be so amazing despite his low cultivation level. He had grasped the intent of heaven and earth before reaching the Void Sea realm, and he had even grasped the profound intent of space. However, this was even better. Spatial palm techniques had a certain restraining effect on beasts like the night shadow wolf. Apart from that, the black-clothed woman would occasionally use hidden weapons, but it was almost useless. The night shadow wolf would sometimes take it head-on, but it was fine. On the other hand, the fat man hid his strength. His occasional slash was just right, and people could not help but praise him. His cultivation was at the early stage of the Void Sea realm, so Lu Ling didn't take him seriously. He only treated the dark-skinned middle-aged man and the clown as potential enemies. However, the secluded night-winged wolf was not an ordinary creature. A bunch of lowly creatures, die for this beast. The secluded night-winged wolf let out a low growl, and the wings on its back fluttered, creating an indistinct dark storm. Countless invisible blades slashed down. Qinyu possessed the power of the concept of space, so he could perceive the vague shadow of the blade. Magic scale protection, he immediately activated the second rune, and a layer of demonic scales appeared around his body. Swoosh, in the blink of an eye, dozens of black shadows brushed past Qinyu's magic scale barrier, leaving a mark. Occasionally, a black blade shadow would break through the demonic scale shield and land on Qinyu's black snake scale armor, weakening it again. In terms of defense, Qinyu was very confident. Furthermore, he was not fighting the silent night-winged wolf alone. There were so many people present, and they were all bearing the silent night-winged wolf's attack. Lu Ling's body shone with golden light, and he used a Buddhist defensive secret technique. Buddhist runes floated around his body. This was only his vessel, and even if it was damaged, he could change to another one. On the other hand, the woman in black was caught off guard, and one of her arms was cut off. Ah, miserable screams reverberated in the air. Black Ripple. The dark-skinned middle-aged man immediately came to her side and protected her. Beast, die. The dark-skinned middle-aged man was enraged. He waved his hand, and a pitch-black whirlpool of death emitted a powerful suction force. The silent night-winged wolf was too difficult to deal with, and it was best to kill it. The body of a holy beast was a treasure, and such a rare holy beast was even more so. Only by killing the silent night-winged wolf could they explore deeper. That place was definitely not explored by the clown, and there might be some precious treasures hidden there. If there was an opportunity, everyone would launch a counterattack. They could not let the silent night-winged wolf take the initiative. Otherwise, with its talent and the environment, it would be too dangerous. After a few rounds of attacks, the silent night-winged wolf had suffered many injuries, and it had fought with the clown Brother Dong before, so its aura was much weaker. At this moment, the clown's voice that did not fit the atmosphere was heard. "Let Brother Dong take a look. How's the battle going? It's good that you're here. Let's attack together and kill this beast." The dark-skinned middle-aged man snorted coldly. He was really worried that the clown would not return, and would hide in the dark to reap the benefits. "The battle is going well. If Brother Dong joins in, this beast won't last long." The clown smiled, but it gave off an eerie feeling. "Let's do it!" Lu Ling shouted. He was a little unhappy that the clown called himself Brother Dong. Among the experts present, his cultivation was the highest, and he came from the noble blood clan. The clown waved his hand, and all the puppets moved. The strength of his puppets was not to be underestimated. This was also the reason why so many people present did not attack the clown. As the one who got here first, the clown must have gained a lot of benefits. Buzz 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 behind the clown, all the puppets lit up. The next moment, several bright lights, flames, ice, saber auras, and sword auras flew out, covering a large area. "Humph!" The silent night-winged wolf snorted a few times and looked at the clown with some fear. The huge black wings on its back folded and wrapped around its body, turning into a black ball, and flew away quickly. Bang! All of a sudden, an invisible palm light descended from the sky. It was Jinyu's spatial palm art. Jinyu's strength was very strong. After the space palm technique hit, the silent night-winged wolf was sent flying and stopped. Everyone had a tacit understanding and took this opportunity to attack. The fat man's saber aura flashed, and the dark-skinned middle-aged man struck out a palm of death. Hee, in the end, the one with the most strength should be the main body. Lu Ling sneered in his heart. "I have to kill one of them first." The silent night-winged wolf in the dark felt troubled. It glanced around and finally landed on Xinyu, who had the lowest cultivation but could use the space palm technique. Whoosh! The silent night-winged wolf suddenly sprinted. Although there was not much momentum and pressure, Jinyu's hair stood on end at this moment. He felt cold, as if he had one foot in the gates of hell. Demon Dragon Wall. Jinyu activated his sixth demonic pattern, and a black-scaled demonic wall appeared. Hidden within the wall were black dragons dancing about. At the same time, he activated the ice-scale bloodline that he had absorbed from Huarong, and a layer of ice formed on his body. Boom! The silent night-winged wolf charged over, and the demon dragon wall shook violently as if it had been cut by its claws. Jinyu's body shook violently, and the ice scales on the surface of his body shattered. Jinyu frantically injected True Yuan into the demon pattern to maintain the demon dragon wall. Lu Ling's face turned pale, and he immediately helped Jinyu. The main body has not removed the blood-soul union art. Don't get killed by the silent night-winged wolf. Lu Ling broke out in a cold sweat. If Jinyu died, he would also be severely injured. The attacks of the others also arrived. The silent night-winged wolf's face was extremely gloomy. He was a sacred beast, the king of the night, but he did not succeed in attacking a half-step empty sea realm. Swoosh! The silent night-winged wolf immediately changed his target and attacked the woman in black. Get lost, beast. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's face changed slightly, and the death aura around him condensed into 3 black arms, which slapped over. Swoosh! 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 The silent night-winged wolf quickly passed through the obstruction of the 3 arms, and approached the woman. Poochie! Without seeing the silent night-winged wolf attack, the woman in black's body was split into several pieces, and blood spurted out. Ah! The dark-skinned middle-aged man saw this and roared. He took out a black bead and slapped it with his palm. Boom! A violent death aura exploded, and its power was unparalleled, reaching the mid-stage empty sea realm. Swoosh! The silent night-winged wolf fled in a sorry state, and there were many rotten wounds on his body. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's face was ferocious, and he attacked crazily. Seeing this, the others also followed up. After a long time, the silent night-winged wolf was panting, and his body was full of injuries. Swoosh, a blood-red pillar of sword light shot out. Jinyu grasped the opportunity and used the Yongming sword finger for the first time here. The silent night-winged wolf was at its weakest and could not dodge. Pfft, another huge wound appeared on the silent night-winged wolf's body, and blood flowed out. This smell, Lu Ling restrained his excitement and impulsiveness. At this moment, the silent night-winged wolf was already at the end of his rope, and he was at the end of his rope. The dark-skinned middle-aged man was also injured, and he was greatly exhausted. Only 4 of the clown's 8 puppets could still be used, and it was not easy for him to control 8 puppets. The time has come. Lu Ling's heart was inexplicably excited. The silent night-winged wolf was covered in wounds. As a blood race, it was not difficult to capture or kill it. He pretended to be seriously injured and sat cross-legged to heal. He formed a hand seal, and under the golden Buddha light, blood-red light flashed continuously, turning into blood-red mysterious words that fluctuated and hid between heaven and earth. 10 breaths later, Lu Ling's expression suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. To think that removing the blood-soul bond art would harm one's body. The elder didn't tell me about that. Lu Ling was displeased, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, Jinyu doesn't know that my main body has already removed the blood-soul bond art. If I suddenly attack him at that time, he will definitely be caught off guard. I might even be able to capture him alive. Lu Ling thought to himself, feeling that everything was going smoothly with his plan. After dealing with Jinyu, he would attack the holy beast. As long as he could escape from this place afterward, it would be considered a victory. On the other side, Jinyu suddenly had a strange feeling all over his body. However, he did not know the exact reason. Lu Ling approached Jinyu silently, preparing to take the opportunity to attack. However, all of a sudden, the silent night-winged wolf howled, attracting everyone's attention. Foolish humans, all of you will die here. Boom, the power of the silent night-winged wolf's bloodline burst forth completely, causing the place to turn even darker. A chilling bloodline aura spread out in all directions. Boom, there was another loud sound. In the depths of this place, an ancient and powerful bloodline aura that could intimidate all living beings burst forth, shaking the world. Everyone's expressions changed. They did not understand what was happening, but their bodies trembled as fear welled up in their hearts. This beast is finally going all out and using its trump card. Haha, if I were alone, it would be very difficult to force it into such a state. Brother Dong's lips curled up in a sinister smile. Damn it, what's going on? Lu Ling's expression turned even more flustered. He had already removed the blood-soul bond art. He cursed the silent night-winged wolf in his heart. If you have a trump card, you should have taken it out earlier. Aren't you trying to trick me? In the depths of this place, an ancient and powerful bloodline aura suddenly erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. This is the aura of a king? Jinyu's heart trembled in fear. He had only felt such a feeling from the silent Blood Valley Lord. In the darkness, he seemed to see a huge decaying black skeleton in the depths of the darkness. An otherworldly aura burst out from it. Roar, the secluded night-winged wolf let out a sharp and cold howl, its bloodline aura becoming stronger. The sudden burst of absolute power supported its body, causing it to recover from its weakened state, as though it had returned to its peak. This is the power left behind by the old Wolf King? It can allow him to temporarily recover his peak strength. The clown's expression became solemn. Wang, a red light mark suddenly appeared on the secluded night-winged wolf's forehead, and an eye appeared. Mutated secluded night-winged wolf. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's expression was stiff, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Lu Ling's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. This secluded night-winged wolf seemed to have hidden too many powerful trump cards, and the situation had suddenly developed in an unexpected direction. Mutated species? The chubby man's eyes flashed. This secluded night-winged wolf was extremely intelligent, and it had hidden a mutated eye, but it had never used it. Perhaps, it had been planning everything from the start. Wing boom, a wave of cold and dark power erupted from the secluded night-winged wolf's body, spreading in all directions. The surrounding colors gradually disappeared, and everything became pitch black. Qianyu's space concept power was affected to a certain extent. Lu Ling's glowing golden body also disappeared in the darkness. Secluded Night-Winged Wolf's bloodline ability, Secluded Night Space. The clown's expression was solemn. At this moment, the surroundings were pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Lu Ling's blood path secret technique was also completely ineffective. This was the effect of the Secluded Night Space. In this space, there was only darkness, no other colors, no sound, and no smell. This was the home ground of the Secluded Night-Winged Wolf. But it was not that there was no way. The clown stood in the middle of all the puppets, and controlled them to randomly attack the surroundings to deter the Secluded Night-Winged Wolf. Then, he took out a formation disc, and activated the formation power to protect himself. As long as he could hold on, he still had a chance of winning. On the other side, Qianyu had also figured out the situation. In this kind of situation where the enemy was completely unpredictable, he could only play to his advantage and defend with all his might, activating the inner armor, magic scale battle armor, magic scale body protection. 3 layers of defense were activated at the same time. Dong dong, Qianyu's heart suddenly started beating rapidly. He felt a life-threatening danger. The silent night-winged wolf attacked Qianyu first. After all, the power of the concept of space could restrain his innate ability. It was also because of Qianyu that it had suffered losses time and time again, falling into a disadvantageous position too quickly. Puff, Qianyu felt that the magic scale shield was instantly cut, and then the magic scale battle armor was smashed into pieces. A powerful and sharp force that could suppress everything descended upon them. Ice scale bloodline. Qianyu immediately activated the Chinese bloodline that he had absorbed from Huarong's body. The surface of his body froze and turned into a simple and hard ice armor. The Chinese bloodline was relatively powerful and could attack and defend at the same time. But this was not enough. Secret Art of Burning Blood, Qianyu activated the Secret Art of Blood Dao, and the ice scale bloodline in his body started burning. He had already cultivated the Secret Art of Burning Blood to the 2nd level, which could increase the power of the bloodline by 40%. Buzz, the surface of Qianyu's body emitted a shocking cold power, and the ice armor quickly thickened. Bang, the moment the ice scale armor came into contact with the claws of the silent night-winged wolf, the cold power invaded. But the claws of the silent night-winged wolf emitted a scorching power that melted the ice. This was the flame power that it had obtained through mutation. A powerful force descended on Qianyu's body, and he kept retreating. His skin was stinging and scorching, as though it was about to be peeled off. Qianyu felt that the silent night-winged wolf seemed to have returned to its peak. It seemed that the mysterious and powerful force had temporarily restored its peak combat strength. Eh? The silent night-winged wolf exclaimed softly. This was the 2nd time that it had tried to kill Qianyu, but it still did not succeed. Boom, the silent night-winged wolf exerted force again. The power of bloodline condensed on its claws, and true essence surged. Bang, the ice armor shattered, and the black snake scale armor was broken. A dent appeared on Qianyu's chest, and blood flowed out. This bastard, he's too much. Qianyu cursed angrily. The silent night-winged wolf always attacked him first. Sensing the intense danger, Qianyu immediately took out the 9-bone demon spirit sword and slashed. The silent night-winged wolf did not expect that it would not be able to kill Qianyu, nor did it expect that Qianyu would dare to counterattack. Swoosh, he felt a sense of danger and immediately dodged, but it was too late. Poochie, the tip of the 9-bone demon spirit sword slashed across the shoulder of the silent night-winged wolf, leaving a wound that began to turn black. Damn it, the silent night-winged wolf was infuriated, and it cursed coldly. It had attacked repeatedly, but it could not even kill a half-step empty sea realm. Why couldn't it have a good time? It had already attacked several times. Could it give it some dignity and die obediently? The silent night-winged wolf changed its target and attacked Lu Ling. In the silent night space, no one could control its whereabouts. If it pestered Qianyu, it would be a waste of such a magical power. Moreover, the real problem was not Qianyu. Blood, Lu Ling smelled the blood, activated his golden body, and attacked with all his strength. Boom, an incomparably powerful force descended without any warning. The old monk's body was instantly torn apart, and blood splattered. Damn it, the vessel is destroyed. A blood-colored head floated out. Boom, Lu Ling opened his mouth and spat out a sticky blood light, and the surrounding blood sea spread. Blood Skull Clan. The three eyes of the silent night-winged wolf blinked, revealing a look of disgust. Boom, it slashed out with its claws, and the blood light in front of it was cut apart by a sharp and scorching force. Lu Ling was no match for the silent night-winged wolf. At the same time, the silent night-winged wolf's eyes shot out a scorching flame. However, in the silent night-winged wolf, others could not see anything. Bang, Lu Ling was hit by the flame and was sent flying. A large hole was left on his head, and he screamed. His attack was dodged by the silent night-winged wolf. Blood Explosion Art. Lu Ling gritted his teeth, and the blood light on his head burned like flames. Bang! 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 The surrounding blood sea exploded, and countless blood chi wreaked havoc. Blood flew out uncontrollably from the wound of the silent night-winged wolf. Swoosh! The silent night-winged wolf was enraged, and the eye on its brows shot out another scorching flame, hitting Lu Ling and sending him flying. Damn it, this beast seems to have borrowed a powerful force to recover its combat strength to its peak and activate this secret skill. Blood spurted out from the corner of Lu Ling's mouth as he cursed. The silent night-winged wolf was a little wary of Lu Ling, and had turned to attack the clown. However, outsiders could not feel or hear all of this. Xianxu's internal organs erupted, and his injuries healed rapidly. He raised his focus and was vigilant against the silent night-winged wolf's attack. A moment later, the surrounding pitch-black space disappeared, and the power of the spatial intent realm suddenly took effect. Xianxu knew that the silent night-winged wolf's secret skill had been removed. First, he observed the entire situation. Lu Ling had revealed his true form and was severely injured. The puppets around the clown were all destroyed. There was also a pile of flesh on the ground, and it was unknown if it belonged to the dark-skinned middle-aged man or the fat man. Their side had suffered heavy casualties. However, the silent night-winged wolf seemed to have weakened once more, and it was difficult for him to release his previous strength. Wait, Lu Ling is severely injured? Xianxu's head suddenly shook. Apart from being attacked by the silent night-winged wolf, he was completely fine. Could the blood-soul union art have been removed? Right then, the silent night-winged wolf's glabella widened, and its abdomen bulged. A bad premonition shrouded everyone. I'll give you another big gift. The silent night-winged wolf roared, and an extremely violent pitch-black chaotic blade engulfed everything like a natural disaster tornado. Xianxu could not care about anything else. After using the demon dragon wall, he activated his ice-scale bloodline and blood ignition secret technique to burn his bloodline to increase his power. Boom, countless black blades slashed over, and Xianxu's body flew back dozens of feet before stopping. His body was riddled with wounds, but thankfully, none of them were particularly serious. Through this, Xianxu was almost certain that the blood-soul union art had been removed. However, the danger was not over. He could not do nothing, nor could he hide his trump card anymore. He had to counterattack, otherwise, the silent night-winged wolf would make use of the environment to kill everyone one by one. Blood race. The clown is not dead, eh? Why is that kid still alive? The silent night-winged wolf sensed the surroundings, and its expression froze when it saw that Xianxu was still moving. Let's get rid of that damned clown first. The silent night-winged wolf's gaze swept across and focused on the clown lying on the ground. He had used almost all his strength in that attack just now, dealing a final heavy blow to everyone. Next, all he had to do was to slowly kill and pierce the hearts of all his prey. This group of damned humans had forced him to use his final trump card. The clown was currently injured and seemed to have lost his puppets. He sighed. I underestimated this beast's counterattack. The silent night-winged wolf had not only borrowed the remnant power of the old alpha wolf, but it had also been hiding its mutated flame power. Swoosh, the clown took out more than 10 flying daggers and threw them out. The flying daggers shone with silver light, and mysterious runes could be seen clearly. They attacked from mysterious angles and formations. Swoosh! Swoosh! The silent night-winged wolf's body moved erratically, but it was still hit by 3 flying daggers. Its speed slowed down, and it coughed out a mouthful of blood. These flying daggers were also one of the clown's trump cards, and they sealed some of the bloodline power within the silent night-winged wolf. Right at this moment, a sharp and ear-piercing explosion sounded out, resounding throughout the dark space. Boom! A thick, pitch-black bone spear turned into a terrifying dark light, piercing straight at the silent night-winged wolf with demonic intent. It was Xianxia's 9-bone demon spirit sword. After using its second characteristic, it could transform into this form. The silent night-winged wolf knew that the weapon was powerful, and it prepared to dodge. Boom! Suddenly, a dark and transparent palm light hit its target. It was the second style of the mystic void palm. Poof! At the same time, the bone spear pierced the silent night-winged wolf's body, nailing it to the ground. "This kid," the silent night-winged wolf exclaimed and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect that Xianxia still had the strength to fight, and even dared to take the initiative to attack, or rather, he ignored Xianxia, who was half a step into the empty sea realm. Boom! Golden light exploded, and flames spread in all directions. A bloodline power that was close to the silent night-winged wolf erupted. In the pitch-black space, there seemed to be a burning phoenix soaring into the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Swoosh! Xianxia activated the golden-winged phoenix bloodline, and in an explosive state, he turned into a fiery light and flew out. He stretched out his palm, and true essence burst out, turning into a black and gold flame that penetrated into the bone sword. The 9-bone demon spirit sword transformed again, and the bone spear was surrounded by black bone spikes, which made the silent night-winged wolf howl continuously. Xianxia quickly approached, and his heart, which was in an explosive state, felt a familiar beat and desire. In the darkness far away, Lu Lingsong, who had exposed his true form, was hiding. He had been severely injured by the night-winged wolf and was trying to recover. This kid actually has so many trump cards. Lu Ling could vaguely sense the battle in the distance and was extremely shocked. At this moment, Xianxia's bloodline power was extraordinary. It could actually release such a dazzling light in this dark space. Secondly, the spirit weapon that injured the night-winged wolf was also extraordinary. With the body of a holy beast, the night-winged wolf was not afraid of ordinary spirit weapons. However, this kid is tired of living and actually dares to take the initiative to attack. Even if the night-winged wolf is severely injured and weak, its counterattack is enough to kill me, let alone Xianxia. That's good too. I don't have to do anything to Xianxia, and the holy beast will be unprecedentedly weak after its counterattack. The winner is still me. Lu Ling's mind spun. In the dark space, Xianxia, who had activated the golden phoenix bloodline, was extremely dazzling. Swoosh! He quickly arrived in front of the night-winged wolf and held the bone spear. Due to the radiance on Xianxia, Lu Ling and the clown saw the true appearance of the night-winged wolf. The wolf was completely black and its skin was smooth as though liquid was swimming on it. It had a pair of huge bat-like wings and 4 thick limbs. Its claws were like black blades that flickered with a cold light. Even its eyes were pitch black, emitting a cold glint from their depths. Only the third mutated eye on its glabella was scarlet and flickered with fire. It was as though there was a red eye floating in the dark space. Bastard, how dare you spoil my plans? The night-winged wolf glared at Xianxia furiously with a murderous aura. In the previous battle, due to Xianxia's concept of space restraining it, it had lost too quickly, causing the enemy to conserve more of its strength. Otherwise, if it used its trump card, it could kill everyone in one fell swoop. At this moment, Xianxia had spoiled its plans at a critical moment. How could the night-winged wolf not be angry? Although it was angry, the night-winged wolf was calm and its dark eyes were slightly cunning. Boom! Its claw smashed out. Even though it was an arrow at the end of its flight, its power was still extremely terrifying, stirring up berserk black wind blades. Xianxia originally thought that after the secluded night-winged wolf was injured by him, it would not have much resistance. It seems that he still underestimated this holy beast. He possessed the power of the concept of space. When the silent night-winged wolf was about to attack, Xianxia had already deduced this from the various details. Pu, the golden phoenix's wings flapped. Combined with the golden-winged phoenix's bloodline, Xianxia's figure was agile as he dodged the sudden attack of the night-winged wolf. A sharp gust of wind attacked, leaving 5 cuts on Xianxia's body. Xianxia ignored his wound and leaped onto the back of the night-winged wolf, stomping down with his foot. Pung! Xianxia's physique burst forth with astonishing strength, causing the secluded night-winged wolf's body to tremble. Many of its wounds started to bleed. Yangming sword finger, Qinyu mobilized the blood-glazed flame and merged it with the flame power of the fire path bloodline. He condensed it and struck out with his finger. The night-winged wolf naturally felt the powerful flame power behind it. Its innate perception was not bad, and its dodging ability was even more outstanding. Puff, a blood-colored sword chi, like a pillar of light, suddenly bloomed and bombarded down. The night-winged wolf avoided being hit in the vital parts. The finger pierced through the side of its neck, and a piece of flesh was cut off from the side of its face. After the blood-glazed flame caused a wound, the flame power would remain in the wound, burning and eroding it crazily, causing the night-winged wolf to howl. Qinyu did not give the night-winged wolf a chance to counterattack. After one strike, he launched another swift and violent attack. On the pitch-black iron palm, golden feather patterns flashed. He clenched his palm into a fist and punched down with the explosive power of his heart. Pung, the night-winged wolf's skin could mitigate the impact of a frontal attack, but the power of this punch still made it uncomfortable. Then, Qinyu's second punch, the third punch, the 10th punch, came one after another. There were many dents on the night-winged wolf's back, shoulders, and head, and its aura was getting weaker and weaker. But at this moment, the few silver-white flying daggers on the night-winged wolf's body fell. A surge of bloodline power suddenly burst out of its body. Although it was not at its peak, it still shocked Qinyu. The night-winged wolf once again activated its bloodline, and the third eye between its eyebrows surged with fire. The beast seemed to be going for a final fight. If it could kill Qinyu, it still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. Buzz, it flapped its wings, and countless dark blades filled the surroundings, slashing back and forth, attacking Qinyu and restraining him. The dark body of the night-winged wolf surged with a dim light, like liquid, constantly squirming, as if it wanted to pull out the 9-bone demon spirit sword. A surge of dark power spread out from its body, covering the fire on Qinyu's body, causing the surroundings to fall into endless darkness again. Poof, the 9-bone demon spirit sword, which had turned into a bone spear, moved outwards and was suddenly pulled out, bringing with it a pool of blood. Suck it. Qinyu immediately controlled the spiritual weapon and retracted it. At the same time, he activated the suction force of the mysterious heart. Buzz, the blood on the bone spear quickly condensed and turned into a black thread, entering Qinyu's body. That was not the end. The mysterious heart was still in the state of extracting blood, and the suction force was directed to the night-winged wolf. At this moment, the night-winged wolf trembled violently, and fear rose in its heart. The blood in its body seemed to be flowing out uncontrollably. This scene was similar to that in the Blood Star domain, when Qinyu extracted the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix. It was not necessary to kill the enemy to extract the bloodline power. However, if the enemy was not killed, the extraction process would be very slow, and it would consume more of the heart's power. But at this moment, the night-winged wolf was going all out, and Qinyu could not care so much. Buzz, black threads appeared all over the night-winged wolf's body, fusing together and entering Qinyu's heart. Scram, die. After the night-winged wolf reacted, it suppressed the fear and trembling in its heart and launched a counterattack. Buzz, the third eye between its brows opened, and a blazing flame shot out. Its might was far stronger than Qinyu's Yangming sword finger. If this attack hit a vital point, it could instantly kill an ordinary sky-sea realm. Qinyu also felt a strong sense of danger at this moment. Suddenly, a white light lit up in this pitch-black world, attracting both Qinyu and the night-winged wolf. At this moment, even the flame emitted by the night-winged wolf's third eye had no color or radiance. But that white saber light was so bright. Swish, Qinyu noticed the white light. The next moment, that familiar white saber light arrived at the night-winged wolf's neck. Poof, blood splattered, and the night-winged wolf's head rolled down. Its 3 eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and unwillingness to die. The night-winged wolf was dead. Qinyu's mysterious heart extracted the bloodline power without any obstruction. Hua, in an instant, the night-winged wolf's bloodline power condensed into a pitch-black, indistinct undercurrent that entered his body. What's going on? Qinyu was stunned. The night-winged wolf was suddenly killed. Although he had escaped death, it felt unreal. The surroundings gradually regained its color. A fair-skinned, chubby man with a protruding belly slowly walked over. Qinyu looked over. He recognized this person. It was the fat man who came with the dark-skinned middle-aged man and the black-cloaked woman. But, wasn't this person already dead? Moreover, the feeling the other party gave Xianxia was completely different from before. His entire body looked extremely ordinary, but he gave off an extraordinary feeling. That faint smile of his made him seem even more mysterious. Xianxia could not feel the other party's aura, let alone judge the other party's cultivation level. Sigh, I made another mistake. I was killed by this cunning night-winged wolf. The fat man sighed. Why are you still alive and kicking after being killed by the night-winged wolf? Isn't this contradicting? Xianxia did not ask. The ordinary man in front of him gave off an unfathomable feeling. I was planning to wait for you all to die before making a move. The fat man said again. Xianxia was slightly shocked. What was this person trying to do? Why did his tone sound like he wanted to silence them? As expected of the great cosmos realm. There are many geniuses here, this saint beast is mine. The fat man's first sentence seemed to be to explain why he did not kill them. The second sentence was not polite at all. He instantly came to the night-winged wolf's side and took the body of the saint beast. Lu Ling, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but wonder what was going on with this fat man. Moreover, everyone in the night-winged wolf had done their best, but he wanted to take the spoils for himself. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Ling had messed up this time. If he could bring back the body of the saint beast, he might still have a chance of survival. Who are you? We all contributed to killing the saint beast. It's not good for you to do this, right? Lu Ling spoke very tactfully because he could not see through the fat man at all. If it was not for the fact that his life was at stake, he would not have stepped forward to take the risk. The fat man did not answer Lu Ling and continued, if there's a chance, you can come and have a taste of this mutated saint beast's meat. With that, his figure disappeared as if he had never been there in the first place. Damn it, where did he go? Lu Ling flew out and used his spiritual sense to search. He used all his means but could not find any trace of the fat man. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. The clown's expression was slightly sluggish. The exit of this space had been sealed and he had even set up an array outside. However, the fat man had left this place just like that. How did he do it? Even the clown had no clue. Huff, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Although the fat man had taken the body of the saint beast, Xianxia did not come out empty-handed. He had obtained the bloodline power of the mutated saint beast, secluded night-winged wolf. Furthermore, the fat man's final slash had saved his life. Is it time to settle the matter between us now? Xianxia looked at the blood-colored head floating in the air. That should be the other party's true body. Xianxia, even if I'm Chong Chuang, the current you is definitely not a match for me. Lu Ling's expression was cold. In this battle, Xianxia was also severely injured. He had even fought with a secluded night-winged wolf earlier, so Lu Ling was not afraid at all. Brother Clown, this person is from the blood race. Let's attack together. Xianxia glanced at the clown in the distance. Lu Ling's expression changed immediately. The clown was extremely powerful and Lu Ling was not confident that he could defeat him one-on-one. He said with a serious expression, hold on. Didn't you say that you're going to settle the matter between us? How can you drag an outsider into this? The current situation was extremely bad for Lu Ling. His true identity had been exposed and he had screwed up. Even if he returned to the blood race, he would not be able to escape death. Alright, Brother Don will kill the blood race with you. The clown agreed readily, perhaps because of the other party's identity. He stood up shakily and clenched his hand. The dozen silver blades on the ground returned to his hand. You two overestimate yourselves if you want to kill the blood race. Lu Ling's expression darkened. Brother Dong has sealed this place. You can't escape. The clown attacked Lu Ling without any hesitation. Swish, at the same time, a silver blade shot out. The runes on it flashed with silver light. The clown attacked first. Whoosh, Lu Ling's body was small and he dodged with a shake of his head. A bloody mist surrounded him and the stench of blood filled the air. At this moment, the clown shot out all the remaining flying blades. A total of 13 flying blades formed a mysterious blade array and attacked. Lu Ling roared. Waves of blood surged around him and hundreds of bloody claws reached out to meet the flying blades. The two clashed. In the chaotic battle just now, Lu Ling's injuries were better than the clown's. Thus, he was able to deal with the clown's attacks calmly and had the upper hand. On the other side, Qinyu immediately attacked. Rumble, he waved his hand and a blood-colored glass flower flew out. When it neared Lu Ling, it turned into a sea of blood flames that burned and spread along with the blood energy. If Lu Ling was at his peak, the blood-glazed flame might not be able to counter him. However, it was because Lu Ling was heavily injured that Qinyu and the clown joined forces. Boom! Facing the blood-glazed flame's corrosive characteristic, Lu Ling could only use a large amount of true yuan to resist and extinguish it. "I'll kill you first." Lu Ling stared at Qinyu with a ferocious expression. In his heart, he felt that his current situation was all Qinyu's fault. Qinyu had just finished fighting the night-winged wolf and was injured, making him easier to deal with. Gurgle in front of Lu Ling, the sea of blood surged and turned into a giant blood-colored barrier. The blood skull charged into the barrier, and a huge head that was 100 feet long appeared on the barrier. It was like a Lu Ling that had been magnified dozens of times. Hoo-hoo, Lu Ling opened his mouth and sucked in deeply. A massive blood-red vortex appeared in the surroundings, creating a massive suction force that sucked in all of the life force and blood chi in the surroundings. After all, Lu Ling was at a disadvantage and needed to seize the initiative. Not too far away, the black-robed woman and the dark-skinned man's corpses, as well as the shadow wolf's corpses, flew over and were swallowed by Lu Ling. Qinyu had just been injured in the battle with the nocturnal winged wolf, and there were a few large wounds that had not completely healed. At this moment, the blood in his body was about to surge out and be sucked away by Lu Ling. Bzzz. Qinyu's golden-winged phoenix bloodline erupted once more to resist Lu Ling's blood vortex. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. At the same time, his heart once again entered an explosive state. His self-healing ability doubled, and his wounds healed quickly. When Qinyu was fighting the night-winged wolf, his heart had entered the berserk technique for a long time. Later on, he had absorbed the bloodline of the holy beast, so it was not suitable for him to enter the berserk technique again. But for the sake of killing Lu Ling, Qinyu couldn't care less. Boom, the first demonic pattern on his body surged, and he executed the demonic destruction claw. This claw contained the blood-glazed flame and the golden-winged phoenix bloodline's flame power. When the two merged, its power increased greatly. Bang, the black, red, and gold demonic energy claw smashed toward the blood vortex, creating a wave of blood. This vortex seemed to have the ability to weaken attacks. Qinyu's demonic destruction claw did not display its full power, but it still affected Lu Ling to a certain extent. It destroyed a lot of blood chi and weakened the power of the blood vortex. On the other side, the clown did not use any other methods. He still had some methods that had little effect on the blood race's Lu Ling. He focused on controlling the 13 special flying daggers and continuously attacked Lu Ling, distracting most of Lu Ling's attention. A moment later, Qinyu's injuries healed, and Lu Ling's blood vortex technique's effect on him decreased. Damn it, this self-healing ability, Lu Ling's scalp went numb. There were 3 main uses of the blood vortex technique. The first was to seize the initiative and attack the enemy, the second was to absorb blood chi and recover yuan chi, and the third was to deal with Qinyu. However, Qinyu's injuries healed in such a short time. Adding on the golden-winged phoenix bloodline, the blood vortex technique did not pose any threat to Qinyu. Instead, it exhausted him even more, so Lu Ling could only stop. Qinyu had the intent of space, so he immediately sensed it. Boom, the 9-bone demon spirit sword slashed out, and a black and violent light with a powerful demonic intent slashed toward Lu Ling's head. Lu Ling knew that Qinyu's weapon was powerful, so he opened his mouth and spat out thick blood, which turned into a sinister blood-colored skeleton that charged out. Pew, the bone sword landed on the skeleton and shattered it, but it did not completely disappear. It even showed signs of healing. Yang Ming sword finger, Qinyu gathered spirit flames and pointed out. Whoosh, a shocking beam of light shot out and pierced through the blood-colored skeleton. Everywhere it passed, the blood chi dissipated. The golden wings on Qinyu's back fluttered, and he seemed to have transformed into a fiery phoenix as he approached Lu Ling. He first swung out a blood glass flame with his left hand, and then he slashed out the 9-bone demon spirit sword. damn it, Lu Ling felt troubled. After all, the clown's silver knife array was also very difficult to deal with, and it distracted most of his attention. The blood-colored light behind Lu Ling surged out and turned into a wave of blood that crashed into the sea of blood flames. The two cancelled each other out. Boom! Suddenly, the demonic sword slashed down, breaking everything, and a terrifying demonic light slashed toward Lu Ling's head. Whoosh! Lu Ling could only retreat. Yang Ming sword finger. Qinyu used this perfect secret technique again. The Yang Ming sword finger could suppress Lu Ling to a certain extent, so it did not consume much of his true essence. However, it consumed his stamina and the blood glass flame. Qinyu did not have much true essence left after the previous battles. After dodging the attack, Lu Ling's eyes widened. He ignited his blood qi and increased his speed to dodge again. Qinyu had never underestimated Lu Ling. The bone sword in his hand turned into a bone spear again and he threw it out. Whoosh, whoosh, when Lu Ling narrowly dodged the Yang Ming sword finger, the black bone spear let out a sharp sound and turned into a frightening dark light, stabbing toward Lu Ling. Lu Ling's eyes turned crimson. He ignited his blood qi again and increased his speed. Lu Ling was about to dodge the bone spear's attack range. But suddenly, many spikes grew out of the bone spear. This was the transformation ability of the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Whoosh! The spikes on the bone spear increased its attack range and slashed across Lu Ling's head, leaving a black wound. Ah! Lu Ling roared. He was distracted, and the clown's knife array immediately broke through his obstruction. Poochie! 2 silver blades pierced into Lu Ling's head, affecting his true essence circulation. Seeing this, Qinyu exerted his strength again. Golden flames burned on his fists. Qinyu gathered his physical strength and activated his bloodline power, punching out. Twice. Boom. Boom! 2 balls of black light with golden-red flames swirling on their surfaces collided with each other. His fists were the most powerful attack after throwing out his weapon. Boom, bang, an explosion sounded, and a huge storm spread in all directions. A blood-colored head flew out and fell to the ground. Die. Qinyu charged out and controlled the bone spear to stab out. Clang! The black bone spear pierced through the blood-colored head and left a pitch-black pit on the ground. But the blood-colored head that had a hole in it moved in all directions, turning into hundreds, then thousands of blood-colored lights that shot out in all directions. Myriad blood body art. Is this your confidence? The clown sneered. The myriad blood body art could turn into thousands of blood bodies. As long as one survived, it wouldn't die. But the more blood bodies that died, the more damage one's cultivation would suffer. If only one blood body survived, their cultivation would drop to Qi transformation or even Hotian realm. Buzz! Not far away, the runes of a formation appeared, and the power of a formation instantly formed. It seemed to have turned into a huge transparent crystal palace that sealed all the blood lights, including Qinyu. You can kill him slowly now. Destroy all the blood bodies, and he'll be dead. The clown said with a smile. Thank you. Qinyu cast a grateful look. It seemed like the clown had prepared this move. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Qinyu to destroy all of Lu Ling's blood bodies in such a complicated environment. After saying that, Qinyu swung his bone spear and killed hundreds of blood bodies. Qinyu, don't kill me. Spare my life. I can help you a lot. The remaining blood clones turned to Qinyu and begged for mercy in unison. Qinyu's expression remained unchanged and he continued swinging his bone spear. He had a certain understanding of Lu Ling. Keeping such a person by his side would definitely be a disaster. A moment later, all the blood lights in the formation dissipated. Lu Ling of the Blood Skull clan. Dead. The moment the battle ended, Qinyu retracted the power of his bloodline and kept the bone spear in his storage space. He then took out a few elixirs and swallowed them. There's only the 2 of us left now. You won't kill me for my treasures, right? Qinyu looked at the clown and asked. Although he knew the clown previously, they had only made a deal and had no relationship. Hee, Brother Dong is very weak now. Although I have a chance of winning, I'm unlucky today and might fail miserably. Furthermore, if you hadn't suddenly attacked, the secluded night-winged wolf might have eaten Brother Dong. The clown grinned. Although his tone was sincere, his smile still looked a little evil. Then, he took the initiative to remove the formation. That's good. I don't want to be your enemy either. Smiling, Jinyu walked deeper into the cave. The clown had too many tricks and it was hard to guard against him. Moreover, Jinyu planned to ask the clown to refine a weapon for him. I wonder what's left of the secluded night-winged wolf's lair. The clown followed him. Soon, a huge skeleton appeared in front of them. Judging from the bones, it was also a secluded night-winged wolf. The skeleton was full of decay and vicissitudes, but it still exuded a formless deterrent force. The skeleton of the secluded night-winged wolf. Mountainback fire ape. What's going on? Jinyu could not help but ask. According to Brother Dong's observation and some records, there used to be a king-level battle here. The two sides were the mountainback fire ape and the secluded night-winged wolf. In the end, the two king beasts died together, but the secluded night-winged wolf had a cub in its stomach and survived. Could it be the secluded night-winged wolf? Jinyu came to a realization. That's right. The old wolf king's corpse became like this. It must have absorbed the power of its flesh and blood. When this secluded night-winged wolf was born, it must have absorbed a lot of the mountainback fire ape's power. That's why it mutated, the clown continued. Only rotten bones were left of the night-winged wolf's skeleton. The night-winged wolf had swallowed all the flesh and blood to enhance its strength. But it didn't mean that there was nothing left. After all, this was the place where the Beast King died. There were some things that the night-winged wolf couldn't use for the time being, and some were useless to it. Jinyu's space concept combined with his spiritual sense allowed him to carefully observe every inch of his surroundings. Clown took out a plate with patterns and ancient runes on it, as well as a pointer. It seemed to be a tool for finding treasures. This guy had all sorts of weird stuff on him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them set off at the same time to search for the good stuff they had found. Moving aside one of the thick bones, Jinyu discovered a piece of dark and deep jade underneath. Dark spirit crystal jade. It contains the power of darkness. I can absorb the dark essence in it to help with cultivation. It can also be used to perceive the dark intent realm. Jinyu dug out the jade and put it in his storage space. The dark spirit crystal jade was much more valuable than the primordial fire stone. After all, the dark intent realm was rare and difficult to comprehend. Judging from the dark intent realm that the night-winged wolf had displayed, it was even more bizarre and powerful. Jinyu wouldn't mind giving it a try if he had the chance, but he would have to rely on his luck to master it. He had relied on the mystic void palm and the mysterious heart's spatial talent to master the demonic intent realm. Jinyu had successfully comprehended the demonic intent realm because he cultivated a demonic cultivation technique and stole a 5,000-year-old demonic intent fruit from a blood tribe elder. Immediately afterward, Jinyu found 2 stalks of dark nether grass hidden in a small crevice under a rock. When consumed alone, this grass could strengthen one's mental strength. The best way to use it was to refine pills. It could be used to refine several types of pills with outstanding medicinal effects. In the end, Jinyu found 5 kilograms of dark spirit stones. Clown seemed to have gained a lot as well. Time to go. Clown reminded Su Ping. Jinyu nodded. After tidying up a bit, he prepared to leave. However, he suddenly frowned. Going out at this time doesn't seem too good. The strange phenomenon in the belly of the mountain must have attracted a lot of people. The clown, Jinyu, and the dark-skinned middle-aged man were the first to arrive. The purple-robed demon He Yunwang and senior brother Fan were probably delayed or lost their way. That was why they did not arrive in time. After such a long time, many people should have gone deep into the mountain. Perhaps they were stuck outside. If he ran out now, he would definitely become the target of everyone. Hee 10,000 mid-grade primordial stones, Brother Dong will save your life. At this moment, the clown laughed evilly. Jinyu rolled his eyes at him. The clown was the first to enter. He was smart and cunning, so he had already prepared an escape route. In any case, we have gone through life and death together. Talking about source stones hurts our relationship. Don't you think so, Brother Clown? Jinyu chuckled. However, Brother Dong insisted on his principles. Jinyu could only pay the fee. 10,000 mid-grade primordial stones was not a lot. Yu's gains from this trip added up to at least a few 100,000 mid-grade primordial stones. Moreover, his life was priceless. Follow Brother Dong. The clown walked to a corner and struck out a few hand seals. An array formation appeared. This was a concealment array formation. After the array formation disappeared, a 2-meter-tall tunnel was revealed. It was a newly dug tunnel. Let's go. Brother Dong grinned proudly and took the lead to enter. Yu followed and maintained a certain distance from the clown. If the clown suddenly attacked, he would be able to react in time. Halfway through, a sound came from the rock wall on the left in front of them. Boom! In the next moment, a scorching saber light slashed out. A large hole appeared on the right side of the tunnel. A man walked out from inside. This side is indeed empty. Could it be a tunnel that leads to the treasure land? The green-robed man was extremely surprised. He immediately scanned with his spiritual sense. Someone's here. He immediately noticed Yu and the clown below. He revealed a vigilant expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! The clown and Yu advanced at full speed and flew past the green-robed man. The green-robed man was stunned. He ignored Yu and the clown and continued to extend his spiritual sense down the tunnel. The bottom of the mountain is empty. There must be treasures. The green-robed man dashed in quickly. Soon, he arrived at a dark and desolate space. The air was filled with an invisible and powerful pressure and a thick smell of blood. The green-robed man was extremely cautious as he explored slowly. However, after a while, he realized that there was no danger at all. At that moment, he saw a huge corpse. The corpse was already rotten and only bones were left. However, it still emitted a terrifying and cold aura, causing the green-robed man to tremble. This is the place where the sacred beast died. Damn it, the treasures were taken by those two. Damn it. I should have stopped them. The green-robed man immediately retraced his steps in an attempt to escape. At that moment, boom, the metal door was blasted open. Close to 10 people rushed in from the outside. Purple-robed demon He Yunwang and senior brother Fan from the Heavenly Jade sect were among them. When they were outside, they saw the mountain-back fire ape that had turned into a huge mountain. Therefore, they were certain that this was the place where the sacred beast died. However, someone had sealed the entrance of the cave and stopped them from entering. They had to join forces to break the metal door. He's the one who stopped us from entering? He's trying to escape. Stop him. The treasures must be with him. At that moment, close to 10 people charged at the green-robed man, scaring him out of his wits. Don't attack, don't attack. The real treasures have already been taken by others, while the mountain was in a state of chaos. Yu and the clown had already run out of it. Brother Dong, I'll be leaving first. There's no need to send me off. The clown waved his hand and took out a strange-looking, tattered boat. He boarded the boat hurriedly and prepared to leave. Oh right, Weapon Refinement Master Clown, can you help me repair the supreme-grade spirit weapon and awaken the weapon spirit within? Yu suddenly thought of something and asked. Is it the spirit weapon that you used just now? The clown asked. This time, the clown did not agree confidently, but Yu was relieved. That was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Not every artificer could reach such a level of artifact refinement. That's right. It's not a big problem. Why don't you follow Brother Dong to the Cultivation Spiritual Hall first? Brother Dong will help you settle down. The clown invited. Thump, Yu leaped and landed on the swaying tattered boat. He had nothing else to do, so he followed the clown back to the Cultivation Spiritual Hall to complete the transaction. A few days later, the tattered boat arrived at a nearby Cultivation Spiritual Hall. The two paid the entrance fee and stayed there for the time being. The clown rented a shop in the trading area. It seemed like he was going to open the shop and earn some more yuan stones. You're the first customer of this shop. Brother Dong will give you a discount. The clown welcomed Yu with a smile. How much? Yu asked with a smile. 10%. Yu pretended not to hear. He walked into the shop, took out the 9-bone demon spirit sword, and handed it to the clown. He was not afraid of the clown in the exchange spiritual hall. You have a supreme-grade spirit weapon at the half-step Void Sea state. Looks like you're quite lucky. The clown gently stroked the blade of the sword with his fair hand and stared at it carefully. 40,000 mid-grade yuan stones. Brother Don will help you. The clown said. No problem. Although the price was high, Qinyu agreed. After all, not every weapon refinement master could touch the level of a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Besides, Qinyu had plenty of yuan stones and resources. When he was in the Black Demon Valley, he had obtained a lot of benefits from the Yu and Shui clans. On top of that, he had gained a lot from this expedition. Even a venerable in the middle stage of the Void Sea realm could not compare to his wealth. After the transaction, Qinyu left the clown's shop and went to the biggest auction of the Cultivation spiritual hall. Although many of the items in this adventure were precious, they were useless to Qinyu. So, Qinyu entrusted most of the things that he didn't need to auction. A few days later, Qinyu suddenly made a decision. Why don't I break through to the Void Sea state here? Qinyu moved his head slightly. He had long been qualified to break through to the Void Sea state, but he still slowed down to make his foundation more stable. Coupled with the Earth Essence Crystal and the Sea Transformation Pill, Qinyu had an 80% chance of breaking through to the Void Sea state. It should be noted that most half-step Void Sea state cultivators only had a 40% chance of success in breaking through to the Void Sea state. Once their confidence reached 60%, they would take action. There were many cultivation places in the Cultivation spiritual hall that provided all kinds of cultivation environments. Qinyu came in front of a tall tower, which was the largest cultivation place in the Cultivation spiritual hall. Our secret cultivation rooms here are divided into 6 levels, a woman in front of the counter said with a smile. The highest level of cultivation room. Qinyu said domineeringly. Yes, young master, please wait a moment. The beautiful woman's smile widened. She looked at Qinyu a few more times and then quickly went through the procedures. A moment later, a servant girl brought Qinyu to the highest level of the cultivation tower and opened a secret room. The cultivation room was relatively large, like a palace. After activating the cultivation formation, rich heaven and earth yuan qi surged up from below. The cultivation effect is comparable to the third-level cultivation cave abode in the Blood Demon Valley. Qinyu came to a conclusion after sensing his surroundings. As a 3.5-star force, the Black Demon Valley's cultivation cave abode was definitely more effective. In the center of the secret room was a large incense burner, from which wisps of refreshing fragrance wafted out, which had the effect of concentrating the mind. Qinyu sat cross-legged on a futon, and in a few breaths, he had completely entered the state. Activating the heavenly demon secret pattern, the true yuan in his body began to operate, and a moment later, it rapidly surged, forming a yuan qi vortex around his body, and the heaven and earth yuan qi rushed toward Qinyu like a tide. 3 days later, the true yuan lake in Qinyu's body doubled in size again. He was now at the critical moment of breaking through to the Void Sea state. Qinyu immediately took out the earth yuan crystal, sat on it, and at the same time swallowed the Sea Transformation Pill. The earth yuan crystal could speed up Qinyu's absorption of heaven and earth yuan qi, and at the same time, it could communicate and comprehend the power of the will of heaven and earth. The medicinal effects of the Sea Transformation Pill could make the process of true essence transforming into the sea even smoother. Rumors about the Fiery Sun Mountain spread. Have you heard? The Fiery Sun Mountain was the battlefield of 2 king beasts and both of them died there. What? That happened? The Fiery Sun Mountain isn't far from here. Let's hurry. What's the point of going now? I heard that the treasures inside were divided up by the first few people who went in, leaving nothing behind. Sigh, when will I have such luck? As for Qinyu and the clown situation, the second batch of people that entered the hinterland did not publicize it. Once everyone knew about it, it would attract countless experts. By then, they would have no hope of obtaining the treasures. On this day, the purple-robed demon He Yunwang arrived at the Cultivation spiritual hall closest to the Fiery Sun Mountain. After entering the spiritual hall, He Yunwang looked at the steward at the entrance of the hall and said calmly, "Brother, I have something to ask you." Given his status on the prodigy ranking, the steward had to show him some respect. The two then arrived at a quiet hut that was isolated by a formation. May I ask if this person has entered the Cultivation spiritual hall in the past few days? He Yinhuang first took out the portrait of Qinyu. This person has been here, but Mr. He's the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master of Black Demon Valley. The steward whispered. He Yinhuang's expression changed and he frowned. He did not know who Qinyu was. The disciple of a king. That would be troublesome. But soon, He Yinhuang made up his mind, so what if he was a king? He would kill Qinyu and obtain the treasures, then he would cultivate in seclusion. The world was vast and it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack for the Silent Blood Valley Master. Where is this person? Steward, do you remember him? He Yinhuang took out the portrait of the clown. This person came together with Qinyu. The steward answered. Sigh, my shop used to be deserted. Now, there are many people eyeing it, but they're not here to do business. The clown sighed in the shop. I should have run further away. The clown lowered his head and muttered. With his intelligence, he had already guessed that he had been targeted. As for the reason, it was definitely related to the Burning Sun Mountain. This was also the topic of discussion in the Cultivation spiritual hall these days. Brother Dong is a man of principle. We have to get rid of this kid's spirit artifact first. But after a period of time, I'm afraid that even more people will target Brother Dong. At that time, it won't be easy to escape. The clown muttered. Just as someone passed by and walked into the shop, they saw a messy and dark room with a bunch of strange things on display. There was also an evil-looking clown talking to itself. This scene was quite eerie and terrifying. The man shuddered and turned to leave. It seems like I can only stay in this Cultivation spiritual hall for a while longer, repair the puppet, and prepare some other methods, the clown continued. On this day, a cold-looking man in purple clothes walked into the clown's shop. You found the treasure at the bottom of the fiery sun mountain? Purple-robed devil walked up to the clown and asked coldly. He was overbearing, and he had never seen the clown before, so he treated him as a nobody. Everything is just rumors and slander. The clown said in a serious tone, as if he was really wronged. Humph, is the person with you Qinyu? Where is he now? He Yinhuang harumphed coldly, not believing the clown's words. Compared to the clown, he hated Qinyu even more. The clown betrayed Qinyu without even thinking. Your Excellency is smart and quick-witted. I indeed came here with Qinyu. He is currently in the spiritual cultivation hall. Seeing the clown so fearful that he betrayed Qinyu without hesitation, He Yinhuang looked down on the clown even more. He glanced coldly at the clown, turned around, and left the shop. Not far from the clown's shop, there was a restaurant. Two men were eating and drinking at the window. One of them was a tall man in white clothes. He put down the wine glass in his hand and was slightly stunned. He Yinhuang, I didn't expect him to find me so quickly. He Yinhuang? The purple-robed devil ranked 94th on the prodigy ranking? The tall man's eyes lit up as he looked over. Senior apprentice brother Fan, should we call some more people? The tall man asked. He Yinhuang was an expert on the prodigy ranking, and was much stronger than him. No need, I don't trust the others. If this matter spreads, how would it benefit us? The tall man in white clothes, senior apprentice brother Fan, shook his head calmly. After drinking the wine in his glass, senior apprentice brother Fan frowned. He Yinhuang is also an idiot. He actually took the initiative to come here. This way, the clown probably won't dare to leave the Cultivation spiritual hall. The tall man was also very conflicted. There were more than 10 people who had their eyes on the clown. It wouldn't be easy for them to get him. But if this matter spread, they wouldn't be able to get anything. Purple-robed devil He Yinhuang might be strong, but he's not my match. Senior apprentice brother Fan said again to reassure the tall man. That's right, senior apprentice brother Fan also almost made it onto the prodigy ranking. With your current strength, you will definitely beat He Yinhuang. The tall man was slightly relieved and flattered him. In the cultivation tower. The level 6 cultivation chamber was filled with dense white mist. When the heaven-earth yuan qi reached a certain density, it would be like this. In the center of the chamber, there was a huge whirlpool that stirred up all the white mist and crazily absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi. Qinyu sat on the earth yuan crystal. His consciousness drifted out of his body, as if it had fused with nature. All sorts of wondrous comprehensions appeared in his mind. The true yuan lake in his body was twice as big as before. It could no longer be called a lake. Rumble, the true yuan in it crazily surged and charged into the surroundings, continuously expanding its territory. The medicinal effects of the sea transformation pill had already completely fused into it. Because of this, the expansion of the true yuan lake was so smooth without any obstructions. Suddenly, the speed at which Qinyu absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi doubled. The mist in the chamber disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye and poured into his body. The true yuan in his body also set off a huge wave, expanding for the last time. Rumble. In Qinyu's sensory world, the sound of the waves echoed endlessly. When he regained his senses, the circulation of true yuan had already slowed down. His dantian was already a black ocean, like a sea of death. Success. Qinyu let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Compared to the late-stage origin realm, the Void Sea realm's true yuan sea could hold many times more true yuan. Of course, the quality of the true yuan was also improved. Precisely because of this, Konghai supremacy and the late stage of the origin realm were separated by a natural chasm. In terms of strength, Konghai supremacy was able to completely suppress Konghai. Qinyu continued to circulate his true yuan, stabilizing his true yuan sea that had not yet stabilized after his breakthrough. 5 days later, he walked out of the cultivation chamber. Let's go check on the clown. Qinyu left the cultivation tower and came to the trading area. He quickly found the clown's shop. Oh? You broke through? When the clown saw Qinyu, he was a little surprised, but he soon smiled and said. The reason why he was surprised was because Qinyu's age was very rare for a Void Sea realm. That's right. After being recognized by the clown, Qinyu then remembered that he had just broken through to the Void Sea realm and could not control his qi as he wished. Qinyu sensed it and extended his palm. Black true yuan surged. Ding ding in the corner, there was a sound of metal shaking on the ground. Xiao, a black light suddenly leaped out and landed in Qinyu's hand. It was the 9-bone devil spirit sword. Qinyu injected his mental energy into it and felt that the 9-bone devil spirit sword had become a part of him. He could control it freely and his true yuan was flowing more smoothly. How is it? Brother Dong's skills are amazing, right? In the future, you can look for Brother Dong for refining pills, equipment, formations, puppets, etc. The clown grinned. Seeing the clown so proud, Qinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. But Brother Clown was really versatile. What couldn't he do? But thinking about it, the heavens were still fair. They gave him so many talents, but they also gave him this strange appearance and strange personality. Let me tell you something. Brother Dong is being targeted by many people. When you stepped into this room, you were also targeted. The clown's smile was so evil that it made Qinyu have the urge to rush up and beat him up. Without the clown saying it in detail, Qinyu also knew why these people were targeting them. I have another deal. I wonder if Brother Dong will accept it. Qinyu calmed down and smiled. Speak. I will help you solve these hidden dangers. 30,000 mid-grade primordial stones. Qinyu grinned, revealing his white teeth. He had always been the one giving primordial stones to Brother Dong. Now it was finally the other way around. 20,000. Brother Dong was indeed a businessman. His bargaining skills were also first-rate. In the end, the two of them reached a deal at the price of 25,000. After Qinyu paid the primordial stones to repair the supreme-grade spirit artifact, he left the shop. If the hidden dangers are not completely eliminated, the deal is off. The clown suddenly shouted. Hee hee. The corners of Qinyu's mouth curled up into a smile. Without saying a word, he left the shop. At the same time, everyone who was watching the clown's shop noticed Qinyu and immediately sent people to monitor Qinyu's every move. It was late at night, but the Cultivation spiritual hall was as bright as day with people coming and going. In the restaurant, Senior Brother Fan's expression changed slightly and he took out a token. Qinyu has left the Cultivation spiritual hall. Senior Brother Fan immediately transmitted a message to the tall man opposite him. What? He just appeared a few days ago and now he's leaving? Didn't the clown explain the situation to Qinyu? The tall man was puzzled. He originally thought that Xianyu would call experts from Black Demon Valley to escort him back, so the focus was still on the clown. This clown is not a good person. He definitely didn't tell Xianyu the truth and wanted him to lure us away on purpose so that he could escape. Senior brother Fan sneered. Looking at the clown's face, no one would think that he was a good person. Then should we stay and watch the clown? The tall man asked. No need. Senior brother Fan's expression was cold. He got up and jumped down the restaurant. In another inn, a purple-cloaked figure flew out. Before the people in the inn could see his figure clearly, he had already disappeared without a trace. When Xianyu left the Cultivation spiritual hall, a man wearing a bamboo hat at the entrance suddenly raised his head. Xianyu. He was in the second batch of people to enter the Burning Sun Mountain. The bamboo hat man immediately took out a token, sent out a message, and chased after him. There's actually someone guarding the entrance. Xianyu smiled faintly and did not mind. After leaving the spiritual hall, he headed to the right and soon entered a desolate forest. After breaking through to the Void Sea realm, the quantity and quality of his quintessential essence had increased greatly. Xianyu felt that his quintessential essence sea would not dry up even if he flew for a few days. Moreover, Supremacy Kong Hai could absorb Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi at any time to replenish his consumption. I accidentally flew too fast and almost lost that person. Just now, as he was observing the consumption of his quintessential essence, Xianyu scanned with his spiritual sense and suddenly discovered that there was a huge gap between him and the person behind him. Therefore, he slowed down again. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. Xianyu's goal this time was to lure everyone out and then kill them all in one fell swoop. Only by cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots could he rest in peace. This was also his deal with the clown. Apart from that, there was another reason. After breaking through to the Void Sea realm, Xianyu wanted to test his skills and personally feel what level his strength had reached. How can his speed be so fast? The bamboo hat man, who was chasing Xianyu, had a bewildered expression. He guessed that Xianyu must be planning to escape during the night, so he fled with all his might. Just now, when Xianyu left the hall, the bamboo hat man only took a quick glance at Xianyu and did not have time to sense Xianyu's cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have such a thought. Swoosh, the bamboo hat man burst forth with full speed, afraid that he would lose Xianyu again. Soon, the bamboo hat man discovered a figure standing in the distance. That person was tall and wore black and red clothes. His expression was calm, and he had a faint smile on his lips. It was Xianyu. Xianyu did not run and was waiting for him here. Why are you following me so late at night? Are you here to rob me of my money or my body? Xianyu teased with great interest. Xianyu, I advise you to hand over the treasures obediently, and you might be able to live. The man in the bamboo hat was obviously not humorous, so he went straight to the point. He knew of Xianyu's identity and had also heard that Xianyu was extremely powerful. The man in the bamboo hat didn't think that he was a match for Xianyu, but there were many people who had their eyes on Xianyu. If he stayed here for too long, Xianyu wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. He thought that he had grasped Xianyu's weakness, so he threatened Xianyu. I'm not sure if I have a way out, but I do know that you're already on the road to death. Xianyu laughed. You're too arrogant, the man in the bamboo hat sneered. He knew that Xianyu was very powerful, but he was also a top-notch existence in the half-step empty sea realm, and 4 or 5 people of the same realm had died in his hands. However, halfway through his words, the man in the bamboo hat suddenly realized that something was wrong. His eyes widened, and a breath of cold air rushed into his mouth. This is Kong Hai's power. The man in the bamboo hat calmed himself down and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Xianyu floated in midair, as if he had become one with the night, the forest, and heaven and earth. The chi of heaven and earth surged, as if it had turned into ferocious beasts that kept roaring, and their power shook the surroundings. He didn't do anything, but every move and every breath he took caused the world to change, shocking the surroundings. Boom, Xianyu reached out and grabbed. The chi of heaven and earth in the void tumbled, forming a giant black hand that was 300 to 400 feet in size. With the power of heaven and earth and domineering demonic will, the palm slammed down. Venerable Kong Hai could communicate with heaven and earth, and his power was endless. Every move he made gave people a great sense of oppression. At this moment, the man in the bamboo hat was like a tiny ant under this palm, in the shadow of death. Flowing. Cloud saber. The man in the bamboo hat trembled all over. Looking at the demonic hand in the sky, his face was filled with horror and madness, and he launched a desperate counterattack. An elegant cloud-light saber shadow soared straight into the sky. Boom, Qinyu waved his palm, and the demonic hand fell. The saber light shattered, the earth trembled, and the true essence demonic will roared in all directions. Dead? Qinyu glanced at the giant palm print on the ground, and there was a pile of meat paste in the palm. He could see that the man in the bamboo hat was a relatively strong existence even in the half-step empty sea realm. He could only blame his bad luck for encountering Qinyu. Before Qinyu broke through to the empty sea realm, other than true essence, he had reached the level of the empty sea realm in all aspects. After the breakthrough, he had leaped in all aspects, and his overall strength had increased greatly. A half-step empty sea realm was no longer a match for him. In the night, a man and a woman flew quickly. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor in the distance, and the nearby chi of heaven and earth kept rolling. Swoosh! Swoosh, the man and woman looked at each other and immediately flew over. When the two arrived, they saw Qinyu, the giant palm print on the ground, and the pile of flesh and blood inside. Empty sea realm. The white-robed man's gaze fell on Qinyu. The information they had received previously said that Qinyu was a half-step empty sea realm. They did not expect him to break through in just a few days. As expected of a true disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. You broke through to the empty sea realm at such a young age. Why don't you hand over some of the treasures and we can shake hands and make up? The other woman in red, who had a good figure and a voluptuous figure, said with a smile. The two did not immediately attack, and it seemed that they really had this plan. Ha ha ha, the treasures under Burning Sun Mountain are all with me. Come and take them if you can. Qinyu laughed and said domineeringly. The man and woman's expressions changed when they heard this. They, the illusory sword demonic duo, were empty sea realm supremacies who had been famous for many years. However, Qinyu had just broken through to the empty sea realm, yet he looked down on them. It seems that you don't want to be friends with the illusory sword demonic duo. Since that's the case, don't blame us. The white-robed man's voice gradually turned cold. A soft sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and it turned into a white arc of light that slashed out. Swish, the sword light was soft and slithered toward Qinyu like a spirit snake. Break! Qinyu did not panic. He activated the power of the mysterious pattern demonic body and circulated his physique strength, and he slapped out with his palm. An invisible giant palm slammed forward and crushed the sword light in an incomparably ferocious manner. What domineering power! The white-robed man's eyes were slightly solemn. He was good at using softness to overcome hardness, but when he faced Qinyu, he felt like he was facing a mountain that could not be shaken. Space intent? The white-robed man seemed to have sensed something. Haha, Mr. Chen is so brave. I admire you very much. The red-robed woman's laughter was like a silver bell, crisp and pleasant. She put her jade-like hand under her mouth and blew lightly. A pink mist blew out, and countless pink butterflies flew out of the mist and circled around Qinyu. Their pink glow lit up the night sky. In an instant, the scene in front of Qinyu distorted. He could even vaguely see many beautiful and enchanting women slowly walking out of the clouds and gently taking off their clothes. You want to confuse me with this kind of illusion? Qinyu sneered. A powerful and domineering psychic energy burst out and turned into a black wind that stirred the surroundings. Before breaking through to the Void Sea realm, his psychic energy had already reached the Void Sea realm. After the breakthrough, his psychic energy was even stronger and could break ordinary illusions. Let's attack together. The white-robed man transmitted his voice. Qinyu's strength didn't seem to be that of someone who had just broken through to the Void Sea realm. Swish! Swish, the two of them moved closer. The white-robed man's soft sword danced like a silver snake. The world suddenly became cold, and a cold wind blew. In the dark world, dark silver arcs of light surged out. Let's take care of one first. Qinyu looked straight ahead. Boom! With an explosive speed, Xianxia set off gusts of wind, dragging a black dragon tail behind him as if he had turned into a true dragon. Facing Xianxu's charge, the white-robed man and the red-robed woman suddenly felt that it was difficult to resist. The two of them were connected, and they attacked at the same time. Dark silver arcs of light and pink palm shadows filled the sky. Xianxu's charge was indomitable, like a crazy demon. He circulated his quintessential essence to protect himself and used the power of his physique to shatter the two's attacks. This person's physique defense is actually so strong? The two of them felt a trace of danger. At this moment, Xianxia approached the two of them and waved his fists and palms. After breaking through to the void sea realm, the quintessential essence in his body was as vast as the sea. He casually executed the cloud-devouring demonic fist and demonic destruction claw. Bang! Xianxia struck out twice, and everything in front of him shattered. The illusory sword duo retreated frantically, forcing back two early-stage void sea realm cultivators with his own strength. Xianxia felt slightly proud. Then, Xianxu's gaze landed on the white-robed man. He closed in step by step, fighting in close combat. Fist light and leg shadows crisscrossed between heaven and earth. That incomparably ferocious attack suppressed the white-robed man to the point that he could not breathe. Moreover, the white-robed man felt that Xianxu's attack method was constantly changing, as if he was familiarizing himself with it. He's actually using me to practice. A thought appeared in the white-robed man's mind, and a surge of anger rushed to his heart. Bang! The white-robed man was hit by Xianxu's punch, and his figure retreated dozens of steps, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. How can this be? The white-robed man did not expect that in a head-on battle, he would be suppressed by Xianxu, unable to fight back at all. This was not the appearance of someone who had just broken through to the void sea realm. Brother Qiu, let me help you. Seeing that the white-robed man was in danger, the red-robed woman immediately made a move. A huge ball of pink butterfly light flew over. I'll kill you first. Xianxu stared at the white-robed man, and a flame condensed on his right index finger. Boom! A powerful blood-colored flame pillar burst forth. It was Yang Ming's sword finger. After breaking through to the void sea realm, the power of this secret skill had also increased. A blood-colored flame pillar streaked across the void, instantly arriving in front of the white-robed man. He stretched out both palms, and a soft layer of light formed, protecting him within. Poof! The moment the two met, the soft light layer was pierced through, and Yang Ming's sword finger stabbed into the white-robed man's chest, leaving a huge hole. The white-robed man's defensive move was suitable to deal with the kind of ferocious attacks that were wide open. In the face of Yang Ming's sword finger, it did not have any advantage and was instead countered. No, you killed Brother Qiu. At the back, the red-robed woman had a look of disbelief as she shouted. They did not expect Xianxu to be so domineering. Therefore, before they could cooperate, they were forcefully separated by Xianxu, and one of them was killed instantly. Don't be anxious, I'll send you down to meet your brother Qiu. Xianxu turned around to look at the red-robed woman. At that moment, the red-robed woman's eyes were bloodshot and hatred surged in her heart. However, the moment Xianxu looked over, she shivered and shuddered. Fear actually surpassed hatred. The fear in the woman's heart surpassed the hatred, causing her to calm down instead. She was proficient in illusions. If she used her true abilities, she might be able to trap Xianxu temporarily, but it was almost impossible to kill him. From the previous exchange, she already knew of Xianxu's powerful defense. Xianxu suddenly made a move and clenched his hand. Yuan Qi surged beside the woman, forming a towering demonic hand that slammed forward. Swoosh, the woman leaped and the surrounding pink mist drifted. She was like a butterfly among flowers, leaping up and dodging. Although Xianxu attacked, he did not kill. His goal was to attract all the people who were secretly watching, so he needed to maintain the sound of the battle to attract people and also to practice. Xianxu's mind connected with the nearby heaven and earth Yuan Qi and comprehended the heaven and earth intent realm. He threw punches and kicks at the woman, giving her no time to cast powerful illusions. The woman did not escape. She had hatred in her heart. With such a big commotion, she would soon attract others. As expected. In the distant heaven and earth, a layer of purple light rumbled over. In the center of the storm, one could see a dark purple figure. Although she could not see the figure clearly, the woman instantly knew the identity of the newcomer. purple-robed demon He Yinhuang. Back then, the second batch of people who had arrived at the interior of the mountain had only been a few. Moreover, He Yinhuang was on the prodigy list and received even more attention. The woman recognized him at first glance. "Qin Yu, your disaster is over." The woman's expression changed and became slightly sinister. The fear in her heart also dissipated greatly. "Is that so?" Qin Yu's lips curled up into a cold smile. Since another person was attracted, there was no need to show mercy. Qin Yu circulated his physique strength and resonated with the heaven and earth yuan qi. Demonic intent spread out as he used the cloud-swallowing demonic fist. Boom, a huge black demonic fist crazily devoured the heaven and earth yuan qi. It seemed to have turned into a huge mountain and smashed forward. Facing Qin Yu's full power attack, the woman's hair stood on end. Only now did she realize that Qin Yu had been hiding his strength. At the critical moment, she bit her finger and blood seeped out. She formed hand seals. Wang hu hu, the pink mist around her condensed into ribbons that wrapped around her. Pung, the demonic fist came crashing over. The layers of pink ribbons wrapped around the red-dressed woman and sent her flying backward, crashing into the purple-robed fiend, He Yinhuang. He Yinhuang ignored the lady in red and stared at Qin Yu with a ferocious gaze. "Qin Yu, did you think that you wouldn't be in danger after breaking through to the Void Sea realm, so you took the initiative to run out?" To him, Qin Yu's actions showed that he didn't take him seriously. "That's right." Qin Yu deliberately provoked He Yinhuang. Of course, he was thinking the same thing. Just at this moment, from two other directions, the heaven and earth yuan qi surged, and the pressure of heaven and earth pressed down. "Qin Yu, you actually dared to kill my cousin. Today, I will definitely take your head." A thunderous roar rang out. The person who spoke was tall and burly, and he was also wearing a bamboo hat. Looking at the situation, the man in the bamboo hat that Qin Yu accidentally killed at the beginning was his cousin. "Qin Yu, you won't be able to escape today." In another direction, two Void Sea realms flew over. These two people were from the Heavenly Jade sect. Qin Yu only recognized Senior Brother Fan among them. When the tall man next to Senior Brother Fan saw the situation, he calmed down a little. All of a sudden, 4 Void Sea realms arrived. In the forest not far away, the lady in red flew up. Her clothes were tattered, and on her exquisite body, a warm red jade peak was almost completely exposed. "Haha, Qin Yu, you brought this upon yourself." The lady in red laughed somewhat crazily. Including her, there were a total of 5 Void Sea realms present. In such a situation, how could Qin Yu survive? "Attack!" Senior Brother Fan shouted coldly and took the lead to attack with the tall young man. Right now, there were only 5 people present, and he and his junior brother's team were the strongest. If they killed Qin Yu, they would definitely get the most benefits. "Ha ha ha, if I want to leave, none of you can catch up to me." Qin Yu laughed loudly, turned around, and ran. Hearing this, He Yinhuang, Senior Brother Fan, and the others immediately chased after him with cold expressions. Among them, He Yinhuang and Senior Brother Fan were very disdainful of Qin Yu's bragging. Senior Brother Fan's cultivation was at the peak early stage Void Sea realm. He cultivated the sword Dao, and his speed was also his advantage. And He Yinhuang's strength was speed, especially with the high-grade king-grade treasure, the purple cloud cloak, which he had used to his advantage in speed to the limit. After a while, everyone fell silent. They saw a pair of golden wings on Qin Yu's back. Like a golden phoenix in the night, he soared rapidly, leaving a path of flames behind him. The golden phoenix wings were also high-grade king-grade. Together with Qin Yu's speed, he was even a bit faster than He Yinhuang. "Qin Yu, if you have the guts, don't run. Let's fight one-on-one." The burly man in the bamboo hat wasn't good at speed, so he was at the back. So he roared loudly, alarming all the birds and beasts in a radius of hundreds of miles. Qin Yu was far ahead, circling around the barren forest. His eyes were deep, and he released his spiritual sense, murmuring in a low voice, "Only these few people?" In addition to the 5 people chasing him, Qin Yu also sensed the traces of 2 half-step Void Sea realm cultivators. After a while, Qin Yu didn't find anything else. He put away the golden phoenix wings and plunged into the barren forest. Next, it's time to hunt. In the forest, Qin Yu's white teeth were very bright. Suddenly, his skin began to turn black, and there seemed to be a black light swimming on the surface. His bright teeth were no longer conspicuous. In a breath, Xianxia turned pitch black, and the surroundings became much darker. He didn't move, as if he had completely merged into the darkness. This is the bloodline of the silent night-winged wolf? Xianxia felt the brand new bloodline power. The bloodline power of the silent night-winged wolf was a bit stronger than the bloodline of the golden phoenix wings. There was an obvious difference between the two. One was suitable for head-on combat, and the other was suitable for sneak attacks. When Xianxia activated the nocturnal winged wolf's bloodline, he quietly transformed without releasing any aura or might. Then, he hid in the darkness. Even his heartbeat and breathing seemed to have stopped. He was as quiet as a rock. In his sensory world, there was no difference between night and day. He could even see more clearly than during the day. Where did that kid go? The burly man in the bamboo hat said like a bell. He must be nearby. The woman in red said. Senior Brother Fan's spiritual sense covered a radius of thousands of feet. He scanned Xianxu's body but didn't find anything. Could he know Earth escape? Look carefully. The tall man who was with Senior Brother Fan said softly. The woman in red released her spiritual energy and cast an illusion. If Xianxia was hiding nearby, he would be affected. Suddenly, the woman in red felt as if her mind had been stabbed, and an unprecedented sense of danger came. She immediately opened her eyes, only to see a pitch-black shadow rushing towards her from the side, as fast as lightning. Chen, the woman in red, looked carefully and could see some of the appearance. She was just about to shout when a pitch-black claw pierced through her body and grabbed her heart. Pung! Xianxia squeezed and her heart exploded. The woman in red lost all signs of life and her corpse fell. Who? The burly man in the bamboo hat immediately turned around and saw the woman in red fall. There was also a black shadow that darted into the shadows in the distance. He rushed over and tried to catch the shadow. But in the darkness, the shadow was too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After hiding in the darkness again, Xianxu's body immediately calmed down, but his mind was excited. The secluded night-winged wolf's bloodline was too powerful. It greatly increased Xianxu's explosive power, agility, and speed. Most importantly, it was the concealment ability. In the darkness, it was simply invincible and was the nightmare of all enemies. The others also reacted and looked extremely shocked. They didn't even notice anything, and the woman in red died just like that. Senior Brother Fan, who killed her? How did he kill her? The tall man asked with a trembling voice. Everyone immediately raised their vigilance and covered the surroundings with their spiritual energy. Xianxia hid in the darkness. Time seemed to stop. He didn't move, didn't make any sound, and didn't even move his eyeballs. As for the enemies, they became more and more panicked and slowly revealed their flaws. Whoosh, Xianxia moved. He was as fast as a shadow and silently appeared behind the burly man in the bamboo hat. When he was within a certain range, the burly man in the bamboo hat suddenly sensed something and immediately turned around, punching out. Gravity descended. However, the secluded night-winged wolf bloodline was special. Xianxu's skin was dark like water and the effect of gravity on him was reduced by 50% to 60%, his body was strong and agile. With a flip, he dodged the fist of the burly man in the bamboo hat and clawed at the other party's head. Poof, blood splattered everywhere and a head was sent flying. Before the burly man in the bamboo hat could activate his defense, his head was separated from his body. As for Xianxia, he hid in the darkness again and disappeared. Pissed, in an instant, everyone was shocked. The remaining 3 people shivered and sucked in a breath of cold air. Another venerable at the early stage of the Void Sea state was assassinated and killed in one strike. They only saw a blurry fight and didn't know how Xianxia killed the burly man in the bamboo hat. Even the assassins trained by the Nightfall Manor can't compare to his assassination skills. Senior Brother Fan was extremely shocked. A few miles away, 2 half-step Void Sea Realm cultivators approached quietly. They knew that this was a battle between Void Sea realms, but they also wanted a share of the loot. They might be able to gain some benefits. Whoosh, a cold wind blew and the 2 of them suddenly realized that there was another figure next to them. He was pitch black and his appearance could not be seen clearly. The surroundings seemed to have become extremely dark because of him and an inexplicable chill invaded their bodies. They were about to shout but could not make any sound. They suddenly saw two headless bodies. They were their own bodies. Thump, their bodies and heads separated and fell together. The secluded night-winged wolf bloodline is indeed strong, but we can't waste it. Let's end this quickly. Xianxia said softly and leaped, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, three figures descended. It was Senior Brother Fan, the tall man, and He Yunwang. The three of them were pale when they saw this scene. Another two dead. The tall man's face was pale. Senior Brother Fan, let's retreat. It's too dangerous. So many people have already died. The tall man was timid. At this moment, his face was pale and his voice was trembling. What he had encountered today was simply too terrifying. The hidden Xianxia was like a death god in the darkness, quietly taking away lives one after another. Retreat? Senior Brother Fan frowned. Right now, the enemy was in the dark while they were in the open. He had no choice but to continue to confront Xianxia. It was truly unwise. However, he could not make up his mind to retreat. Humph, coward. He Yunwang glanced at the tall man and snorted coldly. As a member of the Heaven's Chosen ranking, he was even prouder than Senior Brother Fan and was even more unwilling to retreat. He Yunwang believed that Xianxia must have used some secret technique to temporarily possess this strange hiding technique. He definitely could not last long. If the three of us gather together and don't give Xianxia a chance to sneak attack, his concealment sneak attack won't succeed. He Yunwang shouted in a low voice. His voice was relatively loud and he did not care that Xianxia could hear him, as if he wanted to deliberately disrupt Xianxia's state of mind. Yes. Senior Brother Fan agreed with He Yunwang's suggestion and nodded in response. Up until now, Xianxia's attacks were all sudden sneak attacks on a single Void Sea realm. With three Void Sea realms gathered together, if Xianxia dared to sneak attack, the three of them would join forces and counterattack. Would they be afraid that they could not kill Xianxia? In the night, the three Void Sea realms rapidly approached. In the dark, Xianxia saw this scene. Although he had the secluded night-winged wolf bloodline and was like a fish in water in the dark, he was almost invincible in the same realm. It was not difficult for him to jump realms to kill. However, the enemy was not a fool and would also think of ways to deal with him. Now, He Yunwang and the others changed their strategy and gathered together. Do you think that I won't be able to do anything like this? Chuckling inwardly, Xianxia quietly took action. Xianxia, let's see how long you can hide. He Yunwang shouted. After a while, Xianxia did not attack again. The three of them gradually became bolder and felt that this method was correct. As long as the three of them gathered together, Xianxia would not dare to sneak attack. But this way, if Xianxia wanted to run, they could not do anything. Compared to direct retreat, this result was slightly better. Senior Brother Fan, Xianxia might have already left. The tall man said. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them. Rumble, the earth shook and dust rose everywhere. Black bones. Below, Chen, and black bones, Chen, black. The black bone exuded a dense and overbearing demonic intent, causing He Yunwang and the other two to feel a sense of danger as they dodged around. Many, Chen, he, you, he, and one, and many, and he, one, the, one, he. At this moment, Xianxia was attached to a black bone. Due to the sudden situation, He Yunwang and the other two did not notice Xianxia. Whoosh, Xianxia waited for the right moment, and his figure dashed out, turning into a black streak of light as he pounced toward the tall man. You. Are you a ghost? The tall man's hair suddenly stood on end, and he felt the crisis of death. When he saw Xianxia's face, he was scared out of his wits and turned pale with fright, but he immediately reacted and slashed out with his sword. Ding, Xianxia was not afraid at all. He pounced like a ghost and took the initiative to resist the tall man's sword attack. The next moment, Xianxia came in front of the tall man and punched him in the chest. Blood splashed out. With Xianxia's physique, as long as he got close to the enemy's body, coupled with the instantaneous explosive power of the night-winged wolf bloodline, it was enough to kill an early Konghai realm expert. After a successful blow, Xianxia took advantage of the chaos to leave. Die. Senior Brother Fan chased after him, sword light dancing, hundreds of starlight sword chi rushed out, illuminating the night sky. At this moment, senior brother Fan roughly saw Xianyu's appearance, and he was shocked. Could it be a foreign race? This thought emerged in his mind. Only two left. Facing senior brother Fan's attack, Xianyu did not retreat, but took the initiative to rush over. A pitch-black stream of light rushed into the bright and vast starlight sword chi. Everywhere Xianyu passed, there was a series of loud noises. So strong. Senior brother Fan's heart was solemn. He raised his sword and slashed out again. The layers of starlight outlined a cold moon sword light that was dozens of feet long, and slashed out. This was his full-strength attack, and it was extraordinary. However, it was a bit lacking to deal with Xianyu, who had the night-winged wolf bloodline. Thinking back to when Xianyu, Lu Ling, the clown, and a group of people besieged the night-winged wolf, only some of their attacks were lucky enough to hit. Swoosh, Xianyu released his space domain, and with the flexibility and agility bestowed by his bloodline, he dodged this huge cold moon sword light. After getting close to senior brother Fan, he used the cloud-swallowing fiend fist and devil annihilation claw together, crushing over with incomparable brutality. Facing such a violent Xianyu, senior brother Fan did not dare to take it head-on, and hurriedly retreated. He knew Xianyu's advantage, and did not dare to let Xianyu get too close. Let's work together. He Yunwang's voice suddenly sounded from afar. His figure was extremely fast, like a purple gust of wind. But at the same time, he discovered that a black bone sword flew out from the ground, closely following him. Seeing this bone sword, He Yunwang knew that the forest of bones just now was created by the spirit artifact. Could this be a treasure that Xianyu obtained at the bottom of the blazing sun mountain? Swoosh, the bone sword drew a dark arc in the night sky, and landed in Xianyu's hand. Slash, Xianyu dashed out and swung his sword horizontally. The pitch-black demonic sword chi flew out in a frenzy. With the bloodline of the silent night-winged wolf and the supreme-grade spirit artifact 9-bone demon spirit sword, Xianyu's attack was so powerful that even a middle-stage void sea state would have to retreat. Boom! Boom! In the void, two figures were blasted away by the sword chi, and their bodies were thrown out in a sorry state. Senior brother Fan was at the peak of the early-stage void sea state, and He Yunwang was on the prodigy list and also had the battle strength of the early-stage void sea state. At this moment, the two of them were sent flying by Xianyu's attack, and they were seriously injured. How could Xianyu let go of such an opportunity? His speed exploded, and like a pitch-black sword, he rushed toward senior brother Fan. Ding! After the two exchanged blows, senior brother Fan's chest was pierced by the 9-bone demon spirit sword, and the demonic chi seeped into his internal organs, killing him. A peak early-stage void sea state, dead. How? How is this possible? When He Yunwang saw senior brother Fan's corpse fall, he trembled all over, and his cloak fluttered as he immediately retreated. He never expected that such a situation would happen tonight. Xianyu seemed to have changed into a different person, like the shadow of death, coming and going without a trace, and taking away a life with one attack. He Yunwang, I want to challenge you and replace your ranking on the prodigy list. Xianyu's cold and low voice came from behind. If you want the ranking, I'll give it to you, as long as you let me live. He Yunwang immediately said. I prefer to take it myself. Xianyu's voice sounded like it came from the 9 hells, causing He Yunwang to feel a chill all over his body, and his true essence burned as he fled frantically. In terms of speed, Xianyu was not inferior to He Yunwang at all. At a certain moment, he performed the space palm technique, and the dark gray palm of light accurately hit He Yunwang, blasting him back. At this moment, Xianyu closed in on He Yunwang, and the shadow of death shrouded him. The world was dark, and He Yunwang felt as if he had come to hell. No, don't kill me, let me live. He Yunwang immediately begged for mercy. Pfft, Xianyu's expression did not change, and he pierced his sword through He Yunwang's head. Since then, Xianyu had killed everyone who was eyeing him. Buzz, the silent night-winged wolf's bloodline faded, and Xianyu's skin color slowly returned to normal, making him a little uncomfortable. With my current strength, I'm almost invincible in the same realm. I can even fight a peak early-stage void sea realm. If he activated the silent night-winged wolf's bloodline, he wouldn't have to fear even a mid-stage void sea realm. However, the more he used the bloodline, the less he could use it, and he couldn't expose it casually. Otherwise, he would be suspected and even mistaken for a blood race. Next, Qinyu collected the spoils of war and returned to the Cultivation Spiritual Hall. That's the purple cloud cloak. Is that the purple-robed demon He Yunwang? A woman looked at the figure at the entrance of the Cultivation Spiritual Hall with a slightly shocked expression. But when the man walked in, the woman realized that he was not He Yunwang. Hee. Qinyu grinned and walked in the Cultivation Spiritual Hall wearing He Yunwang's purple cloud cloak. After a round, he walked to the clown's shop. The clown was repairing the puppet when he suddenly turned to look at Qinyu, his gaze landing on the cloak behind Qinyu. Is everything settled? The clown asked, slightly surprised. He had sensed that the people who were eyeing him had left. However, Qinyu had returned in less than 4 hours. That was way too fast. Of course. Qinyu couldn't help but grin. If there are no abnormalities in 3 days, I'll consider that you've dealt with all the hidden dangers. Only then will the transaction be completed. The clown was doubtful. He had already thought highly of Qinyu, but he still didn't believe that Qinyu could kill everyone in such a short period of time. There might be some who slipped through the net, and the clown would be the one to profit. The next day, news of purple-robed demon's treasure, the purple cloud cloak, changing owners spread throughout the Cultivation Spiritual Hall. The purple cloud cloak has changed owners. He Yunwang must be dead. It's a pity that I didn't get to witness the battle between Qinyu and He Yunwang. I thought that He Yunwang's strength had improved quite a bit and he might be able to advance further in the Paragon ranking battle. Things are unpredictable. To think that he's dead. However, I think that Qinyu might have relied on the help of others to kill He Yunwang. He definitely won't be able to enter the Paragon ranking battle half a year later. Some people admired Qinyu for He Yunwang's death, but others felt that Qinyu didn't rely on his own strength to win. After all, no one knew the details of the battle. However, according to the rules, anyone who killed someone on the Paragon ranking could replace him. He believed that in a few days, the news of Qinyu entering the Heaven's Chosen ranking would spread throughout the clans and sects of the Southern Territory. 3 days later, Qinyu arrived at the clown's shop. For the past few days, the clown didn't notice anything strange, so he handed over the yuan stones obediently. The news of Qinyu killing the purple-robed demon He Yunwang spread throughout the Cultivation Spiritual Hall. However, there were only a few people talking about it. After a few days, the topic gradually faded. This was all because the prodigy ranking battle was imminent. Many famous geniuses of the southern region had appeared one after another. A few days ago, in the Black Abyss area, the Sky Dragon Spear Shangguan Feiyun fought against the Scorpion Bandits and wiped them out with his own strength. I think that although Shangguan Feiyun is ranked 21st now, he has a chance to enter the top 10 or even higher in this ranking battle. I don't think so. Didn't they say that when Shangguan Feiyun left the Black Abyss, he met a nobody and they fought for 100 moves without a clear winner? In this era, there are many geniuses in the Great Cosmos realm. The prodigy ranking battle is going to be exciting. I think the top 5 are Duan Xiao from the Azure Thunder Palace, Guan Aoxue from the Absolute Sword Sect, and Luo Qiumei from the Heavenly Jade Sect. The strongest is Venerable Fallen Moon from the Evil Moon Sect, a 4-star overlord of the southern region. Qinyu had only made it to the bottom of the prodigy ranking, so people were more concerned about the top rankings. The prodigy ranking battle? Over the past few days, wherever Qinyu went, the topics of discussion would mostly be related to the prodigy ranking tournament. He already knew that there would be a prodigy ranking battle in half a year. It was a grand event for the entire southern region and would decide its future. After the ranking battle, the prodigy ranking would be updated. Those who made it onto the ranking list would be recorded in the history of the southern region. Qinyu had come from the Kunyan realm, so he naturally knew that the overall standard of the cultivators in the Great Cosmos realm surpassed that of the Kunyan realm. As for how monstrous the geniuses standing at the top of the Great Cosmos realm were, Qinyu still didn't know. Listening to the discussions around him, he felt his blood boil. I wonder what rank I can get on the prodigy ranking with my current strength. Qinyu couldn't help but be curious. There was still half a year until the prodigy ranking battle, so Qinyu decided to continue adventuring. He went to the clown's shop and bought a flying tool before leaving the Cultivation Spiritual Hall. Prodigy ranking? The clown murmured expressionlessly as he watched Qianyu leave, seemingly uninterested. Xiaoyao Palace. A steep mountain peak towered above the clouds. Above the sea of clouds, at the peak of the mountain, many palaces and halls could be seen. They had an ancient charm and were peaceful and serene, as if they were in another world. At the peak of a certain mountain peak, there were more than 10 disciples gathered. Their cultivations were all at the void sea realm. In the middle of the group of disciples was an illusory metal cage. Inside the cage were billowing clouds, and countless green glowing immortal cranes were flying back and forth like arrows. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a green-robed figure appeared in the cage. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a handsome face. His movement technique was elegant and at ease. In a few flashes, more than a dozen identical figures appeared in the cage, making it hard to tell which one was the real one. The red-crowned cranes flew in all directions, but they did not harm the elegant man at all. Too formidable. As expected of senior brother Li Wenyi. Senior brother Li's carefree steps has already been cultivated to the 6th level, right? Even the celestial locking crane array can't do anything to senior brother Li. The surrounding disciples all stared at the elegant man with admiration and admiration. Wenyi, break the array. Not far away, a white-bearded elder controlling the array suddenly shouted. Yes. A longsword suddenly appeared in the hands of the elegant man, Li Wenyi. His gaze instantly became sharp, and a sharp green glowing sword aura filled the entire array. Swish, swish, within the array, the green glowing sword aura moved like the wind and clouds, changing endlessly. It pierced through countless illusory green glowing immortal cranes, attacking the weak points of the array. A moment later, all the green glowing immortal cranes within the array were killed. The elegant man slowly landed and put away his long sword. His sharp aura quickly dissipated, and he revealed a gentle smile. Several female disciples were instantly captivated. Their beautiful eyes glazed over, and their hearts raced. Not bad. It seems that your 3 years of training outside were not wasted. The white-bearded elder revealed a dangerous expression and nodded. May I ask, Master, with Yunyi's strength just now, what rank can he get in the ranking battle of the Heaven's Favorite list? Li Wenyi's gaze was firm as he asked politely. The white-bearded elder fell into silence. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. In reality, even with his experience, it was hard for him to make a judgment. After all, the southern region was too big, and there were countless Heaven's Favorites. There were too many variables, and the Heaven's Favorite list only had 100 names. Just then, the wind and clouds rumbled, and the chi of heaven and earth held crazily. From the void, a white-haired elder with a youthful face walked out. With his hands behind his back, he was surrounded by green glowing lights. His white hair and long beard fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Greetings, Palace Master. All the disciples, including the elders, bowed to him. You have a place in the top 30. Xiaoyao Palace Master said. What? With Li Wenyi's strength, he can only enter the top 30? What the Palace Master said is definitely not wrong. Several disciples discussed in a low voice. Li Wenyi's expression didn't change much. I will give you the supreme spiritual weapon, Green Splendor Sword. Enter the top 20. Xiaoyao Palace Master spoke again. He waved his sleeve, and a beam of green light flew out. The shapeless sword spirit surged in all directions, attracting everyone's attention. Swish, Li Wenyi leaped out with a carefree and elegant posture. He grabbed the sword and bowed, Thank you, Palace Master, for giving me the sword. Suddenly, from another direction, an elegant middle-aged man flew over in a hurry. His shapeless aura intimidated all the disciples. Elder Mu, why are you in such a hurry? Xiaoyao Palace Master asked slowly. Palace Master, a few days ago, a person named Qianyu entered the Heaven's Favorite list. The elegant middle-aged man said solemnly. Qianyu? Xiaoyao Palace Master thought for a while and suddenly remembered this name. Among the disciples, a dignified and elegant woman suddenly froze, and her eyes became absent-minded. After a while, her eyes became bright again, but they were like a dark pond with cold light. This woman was Fang Yanling. When she returned to Xiaoyao Palace from the Blood Star territory, she learned that her brother Fang Yanyu had died. In the end, the only one who had contact with Fang Yanyu was Qinyu. Disperse. Continue training tomorrow. The long-bearded elder at the side immediately spoke and dismissed all the disciples. I've looked up information about this Qinyu. This person became famous in the Black Demon Valley test. After a few years, he entered the Heaven's Favorite list. However, this person's background is unknown, as if he suddenly appeared. I suspect. The elegant man continued to say. It's most likely him. It's natural for a person who could take the Blood Star Saint elixir from Fang Yanyu and Fang Yanling to have such achievements. Xiaoyao Palace Master's expression changed slightly, and the atmosphere in all directions suddenly became oppressive. This person has just broken through to the empty sea realm. The Blood Star Saint elixir must still be in his hands. As for what to do, I need to gather all the elders and discuss it. Li Wenyi walked slowly on the small path and murmured, Who is Qinyu? Although he didn't know, as a member of the Heaven's Favorite list, he would definitely meet him in the ranking battle. Top 20? Li Wenyi looked at the green flower sword in his hand and smiled. I didn't use my full strength in the training just now. I was confident that I could make it to the top 20. With this weapon, my goal is to make it to the top 10. Half a year later. A broken boat entered the azure forest abyss. Alas, Brother Clown's skills are amazing, but his aesthetic standards are really not flattering. In the boat, Qinyu shook his head and sighed. He had spent 30,000 mid-grade primordial stones to buy this broken boat from the clown. In terms of performance and quality, there was nothing to say, but the appearance. There were too many things to say, but he didn't know where to start. Soon, the boat entered the Black Demon Valley. After putting away the flying device, Qinyu walked into the valley and visited the Yang family. A few years had passed. The few servant disciples of the Yang family had all entered the outer valley. Yang Fengho's strength was not bad in the outer valley, but he still needed some opportunities to enter the inner valley. Qinyu had been away for more than half a year and had accumulated a lot of miscellaneous things. Now that they met again, he gave some to the Yang family. Among them, Yang Fengho took the best few precious materials and was full of confidence, as if he saw the hope of entering the inner valley. Brother Chen, I heard that you killed He Yunwang some time ago, and later fought with Xianxia, who is ranked 86th on the Heaven's Favorite list. You will definitely participate in the ranking battle of the Heaven's Favorite list, but it's a pity that I won't be able to see your glory. Yang Yuhuan looked at Qinyu and said slowly, her eyes both happy and disappointed. Happy because Qinyu shone brilliantly, disappointed because Qinyu was getting further and further away from her. Maybe there will be many experts in the ranking battle and I will be knocked off the Heaven's Favorite list. Qinyu joked. Yang Fengho, who was a little happy, immediately lowered his head. Back then, they came to the Black Demon Valley with Qinyu, but now that a few years had passed, they were still struggling at the bottom, while Qinyu had entered the Heaven's Favorite list of the southern region and would stand on the same stage as the strongest geniuses of the entire southern region. Suddenly, a few figures flitted over the heads of the crowd. In the Black Demon Valley, apart from the elders, only the true disciples could fly. As these people flew past, one of them suddenly stopped. This person was wearing black armor and had an evil smile on his face, revealing 2 canine teeth. He said provocatively, "You have some self-awareness. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be better not to go and make a fool of yourself?" Shinji. Yang Fengho looked up at this person, trembled all over, and took half a step back. Little Demon King Shinji. Many people nearby exclaimed, all extremely excited, but also somewhat fearful, and distanced themselves. Little Demon King Shinji, the disciple of the Demon King Valley Master, was tyrannical in the Demon King Valley. He did not even put the disciples of other valleys in his eyes and bullied those who should be bullied. Although Shinji was tyrannical, his strength and talent were also shocking. Among his peers, there were few who could match him. 3 months ago, Shinji challenged the genius ranked 35th on the Heaven's Favorite list and defeated him in 5 moves, replacing his ranking. "This is my own business, you don't have to worry about it," Qinyu said calmly. He knew that Shinji was tyrannical and did not want to argue with him. "We are all from the Black Demon Valley, isn't it normal to care for each other?" Shinji's smile grew wider. For example, 5 months ago, I helped senior sister Tu Zhixiang train, but she was too weak and fell to the ground before I could use my full strength. It was really boring. Hearing Shinji's words, Qinyu frowned, and he turned to look at Shinji. He knew that Shinji was the disciple of the Demon King Valley Master. He was arrogant and overbearing, and had a notorious reputation in the Black Devil Valley. That was why he tolerated the other party's provocation, not wanting to get into a fight. Unexpectedly, the other party did not know what was good for him and wanted a yard after being given an inch. Although he was domineering, he still cared about his reputation. He would never speak without thinking. Since he said that he had fought with Tu Zhixiang, it must be true. There's going to be a good show. Shinji is bullying Qinyu. If I were Qinyu, I wouldn't be able to hold myself back. So what if I can't help it? Shinji was currently ranked 35 on the Heaven's Chosen list. However, with his strength, he definitely had the confidence to enter the top 10 or even the top 10. Qinyu's talent is also not bad, but he is a little too young. He just entered the bottom of the prodigy list. The difference in strength between the two is too great. Many disciples in the distance were gloating over Xianxia's misfortune. The ranking battle of the prodigy roll was just around the corner, and they were even more interested in the people on the roll. Senior brother Shen, let's leave quickly. He's just a junior brother who has just entered the valley for a few years. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with him. At this moment, a man beside Shinji urged with a smile. What Brother Zhang said is right. Grandmaster Liu is a grandmaster refiner, and the number of people looking for him to refine weapons is enough to trample on his doorstep. If we don't hurry over, I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain the item before the prodigy ranking battle. Another female disciple said with a smile. There were other reasons why the two of them tried to persuade him. The Silent Blood Valley Lords Tu Zhixiang had suffered a crushing defeat at Shinji's hands. If Shinji were to ruthlessly humiliate Qinyu today, the Blood Demon Valley would inevitably lose face. The solitary Blood King did not have a good temper, so there was no telling what would happen. Forget it, this sovereign's time is limited. You can go ask your senior sister Tuesday. Shinji shook his head with a smile, his face full of playfulness and disdain. The meaning of this sentence was very obvious. It pointed out that the gap between Qinyu and Shinji was too big. It was enough for Tu Zhixiang, who had lost to him, to guide Qinyu. Then Shinji turned around and said, "Let's go." Just as he and the other two people turned around and left, the people nearby also slowly dispersed. If there is a chance in the prodigy ranking battle, I will ask senior brother Shen. Qinyu's cold and decisive voice suddenly rang out. Shinji and the other two suddenly stopped. Many people around also looked at Qinyu with their mouths agape in disbelief. They had thought that Qinyu would swallow his anger from beginning to end. After all, the difference in strength between them was too great. Unexpectedly, when Shinji was about to leave, Qinyu made a threat. Ha ha ha. Shinji turned around again and laughed out loud. A majestic and violent demonic will spread out and danced wildly in the void. The bodies of many Outer Valley disciples trembled when they met Shinji's gaze, while their hearts suffered an enormous blow, and they couldn't even stand steadily. All of them lowered their heads and bent their waists as if they wanted to submit before him. At this moment, Shinji was like a peerless devil, emitting a terrifying demonic might from head to toe. Midstage Empty Sea Realm. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. He was surprised by Shinji's cultivation. The little demon king Shinji had such a cultivation at such a young age. However, the aura that Shinji exuded was strong, but there was a sense of uncontrollability, which indicated that either his foundation was not stable, or he had just broken through to the mid-stage Empty Sea Realm. Qinyu felt that the latter reason was more likely. Looking at the younger generation of Black Demon Valley, the little demon king Shinji's name overshadowed all heroes and became the leader of the younger generation of Black Demon Valley. To a certain extent, he represented the face of Black Demon Valley. It was also because of this that Shinji was somewhat eager to break through in order to save face in the prodigy ranking battle. I will definitely teach you well when the time comes. Shinji bellowed and then left. A few days ago, Shinji had heard from his master that the Silent Blood Valley Master had accepted a good disciple. In the next prodigy ranking battle, Qinyu was likely to become the leader of Black Demon Valley. It was precisely because of this that Shinji took Chenyu seriously and provoked him like this. Whoosh, the three left at lightning speed. The crowd immediately felt relieved and sighed with emotion. The little demon king Shinji's reputation was not false. He was indeed arrogant and tyrannical. I really didn't expect that senior brother Shinji didn't make a move after that kid said such words. The man next to Shinji was a little curious. Haha, I think after Chenyu saw senior brother Shinji's true strength, it will be too late for regrets. Another female disciple said with a smile. Others all think that senior brother Shinji only has the strength of 20 to 30 on the prodigy ranking. Little do they know that senior brother Shinji is deliberately holding back his strength to confuse the outside world. As the trump card of Black Demon Valley, senior brother Shinji's true strength is most likely able to compete with the top 5, right? The female disciple said with a flattering smile, but she was not sure of Shinji's true strength, so she praised him very highly. Shinji did not respond to these words, but the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. With his mood ruined by Shinji, Chenyu casually chatted with the people of the Yang family for a while before returning to the inner valley. Suddenly, a woman in red flew in front of him. She was beautiful and had a hurried look on her face. When the woman in red saw Chenyu, she immediately came to a stop. I really didn't expect senior sister to be so enthusiastic that you came to greet me in person. Chenyu teased. Hey, I think you're getting bolder and bolder. You've just come back and you're already teasing senior sister. Tu Zhixiang scolded, her beautiful body slightly twisting and moving, making it difficult for Chenyu to move his eyes away. In fact, when Tu Zhixiang heard that there was a conflict between Chenyu and Shinji, she hurriedly rushed out. Now that Chenyu was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. If Shinji were to attack, he would certainly not show mercy. You've broken through to the empty sea realm? Tu Zhixiang carefully looked at Chenyu, but found that she could not see the depth of her little junior brother. That's right. Chenyu nodded. Tu Zhixiang was not surprised. After all, Chenyu had already touched the threshold of the empty sea realm before he left Black Demon Valley. The prodigy ranking battle is about to begin. You didn't participate in the Black Demon Valley's 3-year and 5-year competitions, so senior sister thought that you wouldn't participate in the prodigy ranking battle either. Master values the prodigy ranking battle more. A few days ago, he told me to bring you over if you return. On the way, Tu Zhixiang launched a counterattack and teased Chenyu. Is that what Master said? Chenyu did not doubt that the Silent Blood Valley Master, who valued his reputation, really valued the prodigy ranking battle. Not long later, Chenyu and Tu Zhixiang arrived at the Silent Blood King's residence. The world was dark and extremely silent, and an oppressive atmosphere shrouded the world. The Silent Blood King's gaze instantly fell on Chenyu, and an incomparably powerful and irresistible pressure descended. Chenyu suddenly felt as if a mountain had crashed down, and his body became extremely heavy. After a while, the pressure suddenly dissipated. The Blood-Soul Union technique has been removed? The Silent Blood King said with some surprise. Tu Zhixiang was also shocked. She did not expect that Chenyu would be able to remove the Blood Race secret technique that gave Master such a headache in just a year. What exactly did little junior brother experience in this year? Yes, Chenyu replied. It seemed that Master had always remembered this matter and was concerned about his disciples' safety. I heard that you entered the prodigy ranking battle a few days ago, so you must participate in the prodigy ranking battle in a month. Don't think that just because you entered the prodigy ranking battle, you don't take the ranking battle seriously. If you don't participate, your name will be directly removed from the prodigy ranking battle after the ranking battle. The Silent Blood Valley Master had a dignified expression as he spoke calmly, appearing slightly domineering. All along, only geniuses who entered the prodigy ranking battle would be truly recognized and not questioned. When Chenyu replaced Purple Robe Demon's position, many people doubted whether he had done it with his own ability. I will definitely do my best. Chenyu replied. Seeing that Chenyu had agreed, the Silent Blood Valley Master continued, this time's ranking battle has gathered all the geniuses in the entire southern region, including some extraordinary geniuses and reclusive family clans. You are still young. Treat this ranking battle as gaining experience. The next prodigy ranking battle will be your true stage. Although the Silent Blood Valley Master thought highly of Chenyu, he believed that it would be pretty good if Xianxia did not fall off the prodigy ranking. The southern region was too big, and there were too many geniuses. The prodigy ranking only had 100 spots. There were even some who did not pay attention to the prodigy ranking battle and focused on sharpening their swords, waiting for the ranking battle to shock the world. Disciple will remember master's teachings. Xianxia smiled helplessly in his heart. A few months ago, he had fought with Xianxia, who was ranked 86th on the prodigy ranking, and defeated him in 5 moves. He still had some confidence in the ranking battle. However, he did not know much and did not dare to speak recklessly. When the Silent Blood King saw that Xianxia was not acting like he was, he said, "Zhixiang, test the results of Xianxu's training outside." Zhixiang immediately walked out with an excited expression. Before Xianxia left, the two of them had a battle. Now, she wanted to see how much Xianxia had grown. "Little junior brother, please enlighten me," Zhixiang said formally. "All right." Xianxia also stood out. He had been beaten up in his previous battle with Zhixiang. This time, he had to make his senior sister look at him in a different light. Swoosh, Xianxia soared up and released his demonic intent as he took the initiative to attack. A simple punch surged with demonic aura, causing the void to tremble. A mass of might surged towards Zhixiang like a collapsing mountain. Zhixiang's expression changed slightly. From this simple punch, it was enough to see Xianxu's standard. In the palace, the Silent Blood King's gaze also moved slightly, and he sat up straighter. Zhixiang's robes fluttered in the wind. Blood chi surrounded her and spread out in all directions. She waved her fair hand, and a blood-colored palm struck out. Bang, the fist and palm clashed, and a storm surged out. Following that, the two of them attacked continuously. Xianxu's tyrannical and simple attacks gradually gained the upper hand. After half a year of adventuring, Xianxu's cultivation had already been completely consolidated. He could use the power of the Void Sea realm at will. The enigmatic demonic body was still ahead of his cultivation, and it was about to reach the peak of the early-stage Void Sea realm. At this moment, his simple punches and kicks were infused with intent power and contained the power of heaven and earth. Every punch and kick gave people a strong sense of impact. In the beginning, Zhixiang had a probing attitude. After exchanging a few moves, she kept increasing her combat strength. In the end, Zhixiang discovered that as her combat strength increased, the combat strength that Xianxia displayed became stronger and stronger. A few years ago, Zhixiang was ranked 63rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking. With her current strength, she could enter the top 50 or even the top 40. She could be considered a famous genius in the Southern Territory. At this moment, Xianxia and Zhixiang continued to exchange blows. The power of their battle continued to increase, but the outcome was still hard to predict. Zhixiang suddenly shouted and waved her palm. From the blood-colored waterfall not far away, countless blood-colored streams rose and surrounded her body. Blood flower palm, Zhixiang's strength increased a bit more. She used 80% of her strength and struck out dozens of palms. The sky was filled with blood-colored palm shadows that formed a blood-colored flower that floated over. A layer of blood-colored mist swirled around it, making it hard to distinguish the palm technique from the real one. Xianxia didn't back down. He executed the cloud-devouring demonic fist and the demonic destruction claw. The gigantic demonic fist charged forward, while the black, malevolent demonic claw attacked Zhixiang from another direction. Pung, the fist and palm collided. The blood flower palm had the upper hand. It shattered the cloud-swallowing demonic fist and charged towards Xianxia. On the other side, she was also facing Xianxu's attack and prepared to dodge. But she found that her movement technique seemed to be restricted by a strange power. She could only use 80% of her strength. Space concept power. Zhixiang's heart trembled, but her expression did not change. Xianxia was about to take the opportunity to attack. But he suddenly thought of something and stopped his attack. A few days ago, Zhixiang had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Xianxia. If he used his full strength, the outcome might not be certain. But Xianxu's defense was amazing and he was confident that he could not be defeated. This way, Zhixiang's confidence would suffer another blow, which would affect her performance in the Heaven's Pride ranking. Xianxia waved his palms. The second demonic pattern surged and a demonic scale light barrier appeared, blocking the remaining power of the blood flower palm. At this moment, within the hall, the silent Blood Valley Lord's old and dignified voice echoed, "Stop. Don't destroy my demonic intent fruit tree." At this moment, Qin Yu and Tu Zhixiang's heaven and earth concept power suddenly collapsed. The hall seemed to be the center of the world, controlled by their master's every move. A single voice was able to effect the confrontation between Void Sea Realm venerables. This was the legendary Star Condensation King. Qin Yu and Tu Zhixiang immediately withdrew their attacks and descended from the sky. In reality, as long as the solitary blood monarch used some means, the battle between the two would not affect anything. Clearly, the solitary blood pirate king had thought very far ahead. He did not make his two disciples fight with their full strength before the proud son of heaven ranking battle to determine a victor. When you first entered the valley, you were still a foolish boy. Now that you've grown to such an extent, even after using 80% of my strength, I am still unable to gain any advantage over you. Tu Zhixiang sighed with emotion. Qin Yu's growth had amazed her. During their last spar, she had used 60% of her strength, forcing Qin Yu to passively defend. This time, she had used 80% of her strength, but there was no clear winner. She even had a feeling that she might not be able to win even if she went all out. I am indebted to Master and Senior Sister for taking care of me. Qin Yu grinned. Through this battle, he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Good. Yu's fortuitous encounters are impressive. With such strength, he will definitely be able to fight for the top 5 in the next Proud Son of Heaven ranking battle. If he makes good use of his time, he might even have a chance of becoming the Southern region's prodigy star. The solitary blood pirate king stroked his beard and consoled. Previously, he had underestimated Qin Yu. Now, he was saying that Qin Yu had limitless potential. The first 100 people on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking were known as the prodigy star. To a certain extent, they represented the entire younger generation of the southern region. Prodigy star. Tu Zhixiang had a solemn expression as she exhaled weakly. Who among the younger generation did not yearn for the glory of representing the entire southern region's younger generation? However, most people were destined to be unable to reach it and could only look at it from afar. Following that, Qin Yu asked 2 questions about cultivation before leaving his master's residence with Tu Zhixiang. Little junior brother, have you heard of the god of cookery during your travels? Tu Zhixiang suddenly asked as they walked. A few days ago, she had heard about the culinary god from her master. Recalling that Qin Yu had been traveling for the past year, she asked. Culinary god? What's that? Qin Yu had a blank expression. It seems like you haven't seen it before. Tu Zhixiang muttered to herself. However, that was normal. Perhaps, it was all just a rumor. If you haven't heard of the culinary god, you should have heard of the feast of the culinary god, right? Tu Zhixiang asked again. It was understandable that Qin Yu had never seen the culinary god. However, it was a little short-sighted for him not to even know about the culinary god. What feast? Does the name sound that impressive? Qin Yu asked again. Alright, I'll explain it to you. The culinary god is a legendary figure. In some dimensions, he's also a mythical figure. Tu Zhixiang's expression was solemn. Legendary. Mythical. Qin Yu didn't think much of it at first, but his expression changed as he listened carefully. We don't know where he came from, how old he is, or what race he is. However, one thing is for sure. The culinary god is a god who knows everything in the world. Tu Zhixiang's expression became extremely serious when she mentioned the word god. Even Qin Yu felt that this senior sister in front of him was a little unfamiliar. God? Qin Yu's mind was inexplicably shaken. His mysterious heart beat a little faster. Was there really a god in this world? Above the star condensation realm was the mysterious dark realm. The mysterious dark emperor lord understood the profound meaning of heaven and earth. He could move mountains and overturn seas with a wave of his hand. However, such an expert didn't dare to call himself a god. What level was the culinary god at? According to the ancient records, the culinary god traveled all dimensions. If he came across an ingredient that he was interested in, or if he was suddenly interested, there would be many reasons. The culinary god would hold an impromptu feast of the culinary god. At this point, Tu Zhixiang's eyes seemed to be filled with a strong yearning and hope. It was unknown how delicious the food cooked by the person called the culinary god would be. There's actually such a miraculous thing? Qinyu was quite curious, but he still felt that it wasn't very reliable. A few days ago, I heard from Master that the culinary god appeared in the southern domain of the great cosmos realm. That's why I asked you, Tu Zhixiang said again. Even if there's such a thing, the culinary god's feast isn't something we can participate in. Qinyu shook his head. A god's feast was something that even the mysterious Dark Emperor Lord would be moved, not to mention a star condensation king. It wasn't something a Void Sea Realm cultivator could partake in. That's not necessarily true. The culinary god's feast has its own rules. Who can defy the rules set by a god? Tu Zhixiang said with a smile. It was unknown whether it was the yearning for the culinary god's feast or the delicious food. It said that the culinary god once came to a small dimension and held a culinary god's feast. Those who participated were all Qi transformation realm or postnatal realm cultivators. Most of those who participated in the feast would become the peak experts of this dimension in the future. Tu Zhixiang gave another example. Originally, Qinyu didn't believe it and didn't have much hope. But after Tu Zhixiang said so much, it would be difficult for anyone not to be affected. At this moment, Qinyu really had a glimmer of hope. Even if he couldn't participate in the culinary god's feast, he would be satisfied if he could witness it. Let's not talk about it. Don't put your mind on these illusory things. Prepare well. The prodigy role ranking battle is the real thing. Tu Zhixiang patted Qinyu's shoulder and turned to leave. After returning to his residence, Qinyu began to cultivate in seclusion. Since he was going to participate in the prodigy role ranking battle, he would do his best. Shinji. Qinyu recalled the scene of meeting Shinji when he first came back, and his gaze turned serious. When he was traveling, he heard people talking about the little demon king Shinji. The best comment was that he would at most enter the top 20. Unexpectedly, Shinji's talent was so amazing that he was already in the middle stage of the Void Sea realm. This matter would probably only spread after a period of time. If the mystic pattern demonic body breaks through to the peak of early stage Void Sea, my strength will increase again. Qinyu said in a deep voice. He circulated his true essence and tempered his physique according to the cultivation technique. As if he had suddenly confirmed his goal, his seclusion this time was extremely smooth. 10 days later. A layer of demonic pattern light suddenly surged on the surface of Qinyu's body. It swept in all directions and collided with the secret room's array formation barrier, making popping sounds. His body was pitch black, covered in inscriptions and hideous demonic patterns. It seemed to have some kind of mysterious power, flickering with a strange light. Qinyu slowly exhaled. After a while, the oppressive atmosphere in the secret room disappeared. My physique has improved. A bright light flashed in Qinyu's deep black eyes, and he felt a little more confident. In terms of the soul, he had the moon spirit organ. During his travels, he often used this treasure to cleanse and condense his soul. Coupled with some precious materials, he had reached the peak of early stage Void Sea before returning. Next is the mental realm. Qinyu did not stop and continued to temper and improve. In terms of the mental realm, he had the treasure Blood Star Saint Elixir. His consciousness sank into the mysterious heart space. In the next moment, a blood-red crystal Blood Star Saint Elixir appeared in front of him, shining with dark red starlight. Right, Xiaoyao Palace. Taking out the Blood Star Saint Elixir, Qinyu suddenly thought of Xiaoyao Palace. Back then, he had killed Xiaoyao Palace's disciple Feng Yanyu and snatched the Blood Star Saint Elixir from him. What made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that Xiaoyao Palace belonged to the southern region of the Great Cosmos Realm. He would probably encounter them in the prodigy role ranking battle. Qinyu could only hope that Xiaoyao Palace did not know that he had obtained the Blood Star Saint Elixir. Otherwise, as a direct disciple of the Black Demon Valley, Xiaoyao Palace would not dare to do anything to Qinyu. This was the benefit of entering a large sect. Buzz, suddenly, a dark red starlight burst out from the Saint Elixir and enveloped Qinyu's body. Moments later, his consciousness arrived at a strange world. Layers of comprehension emerged in his mind, and his entire aura suddenly rose. 5 days passed. There was still half a month until the prodigy role ranking battle. Xianxia left his residence and came to the outer valley of the Black Demon Valley. On a wide and flat square, there were 50 to 60 figures. This was originally the activity area for Outer Valley disciples, but today, all of them had gathered outside the square. It was so crowded that it could not be squeezed. These are the young geniuses of the Black Demon Valley. Xianxia, the little demon king Xianxia is here. Everyone looked over with awe in their eyes. Even the expressions of the geniuses on the square changed. The Blood Demon Valley's Tu Zhixiang is here, and behind her is Xianxia. There was only one rule in the prodigy list ranking battle. Anyone under 50 years of age could participate. Therefore, almost all those who met this standard and were not too weak would participate. Even if they could not get a ranking, it was an honor to be able to see the top 100 prodigies of the prodigy list and be able to step onto the stage of the prodigy list. It is said that Xianxia has broken through to the middle stage of the Void Sea realm. I have underestimated him. With senior brother Xianxia's current strength, there is no problem for him to enter the top 10 of the prodigy list, and even have a chance to enter the top 5. He is indeed the trump card of the Black Demon Valley. Everyone's eyes were mostly on Xianxia. Although most people did not like him, his strength was tyrannical and his talent was astonishing, which was enough to attract attention and respect. In addition, there was no lack of powerful geniuses in the other 4 valleys. Xianxia and Tu Zhixiang were among them. Both of them were disciples of the solitary Blood King of the Blood Demon Valley, and Tu Zhixiang's ranking on the prodigy list was higher. In addition, she was one of the 5 great beauties of the Black Demon Valley, so she was even more eye-catching. Suddenly, the surrounding yuanqi of heaven and earth stirred restlessly, and a demonic will as huge as a mountain and as deep as the sea suddenly emerged. Boom! In the sky, a huge black shadow suddenly leaped out from the layers of dark clouds. It was a battleship like a mountain, densely covered with inscriptions that flickered with a variety of strange lights. On top of the battleship were 2 pitch-black demon horns. At a glance, the entire battleship was like the giant head of a demon king, giving people a vast and tyrannical visual impact. Board the ship. An old, cold and majestic figure came out from the demonic horned battleship, causing the world to suddenly become quiet, as if only this voice was left. It seems that the leader this time is the Valley Master of the Chilly Wind Valley. After saying this, Tu Zhixiang leaped onto the battleship. The other geniuses also immediately set off. Swoosh, a beam of black light fiercely shot up, stirring up the surrounding black chi, causing many nearby geniuses to lose their balance and dodge to the side. The black light came to the battleship and turned into a figure. It was the little demon king Xianxia. He was the first to board the battleship, indifferently glanced at the geniuses below, and turned to leave. In a short while, the battleship set off, stirring up a monstrous wave of air and rushing into the distance. There was still half a month before the prodigy ranking battle. Most of the participants were cultivating in seclusion, adjusting their condition. There were also some who couldn't hold themselves back and sparred with others on the battle stage inside the warship. In the secret chamber, Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion. On the battleship, there was a celestial condensation king. Therefore, he did not dare to take out the blood star St. Pill. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the earth essence crystal, comprehending the power of the will of heaven and earth. The demonic horn warship was extremely fast, and it seemed to contain the principles of space. Xianxia spread his psychic awareness through the earth essence crystal. After some time, his understanding of space force deepened a bit. Then, he practiced the spatial palm technique to enhance his comprehension. The concept of space was an extremely powerful auxiliary force. It could be used in conjunction with defense, offense, and movement skills. There was a saying in the Void Sea realm that cultivators who comprehended the concept of space were virtually invincible in the same realm. Up until now, Xianxia hadn't met anyone else who had comprehended this concept. He felt that he seemed to be very talented in this aspect, just like his talent in body tempering. Therefore, he spent more time on it. A few days later, Xianxia stopped to cultivate another secret skill, the six-flamed finger sword. The six-flamed finger sword was passed down by the Red Flame King. Xianxia had already cultivated the first finger to perfection, and its power was extraordinary. Where did the Red Flame King go? He didn't even come to find me. Every time he cultivated the six-flamed finger sword, Jinyu couldn't help but think of the Red Flame King. The six-flamed finger sword had a total of 6 levels. There were 3 Yang sword fingers and 3 Yin sword fingers. Originally, cultivating this cultivation technique required one kind of Yang fire and one kind of Yin fire to exert its greatest power. However, Jinyu's innate spirit flame, the blood-glazed flame, had a special characteristic. It didn't lean towards either side and could be suitable for 2 types of sword fingers. However, in terms of power, it might not be comparable to the Yang sword finger displayed by the pure Yang fire. Now, Jinyu was cultivating the second level, the Moon sword finger. The Moon sword finger focused on Yin, which was the complete opposite of the Yang sword finger. Jinyu had started cultivating it a long time ago, but he clearly wasn't suitable for this style of battle technique, so the effect wasn't obvious. He circulated the true essence in his body and the blood-glazed flame gathered on his right thumb. Swoosh, a translucent dark red light suddenly flew out. It was light and soft, almost undetectable. If it suddenly attacked in a chaotic battle, it could have an unexpected effect. However, in terms of lethality, it was not as powerful as the Yang sword finger. Of course, Jinyu's Moon sword finger was only at the beginner level. If he also cultivated it to perfection, then it might be different. Along the way, Jinyu was comprehending the concept of space and cultivating the six-flamed finger sword. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. On this day, the sound of a bugle horn sounded in the warship. It lasted for a long time before it stopped. Jinyu left the secret room and walked out of the warship, looking into the distance. The abyss, ancient forests, mountains, and rivers interweaved to form a beautiful and magnificent landscape. This is one of the dangerous places of the southern region, the poor mountain ancient land? Jinyu's eyes narrowed. There were birds and beasts in the sky and on the ground. Most of them were intimidated by the warship and didn't dare to approach, but there were 1 or 2 fierce and majestic roars. The warship suddenly slowed down. Not far ahead, there was a chaotic architectural landscape. Whoosh, the group of geniuses all landed. Nearby, there were camps and forces of different sizes. These are the people participating in the prodigy ranking battle? Jinyu looked around and couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were too many, the southern region was too big and there were too many geniuses. This was true. Shinji, who had an indifferent expression on his face, came here. His expression became more reserved as he looked around. Demonic horned warship, 3 stars and half sect, Black Demon Valley. The trump card of Black Demon Valley should be the little demon king Shinji. I heard that he has broken through to the middle stage of the Void Sea realm. I wonder if it's true. All eyes swept over, and there was a sudden burst of discussion. There are still 1 or 2 days before the prodigy ranking battle. You can communicate with other participating geniuses, as long as you don't kill anyone. A black-robed elder came out and instructed. With that, the elder also took the initiative to leave and fly to other camps. Firestorm Wei, Shangguan Feiyun. Tu Zhixiang saw the camp the elder went to, and her eyes fell on a tall man in a green robe. He is the Sky Dragon Spear Shangguan Feiyun? Jinyu also looked over. He didn't know many prodigies of the southern region, but he had heard of many. He had heard of Shangguan Feiyun several times. He was a genius who had risen rapidly in recent years, and the outside world said that his strength could enter the top 20. Suddenly, there was the sound of Shinji quarreling with others not far away. Luo Qiumei, it seems that there are not many people in your Tianyu sect who can do it besides you. Shinji was as overbearing as ever. Moreover, the Tianyu sect and Black Demon Valley were not on good terms. Humph, in the ranking battle, I will shut your disgusting mouth. On the Tianyu sect's side, a woman in white with an outstanding temperament shouted with a frosty face. Swoosh, it was as if there was a formless icy sword chi that spread out, and it was bone-chilling, directly entering one's mind. The disciples of Black Demon Valley retreated, not daring to face it directly. Luo Qiumei, the leader of the Tianyu sect's geniuses. Jinyu had some understanding of hostile forces. Luo Qiumei, how dare you attack my Black Demon Valley's disciple? Do you really think Black Demon Valley is easy to bully? Shinji's aura was domineering. With a cold shout, a wave of demonic intent surged out, vaguely forming the phantom of a huge demonic head, exuding a terrifying demonic might. Senior brother Shen, please calm down. Let me ask the young talents of the Tianyu sect to verify that what you said is true. A black-robed man next to Shinji stood out. When Qinyu returned to Black Demon Valley and met Shinji by chance, this person was next to him. He was also an extremely famous genius in Black Demon Valley, and was said to have participated in the last prodigy ranking battle. Zhou Qing, come out. The black-robed man immediately shouted. On the Tianyu sect's side, a man with thick eyebrows frowned. How could he pretend not to hear someone calling out his name? This situation, they're going to fight directly. Qinyu could not help smiling. Black Demon Valley and Tianyu sect have too many grudges. If the geniuses of the two sects meet, there is an 80% chance that they will fight. Moreover, it's the prodigy ranking battle, so it's normal for them to exchange pointers. Tu Zhixiang said with a calm expression. Let me see if you've made any progress in recent years. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, his arms shook, and a green-black light pattern floated out. Gravel and sand flew away, and the power of the concept unfolded, but it was controlled within a certain range. Swoosh, with a wave of his palm, a green-black light blade swept up a violent wind wave and slashed out. This person's strength is comparable to He Yunwang. Qinyu murmured with his head lowered. It seemed that most people would not deliberately compete for the list, but wait until the prodigy ranking battle to show their edge and make a name for themselves. This black-robed man had the strength of the prodigy ranking, but was not on the list. The thick-browed man did not show any weakness. At this moment, he was representing the Tianyu sect. The treasured sword was unsheathed, and a blue-patterned sword light flashed out, piercing through the surrounding darkness, turning into a continuous blue-patterned sword glow, and slashed out. Before the sword glow descended, there was already a huge and sharp invisible sword will that spread in all directions, piercing into everyone's mind. This person's strength is not weak. Tu Zhixiang said softly, and then looked at Qinyu. Junior brother, what's your goal this time? The ranking battle hasn't started yet, you can go and see the strength of the geniuses standing on your target. For example, Tu Zhixiang's goal was to be in the top 40. Later, she would go and see the geniuses ranked around 40. Perhaps she could see them in action to determine if she had a chance of winning. Yes, I'll go and see later. Qinyu felt that it was necessary. He had not seen many people on the prodigy ranking, and most of them were just hearsay. Therefore, Qinyu could not determine his own strength, and his standard among the geniuses, so he could not determine his target. As the two of them spoke, the battle between the black-robed man and the thick-browed man ended. The black-robed man had a slight advantage, and left a wound on the thick-browed man's shoulder. Ha ha ha, are all the geniuses of the Tianyu sect like this? I think you guys should go home now, lest you embarrass yourselves. After Shinji gained the upper hand, he looked down on the geniuses of the Tianyu sect even more. The moment he said that, the geniuses of the Tianyu sect were so angry that they stomped their feet. Immediately, two people were prepared to stand out to save their face. You're not convinced? However, Shinji spoke first. If that's the case, Chen, go and teach the trash of the Tianyu sect. Chen, go and teach the trash of the Tianyu sect. At this moment, Shinji took the initiative to mention Qinyu. As a member of the Black Demon Valley and a disciple of the Solitary Blood King, how could he not show up now that there was a dispute between the Tianyu sect and the Black Demon Valley geniuses, and the focus was on Qinyu, but these words were said by Shinji. If Qinyu stood up immediately, it would be like obeying Shinji's orders. Many people in the Black Demon Valley knew that Qinyu, Tu Zhixiang, and Shinji had a conflict. If Qinyu silently followed Shinji's instructions, then he would have already lost the bet. Although Shinji was rude and unreasonable, he was also a person with brains. This guy. Tu Zhixiang knitted her brows and cursed Shinji inwardly. On the other side, the disciples of the Tianyu sect were all glaring at Qinyu. Shinji had insulted the Tianyu sect in such a manner, so they must save face and humiliate Qinyu. Otherwise, it would be difficult to vent the hatred in their hearts. And some people of the Black Demon Valley were waiting to see what Qinyu would do. Qinyu glanced at Shinji and said expressionlessly, since they are trash, why should I teach them? Shinji was slightly taken aback. He had thought that Qinyu might obediently obey or scold him, but he did not expect that Qinyu would say such a thing. The disciples of the Black Demon Valley also opened their mouths wide. They could all tell that Xianxia was boasting to flatter Qinyu, but how could he flatter himself? Not only that, but Qinyu also praised himself to the sky. However, Qinyu's boasting resolved Xianxia's difficulties. On the Tianyu sect's side, dozens of Tianyu sect geniuses, like a volcanic eruption, were seething with anger and exasperation, and wanted to fight to the death with Qinyu. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. F***ck. You're too arrogant. You two bastards, Dong Quanjian, want to challenge you. The Heavenly Jade sect was cursing incessantly, attracting the attention of many surrounding forces. Although I'm not willing to teach trash, seeing that your courage is commendable, I'll accept your challenge. Qinyu immediately said. His gaze landed on a man. He wore a jade crown on his head and carried a treasured sword. His appearance was not bad, and he had the demeanor of a swordsman. Your name is Dong Quanjian, right? It's you. Qinyu called out his surname. Although he had resolved Xianxia's difficulties, if he didn't fight, Xianxia might use other methods. It just so happened that the geniuses of the Heavenly Jade sect were all mad with rage. They were shouting and cursing. One of them shouted that he wanted to challenge him, but he didn't even take half a step forward. Qinyu immediately accepted this person's challenge. They were both going to fight, but one was going to fight according to Xianxia's arrangements, while the other was going to accept someone else's challenge. The meaning was completely different. What? Dong Quanjian's eyes widened as he wondered if he had heard wrongly. He had just said some harsh words to his fellow sect members. His cultivation was at the early stage of the Void Sea realm, and his strength could only be considered average among the elites of the Heavenly Jade sect. He wasn't confident that he could defeat Qinyu, and he wouldn't really challenge Qinyu. In the end, Qinyu took his harsh words seriously and accepted his challenge. Dong Quanjian felt a little depressed. Didn't you say that you disdained to teach? What are you doing now? The expressions of the other people from the Heavenly Jade sect immediately became extremely strange. Dong Quanjian seemed to have a good reputation in the Heavenly Jade sect, but they had only heard of him. They didn't know his specific strength. However, Qinyu had defeated He Yunwang. With Dong Quanjian's strength, he should be on par with him. It was hard to say who would win. Did you hear wrongly just now? Dong Quanjian asked seriously. His expression was dignified, but there was something wrong in his eyes. At this time, a female disciple of the Heavenly Jade sect walked forward. Go, senior brother Dong. You must teach Qinyu a lesson. She was one of the girls that Dong Quanjian favored. This time, she took the initiative to speak to him, and Dong Quanjian didn't know what to say. I didn't hear wrongly. Qinyu answered affirmatively. Since things had come to this, Dong Quanjian stepped forward. You didn't hear wrongly. I, Dong Quanjian, want to challenge you and make you regret what you said just now. Although I, Dong Quanjian, haven't entered the prodigy list, that's because I'm wholeheartedly focused on the Sword Dao. In this prodigy list ranking battle, my goal is to get into the top 80. Dong Quanjian said solemnly, appearing extremely confident. He was prepared to pressure Qinyu psychologically. Do it. Qinyu didn't say much. True essence erupted under his feet, and he leaped out. Seeing this, Dong Quanjian immediately shut up. His sword flew out, and purple sword chi rippled around him. He stretched out a finger, and the purple sword drew a dazzling sword arc sword will condensed, and it fiercely slashed down. Qinyu had taken the initiative to charge at Dong Quanjian, and when the sword slashed out, it directly fell on Qinyu's body. Boom, an explosion sounded on the spot. The sword chi surged, and eventually collapsed, spreading out. To easily block Dong Quanjian's sword, it seems that this Qinyu defeated He Yunwang with his own ability. But Dong Quanjian's strength is considered to be in the upper ranks among us, and he still has some chance of winning. On the Heavenly Jade sect's side, many people's expressions changed slightly. At the back, Xianxia looked down at Qinyu with indifference and disdain. This person's defense is not bad, but it's only at this level. The smoke and dust dispersed. Qinyu got up and said with a smile, "Thank you for letting me win." Then he turned and returned to the Black Demon Valley camp. This scene made the geniuses of the two main camps dumbfounded again, not knowing what was going on. Could it be that Qinyu thought that the exchange of pointers was just one move? With a look of shock in his eyes, Dong Quanjian looked down at his arm. There was a small hole in his sleeve, from which blood suddenly spread out. He was injured, he had been defeated. Dong Quanjian felt that there seemed to be an extremely keen force in his body, constantly wandering, like maggots in the bones, devouring the essence of his flesh and blood. This made him a little panic. Dong Quanjian's action attracted the attention of the crowd. When they saw the wound on his body, everyone was shocked and speechless. Dong Quanjian is injured? How did he get hurt? That kid didn't attack just now, did I see wrongly? On the Heavenly Jade sect's side, everyone exclaimed in a low voice. The accuracy of the Great Een sword finger is too poor. It seems that this finger technique is too een, and completely different from the Bright Sun sword finger, so the technique of the finger has to be changed. Qinyu concluded in his heart. Just now, when he approached Dong Quanjian and blocked his opponent's sword, his right thumb displayed the Great Een sword finger. The Een attribute sword finger focused on being soft, agile, and unexpected. Everyone thought that there would be a fierce battle, and did not expect that the battle would end as soon as it started, so most people did not catch this scene. Sword finger? Luo Chomei's clear and sharp eyes fell on Qinyu's finger. The sword finger also had a lot to do with the way of the sword, but the difficulty of the sword finger was greater. The more powerful the sword finger secret technique, the higher the requirement of finger strength, and there was even a possibility of ending up crippled. However, this level of sword finger has no effect on me at all. Luo Chomei shook her head slightly, completely not taking it to heart. It was just that the people of the Heavenly Jade sect had been defeated again, which made her unhappy. Shinji's eyes darkened slightly, and the surrounding people inexplicably felt a sense of oppression. This time, Qinyu not only resolved his difficulties, but also easily defeated the people of the Heavenly Jade sect, which was like a slap on his face. Tao Yu, you go, you must win this round. Luo Chomei's cold eyes swept over a petite girl next to her. The battle between the Heavenly Jade sect and the Black Demon Valley continued. But Qinyu was not interested in this level of battle. What he was interested in were the Sky Dragon Spear Shangguan Feiyun and Traceless Sword Jiang Jingyue. There were also the rumored top 3 popular geniuses, Young Master of Thunder Duan Shao, Fairy of the Extinctive Sword Guanao Xue. And the rumored number 1 person of the Evil Moon sect, Master Fallen Moon. Suddenly, many geniuses present felt something and looked up into the distance. The sky was gloomy and extremely heavy, and dense lightning filled the air. Many people felt inexplicably uneasy, and their minds were uneasy. Swoosh, a flash of white light appeared in everyone's vision and gradually enlarged. In the next instant, thunder and lightning surged, and a huge lightning shuttle descended. The speed of this lightning shuttle was faster than the demonic horned warship that Qinyu was on, and the powerful and destructive power of the lightning was also far superior. Buzz buzz buzz, between heaven and earth, lightning spread, and lightning overflowed. Many people shuddered and looked around, afraid of being affected by the lightning. Azure Thunder Palace, a peak 3-star force of the southern region. Tu Zhixiang said after a moment. Swish, dozens of figures jumped down from the lightning shuttle, and each of them was surrounded by lightning, which made people feel fearful. The leader of the Azure Thunder Palace was a white-haired man in a white robe. He had a fair and handsome face and an extraordinary demeanor, but the lightning around him added a bit of an imposing aura. His pitch-black, serene eyes would occasionally flash with lightning, causing one's heart to skip a beat. Duan Shao. Shinji and Luo Chomei looked over at the same time, with solemnity and fighting spirit. Even further away, the top geniuses of the major forces, including the Sky Dragon Spear Shangguan Feiyun, also looked over. Buzz buzz buzz, lightning flashed, and it was thrilling. Duan Shao landed on the ground, and countless eyes gathered on him, but he was still calm and had a faint smile on his face. Is this the strength of the top 5? Qinyu felt the power of the lightning, and his heart beat even more vigorously. He's too strong. I can at most withstand one move from Duan Shao. Tu Zhixiang took a deep breath and then sighed. Young Master Thunder Duan Shao lived up to his reputation. Just looking at him made people feel great pressure, and fear was already buried in their hearts. In the future, when they saw Duan Shao, they would subconsciously lower their heads. Haha, senior brother Duan, you're too scary. A tall man couldn't help but laugh. No, senior brother is clearly very gentle. Another tall and beautiful girl with an extraordinary temperament lowered her eyes and secretly glanced at Duan Xiao. As a peak 3-star force, Azure Thunder Palace has a long history. Not only does they have young Master Azure Thunder Duan Xiao, but the man and woman next to him are also outstanding true disciples. Tu Zhixiang said again. At this moment, from another direction, rolling black mist floated over, bringing with it a dense cold air. In the black mist, there were a few figures with a sinister aura. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were on Azure Thunder Palace, and not many people paid attention to the 3-star force Ancient Yu Temple. In the black mist, the geniuses of Ancient Yu Temple were also paying attention to the experts of Azure Thunder Palace. Lightning Dao was the bane of their force. Eh? Qinyu glanced at Ancient Yu Temple, and he didn't pay much attention to it, but his eyes suddenly stopped on a person. The person was dressed in black, and he had a handsome face. His eyes were calm and deep, and there was an evil smile on his lips. Situ Linyu? Situ Linyu? Qinyu looked at a man from the ancient Nether Temple and couldn't help but think of an old friend from the Kunyan realm. Situ Linyu and Qinyu both came from the No Demon Academy and then entered the Kunyan sacred ground. But later, Situ Linyu went to the Blood Star boundary and never returned. He was judged dead. But now, why was Situ Linyu here? Qinyu originally thought that the two only looked similar. However, Situ Linyu, who stood on top of the gloomy clouds, instantly looked at Qinyu with a surprised expression on his faintly smiling face. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in the great cosmos realm. Situ Linyu recalled some of the faces in the Kunyan realm, and Qinyu was one of them who had left a deep impression on him. It could even be said that the two of them had a strange fate. They had entered the No Demon Academy together, entered the Kunyan sacred ground, entered the Blood Star boundary, and now met again in the great cosmos realm. The relationship between the two of them wasn't very good, and they had even been opponents in the competition of the No Demon Academy. But how many of them had come this far together? Beside him, a skinny man in a black robe glared at Situ Linyu with a hint of enmity in his eyes. He was the most outstanding disciple of the ancient Nether Temple, but 2 years ago, Situ Linyu suddenly appeared and quickly attracted the attention of the higher-ups. It didn't take long for Situ Linyu to climb to the same height as him. He also had an inexplicable fear of Situ Linyu in his heart. I don't know where this person came from, and he has no friends. I seem to have seen an acquaintance just now. The black-robed man, Luo Ran, looked around with a pair of gloomy and terrifying eyes. But there were too many geniuses, and Situ Linyu and Qinyu didn't have any obvious communication, so Luo Ran didn't have a target. Qinyu was about to go forward and say hello. After all, it was rare to see an acquaintance from the great cosmos realm. But at this moment, a conversation not far away attracted his attention. The Sky Dragon Spear, Shangguan Feiyun, was wearing a green robe. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were sharp. Opposite Shangguan Feiyun was a young man with curly hair and a dark green robe. His eyes were clear, and he was looking at Shangguan Feiyun with an excited smile. Just now, this curly-haired man proposed to Shangguan Feiyun to learn from each other. Where did this kid come from? How dare he challenge Shangguan Feiyun? He probably hasn't seen much of the world. Many disciples of the Firestorm Way laughed. The rules of the Chosen Prodigy ranking battle stated that anyone under the age of 50 could participate. Thus, some loose cultivators and reclusive experts would also come to join in the fun. However, how could these people compare to the geniuses of the large sect? Kid, senior brother Shangguan isn't someone anyone can challenge. A man with a pointy mouth walked out with a sneer on his face. If everyone challenges senior brother Shangguan, and he accepts, he won't be able to finish all of them in 10 days or half a month. Then why don't you play with me first? If I win, you can let Shangguan Feiyun fight. What do you think? The curly-haired man smiled casually. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, this kid is really arrogant. The man with a pointy mouth felt that not only was this kid not tactful, but he was also provoking him and Shangguan Feiyun. Okay, then I'll play with you. The man with a pointy mouth sneered and walked out. With my strength, I can't take 5 moves from senior brother Shangguan. When you lose to me, you will know that the gap between you and senior brother Shangguan is like heaven and earth. The man with a pointy mouth laughed. When the curly-haired man was defeated, he would clearly realize his own stupidity, and the blow he suffered would be even greater. Why are you so weak? Unexpectedly, the man with curly hair only focused on the first half of the sentence. He subconsciously asked. The man with a pointy mouth suddenly turned pale. He leaped out and quintessential chi burst out from his body. Strong winds howled within a radius of more than 10 feet, like countless large blades, mincing everything. Die. The man with a pointy mouth struck out with his palm. The palm wind turned into a dark blade of wind that was more than 10 feet long and slashed down. When the geniuses here exchanged pointers, they would control the range of their attacks. After all, there were too many people nearby, and every one of them was an outstanding genius. Facing the powerful attack of the man with a pointy mouth, the eyes of the curly hair flickered, and the surrounding space fluctuated strangely. Swish! The man with curly hair pointed out with a finger. A mysterious dazzling silver finger light flashed and bombarded the dark blade of wind, instantly piercing through it. Boom! The man with a pointy mouth's ultimate move instantly crumbled. Even the surrounding intent was affected and dissipated layer by layer. Bang! When the finger descended, the man with a pointy mouth was sent flying. There were no large wounds on the surface, but he couldn't get up no matter what. What? Everyone cried out in surprise. The surroundings turned silent for a short period of time. The man with a pointy mouth was considered above average among the geniuses of the Firestorm Way, but he was actually defeated by this mysterious man with a finger. At this moment, how could they not know that this kid wasn't a fool who had never seen the world? He was a hidden expert. Intent of space, Xianxia took another look at the man with curly hair. The great cosmos world was filled with geniuses. He had finally met another genius who comprehended the intent of space. Not only that, but the opponent's finger technique was also very mysterious. It seemed to specialize in attacking weaknesses and breaking attacks. The Sky Dragon Spear, Shangguan Feiyun, looked at the man with curly hair. His eyes were sharp as if they could pierce through the soul. However, the man with curly hair didn't seem to feel it. He looked back at him with a faint smile. Your strength is extraordinary, and you have comprehended the intent of space. I, Shangguan Feiyun, will fight you. Shangguan Feiyun leaped out, and a golden spear that was more than 3 meters long appeared in his hand. A golden gale with an imposing aura swept in all directions and soared into the sky. His figure was tall and straight, and his posture was like the golden spear beside him, straight and sharp. Shangguan Feiyun is very strong. Xianxia's eyes slightly narrowed. Sky Dragon Spear, Shangguan Feiyun. What happened? The commotion here alarmed the people further away. Shangguan Feiyun had a good reputation. He was a popular candidate for the top 20 of the Heaven's Chosen list. Now that he was going to fight, many people gathered. No one knew the man with curly hair who challenged Shangguan Feiyun, but they didn't think much about it. Their attention was focused on Shangguan Feiyun. The battle was about to begin. Shangguan Feiyun swept his golden spear, and the gorgeous golden brilliance turned into a sky full of spear shadows, flying out. The man with curly hair looked a little serious. He shot out a finger, and the dazzling silver finger light flickered constantly, flickering and fluctuating. Puff, some of the golden sword shadows were destroyed by the dazzling silver finger light, and a big gap appeared. This scene shocked the onlookers. Shangguan Feiyun's attack was easily broken by the man with curly hair. The man with curly hair jumped, leaving a green afterimage, and passed through the gap. This man wants to fight Shangguan Feiyun in close combat? In close combat, once Shangguan Feiyun uses his unique skill, this kid can't escape. Everyone shook their heads slightly. The man with curly hair was strong, but he was not a body cultivator, and he still chose to approach Shangguan Feiyun. After approaching Shangguan Feiyun, the man with curly hair suddenly became a little fierce, but his eyes were calm. Swoosh! 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 He accelerated his attack, and the dazzling silver aurora shuttled back and forth. Shangguan Feiyun was facing a formidable enemy, and his golden spear danced fiercely. There was a faint shadow of a golden dragon slowly condensing. But for some reason, the shadow of the golden dragon did not appear, and finally disappeared without a trace. Shangguan Feiyun's attack became weaker and weaker, no longer fierce and domineering, but a little chaotic. After a few moves, the man with curly hair hit Shangguan Feiyun's body with his palm, breaking through the true essence defense. Thud. Thud, Shangguan Feiyun retreated 3 steps and stopped. The surroundings were silent, and everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Shangguan Feiyun was defeated, and they felt that Shangguan Feiyun did not use his full strength, as if he deliberately lost. At this moment, several figures flew in from a distance, each with an extremely powerful aura, and all unfamiliar faces. Brother Chen? Why didn't you join us? A woman walked to the side of the man with curly hair and said discontentedly. Aren't we looking for him? But we couldn't find anyone from the Ho clan. The man with curly hair said with a smile, but his eyes seemed to be evading. It seemed that he was lying. Ho clan? Could it be? Shangguan Feiyun's eyes moved slightly, and he felt slightly relieved. If he lost to an unknown kid, it would be hard for him to accept. But if it was a genius from the Ho clan, then it was nothing. Ho clan, so it's someone from the 6 great ancient clans. A man next to Chen Yu had a look of realization. The 6 great ancient clans of the great cosmos world were all long-standing clans that had existed since the Middle Ages, and they had all given birth to Emperor Lord-level powerhouses. The 6 great ancient clans were also known as the Middle Ancient clans and Emperor clans. After the people from the Middle Ancient Ho clan left, a Firestorm Wei disciple came forward and asked, Senior brother Shangguan, why didn't you use your full strength just now? Full strength? Shangguan Feiyun smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't use his full strength, but that he couldn't. In the battle just now, the curly-haired man, Meng Chen, had used the profound void finger of the Ho clan, which had imperceptibly severed many of his meridians. Shangguan Feiyun didn't say much and returned to the camp to heal his injuries. There were still 2 days before the genius ranking battle, and the sex forces arrived one after another. There were also lone cultivators and recluses who came alone. At a certain moment, a giant green ship sailed over at high speed. This symbol, Chen Yu looked at the symbol of the sect on the giant green ship and felt that it was a little familiar. Suddenly, he saw a woman at the bow of the ship. She had a proper appearance, black eyebrows, autumn eyes, and was classical and dignified. Her eyes were cold as she carefully scanned the area below, as if she was looking for something. Fan Yanling. So it's the Xiaoyao Palace. Chen Yu smiled awkwardly and hid in the crowd. Half a day later, an enormous pressure suddenly descended. There was a faint strange music that drifted between the heavens and the earth, attracting people's attention. Buzz, dark clouds rolled, and a giant object suddenly appeared. It was an incomparably huge palace. It was pitch black and solemn, and there were sounds of music coming from it, giving people a strange and evil feeling. The palace floated in the air, and a formless might shocked everyone. Many underground forces raised their heads and looked over. Many sparring exchanges had stopped because of this. The Evil Moon sect has finally arrived. This is the Evil Moon sect? A 4-star ruling force. Chen Yu's heart trembled as he stared at the giant palace. For some reason, when he looked at the palace, Chen Yu also felt a sense of familiarity. The structure and layout of the Black Palace seemed to be somewhat similar to the Blood Moon Great Palace that he had seen in the Kunyan realm. The layout of the Evil Moon sect's Black Palace was similar to the Blood Moon Palace Chen Yu had seen in the Kunyan realm. Even the sect's emblem had a similar feeling to it. Maybe there was a connection between the two. Rumble, the Black Palace landed at the back of the building complex. Then, a group of men and women walked out. Most of them were geniuses, and it was hard to tell how strong they were. 2 women walked at the front. One of them was wearing a black dress and had dark skin. Her eyes were deep and she exuded a mature sexiness. There was a black moon mark between her eyebrows. The woman next to her was wearing a white dress. She had smooth skin and a faint smile. There was a white moon mark between her eyebrows. Yin-yang twin moons. A man's gaze was fixated on 2 stunning beauties with different styles, each with their own merits. The 2 women walked over slowly and didn't give off any special aura. One side of them was dark and the other side was bright. The 2 stood side by side, one in the light and the other in the dark. It was very extreme, but it gave people an inexplicable sense of harmony. This pair of twins cultivated the evil moon sect's yin-yang moon fusion technique. Individually, they're ranked in the top 10 of the prodigy ranking. If they joined forces, their strength would probably be comparable to the evil moon sect's venerable fallen moon. Right, where is Master Fallen Moon? Why don't I see him? Master Fallen Moon was a rare genius of the evil moon sect. He ranked second in the last prodigy roll. After 2 years of seclusion, he reappeared in the southern region and defeated the former number 1 in 10 moves. Up until now, Venerable Fallen Moon had occupied the first place on the prodigy list for 3 years. At this moment, behind the crowd, a sharp sword intent that could make one's heart tremble burst forth. Whoosh, a white-cloaked figure flew out from behind and landed on a lone rock. Her hair was like a waterfall and her eyes were empty. She didn't have a sword in her hand, but there was an invisible sword aura around her. Sword mark suddenly appeared on the rock under her feet. It was shocking. This scene shocked the people nearby. What's with this invisible sword? Guanao, do you want to fight with us before the ranking battle? The yin-yang twin moons spoke at the same time. Their words overlapped, giving off a wonderful yet strange illusion. The newcomer was one of the top 5 candidates, the fairy of the extinctive sword, Guanao. At this moment, the 3 stunning beauties seemed to be engaged in an invisible battle. She is the fairy of the extinctive sword, Guanao? Jinyu couldn't help but size her up seriously. He had heard many rumors about this woman when he was traveling. Suddenly, a beautiful figure in white appeared in his mind. The two of them are somewhat similar. I wonder what happened to Yi Luofeng. When Xinyu saw Guanao, he recalled a certain person and the past. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. If Yi Luofeng was safe, she should have followed that unreliable handsome man to the eastern domain. Who knew what her current situation was? If you fight now, you still have a chance of winning. If it's a one-on-one battle, you'll lose without a doubt. Guanao's voice was cold and provocative, but no emotional fluctuations could be felt. The yin-yang twin moons frowned at the same time. They felt that Guanao, who had no emotions and only had her sword in her heart, was very boring. The onlookers also felt that it was a pity that they couldn't witness the battle between the 3 women. The fairy of the extinctive sword and the yin-yang twin moons were the top elites in the ranking battle, and they were also first-class beauties. Guanao's gaze went past the yin-yang twin moons and the many evil moon sect geniuses, and landed on the Black Palace. In front of the Black Palace, a man stood with his hands behind his back. His face was tough, and his eyes were a strange yellow, giving off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. Venerable Fallen Moon. Luo Qiumei and Shinji also looked over. Venerable Fallen Moon stood far away, but an invisible pressure descended on the hearts of all the geniuses, causing the blood in their bodies to stagnate, and they couldn't help but hold their breaths. Venerable Fallen Moon's gaze swept across the area indifferently. Before he withdrew it, his face revealed a bored expression. Then, he returned to the palace. Does this guy think there's no need to observe or communicate with us? Shinji looked slightly angry, and he clenched his fists. But he has the ability to. Luo Qiumei's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. Compared to Venerable Fallen Moon, who was a 4-star ruling force, she was like a firefly beside the bright moon. This is the legendary number 1 on the heaven list? Jinyu's head shook continuously. Venerable Fallen Moon didn't give people the feeling that he was of the same generation, but more like a senior. Obviously, Venerable Fallen Moon's cultivation was stable, his cultivation method was profound, and his source of spirit was vast and powerful. He was almost flawless in all aspects. At most, only a few geniuses present could compare with him in one aspect. As a whole, Jinyu hadn't found anyone who could compare with Venerable Fallen Moon. This time, before the Heaven's Chosen List ranking tournament began, Jinyu had already seen all kinds of geniuses of the southern region. His emotions were constantly fluctuating. In this Heaven's Chosen List ranking tournament, I only need to give it my all. Jinyu's emotions suddenly calmed down. He walked into the demonic horned warship, no longer affected by the outside world, and wholeheartedly prepared for the battle. At this moment, in the camp of Xiaoyao Palace, Fan Yanling's gaze fell on Jinyu. Scoundrel, I must take revenge for my brother. A cold light suddenly appeared in Feng Yanling's serene eyes. Junior sister Feng, did you see that person? Beside her, a handsome man in a green robe walked out. As the leader of Xiaoyao Palace this time, under Qinyu's inquiry, his teacher informed Qinyu of the relevant matters and warned him not to spread it out. After hearing about the relationship between Qinyu and Xiaoyao Palace, Li Wenyi's heart was stirred. He didn't expect that Xiaoyao Palace, where he was in, had fought with a nobody from a small domain and suffered a crushing defeat. Feng Yanling nodded and didn't say anything. In this Heaven's Chosen List ranking tournament, I, your senior, will definitely defeat him. Li Wenyi's eyes were full of confidence. In the secret chamber, Qinyu calmed down and sat cross-legged on the Earth Origin crystal, comprehending heaven and earth. For hours later, the level of his mental state seemed to suddenly soar and reach another level. My mental state has reached the peak of the initial stage of Empty Sea Realm. Qinyu couldn't help but smile. Among them, the Blood Star Saint Pellet, the Moon Spirit Mineral, and the Earth Origin Crystal helped, as well as the pressure of the ranking tournament that Qinyu was facing. In short, his strength had improved a little again. He was looking forward to where he could reach. Step by step, time passed slowly. At the last moment, only a few people came alone or in groups. The second day. At a certain moment, from the Black Palace of the Evil Moon sect, an elder wearing a grey robe flew out. His beard touched the ground and he held a wooden cane in his hand. The appearance of this person startled the heavens and earth. The wind and clouds changed color, and an invisible power shook the space. The Southern Region Heaven's Chosen List ranking tournament will now begin. A simple sentence was like a clap of thunder. Swoosh swoosh, figures leaped out of many buildings, and all of them raised their heads to look at the sky. The moment had finally arrived. In front of us is the first stage of the Heaven's Chosen List ranking tournament, Proud Sky Center. In the huge circular building far away, the power of the formation was suddenly activated, and a layer of colorful light film appeared. Through the light film, one could see that there was a vast new world inside. It was a very strange feeling. If the land and the water were two different worlds, then the scene inside the light film was like standing on land and looking at the world in the water, except that the scale of the two was different. This is a piece of land in the Poor Mountain Ancient Land by the top figures of the major Southern Region sect. It will be the first stage of the Heaven's Chosen List ranking tournament. An elder of the Black Demon Valley explained. Using a supreme divine ability to absorb a piece of land and fuse it with the formation, forming an independent space. Hearing this, Qinyu's mind shook. Even a single celestial condensation king would not be able to accomplish such a feat. The first stage of the Southern Region Heaven's Chosen List ranking tournament will now begin. The long-bearded elder of the Evil Moon sect solemnly announced. As long as you touch the formation, you will be able to enter the first stage of the tournament. An elder of the Azure Thunder Palace stood out and said. The Southern Region Heaven's Chosen List tournament was jointly organized by the major forces of the Southern Region. All sect forces of 3 stars and above could participate, but the weaker the sect, the lower their authority. The rules of the tournament are very simple. After entering the Proud Sky Center, each of you will receive a mark, and the rule is to plunder other people's marks. Once there are only 500 people left with a mark, the first stage will end. The first stage would eliminate all the geniuses present to 500 people. The size of the Southern Region was indescribable. There were countless sects and families, and the number of people was more than 5,000. The main purpose of the first stage was to eliminate many people who came to join in the fun. The first stage seems to be very dangerous. The Poor Mountain Ancient Land is one of the most dangerous places in the Southern Region, and there are 10 forbidden areas. Forget it, I won't participate. I feel that the danger is not the Poor Mountain Ancient Land, but the bloodthirsty elite geniuses. The first stage did not say that killing is not allowed. Some people immediately chose to give up. But at that moment, there were countless people leaping up, approaching the huge formation. Qinyu and Tu Zhixiang, without the slightest hesitation, flew over. Buzz, the moment Qinyu touched the formation, there was a mysterious force that spread across Qinyu's entire body. He saw a person who had just neared the formation, but was immediately blown away by the formation. That person immediately awkwardly left. It seems like this formation has the ability to detect one's age. Qinyu nodded his head. After all, this was the only unchanging rule of the Heaven's Pride list. Buzz, a ray of light condensed, transforming into a white five-pointed star that was imprinted on the back of Qianyu's hand. The next moment, Qianyu's figure was enveloped by a dazzling radiance. With a swoosh, he disappeared without a trace. At the same time, within the proud sky center, there was another figure. Qianyu stood in the middle of a forest. A mottled ancient aura entered his nose. He raised his head to look. The sky was normal, but he could not see the situation outside. But this was better. If he raised his head and saw countless people surrounding him, he would feel pressured. In the first stage, as long as you keep the mark, you will not be eliminated. But the use of the mark is definitely not limited to this. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no meaning in stealing the mark? I'm afraid that the number of marks in the first stage has other uses. Qianyu thought clearly. I'm afraid the number of marks in the first round has other uses. If Qianyu could think of this, so could the others. Although the rules didn't specify the use of the marks, under such circumstances, those with strength would definitely choose to collect more marks. Maybe they would be useful later. The ranking on the prodigy roll required a battle of wits and courage, as well as luck. Because of this, more people would lose their marks. When there were only 500 people left, the round would end. Qianyu didn't think too much and started to take action. This was the poor mountain ancient land, and danger lurked everywhere. He couldn't be careless. Suddenly, a furious roar came from afar, causing the sky and earth to tremble. Then, a foul wind swept over, causing the surrounding grass, trees, and rocks to roll. What a powerful aura. It's a Konghai ancient beast. Qianyu felt a sense of pressure, but he still decided to go and take a look. Although the poor mountain ancient land was a dangerous place, it also had great opportunities. This was a chance to change the final ranking. After carefully passing through the forest, the oppressive aura became stronger. From time to time, a foul wind mixed with some saber light spread in all directions. Soon, Qianyu saw a small valley, and there was a huge figure hidden in it. It was a huge golden bear. Its chest, back, and arms were covered with golden scales. It roared fiercely, and the valley shook as a storm raged. Bang! The bear was surrounded by a violent and destructive aura. It waved its giant claw, and a powerful golden claw light tore out. The person fighting with it was a genius who participated in the ranking battle. He wore a gray robe and held a slightly sinister long saber in his hand. Could this person be Sun Xianhao, ranked 72nd on the prodigy roll? Qianyu secretly observed the gray-robed man. However, even Sun Xianhao could only dodge the domineering attack of the golden-armored giant bear. Poochie, the claw landed on the rock wall, leaving 5 huge ravines, and rubble fell. This golden-armored giant bear's cultivation has reached the mid-stage Konghai state. Qianyu was slightly startled. The first stage's venue was filled with many dangers. Chaotic wind blade. Sun Xianhao seized the opportunity, and the broadsword in his hand suddenly slashed out. In the next instant, hundreds of shadows of the broadsword slashed out, their power astonishing, as if they wanted to chop the enemy in front of them into pieces. The giant golden-armored bear could tell that Sun Xianhao's attack was extraordinary. It immediately curled up its body and aimed its back at Sun Xianhao's attack. Ding ding bang bang, all of Sun Xianhao's attacks landed on the golden scales on the back of the golden-armored giant bear, creating countless sparks and the sound of metal clashing. Damn it, you stupid bear, you're actually learning from turtles and snails and wearing shells. Sun Xianhao's attack landed, and the golden-armored giant bear was completely unharmed. He immediately cursed. Hearing these words, the golden-armored giant bear was infuriated. The Zhenyuan around it went berserk, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. But when it came to scolding people, it was obviously not as good as Sun Xianhao. It could only spit out 4 words, bastard human. The giant golden-armored bear's strength increased once again after its rage. The terrifying pressure of an ancient beast caused Sun Xianhao's expression to turn grave. Ding! After exchanging 2 blows, Sun Xianhao turned and ran. Stupid bear, just you wait. One day, I will definitely remove the tortoise shell on your body. Sun Xianhao left a threat as he ran. Go to hell, you bastard. The golden-armored giant bear roared and pounced forward with a terrifying momentum. Bang! Bang! The sounds of battle gradually faded away. Sun Xianxia would not provoke the giant golden-armored bear for no reason. Qingyu thought of this and flew into the canyon. Because of the battle just now, the entire canyon was destroyed beyond recognition. But there was a cave beside which there were no signs of battle. It seemed that the giant golden-armored bear had purposely avoided this place. Just as he approached the cave, Qingyu suddenly felt something. He glanced to the side and punched out. Bang! Before Qingyu's fist could land on Qingyu, a distortion suddenly appeared in a pile of rocks, and a giant yellow snake emerged from it. The snake then darted away, dodging Qingyu's attack. This yellow snake seemed to have the ability to change colors, and it could blend in with its surroundings. Looks like there are treasures in here. Otherwise, why would there be other beasts hiding here? Qingyu approached the cave entrance and felt something strange again. Whoosh! Rays of golden light suddenly shot out from the ground. At such a close distance, there was no way to dodge it. Buzz! He immediately activated the mystic pattern demonic body, and a powerful physical pressure spread in all directions. Ding! The golden light ray landed on Qinyu's body, giving off an ear-piercing sound. This must be something left behind by the giant golden-armored bear. Qinyu shuddered as he looked at the 5 wounds on his body. If it was a claw attack from the giant golden-armored bear, the injuries wouldn't be so simple. The wounds were a small matter, but the giant golden-armored bear would definitely be able to sense it. Whoosh! Qinyu quickly rushed into the cave and found that there were colorful plants, fruits, and leaves. These were not ordinary goods, but rather precious materials. They must be food that the giant golden-armored bear had plundered from nearby. With Lingji, blood spirit fruit, Qinyu identified them one by one. Most of the materials here were worth several thousand mid-grade origin stones. Suddenly, Qinyu caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance, and his mind and body immediately relaxed in pleasure. What is this? His gaze landed on a wooden jar in the corner. When he walked closer, he saw that there was a golden nectar flowing inside. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was very little of it. Could this be the 100-flower honey? Qinyu was delighted. The 100-flower honey was the nectar brewed by the sky poison bee. The sky poison bee was extremely poisonous. If someone of the same level was pricked, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. However, the 100-flower honey was very effective. Not only could it improve one's physique, but it could also improve one's cultivation. Thus, there were still some powerful adventurer teams that would go to the sky poison bee's hive to take the risk to obtain the honey. Without a word, Qinyu stored the 100-flower honey in his interspatial dimension and then searched for other materials. Suddenly, Qinyu felt the earth tremble and an inexplicable sense of danger descend. Not good, the giant golden-armored bear is back. Before he could take away the remaining half of the materials, Qinyu immediately retreated and quickly left. It was worth it to obtain the 100-flower honey. Sometimes, being too greedy could cost one's life. After Qinyu left, a huge golden figure returned to the canyon. When it saw the situation in the cave, it let out a furious roar that spread in all directions, intimidating all living beings within a dozen miles. Haha, it's worth it. Qinyu couldn't help but laugh after confirming that the giant golden-armored bear didn't chase after him. He didn't do anything this time, but he had already plundered a lot of resources, including the 100-flower honey. Even Qinyu felt that his luck was too good. This bear's nose is very sensitive. I'll run further away first. Qinyu was still worried. After all, he had taken away the giant golden-armored bear's favorite 100-flower honey. After flying for a while, Qinyu suddenly stopped. In another direction, a small-eyed man who was running suddenly noticed someone. He immediately became alert and slowed down his pace. Prodigy list, ranked 94th, Qinyu. After the small-eyed man sized up Qinyu for 2 breaths, some information suddenly appeared in his mind. My luck is not good. I met someone on the prodigy list. The small-eyed man cursed in his heart. His cultivation was at the early stage of the Void Sea realm, and there was still some distance between him and the geniuses on the prodigy list. Brother Chen, don't attack. The small-eyed man immediately said. The rule of the first round is to plunder the mark, but individual strength is definitely limited. Why don't we join forces? This way, the speed of plundering the mark will be greatly increased. the small-eyed man put forward his idea. This way, he wouldn't have to be an enemy of Xianxia, lest he had to hand over the mark if he lost. At the same time, he would also gain a strong teammate. You're right. Xianxia nodded. The first round was too free, and there was no rule that stated that he had to act alone. If he teamed up, the ability to plunder the mark was obviously higher. I'm Wu Xiao'er, please advise me, Brother Chen. The small-eyed man immediately smiled. However, Xianxu's sudden words caused the small-eyed man's expression to stiffen slightly, not knowing what Xianxu was going to say. You're not qualified to team up with me, Xianxu finished his words. The efficiency of teaming up was indeed high, but it was a different matter if the teammate was too weak. Wasn't there a saying that one should not be afraid of a godly opponent, but a weak teammate? The small-eyed man was stunned for a moment before he reacted with an infuriated expression. Although he wasn't as famous as Xianxu, he was still an elite among the younger generation of the southern region and a century-old genius of his family. Xianxu's reason for rejection trampled on his pride. Xianxu, you're too arrogant. Although I, Wu Xiao'er, am not on the prodigy list, I'm not weak either. If I have a fortuitous encounter, my name will also be on the prodigy list. Wu Xiao'er retorted angrily. Is that so? Xianxu asked softly. Boom, the demonic intent realm and spatial intent realm were unleashed. Demonic qi danced wildly within a radius of 100 zhong, and a powerful pressure descended on Wu Xiao'er. Xianxu threw out a punch. True Yuan surged and the demonic intent rumbled, turning into a giant black demonic claw that slammed out with an earth-shattering force. So strong, the small-eyed man felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to dodge, but he had a feeling that he couldn't. In a hurry, he took out a snow-white saber and slashed out. Bang, the black demonic claw landed, and the small-eyed man's attack was instantly shattered. His body was flung away, smashing into a giant tree and spurting out a mouthful of blood. So strong. Is this the strength of a genius on the prodigy list? The small-eyed man was terrified. They were both at the early stage of the Void Sea realm, but he couldn't even take one move from Xianxu. Were the geniuses on the prodigy list this strong, or perhaps Xianxu's true strength wasn't just at the 94th rank? Hand over the mark. Xianxu looked down at the small-eyed man coldly. I'll hand it over. The small-eyed man gritted his teeth and could only admit defeat. But at this moment, the surrounding heaven and earth Yuan Qi was inexplicably agitated, and a powerful aura rapidly approached. Xianxu, you shameless thief. How dare you steal the treasure in the cave while I'm luring the stupid bear here? A loud, bell-like voice of cursing could be heard. End of chapter 721. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.